Hello, Overclockers. Welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of Epic32. My name is X-Warrior, and I'm joined by Raptors, here to bring you the second day of action, starting things off with a lovely best of three featuring Team Patchwork and No Namers. Raptors, hi there.
Yeah, I mean, this is always a problem, isn't it? We're not morning people, so I might look like I've just rolled out of bed. I probably have at this point. So yeah, looking forward to this one regardless. Despite us being pretty fatigued, I mean, even on LAN we would have very fatiguing days. So it's just translating into the online world. But yeah, can't wait to get these best of three started. It's all best of threes from this point forwards. We had all our best of ones in the group stage yesterday, and now it's potentially very long slogs of a game, but we'll just have to be optimistic and hope things are close.
Oh, absolutely. And you mentioned fatigue and you mentioned morning faces and stuff, but it looks like my camera has also joined in on that. It sort of decided to become a little bit blurry and not be nice and crispy like I like it to be. So apologies for that, but you're just going to have to enjoy this lovely blurriness instead. Thankfully, Laptros is nice, clear and crispy, so you can just have a look at him. So
no
heading first. Well, I guess we're going to have to now. But now we've got a lovely best of three, and it's going to be a very interesting one, right? Because we've got No Namers and Patchwork, who've both showed up in this tournament so far. Yes, they're in the losers bracket, but I think they're still one of the top dogs in this tournament. What would be your overview of these two teams coming up, Raptors?
Well, for Patrick in particular, we actually got a very good view of them in the last best of three, which is technically the first best of three of the whole tournament yesterday, when they went up against Vitality. Of course, that series ended up being a 2-0 win for Vitality, but I think that's kind of a misleading scoreline when push comes to shove. Yes, the first map of Haven didn't exactly go Patrick's way, but when they went on towards Bind, then they really, really showed up. They brought it very, very close at the end. They went into overtime, in fact, at the end of things there, and they were able to basically not be rattled, not be scared about how good Vitality are, and they were able to rely on their individuals to be able to put down the rounds and be competitive. Even the rounds they lost were incredibly close. So that game could have really gone either way, and we could have seen a 3-game series. So yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff from Patrick. They're going to be optimistic heading into this one, of course. You know, they've gotten that experience up against one of the top teams in the tournament now, and they're prepping themselves for the lower bracket run. But of course, No Namers, they similarly so had a game against Vitality, but of course that was in the group stage rather than in a best of three. So maybe there's still more to be seen from them, but those guys have an incredible amount of skill at their backs as well. So this is why we picked this game to show you for the first best of three of the day, because we think it's going to be particularly close.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't have said it better, really, Raptors. But we're seeing a lot of success coming out from No Namers, especially due to Benny, right? I mean, we saw him top fragging the server on that day, and although it was a very close scoreline between themselves and Vitality, it was 13-11. It could have gone to overtime. I believe it was a clutch situation that ended off that match. Yeah, definitely looking to get into an interesting start. And that was on Split as well, which we see both of these teams really liking Bind, right? So it'll be interesting to seeing the map pool coming to this best of 3 series. And being on the lower bracket, you would have thought that, okay, things will get more interesting according to the maps. And I wouldn't be surprised if it even went to that best of 3, right? Because seeing that they're both good on Bind, seeing that Patchwork were able to punish Vitality ever so close and take them to overtime on Bind in their best of 3. So we're definitely going to be looking at a very, very solid matchup here and on a very, very high level. Both teams have been competing in the top tier VU. Okay, they're not considered tier 1 teams, but they've seen their fair share of success getting into these tournaments, competing against some top teams. So it'll be interesting seeing them here in the lower bracket here in epic.LAN, and potentially may go pretty far.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, these, any of these tournaments that aren't, of course, the Champions Tour give the chance for some of the smaller teams to actually go deeper into tournaments than they otherwise would have with the official Riot-sponsored thing. So, it's a good opportunity for these guys to show what they're made of against some of the top teams. Remember, we have Vitality, that's in the top 20. We have a couple others like Wave Esports that are doing very well even outside of this competition as well. So, ample opportunity to show what you're made of. Of course, with these two teams, they want to get as far and as deep into that lower bracket as possible to even have a shot at the grand finals. It's going to be a very, very long day for them. Let me tell you that. It's going to be best of 3 after best of 3 after best of 3. And maybe later on in the day, we'll start to talk about the fatigue of how many games these lower bracket teams have played, especially if for example, one of these teams go all the way through. That's going to be pretty exhausting when it comes to the grand finals on Sunday evening. Let me tell you that. But yeah, you're absolutely right about the maps. Of course, Bind, very, very popular map for both of these teams. Seemingly very comfortable about it. We saw Patchwork in the best 3 against Vitality pick it as their map pick. So obviously very confident. And of course, on the Spike GG rankings, you've got No Namers also very, very comfortable with Bind. It is their top win rate map with a proper sample size. Yes, they technically have a better win rate on the Icebox, but that's one game, so it's like 100% win rate. So it's unfortunately, I don't think we'll be seeing Icebox for this one. Maybe a little bit later in the competition if some teams want to throw a curveball. But I think it's going to be pretty standard picks. So we'll probably see a Bind. We'll probably see a split since both teams are okay with it. And if I wanted to pick a third map, it'll probably be Haven.
Yeah, absolutely. And Split is a scary prospect for Patchwork, because No Namers did a really good job yesterday, right? So I'm not quite sure if they want to go into that territory, if they want to ban it out. We'll just have to wait and see on that part. But if anybody watching at home is wondering where these teams are from and what their background is coming here in epic.LAN, Patchwork is a fully British team, all 5-man roster from the UK. While No Namers have got a little bit of a mixed European squad. It's Fumi G from Spain, Benny, the master behind this team, from Germany, Nox from France, Mio from Germany also, and Slajmon from Sweden. So a pretty much mixed squad here from No Namers. Of course, they haven't got the experience that Patchwork may have had in the grand European scene, but they're bringing some promising results here. So we're looking for a close game. Coming to predictions, we're not quite sure how we'd want to. Right? There's no one a team here, right? I mean, of course, you'd see Patchwork maybe have that best of 3 experience in them already, getting that very close result against Team Vitality, and they've also got a rank on the Spike.GG. They're at number 61 in Europe right now. Obviously not the highest ranking, but they're getting there, right? They're getting their names known, and they're getting into these tournaments, getting that experience. And slowly but surely, if they gain this experience from epic.LAN, they could also get up on the ranks. And showing promise against one of the top dogs is definitely a good way to do that. But we are going to wait on the veto until that comes through. Raptors, maybe give us a little bit of what's in store in the brackets and how this tournament is going to go through for the next few days.
Well, of course, for this actual elimination stage of the competition, we are under this double elimination bracket. So, therefore, if you're in the upper bracket, you have potentially a shorter route to get to the grand finals. If it's whether or not it's more difficult, it still remains to be seen. But it does mean that you can drop a series if you're in the upper bracket and come back down to the lower bracket and be able to make still some progress. But it's the people always call it a gauntlet. It's going to be very, very tough for teams to make their way through, and it's going to be, like I said, very fatiguing as well. And there are already a good couple of top teams down there. I do apologize because my camera's off to the side and all of my monitors are on the right hand side here, so I'm going to have to drag the bracket in front of me to be able to see how things are going. I don't think there's been too many upsets so far, at least from the upper bracket games that we had at the end of yesterday. I think the lay of the land looks pretty simple at the moment. Yes, we had Purple Cobras, I believe, actually dropped down to the lower bracket. They lost up against Volvo Peak, who are technically seeded lower than them, so I guess you could say that that's an upset. But everyone else, I think, everyone else that we expected to win their upper bracket games has done so. So that includes Wave, that includes Rix, that includes Vitality. They all progress into the next stage in their games as well. So lower bracket, not quite as stacked just yet, but has the opportunity to get a bit spicy for those more inexperienced teams if we see some more shenanigans going on in the upper bracket.
Absolutely. And not only are we seeing these top teams coming in from Europe to play in this tournament, that we're seeing some changed rosters from those as well. They're bringing in some substitutes, potentially trying like a secondary roster, such as the Wave squad. Vitality, not so much. They're playing with their main roster, making sure they get those wins because they had a fairly tough group. They got themselves out of it. They were able to win their best of 3. So no upset there. But in a best of 1 scenario during the group stage, anything could have gone wrong. And one of those matches that could have gone wrong was the side of no-namers, right? They had a very solid attack side. On the defense, it wasn't so great. But all in all, Vitality were able to hold their ground and keep their composure and carry on. But it seems like we are having the veto. Apologies on not having the graphic up for you guys. It's a little bit early in the day. So we're just going to have to tell it, just shout it out for you guys. But we already have No Name banning out Icebox. Neither of these teams really like it. And we haven't seen too much of Icebox, right? In this epic.LAN. I personally haven't casted much of it. But also having PW banning up Haven, No Name picking Bind. So that's going to be our first pick. It's not unexpected at all. Both these two teams do like it. But yeah, as a start, what do you reckon of these bans?
It's the only difference that I see compared to, of course, the Vitality game from yesterday was Patchwork banned Haven. They left that open last time around, and they allowed Vitality to pick that. You can kind of understand why they don't have as much experience on the Haven as perhaps some of the other maps, and of course, I remember look at No Namers. I mean, that's one of their main maps. They've played it the most over the past while, so that's kind of understandable. More of a targeted ban in that instance rather than a perma ban for Patchwork, which is a luxury you get to have if you don't first ban, because everyone almost always first bans Icebox. So that's the situation there. We have a pick of Ascent for Patchwork for the second map here today.
Oh, wow.
And I think that's going to be an interesting one. I can kind of see why they've played a lot of games on Ascent of Patchwork, so they're looking pretty good on that. So that's kind of, again, one of their main maps coming in, and we will have a map 3 of Split. So yes, that's the lay of the land. Similar sort of Vitas to what we were going to see, but yeah, Split is the last map and Ascent is the second. I'm not sure which way this swings in terms of which team's gonna kind of capitalize or kind of has won in the vetoes here.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough call, right? Because Patchwork, they're no stranger to Split. Even if it goes to their third map, they are going to play decently, right? Although we saw No Name is pretty much perform well yesterday against Team Vitality. I mean, we're using Team Vitality as a pretty much as a leveling point to understand where these teams are at competitively wise, and I think that's a good idea because Vitality are one of the most experienced squad coming into this tournament. So that's why we're mentioning this team so much. But coming to this as well, we're seeing the Haven ban come out from the Patchwork team. And although it's one of their least played matches, understandably so, like you also touched upon, is that they lost against Vitality, right? They lost 13-6, which is a fairly one-sided score. able to play up to standard. And Benny, he's surprisingly going for the Sky instead of the Raze that we saw him play so much yesterday.
Interesting. So a change of initiator, well, whoever's playing the initiator there for no-namers. So, like I said, Benny on the Sky. Nox has his typical jet. That's kind of expected. But if you look over to Patchwork, we have Bensky on his Viper. And we saw some of that on Bind yesterday in the best of 3 against Vitality. He brings it out once again. And of course, we have Hyper as his Sky main, so he's going to bring that out as well. Who has been particularly potent, especially on low buys when he's been able to get a Sheriff. He just finds headshots out of nowhere.
Absolutely. And what I'm noticing more and more is that we are having a lack of Sentinels, everyone. Like, this game will be free of them. No Sage, no Cypher, no Killjoy. So yeah, a Sentinel-free game. And we've been seeing these more and more. So the meta seems to be forming around this. And perhaps teams look to play more aggressive like this. And they won't have that extra Sentinel to rotate upon and have him as a pillar of defense. So, yeah, interesting stuff seeing that straight out of the bat, but it looks like it's going to be a fairly simple start for No Name heading onto the attacking side, while Patchwork on the defense. Looks like so far from the beginning, they will be starting off closer to the left side of the map, as well as the Spike is positioned towards that area. And with the double stack on B for the Patchwork side, triple stack on A, looks fairly simple start to this game.
Initial flash down mid. /1 has to avoid that, but there's no sting in it, so there's no one peeking behind it, no one charging him down through mid, so he's free to continue to make some further progress. Looks like it's going to be a B-focused attack here, at least initially for No Name, but there's already 4 Patchwork players lying in wait here. They've got basically the best defense possible. They have the numbers to try and stem the bleeding on this site, and what does No Name decide to do? They actually back out of it. They take the teleport. They know that well, more players for Patchwork have already rotated. A site is now the objective.
Yeah, No Name has just realized exactly what was going on. 4 players already onto the B site, but look at this rotation already come in. They just rotate so fast. 3 players coming in. Doggy, let's see if he can scout anybody out, but FumiG will be able to get the spike down, and that will mean that No Name will be able to play in a defensive angle. Bensky already finding one. Nox with a return fairly fast, in fact, as well. And down to 4v4 for the retalk. Recon arrow spots out Nox, so his position will be compromised, but with a double stack here on Heaven, it might be a good start to this retake. Flash to come out with the bird from the sky. And now XYN will be the first to aggress. Omen spotted out. Nox able to find one. Paranoia does quite a bit there. Spotted out. Showers will be a contention point, and Monstrum is able to find that sweet headshot 2v3. Now /1 joins the fray finally. FumiG shows his mark, and No Name will be starting this one off with a win.
Yeah, pretty clinical take there for No Name of the A side. Of course, they were delayed somewhat due to the sheer amount of utility that was being thrown at their feet. So that allowed space for Patchwork to get the rotations back in. But No Name had the stamina to get themselves across the line and get the first round on the board. A little bit of an interesting altercation in that opening round, though. Maybe there was a little bit of anti-stratting going on with Patchwork able to get those rotations to the B site. They might have seen some VODs and thought, okay, these guys usually go B in the pistol round, let's just set ourselves up for that. Of course, they had the Sova sending the arrow towards short as well, which revealed no players, so they felt a little bit more confident in doing that.
Absolutely, and Benny already going a little bit aggressive, spotted out by the recon bolt. 2 players along the showered side. That will mean that Patchwork will be wary of that positioning. Of course, now, with the bear economy, No Name should be able to take this without much problem. But Incendiary thrown out, but it's a little bit too late, as most of the players have already crossed. Spike coming down. And just like that, the take has been successful. Nox with the headshot in the end, solidifying their advantage here. The retake is on its way. FumiG, that's aggressive, but above from the smoke, he won't get spotted out. Bensky will shortly come out of it, but the smoke will deteriorate. Recon bolt once more from Xita. The cooldown has come through. Oh, FumiG was there and waiting. Double for him, showing up so far. Nox with another, and that's going to be fairly simple. 1 kill goes to the side of Hyperx, but that's going to be that 2-0 start, and No Name. We start things off with a 4-man remaining in the end as well.
Yeah, basically No Name kind of just allowed onto the site there. Patchwork wanting to encourage No Name to peek directly into those close angles because they had a couple of Buckies out there that can really do serious damage. I mean, we saw that yesterday, even jumping in some cases. But not to be for Patchwork here in this one. They weren't able to get really anything out of that round, and now they're again on a bit of a weak buy because of their investment in the previous. They basically had that as a bit of a force buy. So now it's basically going to be both teams on maybe a couple pistols and, of course, majority SMGs for No Name as they take their bonus.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a gamble getting that force buy at the second round, especially if you've lost it. And they didn't really gain many kills to get that extra cash flow in their economy. Therefore, they lose on that. They lose the gamble, and just like that, they'll have to eco this round. Patchwork look like they'll be conceding this one, but they are holding this one strong. Nice little headshot there from Monstrum will give them that win. Oh, Nox! Oh, just tried to go for the side swift, but wasn't quite able to successfully get away. Doesn't even matter though. The kills are traded as Benny's able to find one on Tixita. Flash out, Sin needs to fall back, but Benny, he just finds a better one. This time on Sky instead of Raze, as we've seen him before. And Patchwork, their whole hopes are on Bensky right now. Ooh, that was a nice peek from him. Damn, Benny gets deleted and now down to a 1v2. Just 34 health points on him. And would be dying soon, I would imagine, though he's going to give it his best. Looking through, pushing. Watching the spike, spots out a player, now he's positioned in compromise. Not quite able to find the headshot onto Splashmon. And No Name will get themselves a third. But this is where the interesting point strong. Nice little headshot there from Monstrum will get them that win. Oh, not fired. Oh, just tried to go Patchwork. Their whole hopes are on Bensky right now. Ooh, that was a nice peek from him. Yeah, I heard my voice.
That was a nice peek from me, wasn't it? It was yeah. Maybe our version can maybe remove our voices from the replay while we can get things sorted here. But yeah, absolutely. No Name having a lion's share of the luck and the progress here in the opening couple of rounds. Guns will finally start to come out though. Rifles in play. A bit of aggression coming through showers. The spam is so good there from Bensky, but not able to convert any kills, just a little slight bit of tag damage onto players as No Name try to continue the offensive towards this A site. And there's a great little shock double kill with the judge for Nox, and he traded up for a Vandal as well. That hasn't gone to plan.
Oh, it hasn't gone to plan whatsoever. No Name, they just kept the weapons they already had. They didn't want to upgrade to the Vandals or the Phantom. And it's actually working out for them. But right now, Patchwork, it looks like they're getting that return duty. HyperX is able to punish a player in showers, but now the room has been opened up and the rotation can come in, but Monstrum needs to be careful because Sova might come in from behind him. Does check it. He is wary of that. But No Name should be able to get themselves a fourth here. 2v4 doesn't seem so likely.
Let's see what the retake looks like then. If, even if they decide to go for it, they might even decide to keep the rifles in hand. Monstrum's certainly tempted to back off for that situation. In fact, he's going to go all the way back towards the back of A and try and hold on to that gun. The paint shell's coming in. Fumi getting tagged up a little bit. Monstrum's going to be, well, it's going to be a big job to try and hold on to that rifle. Let me tell you that. No Name completely abandoned the B site to try and hunt down these rifles. They really, really don't want Patchwork to keep them, and it looks like they will be able to do so, though. They'll be able to keep those Vandals into the next round, but they need rounds at this point, not tape guns.
So I was looking at Hyper's name for a second there, and he's got like an extra X and Z at the end, and I was like, okay, is it just Hypers or Hypers? but yeah, I guess it's kind of confusing for the first time you see it, but I'm just going to call you Hypers, mate. Hope that's how you'd like your name to be pronounced. But Patchwork, now they get another scrappy buy-in, and they're not going to get the full armor they would have liked. And for that reason, it's going to be a little bit risque, but so far, so good. They haven't lost too many players at the start of the round, and the attack is looking promising as the Seekers have come through. Hypers, the falling back to Elbow, and that's going to be a free B site take.
It's just free real estate as Hypers gets a little headshot there through, well, with the wall bang onto Fumi, so... Omen goes down early here as the spike is down, taking down away, Nox at a tire angle, can't quite find the lineup required. with the Bucky. Just 2 players left alive for No Name to try and hold on to this post-ban situation. Spike is not being stuck just yet. Here's a couple of kills from Slashbot, so he might have given his team a chance, but it simply isn't to be, and Patrick come through for their first round of this best of 3.
What a retake there from Patchwork, my word. Just using those weapons to their advantage. I mean, No Name, they still stuck around with the Buckies, right? They didn't upgrade yet. I mean, they've won 4 rounds in a row. Maybe they haven't, I don't think Jet lost her life a single time. Therefore, the Bucky was still in her hands. Therefore, so Patchwork did have the better weapons coming into that, and they made them work. I mean, they had a couple of ultimates in, but just like that, they've got 4 left. They've got Brimstones, they've got Rays, they've got Vipers and Sovas. Therefore, Patchwork have got solid grounds to start coming into the game. Though, they need to be careful. Showstopper available here from No Name. Also, Hunter's Fury. These are kits that really help getting a push in onto any of these sites. But so far, they're going to start things slow.
Yeah, they've been really abusing that fact, actually. When push comes to shove, it's been just all 5 of them barreling out of the same piece of the map, so to speak. But this time, it's slightly more of a spread-out default, as they'll take control of mid. Bensky trying to get a little bit of control towards short. Look at this gunfight, though. Fumi takes out Hyper inside of, just inside of Hookah there. Bensky trying to sort his own situation out. Not sure what that was about, trying to get a neat little double spray down, but unfortunately gets neither of them. Meanwhile, No Name continue on this A-side offensive.
Yeah, shots coming out from everyone. Monster able to find one. Slashman with a quick return, but now down to 2v4 after shot coming out. Slashman is out. Monstrum deletes him with 30 HP remaining. He's able to defend the site together with Sin. Ultimate coming out. Orbital strike. Let's see if he does any much damage. No, TP coming over to the B side. Juked out of existence, and Patchwork able to get themselves on the rotation as well. No Name not yet able to get the spike down, but now with just a couple of ultimates remaining for No Name, they could be able to defend this. I mean, Hunter's Fury from afar, it could be very, very dangerous. Xin will have to face the wolf as soon as he comes out. Will get shot out, flashed both players. That will delay them for quite some time. Xin now just through the smoke. Blast back to Eli, race to peek through. Paranoia comes out.
Player standing.
And Fumi G is able to find Xin just like that. And Monstrum holding down his ground, but in a 1v3 facing Hunter's Fury as well. This is surely a lost round for Patchwork.
Yeah, the win chance percentage for Monstrum in that round was basically 0. Yeah, it would have been a big problem. Even if he got a kill or 2, there were still ultimates available for No Name to be able to take that round, and so it's a pretty comfortable one for them at the end. They extend their advantage here, so no couple of rounds on the bounce for Patrick. They're back to losing ways, are they, here on the defensive bind, which is a slightly concerning situation for them. You don't want the attacking side to gain this much momentum and wind in their sails, and No Name really enjoying things out there on bind at the moment. The defensive side, oh, the messed up paint shells. That's not exactly ideal there. And Benny will charge in and get the crack slash ball with the showstopper. Takes out his opposite raise as well. No Name just making this look pretty simple. Zaita trying to repeat Machina's jump double kill from yesterday, but he'll find no such success.
Oh, that's dominating here from No Name, and they're not using a lot of their resources to do so, right? They only use their showstopper, and they even had a couple of ultimates still remaining in their kit. So Nox getting a double there will allow him to get his ultimate onto the next round, have his Blade Storm available, and he only needs like what is it now? I believe just a couple of kills left for him to unlock it. No, I used it a couple of rounds ago. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. But at this point, No Name, they're doing a solid job, pretty much juggling their ultimates, giving them the pressure they require to get pushing onto these sites. And Patchwork looks like they kind of lost now. Now they have some rifles up, right? Before they were looking for Black Eco. And for this point in time, like No Name may want to take it towards the A site.
That's certainly where the spike is positioned. The Viper's pit actually deployed early, and Bensky will be taken down. That's the risk of deploying that pit early, of course. It's not really the best ultimate in the game either, and Monster's going to get stunned up by the Sky utility here. Trying to hide at this close angle, but he'll just bail out of that situation. Hunter's Fury comes down onto his exact position. But let's see if Patchwork are able to hold on to this. Fumi getting through. Benny with the entry as well. It just seems so easy for No Name to, just barrel in, take these sites, and get the spike down. And Patchwork are left wondering what the hell's going on.
Yeah, it does seem they're making it look ever so easy right now. 2v4, but Patchwork look lost. I mean, the rotation coming in from Sky as well looks to do some damage, but at this point, No Name have taken this with not much problem whatsoever, seemingly using 1 or 2 ultimates per round and never running out of them. I mean, from the Shadow still available, Seeker's doing a lot of work this round. Nox and FumiG find the final 2 blows, and Patchwork, without no players remaining, will have to concede this one.
Yeah, this is now Patchwork in dire straits. You don't want to be going down 1-7 on the defensive side of Bind. It is an absolutely horrible situation for them. They have to work something out, because otherwise this game is going to be over pretty quickly. At least this map, anyway. Of course, we'll have to wait and see what happens on the next one. But yeah, it's a very, very tough situation to be in, and I don't think they're able to really quickly find a solution here, because it's not really a sort of strategic problem for them. It's just in many cases in these heads-up duels, they're just simply being out-aimed, and there's not really a lot you can do about that.
Yeah, and I'm really glad I'm seeing FumiG perform today, because yesterday I believe he was having a really hard time against Vitality, not finding too much. He looked off his game, but now looks like he's stepping up. 10 kills to the name, top fragging in his team, top fragging the server, in fact, doing a stellar job on Omen. He's been holding on to that from the shadows for like a few rounds in a row now. Could potentially do quite a lot of damage with it. But yeah, I mean, it's a pistol buy from Patchwork. You can't really expect too much from them, right? It's just the Sheriffs to come out and Marshall on Hypers. And yeah, they'll just look to cause damage, but No Name should be able to get themselves the 8th here.
I hate to mention it, but Zin on 0 kills at the moment, 8 rounds in. I get that feeling. I mean, I've had awful games here on Bind as well during my solo queue, so I can at least empathize with that situation. But yeah, not exactly ideal. And Zen was actually pulling up the numbers yesterday as well. Maybe that's what's missing.
Yeah, may look like way, but straight out of the bat, No Name aggressing. TP coming out. That's going to give a lot of intro for Monstrum. Now from the shadows coming out as well, finally enabled, getting that information onto B, knowing it's clear, but Hypers, that's a good shot onto FumiG, and that might give them the room for the retake, but no. It is a 4-on-4, and the rifles do favor the Patchwork side. Spike getting planted as well as the rotations coming in. Bensky leading the charge. Needs to be careful as Benny may look to push here, may use the flash to peek through as well, but it's going to be a slow peek to come through. Benny down to 22 HP, has to fall back instead. Not able to find one. Sit with a quick return, but Benny uses his wolf to do the job for him, flashes him out and lures him out and just buys time at this time. Orbital strike coming through as well. Patchwork using everything now. Realize they do have a chance in this, although it's a sneak around for them, doing quite a bit of damage to the economy. Benny able to find 2. MJ finding the last one, and No Name just stop a disaster from happening.
Yeah, there's just some slight little mistakes basically on the FPS fundamentals at the moment. Of course, if you stand closer to the angle, either the person wide swinging the angle from a larger distance will be able to see you first before you see them. That's exactly what happened there in Elbow. So yeah, it's a bit of a sketchy situation now for Patrick. I mean, of course, it is early on in the day. Maybe, you brought up the comment about they haven't woken up just yet. Maybe they literally haven't woken up and haven't turned up.
It could be very possible, right? But at this point, it looks like they are taking a slow approach onto the A site. Although scouting up from above, updrift used from Jet. And the flash finally coming out from the bird. Oh, Monstrum just gets forward out here. Nox, Layla can stop or getting pushing here. Nox with a third. Oh, he won't be stopped. He's able to find 3, but this means that his team will get traded out 2v3. Xeed is still alive, but now shut down finally from Benny. This time playing a more supportive role for his team. And it's nice that he's able to do that, because last game we saw him, he was more of the aggressor, but now Benny shuts down Hypers as well, and that gives them a hefty lead against Patchwork, a team that really challenged Vitality yesterday. Looks lost right now.
On this very same map as well. Look at those entries though from Nox, just with the knives out, just taking players' names, and well, they don't have a name themselves, but they have a lot of other people's, let me tell you that. But it's it's hard to see a way back from this for Patchwork. They haven't really been giving inspired performances, shall we say, because even yesterday when they were losing rounds, they were still making it look competitive, and it's simply not the case here in this one. Ben's trying to get up close and personal on this Viper, and he will catch Nox out, tries to get the spray onto Fumi as well. This is looking better, though, for Patrick. They've won out the game duel in mathematics, but there's the trade coming through, and Patrick, all they need to do is trade until the end of this round, and they get the round win due to having the man advantage.
Yeah, the Seekers there really helped out for the information there for Patchwork, but they did have to lose Benny in the meantime. Shock Bolt not doing that amount of damage as MJ is still alive, remaining with that spike. Now he is in a 1v2, may elect to use the TP here, but he's got no info. Knows only one player around Yuhor, and Xin gets that better of them. And finally, Patchwork get themselves for one more time on the scoreboard. But man, it was messy.
Yeah, scrappy. Messy and scrappy is certainly the word for it. It was a bit of a brawl there towards short with the aim duels. Xin finishing off the round. Is that Zin's first kill? No, it's his second kill of the second kill of the map. So you know, thankfully he's on the board now, so he doesn't have to be there and feeling the pressure of that big fat 0 in the kills column. But yeah, I mean, that's a little bit more positive there for Patrick. It's scrappy, yes, but it was a round on the board. Maybe they can use that to their advantage. Maybe just throw a couple of curveballs here and there to put No Name off their game. Look at this from Hypers. This might be a bit of a curveball. Pushes all the way through, tries to get the spam through, almost lands it in fact. Sends out the utility with the Seekers, and let's see if he's able to get anything from it. No, Fumi will deny.
Fumi G, able to find one, and just like that, Nox finds yet another. No Name may have found their entry already, but they're not going to take it towards B. Perhaps they were wondering the rotations may come in to assist the B player, but that won't happen. They're just going to rotate, but it seems like Patrick may have read this. They only have one player lurking out here. That's Sova. With a couple of ultimates available, the Showstopper and the Hunter's Fury may be possible. The Wolf coming out to seek out, using that to gain ground on the entry. He is able to find one, but needs to step out now. Flashed as well. Benny able to find one. Oh, nice movement there from Monstrum. He's able to get himself on the back of the site, but now revealed from the Recon Bolt, and that's going to be tough because now on 2v3, No Name haven't been able to get the spike down just yet. Xin is able to get some damage down, but not quite able to find a kill, and that will cost them, as MJ will be able to shut him down just like that. And it's the 10th round, double digits now for No Name, and that's the final round of the half gone.
Yeah, Patrick just seemingly aren't able to deal with this well-worked A execute that No Name had been throwing at them. Of course, the paint shell's perfectly in the corner to force out the player, and of course, Monstrum, you know, he had his moment in this round trying to b-hop out of the defender door and try and, well, and does find a kill with the Showstopper, but again, it's just too little too late as far as that was concerned. But we do get the side swapped over then. Patchwork on the offensive here, which is typically what I would see as a tougher side here on Bind, so it's going to be a big old slog for them to come back from this, and No Name only need a couple of rounds in the bag before we go to map 2.
Absolutely, and right now on the defense, No Name lurks to finish things off, and with a pistol round, they'll do just that, right? They'll get that economical advantage and could well on close this one out, but Patchwork, they need to close this gap close. I mean, they need to get this gap closer. Yes, I found my words. It's fine. Everything is okay. It's early in the morning for us as well, so don't worry if we mess up our words here and there. But no, Patchwork on the attack, taking an open approach, kind of lurking out, feeling the waters, making sure that it's the right temperature to push on any of these sites, and make sure that No Name aren't playing any aggressive movements across anywhere towards the map, really. But it looks like Patchwork may have made their choice towards the A site now. They may start to push through, although they're going to have to wait on the flash of Sky to get pushing because there's 3 players waiting up on this. And it may look like Patchwork want to take this up to the last second, drive the information out of No Name, and pretty much starve them out from this. And now the rotations won't come in time because No Name are just going to push through this.
Yep, so out the Recon Bolt, they've isolated the front side of the site, are they able to find these players hiding in corners? Fumi is there just for one. MJ hanging out in the smoke, gets the shock down on the spike planter and finishes it up with the second as well. But the spike still has been planted, so it didn't deny that at all. Saita here just waiting for some aggression to come through from No Name for them to check him around this corner. They won't check him, and well, it's a double stack towards short. That's really working out here for Patrick. Saita has found 3. Oh, that's more like it there from Patchwork as they grab the second pistol.
I mean,
wait, was the spike defused there?
Was the spike defused?
Yeah, I just spotted it. I didn't quite get the sound here. I do have the sound quite low,
but
I think the spike was defused. My words! He weren't able to get it.
No, he even died! to the molly. I was like, why is No Name on the 11th? Didn't Patchwork just win it? But man, the defuse. Oh, that is so huge because No Name now are on the 11th. They do have that economical advantage. Yes, Patchwork get the plant in, but oh my word, that's the 11th now, and there's just 2 rounds remaining. Now coming in through, Benny's able to flash a couple, he's able to find 1, 2. Oh, trying to get a third, and yet another flash to follow, and Repix instead. Sin finally able to find 1, but maybe the damage has been done. No Name with a man's advantage may be able to get it now. Oh, this is looking ever so tough. Cedar won't look in Cardi. Slash1 will be able to punch with 2 frags, and No Name looks like they have this in the bag. Nox shuts down the last player, and with 4 players remaining, No Name look like they can finish off this game.
I'm still amazed at that previous round. I don't even know what happened in that last one. Benny, look at this, just pushing through with the flash, and putting a huge stop to that hookah push. Nox finishing things off, and I think Patrick are going to be a little bit tilted about 2 rounds ago at this point due to not being able to secure it, whereas basically theirs, but the defuse was stuck even in the utility, even in everything that was thrown at the spike diffuser. Just dying just after the spike had been defused. That's, you don't get any closer than that. It threw us a bit of a curveball on the cast, let me be sure. But now No Name are on the map points, and they have a healthy amount of them at that.
But now this is tough, right? Patchwork are going to have to force up here. You see already a few players on those rifles. Hyper's peeking through. Oh, has to fall back though, down to 20 HP. And unfortunately for him, he cannot heal himself. It's not like Sage. He can only heal his teammates. Therefore, he's in a little bit of a tough spot early on in this round. But nice lurking coming in through Patchwork. Finally, Hyperx is able to find that trade in onto Benny. And that opened things up a bit onto the A side, right? They had that third player, a little bit aggressive moving towards Showers there. But now they might open things up onto C Long here. B Long. Why did it? Is it C in this map? No. Omen pushes through. Xita's able to find him, though. Patchwork may find entry onto B. It's just Xita to push this recon bot through. Maybe spot someone out, but no. MJ hiding out now will get sprayed down. They don't quite know where he is, but they are going to keep him guessing. MJ's able to find one. The retake comes through. Just like that, Patchwork may get themselves a third as the rotations come in as well.
Let's see what Nox has to say about this one, though. He has the support of his other initiator on his team, the Raze, and, well, trying to make some progress up through mid is that Raze, and trying to take the fight at the moment. Here's Slash1 then. There we go. Lands the headshot with the SMG onto Hyper. So there's only 3 more to find here for No Name to try and make this retake successful. Coming on from 2 separate angles as well. Patchwork pushing through, though. Bensky able to take Nox's name, and now Slash1 left in. It's 1 versus 3, and Bensky sorts him out as well. He doesn't need the help from this rest of the team, it seems.
Absolutely not. And No Name, match point, right? I mean, they've been on match point for a couple of rounds, but the fact that Patchwork are able to close things up a little bit may give them a little bit of hope here. I mean, yes, Slashmon did have a good attempt at the start. Yes, they had the numbers advantage at the beginning, but they didn't quite finish it off in time as Patchwork continue with their winning ways in this round. And yeah, now will only try to close up the gap. Still in match point, though. No Name have a potential to close this one out right here, right now, but we're just going to have to wait and see how this one turns out.
Backs up against the walls for Patchwork. They need a monster of a winning streak to even take this to overtime. No Name in the best seats in the house at the moment. They just need that 1 round to be able to push them with the advantage in the series into map number 2. They are taking things pretty cordial at the moment. They've got this double stack towards Long B, completely leaving Hookah open. Patrick haven't found that one out just yet, so maybe No Name hedging their bets somewhat with that sort of positioning. But Patrick going to work back here, try and make some progress towards A perhaps with 55 seconds left remaining. And basically double, if not triple stack towards this short side because the raise on the boost can also help out in this situation. But again, the Viper gives you a good couple of options when it comes to binds here, because of course you usually put the wall down in the position that Bensky's put it down to try and isolate lamps and try and get easy access to the site. It also isolates the defender spawn as well. But here is this guy inside the cubby. Benny with a great little flash to force the ball back, and the second one catches them out, and they have to look away constantly.
Ooh. Oh, the Seekers gave him away there, no, and Bensky's able to find him. Now they've got the numbers advantage for this take, and now the rotations have come in Of course, some ultimates still available, but Slash One, it's vital he gets more than one there, but he gets traded out. Now it's tough. Patchwork get themselves a fourth, and No Name, it looks like they will be conceding one more round as MJ has to deal with a 4-man scenario for the retake. Of course, he's got Recon Bolt. With 1 kill, he can get Hunter's Fury, but without any information, it's not looking like a possible feat for him. He will give it a go, though, and I will give him the benefit of the doubt. But Bensky, he's got the right angle. He's able to find the kill with a beautiful bullet to the head. And just like that, Patchwork continue to close up the gap. Still a couple of arms length away, right? I mean, it's not so close, but No Name still not able to find the finishing blow.
Yeah, I won't be getting hyped just yet until they pick up a couple more rounds. Let's just say that. But yeah, we can talk about the possibilities here in this one. They're looking at least a little better on the attacking side than they were on the defense. The executes seem pretty smooth. Utility placement seems exemplary so far. So, I mean, there is a universe that they can come back from this one, but with still just that 1 round win needed for No Name to be able to get them across the line is a very, very tough predicament. You know, you've got to be absolutely pitch perfect if you're Patrick from this point forwards. Otherwise, you're going to go down 1-0 in the series.
Absolutely, and we're seeing like Sky replacing Breach in a lot of these situations, right? And Reyna perhaps, and these flashes have such a big potential. And as well, if you have the Seekers available, it just gives you so much information. You don't even need to serve at this point. But the fact that they have both, it just allows them to get on site with most information possible, and it just you can just look at behind corners that you haven't even checked and know that no one is going to be there, or know that a player's there can actually end off the deal. But Patchwork already making their way into the A site, potentially get the spike planted. Monstrum able to shut down Slashman. Hypers, he knows it.
He knows.
He's just going to play the waiting game here. Spray down, spots him out, and just gets knocks in the end. Beautiful read there from Hypers, and No Name still looking to come back in this. Although Patchwork, 4 players remaining. Tough beat. 3v4. MJ peeks out. Hyper's able to find one. Bensky as well. Orbital strike, not able to find a finishing blow. Benny, with the unoptimal weapon, loses that trade out. And Patchwork continue to close up the gap. And when will this stop? I believe they have a few rounds in a row now.
Yeah, that was against slightly weaker guns on the No Name side, though. But this is the round where it's really going to tell. As the weapons come out, there's even an operator onto Nox as well, so he's invested all his money into that on 0 cash exactly. So let's see if that changes things. If you can get an opening pick or 2 here, that would really change the complexion of this game, because remember, it is just that 1 round that No Name needs to win. You know, it doesn't have to be a particularly stellar round, it just needs to be barely getting across the line, and they've been able to take this map. But I do want to bring out the point that you brought up a little bit earlier in Agent Select, the fact that we do not have any Sentinels whatsoever in this game. No Killjoy, no Cypher, which might potentially mean that the defensive sides here are going to be a little bit tougher than they would usually be. At least that's the pattern that we're seeing right now when you don't have that site security that one of those agents gives you.
Absolutely, and it does seem to make quite a lot of difference. But 3 ultimates available on the No Name side. Potentially, this is a side they start to win this. Of course, 2 contradict the Patchwork's ultimate availability. Hunter's Fury coming out from MJ. I think he's got out of play and not quite able to turn that into a kill. So without finding any blows there, he's able to gain information that no one is hanging out ever so close to Hookah and Long, but that's kind of misinterpreted as no one is there, because you can already see Sky on the B site falling back towards A, and that may cost them finding. Paint shells thrown out, Bensky peeking through from Long, finally into Gardens. They may look to push here onto the B site, pushing through. MJ will have to hide behind the smoke. When will he peek? Seekers coming out. Viper's ultimate as well as Monstrum. He's able to find 1 so far. Spike being planted, 45 so far. Rotations are going to take their time. Benny taking the long way around here in elbow. And Nox covering his tracks, but they may want to concede this one. Their economy's not doing so great. They may just look to save their rifles, but they are going to try and give it a go. And Benny definitely has the available ultimate to do so, but he gets shut down. That's going to be it. Without that pick, they can't quite take the site, and Patchwork should be able to get themselves a 6 here and keep on building these ultimates.
Yeah, another run in the bag for Patchwork, and, you know, no one falling at the moment. If they can get outside the site, just fine. And Saita does land the shot, so they'll still remain at their full complement of 5. And Nox has absolutely no choice but to try and keep that operator in hand. I did say that he had basically invested everything he had in that in the buy phase, so it's definitely very valuable for him to be able to take that into the next. But it does mean the rest of his team, though, are going to go down onto pistols and a single SMG, so Patrick really have a lot of momentum right now, and when it's clean rounds like that, where no one dies, it just means the economy gets slightly out of control as well. But yeah, it's... I feel the tide's shifting a little bit, Warrior. I get a feeling in my toes.
Yeah, I feel it in my fingers, I feel it in my toes, and it looks like Patchwork may get this, may start to turn things around here, especially with the economy they have been building up and the superior weaponry they have available for them, already finding themselves onto the A site, just playing around their opponents such beautifully, just dancing around the site. It's just beautiful to see. It's just the movement, it's so swift, you know, if you just look at the mini-map. The movement is just perfect. No kills have to come through for them to win around here, but yeah, it looks like they'll be winning this one out. No Name will have a difficult time trying to get back into the site with the weapons they do have available, although the defuse will be attempted there. Hypers is ready for it. Bensky able to find Slashman as well. Those two players are still remaining. Benny, not much he can do against the Vandal of Bensky, and last pack coming out as Monstrum. Finish is the last blow. 2 rounds in a row have been flawless for Patchwork, not losing a single player. And you can see that No Name are starting to feel it.
Yeah, it's a lot of hurt going on right now. Of course, they lose the operator in that round that they'd saved over as well, so they'll still have enough to buy up a couple of rifles in this. Nox might actually forgo when he saw the weaponry, especially if he has his ultimate out, which he does. So he might just take the knives into this and take the economic benefit that comes with that. But yeah, I mean, No Name seem a little bit rattled at the moment. They can't find any of these rounds. You know, they just need the one, like I've been saying all this time. Fumi going to go with aggressive peek, but Monstrum is just waiting for him on the other side of mids. I think Patrick are just one step ahead at the moment when it comes to this attacking side.
That was a beautiful shot there from Monstrum, and that gives them yet another opening. No Name, they got a buy round in, right? It's not going to be the operator buy that they would have liked, but it's going to have to work. And I mean, the closer the Patchwork get to them, the higher the possibility of getting an overtime, and that's exactly what Patchwork were. Getting this 8th here may allow them the 9th as they disassemble the economy of No Name once more. Although they get the loss bonus in, it's still very possible for Patchwork to start closing things up. It's just the arm's length right now. MJ is able to spot them out. Reef and Bolt to come out. Hunter's Fury, though. That's the better arrow to come through. Benny able to shut him down. Seekers to follow as well. That's going to give them the information they need. Flash out as well. And just like that, Patchwork should be able to get themselves a site take, though. The Seekers did delay them for just a little bit more. Flash as well does cause a little bit of havoc, but as soon as they start pushing through Hookah, they should be falling. Nox uses his ultimate, but that's not going to prevail for his team. Benny shuts down one more, and 3v3 for the retake. Perhaps Slashmon and his team have the chance. No! Use the showstopper. Xir shuts him down. That was the chance they needed to come back in this, but now it looks like they won't be able to do so. Yet another flash available for Benny, the last one, in fact, but that's not going to work out. Numbers disadvantages now for Bensky, as just like that, MJ will get shut down. And Patchwork, they just delete No Name out of existence, and that's all alternates from No Name gone. Just from the shadows left here for Omen.
Yeah, they would really have loved that Omen still in the round, just to play some shenanigans through the smokes and try and stunt this push. Of course, they forced them to try and have to plant a bit of an odd place because of all the spam and all the utility that was coming through, but that final kill there just... just MJ looking away at just the wrong time, just as the double swing comes in. That's so unfortunate there, but that's the closest that No Name have been to winning this map. So, you know, they're starting to get back into the swing of things, but, you know, how many rounds is it going to take? That's the thing.
I'm amazed that they went for the force buy. I would have reckoned they would have ecoed, but no, they're saying, oh, one more force, we got this, but I don't think they should have done that, because now this is a difficult territory for them, because if they lose this, it is most likely they'll want to eco the next, right? It's not going to be a good buy, it's going to be a small buy, although this aggressiveness working out from Slashman, he's able to find one for Bensky, not going to prevail for long, though, as Monstrum is able to shut him down, though. So they're going to have to be quick with this one, try and turn this advantage into a positive. Fumiji in an orthodox position will get shut down early on, and this force buy is not going to work out. I hope it's a small buy, but Otherwise, they're going to be in big trouble. Nox able to find one. He's able to pick up a Vandal as well, though. Does have to use his knives at the meantime. Nox shut down. What a shot there from Xin. Deletes him out of existence, so Patchwork will have the numbers advantage post-plant.
They will. Playing some shenanigans with the teleporters, just trying to get back towards that B site, and No Name seeming no rush. They actually feel like this is a finish at the moment, but no, it is actually a plan towards the B bomb site. All three of those players stacked up inside of Elbow, which could potentially be a problem if they peek out one by one into these waiting players, but Benny's able to shut down one. That's a good start there from No Name on this retake. Now it's a 2 versus 2, even Steven in terms of numbers, but the Seekers come out, the information's given away. Monstrum deals with it quite well before he gets stunned up. Here comes the showstopper then, onto Benny, he goes down, but it's a 1 versus 1 recon bolt. Tagging up the players, tries to land the shot, but MJ's got it. My word, No Name take the game.
Oh man, it was 12-3. Where all these rounds come from? It was so neck and neck, but finally No Namers can finish that one off. But man, it was a force play. I doubted it. I'm guilty. I'm sorry guys. I doubted it, but it worked. My word, it was the ultimate in the end. The aftershock coming through, and not the aftershock, the showstopper that found that 1 kill, and that was the information they needed, right? Kosova peeked through, and just like that, MJ clutches it up. They could have just played time there, but they didn't, and that costed them. They had such a solid chance to come back in this. But my... No Namers take this first map of this best of 3 series, and oh my word, we have a series in our hands, Raptros.
Yeah, we absolutely do. Of course, it took a little bit of some time to get going there on Bind, but once the rounds came, they came thick and fast. But No Name they were able to get it across the line. We were worried for them just for a moment, and you know they could have also Patrick could have also taken that previous round just so easily with just playing things just that little bit differently, but. Yeah, brilliant game. I can't wait to see what the next map holds. Let me just tell you that. Of course, we are going to go on to, I can't remember exactly.
Ascent, I believe.
Yes, it was Ascent. So, yeah, that's an interesting prospect. You don't want to be going into that without any Sentinels. Let me tell you that, though.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with that. But we are going to head into a little bit of a break before we get into the next game. So stick around and we'll be right back.
Hello, Overclockers. Welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him? Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's epic when you need him?
And it's an Ascent featuring No Name versus Patchwork. Decent stuff so far. We're seeing that first win coming from No Name, a pretty substantial lead at the start, but the turnaround came through. What do you reckon about that, Rapchos?
Well, the turnaround attempted to come through. It wasn't fully completed there for Patchwork, but they gave it their best shot, and they just showed they simply weren't down and out, and gave it a good go at the very end of things. But things potentially might be very different here on Ascent, because we go on to Patchwork's map pick. Here's the agent select just about coming to an end. We see a couple of adaptions coming through. We finally get at least, well, we get the Killjoy onto Zin, so he was previously on the Brimstone during that first map. We also get Monstrum transitioning over from a Raze onto a Phoenix, and Zaita getting himself onto a Sage. So very different look there from Patchwork compared to their comp in the previous game. More similar though for No Name. Of course, they get the Sage out there as well. Same with the Breach, but everything else is looking the same for them.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to take it to the last second to decide. I mean, it was visible on Bind that it was pretty much hard to start pushing through, start defending really those sites without that Sentinel power with that util. But on Ascent, they just are so powerful, right? Sage, you can wall down all those close angles, all these entries to the site. Killjoy as well is just so powerful in the entry of B. I'm not surprised that they managed to get these heroes in. But now we're seeing the switcheroo, right? We're seeing Phoenix instead of Sky on the Patchwork side. We're seeing Breach instead of Sky on No Namers. Therefore, we're seeing a little bit of a switcheroo of heroes, of agents all around.
Yeah, like I said, a different look, especially for Patrick coming into this one. Let's see if they find any sort of success, but at least on the defensive side here, once they get to it in the second half. But they will be starting off on the offense for this one. No Name having to defend for this opening portion of Ascent, which is usually the best side to be on, but you know, we saw how that worked out on Blinds. So you know, take nothing for granted here. Benny up close to this angle. He has purchased the wall for this pistol round, so he can wall off that B main pretty easily. But mid is being being given for free here as Patchwork just charge their way through. The shock dart in, trying to do a decent bit of damage, but kind of misses the mark somewhat as they still continue to knock on the door of this B site. As Patchwork steadily working their way in, isolating Benny towards the back of the site. He's still alive. He hasn't been checked just yet, but he gets swiftly overrun.
Standing.
Yeah, the wall did delay them just a little bit, but now it's a 1v5. I mean, I don't expect FumiG to win this one whatsoever. Patchwork do a good job to get themselves the first round of this game, and they need to do that, right? Because No Name, they've got themselves one map in the round. It's a best-of-3 series after all. And if they want to win their map pick here on Ascent, they want to start things and hit the road running. And just like that, getting their economical advantage they so much want. Now, No Name, do they go for the Forge Fire, or do they just stick with the pistols?
Tough decision. I think they'll stick with the pistols, though. Of course, they got no board for No Name. And that's basically confirmed they will take the eco buy into this one. So it looks like it's going to be a swift 2-0, at least in terms of the rounds here for Patchwork. Send the Wolf in, find absolutely no one at those close angles. They will send the utility out just for good measure, but no one on the site. It was a hopeful stack towards mid and A for No Name, but they find no success. But they're working as this 5-man squad through the backlines.
Yeah, they may try and get themselves through Garage here, but 2 players holding it down. See, they're able to find one. Nox is able to find the return, so that's a Spectre picked up, but can they find much else? Some difficult situation there. Bensky holding down this ground with a Vandal. Nox able to find one, so that might help him get a Vandal for his teammate, but needs to draw out the pistol. Mushroom throws him down in Firepool. Hyper's able to get one, and just like that, Nox is able to find that Vandal. Falls back, though. May look to save it on to the next round as a 1v3 right now. So late in the round, so late in that spike plant. There's not much of a chance for him to come back with this one. Reload will reveal his location. It's kind of expected. I think they thought he may have rotated to spawn. They got a little bit juked there. 1 kill potential, but no, Hypers will get that one, no problem whatsoever. So it's a 2-0 start for Patchwork, losing 2 players in the meantime, but I don't think they'll mind that whatsoever.
A little bit of an awkward moment here, right, for Slamon, because there was basically no bullets in that Stinger, so he can't support his teammates as they were trying to round the corner to check into that cubby. So they took a few more losses there than they perhaps were expecting, if that Stinger was actually fully loaded and able to help out. But in the end, I don't think it would have contributed much to them being able to win that round. It was going to be against the odds anyway. Patchwork up to 2 now, and they'll continue to keep these SMGs into this round. No Name going to be able to invest due to them saving in that previous round. Well, continued early B focus here for Patchwork. Seems like that's their preference, at least for the early parts of this round, but it's starting to spread out now. They've gotten a healthy amount of mid-control. At least briefly, we're going to look up towards A short and tree room, but they're going to decide against that for now. MJ trying to hold down mid.
Split up open start here for Patchwork. Try and spread things out. Gain that mid-control early on. Flashes to avoid MJ peeking through. Orbital strike coming in through market, but that's not going to help out. Just make sure that no one will be holding that. One less angle for them to hold. Incendiary thrown out. MJ peeks out wide. He's able to find Sita. Good early start here from Patchwork. Could keep on holding it though. Through the smoke. Has to deal with Bensky. Hello. Goodbye. And just like that, that's a 4-on-4. They will try and get themselves onto the B site. Spike already made its way around it, but Benny needs to hold his ground until reinforcements arrive. And just like that, Bensky able to find MJ finally shut down from mid, giving them the most advantage. Flash come out. Seeker's coming out from Sky, and just like that, FumiG is able to find one. Even though the Seekers helped out just a little bit, they will have a chance. Peeking out in Garage, Bensky will get shut down by FumiG, and now they'll keep on pushing. Few more abilities left in their arsenal. Xin will be holding it down. Streamline will do some more commotion there, but won't be able to find much kills. Spike, defuse coming in. Xin not quite able to find it. He's done it to halfway. We'll peek away from it now. We'll have time to defuse, but just like that, Stashmon gets shut down. That was a little bit too close for comfort. But Patchwork make it work with a 4-0 start to this game.
Patchwork bailed out. A bit of an awkward situation there inside of mid to the docks, but this retake was so close to happening. They got the half defuse in as well. My word, on the edge of that smoke. They gotta be careful with the lineup there inside of the back of B, but that was a round that simply could have happened there for though. They were so close, but I think Monstrum just basically came in and bailed Patchwork out of that situation. They were, they're very close to losing that one, but they convert it. No Name still yet to get themselves on the board, and Patchwork are now going to change their angle of attack. They're going to head towards the A site, and well, No Name have left B completely open, trying to focus here towards mid and A, and here comes the quick execute.
No ultimates available from the get-go, but it's going to be clean push here onto the A site. No compromises whatsoever, no returns of the kills. The doors will get shut as well as Jet is stuck behind it. We'll shut it down at the same time, but Patchwork, that's a quick mark from them. Stashman will get lured out with the smoke. FumiG able to find one that perhaps is the entry they need, but can they find the rifles? They don't have the better weapons in this scenario, and without any ultimates to take the site, it is going to be tough. Bensky, that's an unorthodox angle. As soon as they peek through, as soon as the smoke goes away, he will have to deal with 3 players. If he gets 1 or 2 kills, that'd be optimal, but if he loses without a trade, No Name have a good chance with a spray down coming through. Benny able to return quite in time. Sita from afar is able to use that wall to have an unorthodox angle, and just like that, Patrick may be able to hold this monster from site hypers from the entry to B, and just like that, 4-0 will be the name of the game.
Yeah, well worked there from Patrick. You can really tell that this is their map pick. They know all the angles. They have the executes down pretty solidly as well. They have these little tips and tricks. Zaiter on top of the Sage wall inside of a main. I don't think you really expect that. Just, you know, with that wall right at the very back wall. Brilliant stuff here from Patrick. It's seemingly their home, and No Name have absolutely no idea how to deal with this.
This potentially will give us a series, right? I would give Patchwork that ultimate, the ultimate lead they'd want to get themselves yet another map and potentially get us all the way to a third, which is exactly what we'd want, right? Split to be the third map to be played. We saw Patchwork play very well. No, we saw No Namers play very well against Vitality, or not quite able to finish them off. Therefore, we'll have a very, very strong matchup to come right ahead if it goes to that third map. But Flash, straight out of the bat, ultimate from Phoenix to come out. And yeah, with a slow to come through, with a shutdown as well, that will stop the push right in its tracks. Slow attempt, they will try and lure them out, but with the smoke coming through, won't allow them to push just yet. Fumi G is able to find one, and they will have the numbers advantage if they wish, but it's the rotation to come through from Patchwork, and they may have gotten No Name off guard here.
Yep, they're working as this now 4-man squad towards the A side. They've pulled the rotations over towards the B side. They're heading their way back now. Bensky able to get a neat little kill. On to slam on his Bensky, continuing to try and push the issue, but this time he gets punished with the aggression in towards that A side. Spike plant can go down. Patrick still in the driving seat as far as the surrounding is concerned, but No Name have the numbers here. The retake, the blind, it's so good, but Sid's not able to capitalize with the spray down. They were all blind, they were all spraying wildly, but there's no kills.
Monstrum, oh, his flames nearly worked there, but MJ, oh, the return. Oh, I want to give so much prep to Patchwork. They did such a good work on the rotation, but the retake was just so good from No Name. I want to give praise to the fact that Patchwork, the rotation back to the A site was beautiful. I mean, they didn't try and go into the site straight away. They tried to challenge the defense spawn retake position, the rotations, before they get themselves on site. They use all 4 players to push through on Heaven and not allow No Name to push through. They were able to get a pick on that as well, but no, the rotation was just so good from No Name, getting one frag after the other. And as much as Patchwork worked well on the rotation there, the post plant was all in No Name's favor.
That's No Name's first round on the board as Patrick tries to charge inside a garage towards that B site. It's a very one-dimensional attack for now. They might get isolated here. The slow off going in will delay things somewhat, allow them to get a couple of picks, but Monstrum somehow has been able to find the entry, and the orbital strike from Bensky picking up one as well. So you would have thought that they would have been delayed somewhat, but no, they're just going to go hold W through the slow off.
And now, numbers advantage. This should be simple, right? 4-1 is a scoreline, and it might be 5-1 at this point. Patchwork getting the spike down with 5 players remaining. It is going to look a lot more possible. Slashmon is able to find one, potentially a rifle to be picked up, but knives out here from Nox may do some damage. Operator out, not spotting out anyone in garage. All 4 players are playing along the site. Everywhere, every sort of corner that may be looked through may be the site of choice. Xitta is able to find one. That won't allow Patchwork, or they won't allow No Name to get pushing as Bensky finds the final 2, giving his 3rd kill of the round.
Yeah, Bensky really coming up pretty well here in this game. You can see that, you know, in the end, it was a retake that wasn't really going to happen there for the defensive side. Nox trying to get that creative angle over the top, which you can do so on that jet to try and surprise your opponents, but not successful in this instance. So No Name not able to string rounds together here. They're going to go back down onto the pistol buy. They got a Bucky on MJ as well. So, I mean, they'll forgo that, actually. They'll get the Sheriff out, which is probably the better option here on this map with so many long sight lines.
And now, slowing things down, Patchwork will take it towards the A site here. Seems fairly open. Incendiary thrown out. That may give a little bit of info. But the rotation coming in from Heaven now from Omen. No Namers may have a good read on this. Smoke coming out. Seekers as well. That will give all the information available to get pushing onto the A site. No one on A. They know this. And the wall coming up again once more. Even through the smoke, they can do damage on Heaven. And just like that, the setup is optimal. Patchwork get a beautiful take here. Although rotations have come in already, although they are getting surrounded, Patchwork looks like they've got this under control. Finally, Sita finding one more kill there. Resurrection still available. MJ with a headshot through the wall. He's able to find one. Potentially that's what they need. MJ once more with a Sheriff doing work, deleting one player after the other, and now they might be able to do so. MJ with a third. MJ, stop it! But there's one player remaining now. Thrown out the util, maybe just enough. Diffuse won't come out in time. This is perfect now from Patchwork. They can keep it holding. It's buying so much time.
Oh no!
Sin comes out, spray down as well. How about that, Patchwork? Stay in this game and get themselves a 6.
How's Sin gotten done that? They had the lineup for the Nano Swarm to get off the defuse, and then they were face to face with the breach inside the smoke, and they're able to capitalize. There was no response from the one remaining player. You can just see this on the replay in front of the Rolling Thunder. It'll spray transforms to MJ. No way is he gonna want to even react to that. My word, Sin, that was a massive, massive clutch.
Oh, it was so massive, right? I mean, MJ, right? He got 3 kills with the Sheriff straight out of the bat, contesting against Vandals. He was just balling against his opponents, but now, I guess, Patchwork just shows them who is boss, right? It was just that, the extra util at the end that gave them that extra time, but now they're looking to push through, they're looking to regain their ground and get themselves that 7th, and getting that first frag is exactly what they need. I mean, No Name, they had such a good chance before, but with the ultimate coming out here from Killjoy, it may look a little bit hard to deal with. They know the beat site should be clear now. Unless anybody wants to get stuck. Benny will be the first man to try and contest through. Xita able to find him, though. Expected angle to push through smoke from the spawn area as well. Therefore, Patchwork will have a clean take here. It's up to a 3v4 for the retake. Bensky finding one. Slashburn returning. They may have a chance with this with the Vandals they have available, but 2v4 just makes it ever so difficult. No available ults for them as well. But they are going to push together. TP came out, the flash as well. It's going to make them fall back. They have no chance in this anymore. They have no entry and no means to get there. Patchwork, what a stellar push onto that site.
Again, this is what they've been doing so well so far this game. The executes have just been absolutely perfect. The utility use is perfect, and it just allows them this sort of easy access to the site. No Name have no idea how to deal with it. Patrick will try and hunt down these kills here as they try to get towards defenders. Smash with the flash, they're all blind, but somehow he still dies. Kumi not able to capitalize on that whatsoever either. Hypers for the final 2 kills, but Patchwork seem like they are the bosses of Ascent at the moment. They're giving No Name no opportunity to get into some of these rounds.
Absolutely right. And Patchwork, I mean, at the start of the previous game, they looked lost, right? I mean, it took them the attack side to get hit the ball running, and now they're doing that once more, getting onto the attack side on the second map here. It looks like they found confidence, and getting that 7th round pretty much in a row right now is just absolutely destroying No Name's morale. But straight out of the bat, it looks like the A site is going to be the attack of choice. Nox will aggress forwards and mid. They'll gain information, but to what prevail, right? Oh, they're already onto the A site, already planting the spike, and it's going to be a 5v5 retake.
Yeah, that was just basically No Name trying to do something creative. The shock dive, perfectly placed, so deal decent amount of chunk damage. The second is absolutely perfect as well. So MJ able to get at least an advantage on the retake here, but the revive has come through. Does that trigger a swing from the No Name players? No, they're just being denied entry. The Molotov, the volley up in towards Heaven here, gonna delay them. Same with the Nano Swarm. They're just having utility thrown at them one after the other. It just delays them so much, and now are they able to get their way in? They found a couple of entries here. Still possible here for No Name. They're clearing out Patrick. Patrick not able to hold on the retake here comes in. Oh, I just saw what he was trying to do there. He was trying to play the time, trying to play the surprise. They barely get the defuse in, by the way. But that is No Name's 2nd round.
Second round for No Name. They needed this, and it's a good retake as well. And it all just started with that quick, with that shock bolt at the start of the round. It forced off that resurrection, but also that meant that two players were out of position. They knew where they would be. They knew where they got the kill earlier. That meant they had the information available to take the retake up into their hands, and now they've done that, right? They got themselves a second. It's just a matter if they can carry on with this momentum. And straight out of the bat, it looks like they will have a hunch and dedicate most players towards B.
Again, this is what Patrick has done so well. They're working as this 4 or 5 man unit. No individual players trying to search for picks. It's been all together. Just throw all of your utility out there and get things done. Benny able to open things up for No Name though on this B-side defense, trying to get kills through the smoke, and Benny's finding a lot of success with that as well. The Hunter's Fury gave them pause for thought too. Bensky able to recover on his push through mid. He's found himself inside a market now, poised, ready and waiting to strike, but a severe numbers disadvantage here for Patchwork.
Oh, it's not looking very possible here for Munstrom and Bensky as they both get shut down with a bullet to the head for both of them. And just like that, No Name keep it going. Third round for them, and I think now they've regained confidence.
Yeah, I think so too. That was a lot better on the B site hold. Of course, you do lose one to Bensky with the push through mid, but that's really just collateral damage if you want to think about it like that. So another round on the board though for No Name, able to hold on in this instance. But is it too late in the defensive half to be waking up and having a good couple of rounds? We'll just have to wait and see. I think the fate on this game actually kind of just relies on these last 2 rounds at the moment.
Early smokes here from Patchwork, making sure they keep their opponents in the dark and trying to make their way towards the A site. Flash finally will reveal a couple of locations here for No Name. We'll give them that little bit of information, dedicating that extra player towards A. And it might be a good read as well. With Monstrum, will be leading off the charge here, likely to start things off with a flash. Good wall there, will delay the push, realizing they're getting to these stages of the round. But Patchwork can play this slow, can hold back, can play it time, because they know that their opponents don't have much info, and with no aggression coming through, Benny's able to find one, but the rotation comes in fast. Will come out, Mushroom will delete it, and they'll start pushing through. Multiple flashes from 2 different players, knocks from the high ground here. Will it get checked? I don't think it has been. He's able to find one. Spike has been dropped, and now they have good total control over it, just like that. Hypers is able to find one, finally shutting down Nox. Rotation's coming in right now, but is it enough? Spike not yet in control of Patchwork. Shot bot will deny the plant, but it looks like Patchwork have gained control of the A site and will get the spike down. Still, from the shadows available, but the recon bot will reveal the position of MJ, and just like that, it looks like Patchwork may be able to hold it, but the numbers advantage are in favor of No Name. They may be able to get themselves on the side here. Slashmon finding one, but Xin all by himself. Can he come up huge like he's done before? Alarm bot coming out, but it's not going to be enough. Slashmon is able to find the kill onto Xin, and No Name continue with their winning ways, closing up the gap 1 round after another.
Yeah, No Name won't be fooled 3 times with the with the Killjoy just hanging out inside of main, but this was crucial. Just Nox not being checked, shall we say, and the Phoenix going out with the spike first. You know, it's a very big problem, and it just gives time for these rotations to come in and it causes a little bit of confusion on the part of Patchwork, so that they have to scramble to try and recover that, and it just gives the openings to No Name. And now they sit with 4 ultimates ready for this particular round against the one of Patchwork, and Patchwork can continue to just work as this unit. You know, we haven't seen any really spread out defaults from them. They make it very obvious which site they're going to. Let's just say that.
They do indeed, and it looks like No Name may have the read, and once more, no fake attempted at this time. Fumi G with a double, make that a triple, denied entry onto the site, deleted one after the other, and that's going to be the final round of the half as No Name ended off with style.
This is what happens if you show the same sort of play each and every round onto each site. It's the same execute every time. It worked in the fifth portion of the portion of the game because No Name weren't able to figure out what they were doing. But if you continue to do that, you give opportunity for the opposite team to try and read you and figure you out. And that's exactly what has happened there. It was the same thing for Patrick every single round, towards A, towards B. There was nothing in terms of creativity coming in, and it just allowed No Name to be able to get those reads on and get those setups perfectly to try and counter-strat.
Quite right. And now it's the pistol round coming through. Switch sides here. No Name getting quite the hefty bit of momentum with 4 rounds in a row now. It was 7-1, but now 7-5, making this position now on the attacking side a little bit more optimal for them. Benny starting off with aggression. Recon Bolt to scout out the area, but won't be finding anyone. Market completely open for the taking, as 2 people only from Patchwork will need to hold all 4 players of No Name pushing through. Paranoia coming out. Munchroom and Xin both have to leak through. Headshot coming in from Xin. There will be able to hold it through, but Nox just glides through the sky. He's able to find one, but they're not expecting Munchroom hiding in the same location. Munchroom! Oh, the reinforcements are back! No Name won't be able to get the spike planted as Patchwork are here to stay. Oh, they just gained the time for their teammates to come by, and now they've got control of the spike, control of the site, and No Name, with just 1 player remaining, have to deal with the rest of this round.
I have no idea what just happened, I'll be honest. That was a crazy round. I don't know why Omen was trying to B-hop through the hot hands and try and get the kill towards the back of B. That was a particularly risky play, especially on the pistol round, where the time to kill potentially could be a little bit longer if you only go to body shots.
30
but
seconds left.
my word, No Name. I mean, the Sova's still left alive here. Hyper's primed and ready at this off angle to be able to put MJ into an early grave if he decides to go for this clutch. But Bensky there will do the job, and Patrick are able to extend their lead. But yeah, that was a bit unorthodox.
Slightly, yeah. I mean, dedicating 2 players there, both Paranoia. I thought it was lost for them. Like, it's just insane that Mushroom gained so much time there. What a right click! And I mean, Fumi G, that's a little bit of a misplay, right? You also touched upon the fact that he shouldn't be bunny hopping through that. You just should go and get the kill, get themselves solid on the site, and make sure they've got the site under control to get the spike plant down and focus on the retake. But no, they just got ahead of themselves, and just like that, No Name. Oh, Patchwork, I mean, they were able to pick up this round, but starting things slow here onto the B site. May look to take it once more. Yet to reveal any information, but they will push out in force. All 5 players are ready to take this, but this time, Patchwork have the weapons to deal with it.
Flash out for No Name to get themselves on towards the B site. They'll send some players deep in to try and check the... Oh, high first! Double kill with the Bucky drive-by. There we go. Monstrum finishes it off as well. Patchwork, what a quick round and a clinical round, and showing the Bucky is still a valid strategy.
Absolutely right. What a push. You can see Xin just waiting there. I mean, they had the proper economy. Hypers, it's all up to him, right? Left click, right click, and that's what it just requires for them to win that round.
There we go. Patchwork. Great couple of rounds here on the opening couple of the second half. They're getting the defensive side going, and this is the situation now for No Name. This is not their map pick. They don't have too much experience on this map either. They've only played it a handful over the past while, so maybe they're a little bit rusty here, and especially showing on the attacking side here. What a flash, though, from the Phoenix, but can't capitalize on anything. Oh, Zen the spray gets a little bit wild, but does take one down before going down himself, and that's the site available for No Name.
They have the site available indeed, and now in a 3v4, it might be possible here from Patchwork, but they don't have the best weapons to deal with. Exeter from afar will have to use his Bucky, and maybe he'll get a wall to get across in here. We'll spot out a player, but yet again, not a very optimal position. We'll try and pick up a Vandal, as they both have found one, but in the 3v4, Recon Bolts come out. That's the info they need. Peek out. Bensky's able to find one. Benny with a return, though. 2v4. Flash coming through. Shockbolt not allowing them to enter the site just yet. Flash as well to assist with the defense. Benny's helping out, but Hyper's not quite able to finish off the deal onto Stajman. And that will mean that No Name are able to get themselves a 6 finally.
Yeah, good stuff. No Name getting themselves on the board here for the second half. They found that crucial attacking round, but they now need to string them together. Again, it's going to be still pretty tough from this point forward, considering that Patchwork should be very, very comfortable on this defensive side. This is their map pick, and it looks like they might go for a triple push into B in just a couple of moments' time. Players are just stacked up outside of that. Let's see if that finds any form of success. They won't push just yet. They are teasing with the prospect. The flash is primed and ready, but yeah. not going to make any further progress. There's the gap in the wall, though, and Fumi's able to trade 4 versus 4.
4 versus 4 is the name of the game right now. No Name, yeah, they're stuck a little bit with their players on the other side of the map. Although the spike is heading towards the A site, that might be the choice of take. At this point, with the rotations coming in, No Name look to take the A site. But look at this, Brimstone holding right behind barrels there, right behind Wine Room. Flash will come out, potentially to sneak out any sort of suspicion that the Brimstone may be there. But with the Seekers coming out, No Name know that they have to fall back, know that they can't be in a compromising position while they have to deal with that ultimate. But that buys Patchwork some time, right? Now they know that a lot of their players are on that A side of the part of the map, but at the same time, not knowing where No Name may go now does keep them wondering. So they've got 1 player per every side of the map, 1 player per entry, but it looks like No Name will try to get themselves onto the A site. Nox looks at the right direction, is able to find 1 kill with his ultimate so far, 3v4, but they're not going to enter the end site. They are going to rotate instead. Spike still holding on there, but they may try and push on through short as well. Finally, pushing through. Updrift used. Hypers holding up the right angle here from shot. He might be able to find the kill. Yes, he does. Rotations to come in as well. Nox finding the reset kill. Seated from above, though. They're not going to allow the plant. There's not much time remaining. Nox is able to find 1 jump shot there with his ultimate, but they're running out of time. They need the kills. 1 minute remaining. Oh, Monstrum finds 2. Benny finds him in the end, but they barely won that round. Monstrum, how did he survive for so long, but No Name got that one in the end.
I don't know how they pulled that one out of the bag. Time was so low, they had to go for all the kills. Oh my word, and this is a crucial kill as well. Nox finding Bensky just hiding in the corner, trying to prepare his smokes, but you know, you can see the time running low already as they're trying to get out and towards the site. Spike has been lost towards the site, and yet still Monstrum trying to hold on, but Benny with the final 2 seconds, I believe, of the round, secures the kill. You don't need to plant the spike all the time to win rounds, it seems.
It doesn't look like you do. I mean, I believe they only have half a second. It was up to milliseconds for them to win that round, but already some kills coming through. Aggression from Patchwork using the pistols. Monstrum, how are you allowed to do that? No way. They've got Vandals, man. Stop it. But now he's caused damage, right? He's done so much damage to the attacking side, and they've got the numbers advantage. No, they know where they are. They know where the spike has been dropped, and they know that it's got to be collected. They've bought so much time right now. Although they don't have access to the Vandals, although that No Name has fallen back at this, the rotation coming in from Brimstone gives them so much information about their whereabouts.
Oh yeah, Bensky pushing all the way through. He might be able to find an angle on them towards mid here if these 2 no-name players aren't too careful, but Bensky decides against that option, instead decides to go all the way through towards the attacker spawn. In the opposite spawn, you've even got this guy just there ready and waiting with that sideline towards mid. Here comes Bensky, domes 1 in the back, and now Slam on 5 HP, but is it a dream come true? It is not, and Hypers finishes it off with the Sheriff, quite fittingly considering how the start of that round went with the Sheriffs also.
Sheriffs, check. Skill, check. Monstrum, check. What a monster play there from Monstrum, and just like that, it is 7th round here, no, 10th round here from Patchwork, hitting double digits, getting themselves ever so close to that final score, though. No Name aren't far away, right? I mean, they've got a little bit of a buy in them. They are going to go for a little bit of a small buy. They may look to do damage and get aggressive onto one of these sites. Now, looking like it might be the A site with the setup they've got going there. But a little bit of a pause may just give us some time to figure out what the hell happened for the past few rounds.
Yeah, just give us a little bit of a breather, my word. We've had some nutty plays over the previous couple, let me tell you that. But, yeah, pause coming through. Patchwork still with the 3-round advantage here, but it seemed very fragile at times, let me tell you that. So No Name still definitely in with a shot here, and it'll be a pretty, well, interesting predicament for them to try and take this 2-0, but let's see what the adaptation is in this round. They head their way through it, they look their way to get into Tree Room, the slow up delaying them somewhat here, but Bensky's prime ready and waiting, the Nano Swarm helping out as well, as there's a couple of kills for Patchwork, but is it the round?
Not quite sure if that is around, but they're doing so good on the defense so far. Hypers and Sin with 2. Nox will return with that Sheriff, but he's all by himself. He's found a Vandal, though. He can do a lot of damage and has control over Spike. He can do whatever he may chooses. Falls back to mid. He may He may even be able to get onto the B site uncontested. No lurker from Patchwork. Won't give them any info on that. May even go for market as well. Maybe even get that spike plant. And that's what they want, right? Getting 2 kills and getting the spike plant will get them back into the game economically. And even getting a 3rd here for Jet may allow No Name to get back into this game. May even try and win it, though. Position compromised now from the bot. Although, I don't think he quite knew how good he had it onto the B site and goes back to A instead.
30 seconds left.
I mean, he might be able to find an opening, at least a spike plant here towards A if he gets a move on, but so you can understand that Patrick are playing this one very passively. They don't want to overreact to anything and give Nox these 1 versus 1s, but she's so good at winning. He might be able to get the jump here onto the play.
Oh, he's not looking!
Check it. Oh, he swings around! What? That is crazy stuff, but Monstrum puts him down before he goes too crazy. I felt for sure that was a lost gunfight.
I mean, he got the kill. They got 3 during an eco. Not too bad, I'd say. Of course, they didn't get the spike plant to get that money across the board, but they've got plenty of money to buy up either way. But yeah, I don't think Shin was ready for that. I think he just realized too late what was going on and just panicked in the end. And Nox was just more alive right there. Now he's top fragging in his team, 16 kills to his name, and Bensky not doing too bad on the Patchwork side either. Man, Patchwork on 11, 2 more rounds they require to get this win off the bat and continue here in the losers bracket as they want to continue with their winning ways.
We'll get another pause coming out here as well, just with 3 seconds left remaining on the buy time, but Patchwork, well, a change from the first map, shall we say. Like you said, like we've mentioned so many times, they were slow to get started, but here on Ascent, they've been pretty consistent throughout. Of course, No Name have challenged them basically every step of the way, but they're now the ones that's not too far away from map points, and of course if we get that we will be going to our final decider map on Splits, which, well, all bets are off when it comes to that. Here comes the push though through towards A. Slamon has a big drop to try and deal with it. Seeker's trying to track him down as well, but there's no further push there from Patchwork. It was just a big commitment of utility to try and pull them back.
They get some information though, but not as much, as there's only one place the Seekers can go towards B. Bensky's able to find one, although their choice to not go short, that may give them some info about what's going on here on market. Now, pushing through, Monstrum will have to deal with them. He needs to come up huge. Water side off, one side off, but is that going to be enough? Orbital Strike coming out to delay the push just now, but they do have that from the shadows to maybe gain some info from the back of site. Hyper's able to find one. Rotation coming in. Oh, Bensky, he's here to stay. 3 kills to his name. May even to look to make it a 4th. Nox all of a sudden, he's all by himself. Where's his team at? What on earth happened? He thought he had his comrades with him, but now we'll have to deal with this scenario all by himself. 1v3, rotation from Hypers comes in, and it's match point for Patchwork right now.
Yeah, great little flank there from Hypers and Patrick. That might have just sealed the deal. They're just 1 round away from taking it to a decider. Bensky particularly good in this game as well, and he's been one of those consistent players for the Patchwork side. The 3k in the round, and Nox left in an impossible situation, getting flanked by Hypers at the very end, so we might be in the final round of this game, but No Name will certainly be hoping that that's not the case and they can make the comeback. The same sort of comeback that Patrick attempted in the previous map. Flash through towards A main. Nox has his knives out and takes out Bensky. That's all the crucial players for Patrick down.
And that's from the shadows coming in, getting deep into the site without any casualties, getting the spike planted. Now rotation coming in 4v5. Patchwork have the chance to close this one out here, but No Name. They've got 1 map in their belt so far. Getting that 2-0 will allow them to carry on through without fighting any longer. It would mean that they would have to fight on Split if Patchwork were to win this round. Now, Sova ultimate coming out. Monstrum is out, but he used his ultimate as well. Fall back to his previous location, and now they may try to push through. No Name with 3 players remaining. Things are getting tough. Benny peeks out. He's able to find one. He's even has Resurrection available now. But Fumi G, he's here to stay, getting 1 kill all of a sudden. Xin on the retake now, all 1 by himself. 1v2 trying to push through. Checks below. He's able to find Spray down, but Slashman will shut him down. Nice little take there from No Namers. Will give them the 9th round here on the board.
Yeah, I did just notice that during that game, of course, the lockdown from the Patrick Killjoy was deployed, but it was actually destroyed with that push through. So they were able to find it, and that could have been crucial. If that lockdown was allowed to happen, then No Name would have been in a little bit more of an awkward situation here. But they were able to try and convert and Skagman with that final kill. But the ultimate, the Killjoy ultimate being destroyed in that instance really sealed Patrick's fate.
Absolutely. And No Name looking to push aggressively this time. Ooh, TP into the smoke. That's greedy. That is very greedy, but he gains so much information now into market. Boomy G can do so much from here.
Oh, he's in a cheeky little spot, isn't he? I don't think Ronstrom is aware of it. Of course, they knew that the From the Shadows had been deployed, but they had no idea where he went. Sin is particularly passive at that defender spawn angle as well. So the rest of No Name, they'll try and work their way through a bit. They've been able to find a kill, but it is traded out. 4 versus 4 situation, and Zaita has the cross here. Let's see if he's able to get at least a multi. Tries the spray transfer, he gets help from his teammate. Oh man, and it's all falling apart.
Oh, they're on match point here. Patchwork can do this, but MJ can't keep his team in the game. 1-1 for the map score, and it's split to decide everything. Oh my word. What a game.
Brilliant plays here on Ascent. It was much closer than we saw on Bind, at least for the middle. Able to come out on top and bring us to a third. It's our first best of 3 going to the third map here on the actual epic.LAN stream. So I'm certainly looking forward to it. But we head on to Split next, which I have no idea what's going to go on that map. Let's just say that.
I think I agree with that, Rapturous. I mean, we've seen good form on both of the teams on Split so far, but we're going to have to wait and see. A slight break to come your way until we get into that third map.
Hello, Overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's epic when you need him? Hello, Overclockers, and welcome. screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him?
Hello and welcome back everyone to Epic32. My name is X-Warrior and I'm joined by Rapturous for yet another map. The final map of No Name versus Patchwork in this best of 3 series.
Yep, absolutely. Fantastic stuff so far. We've had an enthralling 2 maps, but it all comes to a head here on Split. We have Agent Select in progress here. Let's see if there are any changes to what we're used to seeing. We're actually seeing Zin instead of Hypers go on to the Sky for the Patchwork side. So that's a bit of a change again. Bensky onto the Omen as well. Meanwhile, on the side of No Name, things getting changed up once again as well. Benny on towards the Rays as well. MJ this time taking the Sage rather than his Sova that he had in the previous round. Meanwhile, everything else remains the same for them. So a couple of changes in the comp here. Both sides picking Omens, both sides picking Sages, and a bit of a change on who's playing which agent on the Patchwork side. But yeah, it should be set up for an interesting one.
Absolutely, I'm definitely looking forward to this one. So far, 1-1 in the map score. Third and final map to decide everything here on Split. We've seen No Namers come up huge against Vitality so far. I mean, they weren't quite able to beat them, but it was a 30-11 scoreline. And with Patchwork losing 2-0 against Vitality in that previous best of 3 series they had, knocking them down to the losers bracket will mean that we are in for a hell of a ride here in Split. A time is ticking before we get started here in the pistol round, but everyone gather around because this is going to be an epic hell of a last third map.
Timer tick down to 0. We are away here for the third map of this best of 3. A focus on mid, at least initially here for Patchwork. And MJ able to put down the wall to try and stunt their progress. Might be tempted to try and peek that over the top, but they will remain in position for now. Patchwork changing their angle, so they will be going down towards sewers and try and set up for a play towards A, where the Jet and the Omen lie in wait for No Name. Remember, though, on the attacking side, at least with the pistol round progress being made so far, Patchwork on the attacking side have only won 1/3 of all their attacking pistol rounds, so they've not got a good record here on attacking pistol, but let's just see if they can make that a little better.
Pushing through now, starving their opponents from information, finally throwing out the smoke screens to come out from Fumi G, allowing his team to push through. Paranoia catches Fumi G out, and they may be able to get themselves onto site. Oh, Sin able to find 1 kill so far, but not from afar. He's able to get some right clicks in, but not quite enough to finish off the deal. Patchwork now with a spike plant, and now 3v5 for the retake. MJ holding down his ground. Dog will scout them out, will get spotted and shot down at the same time. Numbers featuring Patchwork spotted out at the back of the site. All 4 players holding out pretty much the same angles there, using the wall as well to hold up that unorthodox position. But Bensky finding one, Benny able to find yet another, but it's looking tough not being able to get them safe, especially with MJ falling down there.
Just 1 left now for No Name, up against 4, and he's not long for this server. Sin sends him home early, and well worked around there for Patchwork. They improved their attacking pistol round rate, which is absolutely fantastic to see. Nox with a little bit of a whiff there with the right clicks into the chest, but yeah, a bit of a scrappy round, but a round that's converted nonetheless from the Patchwork side on the attack here, and hold the advantage, at least early on in this game. But we know how things can swing, and they can swing very, very quickly indeed. Of course, the attacking side here on Split a little bit easier than it has been in previous patches due to the changes to the map, but it's still an interesting predicament.
Absolutely, and we've seen No Namers have such a good job on the attacking side, but when it comes to the defense, they do tend to struggle a little bit, and that's exactly why they haven't done so well on Ascent there. But now it is a different map. It's Split, and if they can start to choose their rounds, if they're able to shut down Patchwork before they gain too much ground, they may be able to bring things back and start things off on the good foot here on the defensive side. Now, Spread out approach here from Patchwork, trying to spread out across the map, split towards A, perhaps as the smoke does go towards sewers, potentially to start pushing forwards here. Smoke will delay, but at the same time, they're going to approach each other, spotted out, but it's going to be FumiG with that quick kill with the shorty, making it work so far on the lesser of economies, and perhaps gain some ground over onto the A site. Rotation coming in, but Nox will have to deal with a player right behind him as Bensky looks to push through. Spotted out, able to get the spray down, and now the Wild try to get themselves onto the A site. FumiG with just the shorty left is known. That is around those locations. Xita able to find Slashman from Heaven, and that will mean there was only one player on A, and they know of this. They should be able to close things up fairly quickly here, as FumiG will just look for some extra frags at this point.
Oh, doesn't find the success though with the shotgun. Just Benny left all alone, exactly the same as the opening rounds, just alone with the classic. Let's see if he can get anything done. Monstrum will deny though. So an easy couple of rounds there for Patchwork. This instance, they just barreled their way through towards Heaven, taking these fights, you know, even up close range against potential force buy, but it wasn't in the end, and Patchwork able to gain these first 2 rounds. It's a brilliant start for them. That's the exact start that they needed, but now No Name do have the rifles out there. No Name were only able to get actually 2 kills out of the past 2 rounds, which is not ideal, so it allows Patchwork the breathing room in terms of the cash here.
Not ideal whatsoever, but now they've got the cash flow running. They get themselves these rifles. Explosive start at the start. Monstrum! What? No way! He made it behind a wall. He's able to find that first frag, even though with Spectres against Vandals, he's able to make it work. Paranoia helped out a little bit there as well, not allowing No Name to spot them out, but that perhaps is an opening onto the B site, starving their opponents from information. No Name have no idea where the push is going to come from, and the B site so far looks fairly clear.
What a play to find that opening pick. It's a lot of commitment, and it can easily go oh so wrong, but here comes Patchwork then on towards the B side. Benny inside the site, distracted by all the utility being thrown at him, and so Patchwork have been able to secure the B side, get the plant down. Let's see what's happening. It's up and towards Heaven here, because of course Bensky is waiting for any rotations from the A side. He doesn't know the Jet is still here, but oh, the turret! The turret just takes out Nox. That's a bit of an embarrassing one there. Just one player left remaining. No Name on this retake. Let's see though, it's the clinical headshot as ever from Hypers. Sheriff and Hypers seems to be a winning recipe.
Oh, it does, definitely. And we've seen Monstrous as well onto him, and Monstrum, again, he doesn't fear to play aggressive. Oh, that was mad. Like, the movement with Raze, the fact that you can go so deep, it's just so strong. And if you know how to move around with Raze, why even play Jet at this point, right? And yeah, just like that, Patchwork get themselves a third, and that will force No Name into a small buy. Stingers, on the most part, a couple of shotguns as well. Bucky onto MJ, Shorty on another, and just like that, the start to the round will be like this. Mid setup now from Patchwork, looking to gain some control, open up their options, as No Name will be stacking up a couple of players towards Heaven, leaving the main entry events completely open for the taking.
Control secured for Patchwork towards the mid side. It gives them a lot of options now, but they're still spread thin quite across the map, and you can see the No Name Jet just pushed up at this angle. Hyper's ready for it if he decides to push any further, but Nox might have the opportunity to get at least a kill here to try and trade himself out. Of course, not ideal with the double barrel, but takes out Hyper. Misses the follow-up shot, though. That would have been crucial if he was able to get the double there. But Monstrum on the entry, what a play. Semjay at least able to trade himself out, but Patrick just finding all of the entries at the moment. They're actually heading their way through ropes, and they're going to change their aggression instead towards the B site now, as they've been a pretty big fan of trying to go towards that Heaven side to try and get those creative angles down onto A, and didn't have the option to go B as well, and Slashmon able to pull one back. So 2 versus 2 in the post plan.
Now, the retake scenario is this. 2 players from Heaven, rotation coming in from Omen. They get the read right. They know where they're coming from, and it's both players rotating as well. Bensky's able to find one. They know where he is now, but do they know where Sage is? No, they have no idea. Both from the same location, and the spike is planted for them. They can just play time at this point. Vandal picked up. Headshot coming through. Benny, nothing they can do, and Patchwork don't fall any single round at this point.
Yeah, it's been pretty flawless from them so far. Look at this, not able to open things up for the defensive side, but it was to no avail, and Patrick just seemed to have the stamina to try and take these rounds. Of course, it was a low buy for the no-name side, but you still have to be searching for rounds at this point. Otherwise, this game is going to get away from you oh so quickly, and you can just see that both of those attacking players inside of Heaven at the end of the round. Great little angle on top of the box for Bensky to sort the round out, but now No Name, this is a round that they kind of have to win at this point, because, again, they have the guns this time around, but still yet to get off the mark in terms of the score, and yeah, that's not a situation you want to be in.
I just saw something in chat that I just have to say. What's that coming over the wall? Is it Monstrum? Is it Monstrum? I love that. I love that. It's absolutely perfect. I mean,
it's the kind of thing that you would hear at a football ground, you know? But we get it in esports.
We should get it in esports. Unfortunately, this is not a LAN, but Benny. Oh my word! Monstrum, stop it! Oh my god! He's just already on the site. They will be able to get themselves a spike plant, but they are down a man. Monstrum wasn't quite able to survive throughout that, and Nox getting the trade now into Bensky leaves the numbers advantage for the for the no-name side. Resurrection coming in from Xeta will get spotted as Nox is able to shut that down, but MJ, he gets caught off guard, not quite able to find the shots. Xeta both find one though, and now the tables have turned. Seekers come out, distract them for just a little bit, but Fumiji will check it. Doesn't have much time, and a crossfire has been set up and will get shut down as Patchwork continue with just pure dominance right now.
Yeah, such a difficult one there for Fumi to try and push into the crossfire as well. Look at that for Monstrum. I don't know how he does this half the time. His blast pack jumps, his leaps has been absolutely fantastic so far. Not just in this map, but in this entire series as well. The movement is absolutely perfect on that raise. And really basically advertising to everyone how to play that agent. And Patchwork, very good spot right now. They still have a healthy amount of money in the bank accounts. You know, getting these 5 rounds on the bounce. No Name have had no opportunity to get themselves into this game so far. They will change things up for this round, though. They'll decide to push the Jet down through mid to try and secure at least a little bit of map control, and a great little kill for Fumi as well. Might be able to recover a gun, but no, Hypers will deny.
Yes, he will. And it is a 4v4 with a spike taken towards the A site, but so much info gained here from No Name. They know they're going to go for the A site take, and with 2 rotations with Jet and Raze from the behind, Patchwork need to be fast with this one. Nox also draws out the knives, may do some damage here, misses off the first one, but the paint shells will allow them to push forward without too much trouble. Won't expect Benny, though. Back with a stinger.
You should run.
Will be able to do some damage from the back. Ultimate drawn out. Killjoy will allow his team to get control over Heaven, although they won't quite clear that A site. Still, a lot of room to be gained, and not allowing the rotations coming from behind, they gain so much time to gain room here onto the A site.
Yeah, they just get time to think. They could have even gone to Rolls Roads and headed towards B, but there's the jump again from Monstrum. He's somehow able to find a frag still before being traded out, so it seems like the jumps have been pretty valuable for Monstrum here, and Zyder trying to swing around the corner, can't get anything done, so now it is just Hypers left. On this Killjoy, somehow still alive, evades the showstopper, but can't evade the knives and the blade storm of the Jet.
Absolutely not. Perhaps a little bit too over-eager there from Monstrum this time. I mean, he's been trying this over and over again, but he's only gotten a 1-for-1 trade at that point. And the fact that they were with a numbers disadvantage on the retake scenario, they couldn't quite hold the bomb long enough. So, just like that, it is No Name is to get themselves that first round on the board and potentially look to gain more ground here as they look to catch up with their opponents.
Yeah, so at least they've gotten that one round down. They don't. There's a certain amount of anxiety and stress that comes from just sitting on 0, no matter whether that's in terms of the rounds or in terms of your kills. You just you're trying to overcompensate all the time, trying to find something. But at least they have that in the bag now, and you know, could just be forward progress from here. Patchwork though looking towards mid, just walking all the way up basically for free into Heaven here. No Name are playing this very, very passively towards this part of the map, and Patrick will progress no further. They're going to back off out this, and they think it's pretty fishy.
They do indeed. A little bit of a fake with that TP there. Slashman maybe holding out the right angle, but will he peek out in time? So many players will push through, but will fall back instead. A little bit of mistiming. They have crossed already. He has to deal with so many players. Kido is able to find him, and that is the opening onto the B site, pushing through. Wall will cover his track. Mushroom again, pushing forwards. This time Nox knows this though. Operator at hand, one shot to walk through it. Headshot from MJ, but gets shut down from Bensky. 3 on 3 now post-plant. Bensky continues! One after the other! 4K for Bensky! And will allow his team to gain this win. If it's not Mushroom, it's someone else, and this time it was Bensky.
What a response there from Patchwork, not resting on their laurels and feeling sorry for themselves about that previous round loss. Monstrum trying to get himself in there, but it was Bensky that was the star of the show this time around. And look at that, inside of Heaven, finding these kills, finding these headshots, finding these surprise kills coming through the smoke. Again, this is his smoke, this is his dark cover. You're not going to get any entry.
Not at all. And now No Name forced to a lesser buy. Just a pistol, I believe I saw in a couple of players there, and that's going to not be very... It's not going to be very favorable for them to win this round, and at this point, Patchwork are feeling the waters once more, starving their opponents from information, not going too greedy early on, and not using any of their utility. Bensky has moved up fairly aggressively, and in this position may cause a lot of havoc, but the fact that No Name aren't aggressing and trying to test the waters, trying to see where the rest of their opponents are, he won't be able to gain too much out of that positioning, though. Better try than not know what is going on. And Fumi, he'll look to push towards Heaven, perhaps look to see if there's anybody around there, but it's the mid push that Patchwork perhaps were looking for, but somewhat of a fake as well. Perhaps to lure the Heaven players towards that site and maybe go for the B site instead. There is a wall blocking that area. No, there's not. I thought there was a wall. Never mind. Apologies. But yeah, there's a potential for a wall to come through from MJ here, and could delay them a little bit until the rotations come through. With 3 players onto the A site, the B site looks very possible right now.
From the shadows, from Bensky into the corner, able to gain a foothold towards this B side. There's still the Sage though behind the wall, just waiting patiently for the players to arrive. MJ just getting all the information before the steps, but there's Bensky catching Slamon with his utility out. MJ is able to respond somewhat slower by a catch-up. 2 players here as the rest of these no-name players head out from the Heaven side, dropping down inside the site to find these 3 remaining Patrick players, and Hyper's able to open things up here on the flank as they're getting behind. There's the defuse coming in as well.
It does.
Hyper's trying to continue on the good forward progress, but No Name are able to secure the retake.
I mean, a lot of investment from Patrick there. They use from the shadows, they use Showstopper. I think they use Resurrection. If I'm maybe not. No, they still have Resurrection available. But yeah, so much util used there on the Patchwork side, but now they lose the round instead. The retake from No Name was just that stronger, and with a numbers advantage, they were able to win those trades through. It was just pure gunfights onto the site, which gained them that win in the end. But now 4x versus 4x, no more shenanigans, and No Name didn't quite have all the weaponry in their arsenal, right? They only had a couple of pistols in there and had, of course, those 3 rifles they would have wanted. Ooh, but that fault line does call Mushroom to fall back instead. Won't be able to aggress that hard on, but they've gained so much of mid control.
Look at this fast play towards Heaven here. It's just a 5-man rush to get the wall down to isolate the angle as well. Hyper's dropping down, finding Fumi, who's trying to play some shenanigans with his smoke. Slammer trying to hold down the cross here. Tags up a couple of players, finds 1 kill. Now he gets aggressed on from Bensky coming from defender spawn. So it's a bit of a confusing situation here. Nox able to secure that kill, but it's probably not going to be the round for No Name unless they're able to, after this Killjoy ultimate, get themselves in there and back into the thick of things, but this wall will cause them a problem.
Lockdown out. Patchwork can push this. Looks like they will. Across Heaven, all 3 players holding it out. Wall down. As No Name players will show their positioning. There's head-to-head combat to come through. 2v3 doesn't look possible for the No Name side, but they will attempt it. Blast bot coming through. Nox able to find 1. Monstrum with a return. Fast Fixita comes all the way from behind and saves the day. And Patchwork, now they guarantee that they'll be ahead at halftime.
Yeah, that was an important flank there from Zeta. If you mistime that somewhat, and he comes in after the kill from the Jet comes through, and then of course the player could readjust and take the one-on-one fight. So timed it well, shall we say? But Patchwork, again, this has been a fantastic half for them, hasn't it? It's 7-2 at the moment. They're all grouped up as 5 outside of A long now to try and get that charge on towards that A site. And it seems like they have a lot in their arsenal here when it comes to the strategies here, and oh, they're going to push through. Oh, Fumi, how's he found that headshot through the smoke? Nox has found one with the Blaze Bomb as well. He still has it out and has to evade the boom bot, but this has collapsed very quickly here for Patrick. They will be able to get the revive through, so Hypers is back in the action, but Nox still lies in wait just in case they get aggressive with that smoke.
Yeah, Blaze Storm still available for one of the players here for No Name, still holding their ground with just pistols, and that Blaze Storm just so important. They got to use the first frags, and that's the resurrection expended there on the Patchwork side. Of course, No Name need to gain some more ground here, but without the weaponry available, just the Blaze Storm here for Nox, it's going to have to do. But will they check this angle? Will they expect it so close? Peek wide from Nox. Paranoia helps out as well, but Fumiji, that angle is not going to help him out with that SMG, and just like that, Patchwork may look to push through, although they do have the numbers at advantage 3v4. And they'll need to be careful now because Benny, from behind, he could catch them off guard. Not yet pushing onto him. Slowly pushing down. Benny holding the right angle. Oh, Xeta! Oh, he just saved his team from chaos there. And now the numbers are equal. Square on the scoreboard, 3-on-3 as Xeta continues to find heads. One after the other. Now Breach's gonna get shut down as well. Xeta, man, you're pushing dry and you're still finding headshots like that. And Patchwork, it seemed lost, but they still got it.
Slate is the one-man army. He has no right, as a Sage, to just run into angles, take fights with players at off angles, remember. He's able to readjust onto them before he...
Oh my word.
I have no other words.
This best of 3 is such a... I can't describe it. It's just so good. I'm loving it. But Patchwork so far ahead. Definitely ahead for the halftime. Even if it's No Name winning the next 2 rounds, it will be an 8-4 scoreboard. And they have a well on good chance to get themselves to 10th tier. Benny looking to punish, but will get shut down. So 1-for-1 trade early, but that will mean that the A site is completely open for the taking. Look, rotation now coming in from Sage as well as Raze. So Patchwork may have got a good read on this, but No Name looking to rotate as well.
Dark cover down as well. We'll try to delay things somewhat. They, of course, have the Killjoy turrets basically on the edge of that smoke as well for them. Or rather, that was the Killjoy from the attacking side, excuse me, as I will get my bearings soon, I promise. But yeah, Patchwork, 4 versus 4 situation. They don't have too many options at this point, and it looks like the No Name have read this B play as far as this is concerned. Is the double peek coming through? No, it was an eager peek from Slam on that. Just gets punished. Not able to trade at least. Bensky being the pointy end spear on this offensive, and well, the trades are coming through quite effectively here from Patchwork, and Fumi's left alive just 1 versus 2. 1 versus 3 now.
Coming up through 3 versus 1. Oh, and Fumiji caught off guard, was able to find 1. All of a sudden, it's up to him and alone. No. Oh, he gets the spray down onto Bensky, touches the bomb, and now Xeta from behind. Will he read this smoke to the Tyrion? Big sound! No! Fumiji! Oh, he was so close, but Xeta just caught him out off guard once more. And my word, what is this game?
He didn't want to take the reload in case he revealed his position to the Sage. That's why he pulled out the pistol and tried to finish it off there and then. But he needs to be a little bit more clinical when it comes to the headshots. Gets a dink on, but can't find the follow-up. Oh my god, that would have been an amazing round.
It would have been a 1v3 clutch, are you kidding me?
It would have been. It would have been, yeah.
My word. But the last round in the half right now, Faultline coming through. And from the Shadows still available from the Patchwork side, but that's about it on their behalf. While No Name, they've got Resurrection, they've got Showstopper, and they're looking to play this aggressively. Muncher pressing through, Benny shut down, Showpa. Oh, Showstopper not getting anything out of that. Oh, Pain Shells as well as Exeter. This is dreadful. No Name, they need this round, right? They need themselves a third to stay competitive in this game, and it looks like they may be able to do so. 2v3 so far, Nox still alive, looking to do damage, and No Name so close to winning this one off, but Bensky, as long as he's alive, nothing's over. And he will look through. Blue will look the corner. That's the right direction. Finds the first headshot, but now he's low. No heal available either. As he's no Sage alive as well. He does have from the Shadows. Could gain some information, but that also would reveal his angle as well. Not yet comfortable to get the spike part down. They know that the rotation could have come in from CT. And this is tough. Where will he come from? Now reveals his position. 35 seconds remaining. Does have to play with time, but with 2 angles to peek through, it's not gonna be easy.
Yeah, Spike not in his possession either. Takes the heads-up gunfight with Nox, and Nox wins that all day. 3K and 3 rounds for No Name as we switch sides.
And what a best of 3 match to start off the day. The first BO3 of the day, of the second day here in Epic32. Are you not entertained, chat? Are you not entertained? Oh, imagine if this was at LAN. Imagine the cheering that would be going on in the game so far. Oh, I would have loved it. And I hope you guys at home are enjoying this as much as possible, because we definitely are. Aren't we, Raptos?
Yeah. We really are. Like I said, like I want to get back to LANs at some point. Hopefully with the hopefully by the end of the year. That's what I'm hoping for. But my words, yeah, that would have been so hype. Of course, you know, Epic.LAN's a bring your own computer LAN, so we don't get stage games except for grand finals usually, and it's usually only one game that gets to stage finals. But speaking. Oh, Azaita just about getting away. He was trying to get greedy to try and get the ultimate orb there, and with that aggressive wall placement, but he has to fall back away, and MJ finds the opening for No Name. Yeah, here's all of the reinforcements for Patrick right now on this pistol round as they try to hold on to this B side. It's all players, yeah, ready and waiting to brawl as No Name continues to try and gain a foothold here, but again, it's all a kind of a stalemate right now as Nox pushing in, just swings the corner, it takes out Hypers, and all of a sudden it's over. Okay.
A little bit anticlimactic in comparison to the rest of the game, right? No Name just pretty much devour their opponents, and that one just surviving with 4 players. And yeah, Patchwork didn't have too much of a say in that game. So that will give No Name that economical advantage they need, right? Because now they want to get back into the game. 5 rounds, I can't do maths. 5 rounds differentiating themselves and their opponents. And with this extra round, it just gets them a little bit more closer.
Yeah, it does. Look at this. 3 players, 3 defenders up close here for Patrick. They're going to push straight in here. The flash is good to keep them at bay as Nox decides to dash through. He's kind of isolated though due to the wall being placed, but he's got his team around him now as they break that down. The whiff from Hypers on the Bucky though, that could have been so crucial. And now the Sage is isolated in the site. Sights are not long for this world. Bensky with the Bucky of his own decided to push up through this smoke, but Fiumi will deny. Zen with the only player left alive. 1 versus 5. Bucky, ace, clutch. Let's go.
Spike planted.
I mean, Bucky at hand. Xin, fault line coming through. Not going to spot him out though. Found a little bit of a gap there in between himself and his opponent. I mean, he's looking for exit frags. Any kill is welcome. But it looks kind of lost at this point for Xin. But a man at his caliber, I don't think this is even possible. He's just waiting for No Name to play aggressive on him, but it doesn't look like they will do that for him for so far. Just exchanging right clicks with the Jet. But Nox will be able to get him in the end, and yeah, flawless round from No Name, and they keep it going.
Yep, they do. They close the gap here. Look at this twitch Hypers though.
Oh,
that
was no.
Yikes. Is the only word I have for that.
Oh, you know, it happens to the best of us, right?
It happens to me all the time. Yeah, if you see me in my solo queue, then every single gunfight is a whiff from me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about my solo queue endeavors. Let's not get into that chaos. But yeah, Patchwork now. With the buckies all around, not quite able to get a full buy in. We'll probably be conceding this as No Name to have the better economy, but we're not going to give up on them just yet, are we, chat? But let's have a look at this. No Name looking to come back in this scenario. The Brits holding back with the buckies, not so many people onto the B site as Benny just jumps in and gives Mushroom a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, brilliant response there from the Racers. Oh, Bensky getting called out here. Benny with the triple, excuse me, in the round. He's unable to respond with his Sheriff, though. The heals coming through as well. Patchwork will have a slight chance of getting things done here, but the Buckies are just doing so much damage, and they're just denied entry entirely through the Heaven route. Score 6-9, still going the way of Patchwork, but it's getting a bit close to comfort.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, so it was expected that No Name would win this. Right now, they're sticking around with the weapons they had previously. Only Stingers all around. Patchwork now will have a solid chance to come back and get themselves to double digits. Vandals and Phantoms all around looking to do damage, and everyone looking to contribute in this one. Two-player setup for the A site, but it might be the wrong setup as Nox looks to aggress towards A. Finally, some information given towards the No Name side, although the Killjoy will stay towards B, the rest will start to rotate. But No Name, they're going to play the slow, potentially faking out this A positioning, and that will allow them to get onto the B side. Although Killjoy, although that util will be a dangerous factor, they need to find the kill before she's able to deploy most of it. DP coming through, heard. Boombot, spots out one of the pieces of util the Hypers has, but Fumigi is able to find one. Not quite sure where he was able to get that from. Potentially a second TP to come through. Completely catches him off guard, with Benny coming in with the showstopper, running out of time. Won't be able to find much, but that's the take without any casualties. What else do you want?
Yeah, there we go. Fantastic stuff there from No Name. Sending in the paint shells to force Monstrum back, at least delays him somewhat. It's a very one-dimensional retake potentially here from Patchwork. They don't have any players on the flank, so they'll have to head their way through towards Heaven, through towards the defender spawn. The fault line stuns up Saita. He has to try and dodge the flash as well. Benny picked up over the box, but Zin with the double kill to respond. But does he know that there's one more there inside of it? He will now, thanks to the Seekers coming through. MJ able to respond. Monstrum with the response. Monstrum with another kill to bring this back in the favor of Patchwork. The time is so low, and I think that Aftershock might have just won it. It has.
Oh, the Aftershock was crucial! And No Name, there's no player surviving! They get themselves a 7th when they didn't upgrade their weapons! How? They're not supposed to do that! And all of a sudden, this third map on Split is looking closer than ever. As it looks like Patchwork have to fall back on their pistols. The Brits won't be able to fully buy up now, and No Name will be looking to get themselves the 8th, having one round to differentiate the two.
And remember, this is a lower bracket game. The team that loses this series are out of the tournament, and well, they can potentially play Inters if they wanted to, but there's no prizes on offer for that secondary competition. Monstrum with the Zinc and the follow-up shot to find the kill with the Bucky. But Nox is there, and he's able to actually recover the weaponry. We've got Revive going on as well inside of No Name, so they're back up to a full complement of 5 players, and again, it's just these one-on-one duels happening inside of the tunnel right now, but Zaitza finds one with the Bucky. Oh, it gets a little bit confusing, and now No Name will try and readjust. They found a completely free A site.
Completely free A site, rotations to come in, and with just one casualty, it should be No Name's round for the taking. Although Patchwork will look to cause spoils to their economy. Just the Sheriff and Bucky to do the work, and it's Raze to hold up Heaven. The first man to greet them, and Skita is fairly far away from him. One-shot hit potential is not there for him. And though he does come through, and it looks like Benny was a little bit low because that one shot will do the deal. Vandal picked up now, but instantly gets punished. MJ finds him. But it should be it, right? No Name look to close this one out. Fumigi finds it onto Xin. So let's not get too ahead of ourselves. That round was not what all this game is all about. This next one coming up will define the next couple of rounds and which team will look to be ahead in double digits.
Will do. So, yeah, just one round between the two teams now. No Name have done a fantastic job to try and pull this one back. Ugh. I get the feeling we're only just getting started, and we're over halfway through the map number 3 right now. It's still a lot more to come in this one, a lot more drama potentially to happen. Nox dashing out, Blade Storm up, not finding anyone at any close angle. Bensky hiding towards the back of sight and just takes Nox out before he can do any impact. With the Blade Storm, Bensky lining up Fumi, but Fumi beats him to the punch, and Benny finds one of his own as well.
Yeah, Bensky wasn't exactly waiting for that one, and now Patchwork look like they have a tough task ahead of them. 3v4 for the retake, and they don't really have much util except from the shadows from their Omen. And now they will try to push through. Now looking to scout people out, but just like that, No Name look to be able to take this round. 3v4. Far from the A site, not an easy site to take, but they are going to go for it either way. Benny able to find one Fumi G with his second. Benny finishing things up, and 9-9 is the scoreline, and things could not have been closer with a 1-1 map record and 9-9 round record.
Yeah, all even Stevens now. No Name continuing to put up the rounds. They haven't dropped a single round right now on this attacking side, and this might be another one of them to put them ahead here, because Patrick gonna have to take the eco buy here. Bensky investing in a Stinger and Zaiter on a Bucky, but again, yes, those weapons can have some impact, but Patrick have had no impact here on the defensive side, and they've gone one man down early, two men down early already.
Nox and Fumi G start things off well, but No Name yet to take their advantage anywhere. The A site completely open for the taking, and they should be able to get on it, but it looks like they're changing their minds. Rotation to come in here from Patchwork, and well, now the B side is also deserted, so No Name, they're going to take this, right? They're going to just head on it. A couple of flashes will do it, but it won't even matter. They'll get themselves a spike plant, I imagine, unless they take too long here. Smoke will fake things out, which will mean that Patchwork will stick around on the A site, expecting that they have made their way already onto A. But it's a clean take here for No Name, and could get themselves on double digits here as Fumi G is able to find the rotate.
Yeah, and it just sells the fake even more that Fumi was able to get that frag. So you can see Patrick is still looking towards the A site. Have been completely and utterly fooled here, as that spike will be on towards B, and now they have to take the long road back. And well, with the 5 versus 2, not looking likely that Patrick will be able to get back to the lead here. So No Name, they're going to get up into double digits first unless some miracle happens, and we wouldn't have expected that at the start of this half.
We did not. I mean, Patchwork had a hard time on the first map. No Name were able to pick up the first one, no problem. It took them, the attacking side, to gain their ground, and it looks like they're not having too much time. They're not having a good time on defense. They showed that as well on the first one on Bind, and it looks like the same thing is repeating here on Split. It looks like they don't really fancy the defense. They love controlling the tempo on the attacking side, and this time without being able to control it, No Name usually find the openers. Now, most of the ultimates available on the Patchwork side, Resurrection from the Shadows, as well as the lockdown from the Killjoy from Hypers, is there for Patchwork to work with. Now, can they use it to the best of its ability to get themselves that equalizer they so need?
Patchwork need to wake up on this defensive side, otherwise this series is going to slip through their fingers and they'll be out of the competition. Here comes Benny with the showstopper up. No targets available for him though. Let's see if he can get a shot up in towards heaven that connects. No, it's not. Everyone from Patchwork just completely backed off for that situation. They preferred to play retake here instead, and that the reason why is they got Hypers with the lockdown still up, but he's going to get closed in on by 4 players.
Oh my
Four
word,
players
no!
pushing in towards defender spawn. Are they going to go into the deep grind? It seems like they are. They're falling. Hypers finds 3. He doesn't even need the lockdown ultimate. He just needs the Vandal in hand, and he takes down players. Nox goes down as well. A Patrick, a back, baby.
That's the confidence that Patchwork needed. They got 4 players remaining now. They didn't use any of their ultimates, and now they can use those to gain the advantage against their opponents. 10-10 as a scoreline, and with that morale boost there from Hypers, beautiful 3K that gave them that round, may it be enough for them to get them right back into this game.
That's it. That's the injection of optimism that you need if you're Patchwork. You were on that 7-round loss streak at the very start. I mean, 8 rounds if you count the final round of the first half. But now you've finally been able to bring one back, and it's thanks to a massive play from Hypers. It was a bit of a misplay as well from No Name. Why would you push 4 players into defender spawn like that? I just do not know. They went straight into the meat grinder with 2 players on the other side, and it just fell apart from them. They weren't able to find the trades. But now, Patrick, can they capitalize on that momentum?
Here's the deal. I mean, they've got the bot to check out if anybody is going to push through, and then as soon as it spots out anyone, or if they shoot it down, he will throw down the lockdown. But that's a beautiful smoke. Now they'll delay the lockdown and potentially go for the retake as well. So no casualties here for the take. Free A site push here for No Name, getting the spike plant. Hypers, he needs assistance before he gets lockdown down.
Yeah, you still got those ultimates held over from the previous round, so there goes the lockdown. So Hyper's going to use that one. Hammer Swarm ready and waiting as well to try and deny any push to try and kill that lockdown. Fumi, though, he's going to have to wait for this lockdown to end, and then he can push from the shadows into the back line. So a couple of kills going the way of Patrick here. They're going to try and get on the defuse as well. Nox trying to hold strong. Nox from up above. No! Try and line up the shots, but Sin just lines them up, and Patrick gets rounds back to back.
No, you don't deserve my
Patchwork gained the lead. 11-10 is the name of the game right now. Finally, they had to use most of their ultimates, and now they have a couple still coming up. Seek is coming out from Sky. I know Breach has his own, as well as Jet having her ultimate, her Blade Storm. And together with the Rolling Thunder, they may be able to get themselves an aggressive push onto one of these sites. But the fact that they're spread out so early on in this beginning of the round, it doesn't look like they want to take this very aggressive from the get-go.
Here we go. It's just the tension. You can cut the tension with a knife at the moment. It's, we've seen a brilliant map of Valorant here. Patchwork, again, they're not going to take any risks on this initial default here. They're just going to sit that Sage up in towards Heaven, get that wall down, which will be broken quite swiftly. Generally going to be the first one in here for No Name. It's just working on the map control. That's all that's happening right now.
Pushing through mid. We'll get spotted out. A few footsteps heard. Benny knows. And most of them out. Seekers coming through. Benny. But will have to destroy them though. Unable to do so. Panic button not yet touched here. As they're looking to push through. They are rotating back to the A site through sewers, Spike heading its way, but they haven't made their choice just yet, right? I mean, Benny holding this one out. He's just causing havoc to Patchwork right now. Holding that angle just can't keep the B site under control. They need that extra 2 players, and now they may be able to get themselves onto the A site with Jet in such a good position. Nox right behind him from the smoke. May go for the greedy push here. As soon as he peeks through, he may have a problem with Sky. The smoke will deteriorate, but they are heading towards the B site. They found the opening. Wall down came through on Heaven, and that's exactly what they need. They have a couple of ultimates available as well. They will be able to get that 5-man plant down. No casualties. Finally, Hyper's finding one. Now, if anyone loses his life, Patchwork, they have the resurrection available, but to what prevail? They'll have to lose quite a lot of time with this. And Rolling Thunder still available. MJ able to find one into Monstrum as they start to push through here. Resurrection coming through. 5 versus 4. Paranoia come out. Sin able to find one. Benny with a raid take. Oh! Blast spot on his head. And Sin with a 3rd. They may be able to do this, but it is a 1v2. Holding down with grit and nails. No Name all by himself. Diffuse stuck. Monstrum. He's able to take it. And 12th round gives Patchwork their match points.
They finally get the round required, and they get to match point first. This has been a brilliant game. MJ, at least on the attack, trying to hold things down, but the well-timed Paranoia just completely cancels him out. I'm not sure what's going on with Sin and the thing on his head there, but Fumi left in the 1 versus 2, and he couldn't get it done. What a time to turn up back into this game for Patrick. Of course, they had a very good opening portion to this match, but once they switched over to that defensive side, they were struggling to get rounds together, but now they are, and No Name are the ones in the hot seat.
Coming out here from Benny, already aggressing forward,
jumped over it.
trying to get some kills. Hypers, he's able to point 3! No way! Bensky, they did it! Just like that! They take the map, they take the series, and No Namers are out!
Benny jumping over Bensky, and that could have been one of the crucial moments, but Hyper's just holding things down with the spray downs through the smoke. To 10 at the end, but in no way was that certain, not whatsoever. No Name gave it a very good effort, but they are now out of Epic, of this epic.LAN Intel Valorant tournament. What a way to start the day. What a way.
What a way indeed. Patchwork managed to scramble up the pieces in the end. They did the reverse sweep, 2-1 in the end. And like you said, it wasn't a close one at all, right? I mean, No Namers, they had such a good chance in winning that one. It was so close, but they couldn't quite find their grasp in the final half, right? But my word, Patchwork, what a solid job. The Brits will be moving forwards in the loser bracket, while No Namers, the all-European squad, will have to stand back, have to get knocked out here in epic.LAN. And my word, if this is the loser brackets on the Saturday, the first game of the Saturday as well, who can tell what is coming up in the next games?
Yeah, we can give you a couple of updates on the games that have finished. We had Torn Mill, Replay Totem win their game against Beam, Lasagna Beam, which is the best name whatsoever. Of course, they were one of the unseeded teams coming into the lower bracket, so it's unfortunate they dropped that. Swag won 2-1 against Wow Nice, which is to be expected again, higher seed winning in that instance. So I'm not seeing any upsets so far here in the first round of the lower bracket. Of course, we got a couple of games to finish. We're waiting for the we're waiting for the result of this to be submitted, and then we're also waiting for Camel and the South Shore to finish as well before we get our next round of the lower bracket sorted. But we'll keep you posted on what game we're streaming next, because of course the upper bracket quarterfinals are happening at the very same time. So we'll have to see how things turn out. We'll have to see what's going to be a close game, what's not going to be a close game, and then make a decision based on that. But I mean, if they're anything like this series, then I certainly won't be complaining with any choice.
Absolutely. I'm definitely looking forward to the rest of this tournament. But great big shout out to our sponsors who are making this event possible. Overclockers UK, Intel, and Logic G. Thank you oh so very much for allowing us to make this happen. And that's going to be it from me and Rapturous. Thanks for tuning in. But there are a couple of other casters to bring it through. I believe it's Rook and JP to bring you the action in the next best of 3 series. Stick around right after the break to enjoy this oh so awesome Valorant tournament.
Hello, Overclockers. Welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him? Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Intel Epic32 Valorant tournament. I am Rook and I'm joined by JP and we are brought to you by Overclockers UK, epic.LAN, Intel and Logitech G. And we are here in the upper bracket for a matchup between RixGG and Edelweiss Esports.
Yes, and welcome back to everyone. I do have to point out, Brooke, that was much less impactful than the intro you were able to do yesterday. Obviously, the team's not able to roll off the tongue quite to the same extent as the clip that I'm sure will be forever remembered in Intel Epic32 and one of the things that brought us through the Valorant tournament. But it is upper bracket quarterfinal time, and as you say, we have Edelweiss versus Rix.GG, and both of these teams have shown real strength throughout this tournament. We've obviously seen RixGG before on stream. I had the joys of casting them as they took down Isuba to take that first place seed in the 5th game of groups. Edelweiss on the other side have also made themselves out of their group in first place, but haven't been as quite pronounced on the scene because they haven't been actually on stream yet. So I'm looking forward to seeing this team. We have still got a lot of information to gather on them in the comparison to RixGG, who we did see earlier. I'm really hoping that RixGG were able to pick up on some of the potential issues that they did have within the game and some of the teamwork that they've had. And hopefully this should be a really close game between two very, very good teams.
Yeah, and they're both coming in very similar seedings. I believe it's 3rd and 4th, or is it 4th and 5th? I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. It's 4th and 5th. And understandably so, you look at these guys on all of the rankings, if you've seen them play, they're very evenly matched. And I'm excited to see exactly how this matchup is going to go because they're two squads who have had opportunities to potentially play each other before, but haven't quite made it as far as I'm aware. So I'm very interested to see how they're finally going to play against each other now that they're actually going to match up here in epic.LAN. What a better position than this best of 3. It also allows us to kind of see the different kind of maps these teams have ready. And that's, I think, the real mettle of a team. How many maps they have prepared and whether they can, how they can perform on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, because we only saw RixGG actually on Ascent, and they didn't have the most commanding, dominating performance we might have hoped out of them against Isuba. But again, there were some very clutch moments, especially in that second half, when they finally managed to attack, and they just completely blew Isuba away in a lot of the games. But on the other side, Edelweiss, they took down Enrage Gaming 2-0 in their previous round. And Enrage had put some real dents into a lot of the top teams. They'd taken games off of some of these very top teams out of Group D, the same group that before I'd say the wrong team, the same group that RixGG came out of. And I believe that Rix GG actually took a game off of Enrage, but Enrage were just able to sneak their way in after Isuba did go down to Rix GG. On the side of Edelweiss, they came out of their game 2-0 against Click Esports. So they're on a roll. They haven't dropped a map in this best of 3, and that's where you really want to be starting off these quarterfinal brackets. You don't want to be dropping games. You want to play as little Valorant as humanly possible in a lot of extents, because the more you play, the more time and effort you're putting in, the more mental energy you're putting into it. And we're playing some very rapid fire quarterfinals. We're going back to back to back. We've got 4 best of 3s to play today. And if you're going to make your way through all of those games, you want to be giving up as fewer games as possible so you have the time to have a break. Imagine you're playing a best of 3 and that last one goes to overtime. You're probably the last match to finish. You're on a very quick turnaround to come to the next match.
Yeah, you got to be ever so careful. And these teams have also given away some of that info. They've also shown how they play against the same teams, both playing Enrage, both playing Clique. That does mean that we do have at least some sort of measuring stick here. Rix did drop a map to Clique. I'm not exactly sure what it was on, but at the same time, you look over towards Edelweiss, and they took their map against them. They only played one game because it wasn't that group stage, pretty convincingly with a 13-8 win. So it does mean that I think coming into this, maybe Edelweiss look like that stronger team, but obviously Valorant doesn't have exactly perfect transitive qualities. If Team A beats Team B, Team C doesn't, and Team C beats Team B, that doesn't mean that Team C beats Team A. It's going to be interesting to see whether Rix can kind of return that form, because I think something you mentioned to me was that Rix are a strong team, but they took a little bit of time to get warmed up last time you saw them play, didn't they?
Yeah, the first half ended up a 6-6 versus 7-5 in advantage of Isuba, a team that, although they weren't a lower ranked team, they were the second ranked within their group, so you'd expect that close game. It was the second half that they were able to just completely close out the game. Every single member of the Rix GG team stood up to the plate at some point, and Latex was the player that was just so powerful in those closing games to get those last few closed out. Some beautiful positioning, beautiful ults on the Omen, so I would like to see them go back to that agent. They had some really, really impressive games. But in best of 1, and this is potentially where we may see some difference of information when we hit the best of 3s. The problem with best of 1s is kind of anything can happen. If you have a bad game and you lose a game in best of 1, well, that's it. You're down a match within your scoreline, whereas in best of 3, you have another 2 to come back into it. We've seen so many reverse sweeps across so many different professional esports, where a team will go down the first game and then it's just like, oh, hang on a minute, maybe we didn't do the right strategy. They'll put something back together and push through. And that's why Edelweiss might be the slight advantage in this game, because they just have shown no stopping them at any point. They've just completely cleared out their group, and they've 2-0'd their first opponent in this double elimination bracket to then continue on to this upper bracket quarterfinal. I don't think when we say that it's an advantage, I think this is one of these very small, fractional, minute advantages, because both of these teams have come in as the top-rated teams in the tournament. They've both cleared out their groups in the top seeds. And now they get to go head-to-head, and we get to see where these top teams sit within their own little metagame of top teams.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested to see exactly how these maps are coming on through, because we have gotten them. Rix taking away Haven, Edelweiss taking away Icebox, which means we're going to be playing Bind, then Split, and then Ascent. So some of those more standard maps. I think the Split one is going to be particularly interesting. Edelweiss have a lot of kind of games in the bank, so we can look at their stats, have a bit of information about that. And Split is not exactly their most successful map, but only by a very small margin, where Ascent is 63% and Split is 61%. They've been playing around with a couple of different things. They've been bringing out the Sage, but the fact that they're comfortable here, I think, is the really important thing to keep in mind, because you look over to Rix GG, and I'm surprised they didn't ban it. To be completely honest with you, they've got 40% win rate on it. It's one of the maps that they really don't want to play, and it just seems to not go their way a lot of these other times. And if you're looking towards Edelweiss, just from looking at the stats, it's somewhere they're very happy to go. Whereas this Icebox, which was banned away pretty early on here, and this Haven, which was banned away early on here, doesn't seem like too much of a problem.
Yeah, but there's also the flip side of that sometimes teams, and we've seen it across multiple different tournaments, we know where teams prefer to go. We saw this in the early First Strike event between TSM and 100 Thieves. We've seen it in National University Esports League between Rootkit and Blue Jays and Warwick Direwolves, where the team that has that natural home or believed home advantage in Split, the likes of TSM and Rootkit and Blue Jays, the other team has gone, actually, we're going to take the fight to you on your home turf. And we saw in both situations, both the 100 Thieves and Warwick Direwolves, they were actually able to take the match off of those opposition teams and set them up in great positions to then progress on to that further stage. Obviously, 100 Thieves winning the event off of that map. And I do think that Split, with the changes that have come in, has started to make its way back into more of the accepted meta game. Like Icebox is still pretty much banned across most we see, apart from if you're Sentinels, in which case then you're going to pick the map because you are so good at that map and not anyone has had the time to really put in to do that one. But because of the changes, Split's been opened up. It's not so defender-focused anymore with the changes to a lot of the entrances and a lot of the 50-50 angles. And I think that's made it more popular for teams to go to. And I really think that we need to see teams really pushing through. Obviously, but with Bind, we know what people do. We know what they enjoy to see. It's a map that everyone is comfortable on and has no real advantages to either side, but some really interesting picks that are going to come out. We're going to see my first view of Yoru on stream, with Awesome picking that up rather than Phoenix we saw last time. But we're seeing Sage brought out again as that Sentinel pick on the defender's side, and Edelweiss also picking up Sky. So some different picks that we haven't seen too much of. And it should just be interesting to see how these teams play. We know that Yoru is an up-and-coming pick. It's not had the most effect on the professional stage. But maybe this is the opportunity to show that it is the right way to go with some of these more aggressive duelist picks.
Yeah, I actually think the Sage is a lot more obviously in a fair state right now, but is also very strong. I think you can only really afford to take it on this map because of kind of the discussion we at least had before, where you want to be able to move around a little bit more and set up a little bit more and not have the kind of Sentinels that we usually have, which are very difficult to maneuver around a lot of that utility. So I actually think it's really solid in that regard. Now, the other part which makes it really strong is it's backed up by the Viper and the Sky, and I love this combo. I think it's absolutely stellar, and it means that you've got a lot of ways to cut off these sightlines and make up for some of the problems that sometimes you see from these Sentinels. Now, RixGG going to be starting off pretty default, not pushing forward all too much to start the game off.
Yeah, and Fry we see here picking up this lurk position that they played to such great effect on this Cypher multiple times, with the more aggressive push from Latex actually putting down the Omen and picking up this Brimstone. The controller player of choice, but the flashes are going to come in. Ludzer is going to get the first kill on Tidus, and that's a massive pickup. It might potentially give them the opportunity to hit this B site with one player left alive, and Fry's going to get another beautiful kill on Mikey. Not exactly sure where that lurk was coming, but it worked out so well for them in that position.
Yeah, nice stuff for RixGG to be able to spot that one out. Mikey could have wrought havoc, but unfortunately not given that opportunity to at all. Loser just pushes on through, takes it down Metalian, and now this is so much control for RixGG. You can see that Edelweiss are trying to maneuver these two players over and get some kind of flank, but they're going to be given up as well by the tripwire. I think Gatch does manage to spot it out, but it doesn't really matter. It still gives the information over, and the fact that there's a Soviet waiting right here. Hit the shot. Back, gets caught off guard by the teleporter, but turns around, almost takes down both of them, but not quite enough. And G-Scale does find a frag. They're trying to bring this back to 1 versus 3. Just needs a couple of headshots. Keep in mind, these pistol rounds can be ever so even as long as you hit those all-important shots. Unfortunately, taken down by Loser there, and, well, RixGG pick up that first round pretty handily.
And Luz are continuing how they left off in the previous match we saw on stream when they were on Jet, carrying from the front. An interesting decision, the patience from Rix to wait for Edelweiss to push out. Someone's been doing their homework on this team because they didn't make any aggressive pushes. In fact, Luz got the first kill almost in sort of that normal rotation you see through market. They stood in the archway, waited, and managed to get that early kill, which gives them so much pressure because you take the raise off the map. And suddenly that defensive capability to stop a push just completely disappears. But now we're going to see the full buy coming out Spectres. We are going to see a judge on the side of Edelweiss in the hands of the Sage just trying to potentially stop some of these pushes. But they need to try and make this work because otherwise they're going to be in a position 2-0 down. Not the worst, it is early games, but they need to make this force buy work as the one-way smoke that we are so used to seeing with Vipers on this map. It's going to come out on this short area.
Yeah, it's not a huge surprise at all. T-Scale obviously aware that that is going to be the Yoru, but still getting rid of some of the utility, eating up the Viper, eating up the Recon Bolt. Too much going on. This, as you said, the force has to be big, but doesn't really find enough damage, doesn't finish anyone off, and it seems like RixG actually got on that one pretty scot-free. Some good damage onto the Viper as well, pushes them off here, backed up on Mytalian. Does mean they've got a lot of control of these lamps, but you could see RixGG just going to smoke it off, maybe still looking for this execute onto A, but keep in mind, they can rotate pretty quickly. Edelweiss do have two players on the flank. They lose out that fight. Tide is not quite able to find her. Loser does manage to get that frag, and unfortunately, Otom overextends trying to flush some of those players out of U-Balls. Spike goes down, and now Edelweiss kind of trapped in these positions. Makes things ever so difficult. The Flash is trying to come on through to open up something here, but Petty Scale just can't find that opportunity to move on through. The pistol is there, and they go straight down. The refrag comes on through as Metallion continues to push on through, but they are so split up from the rest of this team. Mikey can't find a way on through here either. That pistol does find a bit of damage. It's just not quite enough. They take down one and lose the round.
And both teams force buying just does not work out for Edelweiss in this position. They need to make some more of this work. This judge pick could have been so disgusting in that position, but they just couldn't connect all the shots across. They had so many different shots across two different people. Autumn there, unfortunately, overextending with a nice teleport into site, but Fry, ever so positioned on the site, wouldn't have allowed him to retake it, and 2-0 to the good for RixGG. And I think one of the things that we'll likely see more going into these gun rounds rather than we would have seen in the pistol rounds, as we see Edelweiss on the force buy, is that they have a double heal Sentinel, they have a double heal comp. They have Sage and Sky. So for the side of RixGG, although they've got this 2-0 start, every single kill they get, they need to confirm instantly, because otherwise they're going to be in a position where they're all back to full health, and your push was mitigated, and any damage you're going to take in return is going to stick on the RixGG comp.
I think the only way you could play more long game for Edelweiss here is maybe have that Omen over the brim, but even that's like not too much of a difference here. Edelweiss all piling 3 players into this position. That flash actually gives a lot of information over and shows that those footsteps aren't real human beings. Means they can still have these 2 players waiting in hooker. With that frag going over towards A, that could be a committal. And that recon ball is absolutely stellar. They get 1. As RCK's managed to take down Metallion straight away. Unfortunately, Tidus, as they try and peek on out, it all falls apart. The frags are coming through thick and fast. Final player given up, but Mikey does manage to find something. But it's only 1 kill for them there. RixGG gonna get that, not quite gonna get it on down, but they'll be able to buy up 4 rifles here, and it's gonna be so difficult for Edelweiss to take this.
Yeah, and Fry, you saw getting this lurk kill. This player is an absolute nuisance to oppositions, taking a little bit of Steel's mentality from 100 Thieves into this with these lurk plays on this Cypher. And they have made it work in all 3 rounds. We've seen multiple kills, 1v1 in positions that they wouldn't be expected to be in. And I love when Cyphers take this role. They can set this utility as we see in these mid-rotations, and they just go hide in another corner out of the way and wait for someone to push into them. But we do see the guns finally coming out. See Tidus here with the Phantom, make some use of weaponry advantage because get smoked, seen out. A lot of damage going in, but it's not going to find anyone on that push in. The Yoru flash has already been used. Now he needs to find a way in, see if we can get some of the ultimate points to access this dimensional drift and get some into the back line.
Flash off, Milburn just pushes on through. Mikey does hold strong, but finally falls. Edelweiss seem to have found the frags that they needed to maybe take control of this round. Metallion, even though he's smoked off, is happy to just play this angle. Edelweiss playing that little bit slower. RixGG, though, if it weren't for the fact that they dropped this spike in B, they would be in such a good spot right now, and they have to wait for this push to come through from the Cypher. He is going to make it. No one's... Oh, no, the Viper is watching from him. Petty Skell should be able to find this pretty easily, but loses out the jaw to the Spectre. However, Gatch will be able to capitalize on that, stop them from running away with the round there. And that means they're even going to invest the res. Edelweiss understand how important this round can be. See now, RCK does find that frag. It's 1 versus 2. And they at least have some idea of where these last remaining players are. Takes down 1, looking for it, gets it with the 3K. And RixGG punish Edelweiss. They invest everything to Edelweiss. RixGG didn't even buy rifles there, and it's a successful round in round 4 here. They are running an absolute train on this offense.
Yeah, and it could have gone so wrong. They went down to 2 players remaining versus 3, and the Hunter's Fury basically field goaled the entire enemy team. It found 0 targets, but as we see here, RCK just beautiful gunplay there to hold the crosshairs in the right place and just completely shut down Edelweiss's ability to get back on. Edelweiss would be wondering where that went wrong because they had the numbers advantage, but RCK just didn't matter, and some beautiful headshots to close out that round. Puts Edelweiss back on that defensive force, save a buy to try and get themselves back in this game. I do love Fry. They played so well this game. They've been this constant lurk and threat, and they've just been able to find out a lot of pressure and even win gun duels that they arguably shouldn't be winning either.
Yeah, especially with that Spectre pushing up and finding that frag was so important. The one way there could make things very difficult, but it's a lot of investment towards that bathroom. If we see a more standard push, just pop the smokes down, plant for A, this could be a quick and easy execute. They have at least some sort of knowledge that there's going to be this player up here. T-Scale is trying to wait. The ultimate goes on in to clear out U-Hauls, trying to make sure they don't get caught up by all too much. The toxins are low, it's going to fall down. Petty-Scale has a clean shot here, but can't land more than one. Otom shuts them down, and now Edelweiss find themselves yet again on the back foot. They're down weapons, they're down map control, the spike is down. They're really going to have to come up there to find this. Mikey tries to peek one out, that's just a little bit too slow. Otom punishes them, but headshots abound, mean they do take down Latex. And one more. It's 3 versus 3. They still got to make this push happen. The showstopper is ready. The rocket, however, does not land at all, and neither do the rifles, seemingly. Battalion finds an opening here for their squad. It's still that 2 versus 2 as RSK is covering the cross, gets the spray on the first, but sometimes the judge just running on through is way too much. Fry playing passively, knowing how this one is going to end. Know that the push is coming on through. Gatch finds the frag, and Edelweiss just about finished the round. I think he does. I think he does just bet. Oh! I thought he had enough time, but by half a second, not quite able to make it.
Yeah,
That is just disastrous. They invested, well, not too much in this round, so they can't be too hard done by, but that should have been theirs, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. And this play here, Gatch able to pick up the Vandal and take this kill in the 1v1 gun duel. Fry just not able to find the targets, but they just taken too long. And Cypher, they had no idea where Fry was positioned on the site. You saw them running down A short, go and use the heal, try and find the Cypher. And at the end of the day, they just held it out long enough that they were able to close out the round in a 5-0 lead and more money in the bank. And Edelweiss got the frags, but they don't get the money for winning the round.
Yeah, and, well, they had no players left, so it hurts even more. A little bit sad to see here from them, and you can see Otom thinking, do we go for Dimensional Drift? It's a good question. It can really set you up, but I think pushing into a Viper's Pit is biting off a little more than you can chew in this position. I think spraying through, trying to find someone maybe is a good start, but I think Rix GG are very sensibly going to have to push towards a different site here because that Viper's Pit is such an obstacle.
The Viper's Pit has this beautiful advantage that you can set it up and leave 3 players on the other side because it's so hard to push into the ability, but we are going to see the Dimensional Drift pop. He's going to run into site, find some information as he comes in, and then he might be able to ult cancel, but he's going to go back out, go find his team again, having given them some information as he comes from there. We're going to see the first one. Otom's going to find it.
Yeah, there it comes from the sky. Doesn't quite finish anyone because that good bit of damage. 2 very low players on Rick GG. Edelweiss, well, you can see RCK is fishing for them, but unfortunately doesn't manage to tag up Petty Skell there. 31 HP. If they go down here, this would be massive for Rix GG. They pretty much win site control. They take down this Viper at this moment, but Petty Skell sitting in there gets shot out by Otom there. That was a massive opening, however. Battalion holds strong and wins the round. The first round for Edelweiss here.
Yeah, and they keep 2 players alive, which is obviously important. They didn't have access to the Sage Ultimate to try and save some of these weapons. But it just felt like Rix GG maybe tried to force too hard into the Viper's Pit. They had only Fry over on A side, and maybe had they split up a little bit more, tried to get a bit more information, they might have been able to access that A side site, but they committed to B, and it just didn't work out for them. The Brimstone Ultimate did enough damage to prevent them pushing in whilst doing space clearing, and the Viper's Pit, as we've seen, it's a fantastic ultimate, even though it sits in one place, and that's a prime example of why it's so good.
I'm really surprised to see Rix GG push into that, though, right?
Yeah, no, of course, I completely agree. I'm very surprised they decided to push into it, as we're seeing Lozo make a very quick run away from all these abilities. Tyler's going to pop the showstopper and find no shows will stop this time round. But it was just an interesting decision that they just continued pushing and pushing and pushing, and they just never were able to find anything. But they're already on site. Otom's already in with his Sheriff. Going to try and find the first kill. Oh, that flick from Matalan. That was horrible for Otom to see.
Gatch is also waiting in the wings. Edelweiss have the player advantage and we have a great opportunity to push on through here. Loza was expecting it, but still loses the duel, and Gatch finds a second one here. Edelweiss seem to be on a bit of tear in this round. Spike is down, and they are hitting the headshots, but it's trading out. It's now 1 versus 3, and they know exactly where that player is. Metallion is just waiting, trying to bait out that shot, knowing the push is coming, but there it is! Fry only finds one, however, and Edelweiss pick up their second round.
Don't even start that shit here, mate.
Yeah, you're always kind of playing on that seesaw, and sometimes it doesn't quite go exactly how you want, and then you find yourself losing round after round after round. Loza holding this angle, expecting the pressure from Edelweiss here. They really have been going for aggressive stuff here. Tom trades 1-for-1, but the heal is absolutely there, and the res as well. Gatch happy to invest it early on here, knowing that if they win another round, they're again going to deal such a massive economic blow here. They take out Loza, and again, it's the two-player disadvantage for Edelweiss, and they're going to push on in here. That's just a freebie for Petty Scale. If they didn't get it, Gatch would have, and that just means that, again, RixGG, I think very sensibly, playing a slower-paced game, maybe trying to find an opening here. Got to pick up that spike and take it to site. They have site control, but unfortunately there's someone in between them and getting that plant down.
Look where RCK is right now. They're actually in the back lines. I think Petty Scale knows this could be coming because they obviously gave up so much pressure and they pushed down one angle, but RCK has to make this work. It's not going to. It's a beautiful kill from Petty Scale. The 5 players left alive on the side of Edelweiss. It's just not going to be possible here for the side of Latex. He's just one man against the world. It's going to be a flawless round, and we're going to see it there. He actually gets a beautiful flank round, takes out the flawless round. 3 down to 5, and Edelweiss making their way back into this game nicely as a 4th round is going to be coming up on the side of RixGG. We see some Sheriffs coming through, and potentially we're now back to 4-5 after such an incredible start from RixGG. Edelweiss have found their stride and been able to snowball some of this advantage back into their own game.
Yeah, fantastic place to find themselves. Generally, this defensive side is that little bit stronger, so it's good to see them actually picking up some rounds here. And they could end this half with a pretty successful scoreline as long as they keep RixGG locked out of the rest of these rounds.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing. You don't want to give your opponent a footstep back in when you have so much economic advantage on them. You just want to make them pay for what they've done. So see the dueling paint shells come in here, try and slow the push down. See Guiding Light come out there from the sky, going to find a few, but not enough to punish off of. But Catch has already got Autumn.
No frags early on here for RixGG. They just didn't get a thing. Good play from Edelweiss. They've been playing very aggressively in some of these rounds, and RixGG looked to punish it on this pistol. And, well, Edelweiss this time played that little bit more reserved, didn't get caught out. Good molly responses as well, meaning that Hobson through Latex is now completely in control of this portion of the site. You can see Metallion unsure of how he's going to push on through here. Spray comes on in, but the spike goes down. They see 2 players for it, but I think RixGG have to be pretty happy with this position now. Loza is trying to push, but unfortunately, Edelweiss have just been holding these angles too darn well.
That's back-to-back flawless rounds for Edelweiss. We expected them to pick this one up, but not quite to the extent that they've been able to. They've just locked RixGG out of these last 4 rounds. And it's just somewhere along the line, RixGG have to come up with a different strategy. This spray down through the smoke into the default position, so well played. Everyone knows that that's the best place to plant because it protects you from heaven. But at the same time, if you have no pressure with you and they were on their own on site, you can just get gunned down even when the spike goes down, but it does give them the extra money. It gives them 300 credits per player, and 1,500 across the board is never going to hurt in a round that you were trying to start to save some money up. But just look at the money on the side of Edelweiss. We've probably got 3 or 4 straight buy rounds to come in. Even if they lost to the half, they're going to be buying all the way through now. But they need to find something different. We saw so much that RixGG have been playing this beautiful buddy system that they just aren't playing anymore. They're not taking the opportunity to play the buddies between them, and they're going to do a lot of damage with the orbital strike, but it's not going to find any kills. Guiding Light's going to go back in with the paint shells as players have already pushed into hookah, try and find some information on where the enemy are.
Here it is. Edelweiss, again, playing that little bit more passive in this round, not getting caught off and utilizing that Viper well. Obviously taking a lot of influence and inspiration from Fnatic, who were doing very similar strats, and obviously have showcased it more recently in some of their tournaments they played, and showed just how strong it can be. And Edelweiss, they're not quite as good as Fnatic, but they're definitely pulling off these strats pretty well. However, they get caught out early. Tidus completely giving up, and you can see the things are coming on through. There's the wall bang, and that's how you need to be using that dimensional drift. Dash, however, was ready for that one, takes down Latex as well, and they finally flush out that player. It's 3 versus 2 as Edelweiss completely opened up, but Petty Scale on the flank ruins this opportunity for RixGG here. Fro will be able to get the spike. He's going to be able to plant close, but this is a disaster for RixGG. They had such control, and it's just completely squandered here. As now they're the 1 versus 2, and Fry is getting bombarded with a lot of different utility. Can't use a lot of what he needs to. Gets that first frag, but now with his position given away, Joe's going to give the position. He's going to be able to back away. playing back towards it. There's the push, and they lose out the duel. Petty Skell with a fantastic flank nets them the round.
Yeah, some perfect timing there from Petty Skell. Just as the Cypher ult goes down, they manage to complete the flank. They get the first 2 kills onto the Brimstone and onto the Sova. And Fry at that point is just left all alone. Autumn here with a beautiful opening frag and a dimensional drift in. And I love that they were able to use this wall bang to find the sky. It was so much fun. But Gatch in this corner just completely punished what they were doing. And Autumn just didn't get out the way in time. And he would then reappear from his ultimate, gets gunned down. They then find the kill onto Latex as well. And Fry trades out. But at this point, Raze and the Sova, I'm not exactly sure where they're looking because they just didn't potentially play safe enough into the tube until the Cypher ult came down and potentially could have waited a bit longer on the neural theft to give that position away, and the flank would have been completely blown open. They rotate round to A, and they probably get a free round off of it. But this is a great ultimate.
Can he finish this? They take down Gatch, but the fact that Otom overextends and gets caught out means that that ultimate investment doesn't actually lead to a round opportunity. They're now even players and have invested a lot to get there. You can see EDW starting to push on up here. 2 players in this position, and Fry manages to trade out there. That is not the position you want to find yourselves in. Luzza already in that backline, in that spawn, just looking to completely capitalize on it. This execute is coming towards that A site, even though you might expect something else here. Luzza just waiting for that push to come on through, though. However, Tidus knew that the flank was going to be there. They know this situation. And Edelweiss has been absolutely stellar in holding some of these corners because Rick's GG seemingly just seed a player every single time. And RCK has got them on the runaround. He's going to hot-foot it back to that A site.
Yeah, he needs to get the spike down here. They need the monetary income. They cannot afford to go down to another loss and go 6-5 down going into the last round. They need to be full buying on the last round. We're seeing the healing come out from Sky, top up Raze, make sure that they're live for the fight. But I think they know where RCK is going. They're going to start to rotate back to A, and they've got to try and close this round out and try and get this advantage 6-5. It would have been a fantastic 6-round straight set of victories for Edelweiss and Rick's GG after the 5-0 start. It's just all fallen apart for them.
Already has good recon dart that will give a lot of information over. Knows that there's at least one player, but loses that all-important first duel. And Edelweiss's aim has been on point here, and I think that's been a big kind of distinguisher that Rick's GG are pushing angles, sometimes not checking them, for example, with the fiasco on the B site in the previous round. And, well, Edelweiss are just happy to punish them. They do get that little bit cash in the bank, so they should be able to buy somewhat in this next round, but look, this is great from RCK, but you can look at the skirt kill feed and see Otom overextends, gets caught out, and then they don't have that advantage that they really wanted to net.
Agreed, and I'm not going to put it on top of one player, but Rick's GG are sometimes making some decisions that I would question what they were doing from when they played before. They're not playing this coordinated style. They're letting individual players go off to try and get these opening kills. But they're going into 2 players on the side of Edelweiss who are playing the proverbial buddy system. They're not allowing themselves to be picked off, and I'd like Rich GG to maybe trade it up a little bit. I know this is the last round of the half, but this is going to obviously be applicable to potentially this map, the next map, and the following map if we get to all best of 3. They need to be looking to trade out some of these kills because Autumn's getting in some good places, but then just getting punished on these crossfires without any support to trade out any kills. And as we know, if you're on the side of the attackers, you want to be trading out kills. We're going to see the Cypher get another point towards that ultimate 1 left. If he can get a kill, then they're able to activate the neural theft again, get some information, but it's going to be a slow push in. They're going to try and find some information. They're not going to find anything. The showstopper is out here. They're going to find the first kill. He's going to get rid of himself, though, as well.
Yeah, with Metallion and Gatch both finding these follow-up frags, that means that Edelweiss have completely taken control of the round again. Rick's GG, they will be able to likely get this spike down. No, RCK doesn't commit towards it. Looking to try and hit this headshot, but that rocket is speeding towards him. Just about survives, but not very long does he have left to live as Metallion is just holding that angle. And Edelweiss take a successful path, I honestly feel, for themselves. It was 5-0, but they clutched it back out and rode the wave all towards the end.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're taking a little bit too much damage as Luzza jumped in there with the showstopper out, managed to take down Petty Skell, but also removes themselves from the game. But it just felt that they couldn't find a way through Edelweiss's defense. They set up shop and they never gave them a look in. We've seen Matalane work, but 15 frags on this Brimstone. Not the agent you expect to see at the top, but been so effective alongside Gatch and Petty Skell holding out these pushes. But now they have to look at how they're going to be on the attack. We have this hugely defensive-sided composition in sort of the controller of Viper and then having Sky and then having Sage. Not necessarily what you'd expect to see on the attack, but now They need to make it work on the attack, and obviously RixGG have had the opportunity to bring it all back again. There's going to be a big push in by Tidus, try and get some early information into this B hookah world. We see Gatch playing Lurker on Sage.
Trying to play super deep here, though, is RixGG. They're just pushing up, getting so much control. They don't know that they're being flanked, but likely they'll be able to strike first, and that's going to be an important part here. Smokes go down to try and deny and slow down that push. It's Metellian looking for some of that info themselves. The shots are starting to ring out. Both of RixGG's two members who are on this flank have managed to sneak all the way up in here. We could see a quick rotate here. If the information gets called on over by this Sage, that could be absolutely huge, and RixGG would be completely caught off guard. But it looks like it's going to be a pretty hard commit towards this site so far from Edelweiss. They are just looking for these frags. I don't think they're expecting to have so many players here. Usually coming out from the sofa to give away some options here, but Mikey very much debating it, and this will be massive. Yeah, there's the call, and this is absolutely huge. Maybe they can catch the rotate here. Can the duo on this flank? But Petit Skell wins out these duels, and that is a disaster. Rix, they had an opportunity. They had some sort of play, but it just amounts to nothing. They completely give up the A site. The flank does nothing, and as they rotate back on through, they're caught yet again. It's just Luzza versus the world, and Edelweiss completely destroy them in this pistol round here. Luzza is going to have to show up something absolutely magical to be able to pick this up at all. With all the flashes, all the util, absolutely everything being thrown at them, and they still have to deal with that spike, which is so wide out in the open. This is going to be nigh upon impossible. Luzza peeks on, tries to get the headshot, but Gatch completely denies him, and yeah, a really solid round from Edelweiss.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the flank from Autumn and Brimstone and Latex just didn't work out. This position here, I don't know why they were going without their weapons drawn, and Autumn just gets caught out and puts Latex in a position where he's at weapon disadvantage versus the Ghost. A beautiful set of kills there from Petty Skell, but it was strange. Autumn and Latex just got to a position and then just stopped. They didn't try to take any advantage and continue to push and use the advantage of the element of surprise, because I don't think Edelweiss would have ever expected them to come with that flank on that long B angle. But they just let themselves get punished and lose the round for it. And I feel that they just needed a little bit more positive aggression to take that kills out and try and give them the advantage. But Tidus is already going to pick up Autumn. Not a good kill to lose, especially in that long elevation. Taking out the fight against the weapon advantage on the side of Edelweiss is not where you want to be, but they are going to push through. But Hatch is already on side and going to find two of them. This round is already probably curtains with the triple kill for the Sage already.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff here from Gatch so far. They've been huge on this map, and well, it started off so well for RixGG, but it's amounted to so very little. Good frag coming through there from Latex to at least get something on the board, but pretty uneventful from them so far. Edelweiss have just been really controlling.
Where's RixGG from the first 5-0 gone? I think that it's very hard for them, obviously, that round, this weaponry disadvantage, and now we have to see them buy in the gun round. They're going to be at weapon advantage compared to the side of Edelweiss. But now we need to see if they can make it work, because this is the essential round they have to win. Edelweiss are on their bonus round. They have Spectre still in inventory. They have enough money to buy this round and to buy next round if they are to lose. So we need to see RixGG making the most of this one. We're going to see the fake footsteps through the teleports, try and get some aggression. The recon's not going to find anyone, but they know someone's there because it was killed, as here comes the Owl drone to pick up Gatch on this flank position. And the Sky as well. He's going to see both players.
Lossa tries to find some damage there, and good paint shells might delay this push, but it's RCK who finds that all-important first frag. But look how far up Tidus is right now and wants to catch one of these players off guard. A beautiful flash means the spray could be there, but these rifles reap the reward and the strength that they have in them. Latex finishing things with a 2K. And RixGG, they at least managed to get this rifle round under their belt. If they can have a solid defense, as we saw from Edelweiss in the latter part of their defensive part, this could be huge. Tidus tried that little bit too hard to push on up and just couldn't win out the duel.
Yeah, and that's the problem sometimes for Spectre at long range. It doesn't have the greatest consistency of actually the bullets, plus the damage isn't there on the bullets when they do hit. And we saw that completely, partially flashed out onto the side of with Luzza. But it just didn't matter, because when they did get to see again, they got the beautiful targeting down. They were able to take out Tidus. RCK was the stalwart defender on that position, but it is now full buy on the side of Edelweiss. So now they need to see what goes. The main thing for XGG is they lost only one player, so they're all at they're all still at rifles.
Yeah, that was really important that they had such a clean round there. It's going to make a big difference coming on in here with Edelweiss with rifles of their own. They also have ultimates ready, one apiece. But this Brimstone ultimate can sometimes be difficult to know when you want to commit. I think that Edelweiss very happy to use these reses as a very tempo tool here. Fry put down the utility, trying to slow somewhat, gets a lot of info, but I don't think knows that they've crossed. Information given away now, and they push up, but they're out in the open. Still wins that duel versus Battalion, and even takes Titus with him too. Mikey gets that frag, and the res is instantly there. Latex to try and deny as it finds Titus, who was just rezzing. Can't just do that to the man. Latex finally falls, but takes one with him here. 2 versus 3. Edelweiss want to try and get this spike on down. A lot of utility to try and deny it, but it doesn't quite land how they need it to. Odom takes him down, and Luzza finishes off Gatch as well. And Edelweiss seed the round there. Important that RixGG are able to take away this third round.
Yeah, and the fact they were able to recognize where Titus was being resurrected meant that when the orbital strike came down, it was able to pick up the resurrected kill before Latix gets another beautiful. But Fry here in this defense, the only player on site, takes down 2. There's nothing more you can ask from your Cypher than going 1v5 and taking 2 of them with him before they go down. And at that point, it's just clean-up crew for the side of RixGG. Latix leading the charge before Otto manages to get in. A nice deep push in, manages to pick up the kill, and then it's just Gatch left alive as the last. And a nice round from RixGG. 7-9 down, but there's some money starting to flow into the bank account of RixGG, and they need to keep it going as it's a save around on the side of Edelweiss with not many ultimates available to use that are beneficial to this round.
Wally going out here will force them back a little bit, trying to split them up, but Latex doesn't find all too much here. An interesting investment. I appreciate he's trying to play around these guys, force Edelweiss into a difficult position, but that does mean they don't have it for later in this round, and I think that could be pretty impactful here. I think Edelweiss definitely in a great spot by managing to force out an important piece of utility. Petty Skell just drops that ultimate. Might just be looking for that spike plant. Look at how far that goes, and he's basically solo on this site. Doesn't actually have the spike. They are rotating that over, and you can see so many players of RixGG just sitting here on this A site, expecting the push, and a push that'll never come. It's just Edelweiss rotating towards this B site.
Yeah, RCK is going to have to do their best Fry impression on this site in a minute. Hopefully they do stick on it, because there's about to be a 4-person push. We're going to see the Overwatch come out. Not going to find anyone in the initial instances. The Molotov's going to come in. They're now going to know where the push is coming. Not able to find a kill, but finally confirms the first kill onto the enemy. Cleared out the next 2. That is beautiful from RCK.
Player standing.
The pistol does come up big, and Mikey does find 2, but waiting in the wings is Otom, and it's curtains for Edelweiss there. RixGG are catching back up, and this defensive side really is coming home to roost as they are finding a bunch of great stuff. RCK just barely staying alive in this round with a 3k swaps over the pistol, and unfortunately Titus whiffs those shots, has to reload, and gives the opening away. Edelweiss, however, going to be back up to rifles here, looking for another round to try and contest.
Yeah, and we did say RCK would have to do the best Fry impression, and damn well best impression that I could have possibly asked for on that site, taking down 3, albeit only classics and pistols available, but that is so important to hold that site and pick them back to 8-9. Numbers staying alive as well, so you're able to keep buying your teammates in without losing much effect. We see Autumn here with 4,500 credits in play already. I must say, Autumn loves hiding in that teleporter, and they got to do it again and finally picked up a kill, which was quite beautiful. We're going to see the paint shells going in, but not going to find anyone. As the Hunter's Fury is popped from the defenders. They don't want to let anyone in. They're going to make a lot of space as they start making their way back towards the B side.
Indeed it is. With 4 players on yet again, I'm really interested to see just quite how committal RixGG have been towards a lot of this utility thrown out by the Viper. It feels like it's honestly a distraction, and Edelweiss have been using it well. Obviously, they haven't found too many rounds off the back of it, but I at least like the idea.
No, definitely, but they need to start finding some utility in. They're making a slow push. They're not going to be spotted out by this recon dart. I do like the positioning that they decided to put the recon dart in, but no one's going to be found yet. But the Overwatchers come in, trying to find some information. Fry is hidden beautifully in this tube. They're going to find one, manage to take out some of it as the showstopper comes in, see if they can find anything, but they're not going to! Whoa,
does manage to get that one frag to their name, but RCK is just holding strong, doesn't quite take down Mikey, but I mean, I think Mikey very sensibly is going to be pretty worried about that position. The wallbang is trying to come on through here, but it doesn't quite land. Luzza with these paint shells could cause a world of height. Does catch him as Mikey tries to sprint on out of there. It's Petty Skell versus 2, and you know, not one to count out. Petty Skell has made so many 2Ks so far this game and will likely continue to do so through the rest of it. It's playing an elbow here. You can see the angle trying to deny it. Betting on that spike, PettySkull just moves on up, takes down Latex. It's the 1v1. There it is, the cheese spray and an easy frag for PettySkull to lock it out and pick up Edelweiss. Another round here, taking them to double digits. And Rick's GG, they still have a lot of money, but that's an important round for Edelweiss to pick up for the momentum.
And I think the key thing there was Titus was able to hit the trigger early enough on the showstopper to trade out with Fry. Otherwise, it would have been a 5v4 situation with the showstopper down having no effect. But this is a beautiful headshot there from PettySkull to take out Latex. But then it's the fact that Luzza decides to hold the spike rather than tapping it and come back out. You've already seen that PettySkull has been willing to check the spike even off the tap. Maybe they should have just gone for the tap and try and find them out. You know they're in elbow and just maybe wasn't communicating properly at that point. 10-8. So you can see the first fake footsteps go through the teleporter. It's the actual the gate crash teleport that went through the teleporter. Gives him the opportunity to potentially go and take up that flank position.
A lot of players piling on into long right now. Edelweiss, I love that they've been putting so much pressure towards it. It's somewhere where you can shift up your strategy, obviously teleport as soon as you want to. And they've got a lot of players still watching for potential pushes on A, playing that more default position. Does give them a lot of options.
No, most definitely, and it's a hard one for Rich GG to try and find exactly where Edelweiss would be going. They've chosen to go to multiple different bomb sites, which I like. They're not consistently sticking to one, and it's just now making sure that they can put themselves in position to make the advantage. But there's poison. The wall is going to go up. There are three players here on the side of Edelweiss versus the 3, so it's exactly even across the map. But they need to try and make something work on the side of Rick's GG. They've been holding strong in most rounds, but there's been a couple of inconsistencies that have been able to be exploited by Edelweiss. And just have to try and settle this out. I do love this crosshair from Gash. It's something that I've never seen much before, but it certainly seems to be working for them.
Hey, crosshairs wins games, obviously. No, it's okay hitting shots like that bring you the W's. Rick's GG. They find that all-important first frag, and you see the flashes trying to go on through. That's a brilliant paint shell, and Titus just too tagged up. Autumn takes him down. Luzza sends a parting couple of shots there before falling, and Matalan, this man's so fresh. Calling Matalan right there as he just absolutely scrubs up the competition and looks absolutely stylish while doing it. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to pick up the round, but Rick's GG, things are looking a little bit shaky for a second there after Matalan got that triple spray down.
Yeah, it just took a little bit too long. A lot of this paint shells did so much damage. It take 3 of them down, but Matalan just doesn't matter. Manages to pick up 3, a couple of nice kills from Autumn and Luzza. But this could have all gone really wrong when 1, 2, and 3 go down to the 26 health Brimstone. But the orbital strike is available for Edelweiss, but we see the dimensional drift and the neural theft up on Rick's GG. Different styles of ultimates, but I can't see Edelweiss using this ultimate unless they can get onto site and get the plant, especially if they're on the saver by round here. Beautiful use of the teleport gate crash there from Autumn. He puts his fake footsteps through and runs through and gets a kill from the site. They have no idea where everyone is, and they're going to go in, not going to find the kill. Just thinking not enough damage. Titus is going to find Luzza, and that's a big kill to pick it up 4v4, especially with at the moment Autumn on about 2 HP.
Yeah, Edelweiss as well don't have the best of weaponry on some of these players. They have at least one rifle to play with now, and you can see they're trying to lead the charge. Autumn could easily find a free headshot here, though, if they're not careful. Going to be able to shoot that wolf. Does get spotted out. They will know where they are. The peak comes on through, a bit of damage, but Autumn just barely still alive. The teleports come on through, and no one's there this time. Rick's GG have already gone for that full rotate. They need to hightail it back there. Sorry, actually didn't notice. RCK was holding the fort down. Finds a 2K, looking for the third here as it's just 2 more players from Edelweiss. Unfortunately, that gets picked up by Autumn on Fry, but Rick's GG close out the round as Edelweiss, they try to throw him for a loop, but Rick's GG, again, being ready for those rotates.
And this play from Autumn was beautiful. They put the teleport in the corner of A, which may not be noticed. They put the teleport in their gate crash teleport in the corner of A. They then put their fake footsteps and themselves through the teleporter, and then teleported back on site and got the opening frag. Like, how big brain do you want to be on this agent that we've finally seen, as we might be seeing the same thing here? I'm going to put down the gate crash and then maybe use the fake footsteps to try and do exactly the same strategy again. It looks like that's what they're going to do. Wait for the teleport to go through, go all the way back again. But a huge, huge round for Rick's GG there. And Autumn was able to hold out with 11 HP before RCK confirmed the rest of the round and allowed them the victory. And a slow push here. Autumn's going to stay inside the teleporter this time round.
Yeah, Port has closed now. Interesting investment to stick around there.
Ooh,
Obviously, they don't
Fury.
know, but RCK just finds Metellion through all of the architecture there. Brilliantly played, and now Edelweiss are going to really struggle to make these pushes happen in the same way. There are only 2 players, I believe, on this A site, so that does mean they will have a massive advantage when the execute actually happens, but likely Rix will just play for that retake. They have utility to do it with. They find just 1 kill, that Neural Theft to go on down, and everyone will be completely outed here on the Edelweiss squad. RCK get a bit of info there, knows there's 2 players nearby. Doesn't know the fullest extent of how this push is coming on through utility. Starting to try and gather some more of that information, but a little bit high from RCK here. He's still trying to play for this. Forced out into his waiting arms. Catch cannot push onto the site. 30 seconds. However, Mikey has pushed up, found that frag, takes down Latex, and is putting a lot of pressure on. Takes down Luzza, and this means that now it's down to 1 Otom versus the world. And he was still waiting in the teleporter. 1 versus 2. The ultimate isn't going to do you very much here.
And after that orbital strike came down, what happened to the rest of Rix GG? It was a perfect position. I know Mikey got him behind, but the doubles kill there for Mikey won them the round. The fact that they were able to punish it to such an extent, and they don't have to drop the operator either, an 11 to 10. This opening kill here from RCK, this player has been so accurate with this ultimate, but then we see here, they're going to drop the orbital strike, they're going to get rid of Tidus, but then look at where everyone else is, and this is so bad on the side of Rix GG that they're able to have Mikey just run rampant on the side and not get closed out. But again, money was fine on the side of Rix GG, and we're going to see them buy up here. We're going to see dueling operators and rifles across the board with 1 Bulldog and a Matalan. We need to try and make something work now with these abilities. There's a lot of ultimates on the side of Edelweiss and not a lot on the side of Rix GG, but we do see the Neural Theft and Dimensional Drift, see if they can make a bit more use of them than they have in the last few rounds.
Edelweiss expecting this push to come out from the Euro position, given away as well. I love that usage of it. The Dimensional Drift, though. Otom very aware that he needs to get the heck out of dodge. Well played by Rix GG to be able to get out of that one, even with the investment of a bit of utility and that ultimate to confirm the presence. Flash is going on through, still trying to check if he's there, and, well, they now know he is.
The other thing with that ultimate is they don't actually know where he is. They know that he came out of the teleporter, but because you go invisible, they don't. He could be in their spawn in theory, and they're not going. But Luzza's going to get a beautiful shot onto Pettyscale, one of the carries so far in this game on the side of Edelweiss, and they're going to get rid of them straight away with no response so far. And a 5v4 for Rix GG, 5v3 make that as Donovan gets rid of Gatch, another player that you need to get rid of. But Mikey's going to find RCK on the return, but that Molotov is beautiful. It's going to get rid of 1 as Optum gets rid of the 4th. Matalan's going to pick up 1, but it's 1v3 and the spike isn't down. That Molotov was so beautifully positioned.
Italian trying to make something happen there, but Rix GG do not let them get away from them now. 11-11. And we could potentially be looking at another overtime here. I'm really excited to see more action, honestly, here in the epic.LAN Valorant tournament. I'm just... We're seeing such great shots, really great teamwork, and that's things like this. Otom just peaks on out, the utility coming to full fruition, and these 2 teams seem really well matched.
And Otom has made some of these mind game plays work against Edelweiss. The fact that, yes, they ulted Otom out of teleporter, but it was in the Dimensional Drift ultimate. You don't know exactly where they've gone, and they made great use of that to put themselves in a slight flank position, and we're seeing the half buy here for Edelweiss to prep up for the final round of normal time of this game. Rix GG are in a fantastic position to try and close out this round from one where they were falling behind and they just couldn't find the right information available. But it's a full 5 stack up on this flank. Plenty of ultimates available, including the Viper's Pit, the Seekers, and the Resurrect 4 Gatch. But we now need to wait to see if they can make this work. Looks like the Viper's Pit's coming out.
They love to invest this Viper's Pit early. Showstopper going on through. Tidus jumps over that util, but doesn't land anything with the big old rocket launcher. Don't have the best weaponry, but with site control like this, maybe it's not necessarily so needed. Trying to use that utility to get some info out there, but a brilliant paint shells forces them back. Gets some kills as well. Takes down Tidus. Backs him up a little bit as well. The spray still being there. Quite finish anyone, but still getting forced off that angle. Look who's there? Fry hits the frag, and that Neural Theft is going to be absolutely huge positions, completely given away. That's Otom's frag for free. Well, so I would say, but Fry is the one who finds it. Pettyscale tries to finish him, but It's just a clean sweep there for RixGG, and now they're on that match point.
And do you know what counters the Viper's pit really well? Paint shells and neuro theft and flank positions like that. They just played ring around the roses with Eve Edelweiss in their own ultimate. They never committed to these individual fights. The actual only commitment we saw to an actual 1v1 was in that final situation where Fry was able to take down Petty Skull only armed with a frenzy. And that shows you the confidence and the playability of these top teams to play around ultimates, which is like, if that was solo queue, that would have been a clean win for Edelweiss. But in these more high-level games, they're able to use that coordination to find those kills. We're going to see the guiding light come out here. They're going to find some information. They're not going to be able to push too much in. They are going to tag up one of the two players that were there. They may have seen them all as we're starting to see the rotates coming in here. We're going to see the two players coming over from this B site. In fact, Fry's going to stay on B. The ever stalwart sentinel position as the first paint shells go in.
RixGG still playing pretty default, not doing any shenanigans with Otom this time around. Tries to peek on out, takes down one, gets traded back out now. That is not a good position. The ultimate's getting popped. Edelweiss likely going for a quick execute here. Well, utility almost finishes off Titus themselves as RCK, even though he's concussed up, is able to rectify that situation pretty well with some good investment of utility. Rez is going to be there for Gatch. There's a player in U-Halls here. I wonder if RixGG will be able to spot that one. Mikey knows there's at least someone around this corner, but doesn't know exactly where. Loza in such a difficult position here, likely getting forced off. Tellian just cannot push through here. RCK almost finds the second. Spike goes down and Titus falls. 3 versus 3. The frags come back thick and fast. It's going to be difficult to push on in, so he swaps on over to one of those longer positions. Leaves pushing U-Halls over towards Fry. But I think Edelweiss very sensibly just playing with that wall, knowing that that's one of the most effective ways they can deal with this situation. If Latex finds a frag, they do have the ultimate, but they've got to find that frag first. No other way to push on through here. Fry just has to force their way on in here. Bates on the spike. It's an easy crossfire. The spray tries to come. Luzza finds the frag. It's 2 versus 2. That showstopper to finish
one
and takes them down. It's just one more, and Luzza denies them that push on through. And Edelweiss lose the game. RixGG pick it up, and all off the back of some stellar raise play from Luzza there.
Yeah, and they just couldn't find the multiple frags off of Gatch. They stood in a beautiful position behind the boxes. They get the kill on Fry as they go to start the defuse. But it just doesn't matter in the end. They just cleaned out of the game. And a beautiful, beautiful set of kills for Luzza to pull themselves back into it. And 13-11. We spoke about how close these two teams were. And to me, that just exemplifies of this actual game of how good both of these teams are. The fact that it was 5-0, then it went to 7-5. And then it just was back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, all the way through that game. And I'm so glad we got to see so many different players take the lead. Petty, Skell, and Gatch on the side of Edelweiss were absolute monsters. And I think if anyone was going to drag them across the finish line of this game, it would have been them. But they got shut out in a couple of the later rounds. RixGG were able to pull themselves through, and a couple of nice mind game plays from Otom because of a couple of nice clean rounds, but the rock solid position player of Latex and Fry just meant that when the pushes came in, if they were in the right place, it was going to be stalled straight away, and they managed to close it out 13-11, and a fantastic game to see.
Absolutely some stellar stuff from RixGG, but Edelweiss keeping it close. Now, keep in mind, if you're an Edelweiss fan, that next match is going to be split. So you can't be too downhearted. That's a very strong map for them, and RixGG will have their backs up against the wall going on into that one. So going to be an interesting matchup coming up just next. But unfortunately, between now and then, we are going to have a short break, so don't go anywhere, as we have more epic.LAN Valorant coming your way.
Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's epic when you need him? Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's epic when you need him?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Intel Epic32 Valorant, brought to you by Overclockers UK, Epic.LAN, Intel, and Logitech G. I'm Rook, and I'm joined yet again by JP as we are setting you up for the second map in this series between RixGG and Edelweiss Esports.
Yeah, and an absolute barnstormer of a first game. 13-11, RixGG were able to take it down on Bind off of a couple of clutch plays from Fry and RCK, sitting up on that B site, just completely shutting down Edelweiss's ability to hit these sites. We saw some fantastic opening half from Edelweiss coming back from a 5-0 start to a 7-5 position. But now we're going to be starting pushing on to the next game. We are onto the map of Split and a completely different set of challenges. We spoke about it at the pre-show to this match, that this is the map that Edelweiss want to be on. It's the one that they have the most efficient record on. It was their choice of map. RixGG are going to be on the defense to start this one, but we've already seen Insta-Lock, Raze, Omen, Killjoy, Breach, and Sage. Gatch loves this Sage. Picked in Bind, now picked in Split. To be fair, Split's probably one of the maps where this agent did have its most effect. In fact, we're seeing both teams picking up the Sage. We're going to see Autumn going off of the Duelist and onto the Sage. And at the moment, two comps that look pretty identical, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, just one more lock-in. And it's, you know, that interchangeable Sentinel choice, chooses the Cypher over that Killjoy. I mean, that's just personal preference for the most part. Obviously, there are some changes one way or the other. But I like what RixGG and Edelweiss are really bringing out here. I think it's pretty solid. I think the Sage is obviously absolutely stellar on this map. I said it was pretty solid before, and it only gets better here. The one thing which I find very weird is that Autumn is making such a change up here. I really want to see them obviously play a lot more passive this time and not get caught off out in the same way, because they were doing a lot of Yoru things, like pushing up aggressively. Hopefully we'll see them get that change down very quickly rather than remaining in that Euro mindset.
Well, you never know. We do have the oft-referred to Battle Sage, so maybe that's the route that Autumn's going to take on the more aggressive Sage, using up that heal ability to allow them to play with the aggression that we want to see from this RixGG team coming into this first couple of rounds. We want to see them take the early aggression, the early start, we'll just have to see how it works out for them. I do love how they've incorporated all of these new gun buddies, all of the images into this store. That's fantastic. Thank you very much, observers. Of course, that's the current line of skins, but the first play is going to go off. I would imagine this will be a slow burner of a game at most instances. Maybe not in the petty scale gets the first kill, maybe not in the pistol rounds, but definitely in the rifle rounds. I'm expecting to see it be a lot slower as Autumn's going to trade back onto Mikey before they can do much more damage, and the wall's going to go down. The rotates are coming through. Even though 2 players are still on that B-side side, it's going to be interesting position. One thing, while it's a bit of a lull, I do expect to see a lot of lurk plays coming in here. Obviously, mainly from Fry, as Fry has taken that lead position in the general position, whereas Petty Scale has been a much more aggressive Sentinel pick. But we did see the start. We saw Gatch over on that B-side site. We know how much Gatch has played this lurker Sage position. As the camera's going to go down, they know they're in mid now, so they have a bit more information, and it's whether they decide to go back to A or take the push into B. Looks like we're going to see a bit of a split, but no, the decision is to go to A. The alarm bot's going to go down. They're going to make some noise into here, and the rotates are coming through back from the 2 players that start to move towards B.
Autumn waiting in the wings wants to try and find an easy headshot for themselves. There it is, the Paranoia as well, trying to really cut them off, but it looks like it was just a bait and a switch again. As Rick's GG are being caught off guard now, Fry finds that headshot onto Gatch, an all-important one to try and at least gut some of that pressure. Taps coming through with only 5 shots left, will get a chance to reload, takes down one, tries to find that second, but Titus gets it back. Loza, however, will struggle to hit those shots, and Titus takes down their opposite number. Not much health left, and this is just Autumn getting a chance to push on through here, just needs that one tap, there it is! And big stuff from the Sage to start off this map.
Yeah, 3Ks apiece for the Sage, Battle Sage here. We're going to refer to it as, I think, with Autumn playing, it's going to be a little bit more aggressive. But at the side of Edelweiss, we saw a triple as well for the Rays of their own team, and they were able to make this work despite getting the early trades. Autumn was able to stay alive. We saw Titus getting a beautiful 3K hit. I think if you're in the side of Leslie, you're going to be wondering what went wrong, because that's not a shot you should be missing. But Autumn here with a nice clean finish. Probably didn't hear the drop down with the spike timing going down, but nice early start. 2 kills for Fry. Beautiful hold of the position when RCK went down. Almost answered back by Titus. We're going to see a split buy here on the side of Edelweiss. They're going to go for a partial force buy, in this round. In fact, it looks like they're going for the full force buy versus the Armor and Spectres. So whoever loses this round is going to be in for a world of hurt going into round 3.
I need to blow something up.
They really will. These forces seem to be something Edelweiss loves to do here. They actually lost them, I believe, in the first half that they played in this series so far, and I think they've got to be much more careful. They got caught off guard in the last round. What's to say they don't here? I would have preferred a little bit more of a measured approach to this.
Yeah, but I think with the comps we're seeing, they're not hyper-aggressive comps. Yes, we have duelists, but Raze is a utility duelist. It relies a lot on the boombot information, the blast packs for mobility, and obviously the paint shots to clear space. So I would expect to see this to be a very slow start, but the first information is going to be brought out, and the aftershot's going to push Gatch out from that hidden position, force them back into their base area, and the wall's going to go up. Not answered yet, so that's going to be a full health wall. Autumn getting a little bit too aggressive there, and Matalen, and as well as Breach is going to be able to stop that one before he gets too much information. But low health with a Sage not quite in the right place. And I think this is going to be the biggest thing we're going to see. Until they decide where to execute, it's going to be a very slow game. The old chess game of, I'm going to do a little bit of aggression here, a little bit of defense here. They just need to find the information before they do make those picks. The smoke's going to come out, so they know the execute's going to be coming A. Fry's going to be hidden on site as normal, holding down the defense to make sure they can get it done. But let's see if Luzza can get these kills through the smoke, or is he going to get killed out? But RCK and Fry are going to open up his killings with the first 2. Another kill from Fry.
Yeah, Gatch is holding that angle behind, so they will at least be able to knife something here. The spray is there, and that Cyber Cage, very sensibly just waiting for it, turns over towards it. The Paranoia and the headshot from Fry there, all they need to be able to claim it. Rick shut down the force. It was a little bit close, but they just had fantastic stuff from Fry. He is a fantastic defensive player, and on this Cypher, he seems to be working his magic, as you can see, with some brilliant spray downs.
And how many times have we referred to Fry and defensive positions, like you say, in this match? We saw it on Bind. Fry held down a couple of rounds solo, 1v4, 1v3, and we see it there again. The player left on site. It could have gone completely wrong for the side of Rick's GG if Gatch had been able to get that position kill with Petty Skell, but they weren't able to position quite correctly. And again, the wall's going to go up, the paint shells are going to get potentially wasted again in that position because Edelweiss seems to be pushing in from sewers rather than from ramen area. And now we need to wait and see what happens. They might be doing the old 5-man wall up over the top. This could go wrong if the spray down's in position. The damage is going to be huge from Lazar and Autumn.
Yeah, it does get caught up by the concussion. The right click's bringing him out and does trade. But it's going to be an easy pickings for RCK to finish things off. And I think Edelweiss probably biting off a little bit more than they could choose. Some good usage of those SMGs. This is just a hold down left click and drag down. Good stuff from us to be able to find that one. But obviously, masked guns are eventually going to deal with you. And Rick's GG going into this round, they've got a pretty uneven buy. But even if they lose here, they're able to buy back up. And that's what makes them in such a strong position.
It was that round turned into a shooting range at that point. I love the idea to do the 5-man wall up over mid. We very rarely see it, but it was so beautiful to see, especially in an eco round. The main thing you need to do in eco round is bring numbers to bear. Because numbers, it doesn't matter if you're weapon disadvantage. If you're 5v2, you will clear out both kills. And as the attackers, that's all you want to do. And that's going to be interesting. He's going to get the full blind come out. And are they going to look? Yes, they're going to look for him in that beautiful position. Showstop's not going to find anything, but Latex goes down straight away, flashed out completely, not able to turn away in time, and the site belongs to Edelweiss. 5v4 for the retake now, so it's going to be eaten up by Otto.
Yeah, RCK gets completely caught out there. Not exactly in the best of positions, and Edelweiss, the leverage this control they have, Autumn just playing that little bit more passive as Fry is starting to mount on that pressure as well. Back up covering the flank, but Edelweiss just push on through. You've got to find something big here. The double spray down for Fry. These Spectres seem to just do magic in their hands as they find the 3K, pick up the round, and Rick's GG catching me out there. I did not expect them to be able to pick that one up at all. Luzza's going to be able to get a rifle, same for Fry, and they are rolling in it after what was such a great start for Edelweiss.
Fry up to 9-1, and it all fell apart. This spray down, he gets the dink headshot onto Omen, with Matalan not able to then convert it with the weapon advantage before taking down Mikey at exactly the same time. The problem Tidus had is they were at half health, so trading out into that, especially on those sight lines, is not going to be ideal. They basically just lined up at that point for Fry, and he was able to pick up a nice tidy 3K and bring the round back for Rich GG in a position that we shouldn't expect them to pick up. That was Edelweiss's round, and they almost grabbed defeat from the jaws of victory on that one.
Yeah, again, Fry comes up big, and it seems like with the defensive side of map, with defensive side of plays, he's absolutely going to wreak havoc. But some good shots coming out here from Edelweiss, still having some rifles and, well, using them well. Good stuff. Even if Ricks lose this, they'll be able to buy again. But Edelweiss investing ultimates, knowing how important it is to try and pick up some of these rounds, at least stuff out some of the control that Ricks GG currently have over this map.
Yeah, and the problem that Ricks GG have is that Autumn was one of the first players to go down, and Autumn had the Resurrect available on Sage. We're only seeing Neural Theft available, but the Killjoy Lockdown is available alongside the Rolling Thunder. And if you want two abilities to open up a site, they're the two that you have to use. They are so good at A, clearing the space, but also just blowing people out of the way with concussions, and allows you to get a free push onto the site, especially with RCK hiding in this back corner. Not the most ideal position if this Rolling Thunder or Lockdown does hit, especially as the spike is making its way to the A site, to the B site now.
Yeah, they really are looking for this. RCK ready with concussion, expecting that push to come on through, but Edelweiss playing that little bit slow, biding their time. Ricks GG know that this push is likely coming there, but...
Oh no, this flank!
Oh, the flank is there! Gatch takes down one. Fry, however, holds down the fort. With a good concussion, it could have been massive, but Fry still finds these frags. Unfortunately, can't find the third in the round, and Edelweiss do pick it up after a very strong start. So Ricks GG, 4 rounds on the trot, in absolutely stellar position, but with a flank like this coming out from Gatch, Edelweiss have found some breathing room finally.
Yeah, but it was critical that Fry found that trade kill onto Gatch. The fact they were able to turn around and flick and get the kill, really important. We're seeing going up to 11-2. The first player to crack the double digits, in fact, has one less kill than the entirety of Ricks GG put together, all loaded up onto Cypher. And a few more ultimates have come available. We're seeing the Showstopper available, as well as from the Shadows for the side of Edelweiss, but they need to make a use of the Showstopper is popped. The first one's used Paranoid, going out to counter it, see if they can find any kills, but they're going to run away from the Showstopper as Fry found Petty Skell in the opening. Is going to get traded out by Tidus.
Yeah, beautifully played. Edelweiss get caught off guard as they push on in. The spray downs come on in, and I'm really surprised to see this Sage all the way over the other side of the map here. Tidus is right up against it. but only has one player with the backup. The spike is going down. Maybe the flank will come to fruition, but Edelweiss don't exactly have the best position here. Autumn takes down Medallion, and it's just one player left here. Titus does hold his angle, but with that slow orb and so many different angles, it makes things very difficult. Gatch finds one, but you could just sit on the spike here. There's nothing you can really do if you're this Sage. Playing for time now, Gatch can't even find the frag, and Autumn with a 4K does lock it out. And Rick's GG, they lose a round and strike right back. This defense is a great look for them.
Yeah, they've been fantastic so far, and it was Autumn this time with all the kills. Tidus made it a little bit close to getting rid of RCK on the push through, but looked away at the wrong time. Autumn's able to find it, and he's just able to clear up the Gatch as they put in from heaven. The flank position just not fast enough in the movement through. Rick's GG just rotated so fast onto that attack. Edelweiss potentially pushed a little too quickly, and Gatch was left in no man's land at that point, and rightly, deservedly. Edelweiss get punished on the decision to make that play, and they're going to complete shutdown on the attack, but the utility is going to be used. We're going to see the paint shells going in. Going to pick up no damage at all, and this push is stunted just off the back of superior ability to use those weapons and utility.
But yeah, not a lot of weapons for Edelweiss here. A couple of pistols, but not much to back it up. They can still find a couple of frags and maybe get that spike on down. But with the wall there, it could be very difficult. They have to give themselves so much away. That's something to keep in mind, because Edelweiss can just start to, if they get control of the site, start to play those angles that they really want to. But Riggs GG just aren't letting them get to that point.
And look at Autumn's position on this stage. The lockdown is going to be pushed. They have no way of countering this. Remember, there is no Sova and no Brimstone in this. So these lockdowns are going to be good to clear the site. But the problem is there's still a Sage wall there, and the side gauge is going to go up. The lockdown's about to end, and it's about to be an absolute disaster for the side of Edelweiss as the first kill comes through from the boom bot. The second one's going to be confirmed by Rick RCK, as they're going to be absolutely blow the side of Edelweiss away from this round.
Yeah, that was beautifully done, playing around the ultimates properly, and just with a beautiful boombot that just chunks out so many players here. Edelweiss are trying to find some opening, but Luzza shuts him down, and only losing one round there. I think Rick's GG responding well to the investment of ultimates on that eco round there. It was a good attempt, but just so much utility.
Yeah, and we saw the Rolling Thunder used on the side of Rick's GG as well to push them back completely, and they knew that the lockdown was going to end. Admittedly, there was a huge amount of ultimates expended by Rick's GG to win what was in essence an eco round, but a win is a win, and they went with just one player down, and they completely shut Edelweiss out of the round to a 6-1 lead. Remember, this is a map where Edelweiss wants to be taking the lead. This is their map. This is their home turf, and we're seeing Rick's GG take the fight back to them in very impressive fashion. But now we're going to see these very slow pushes. No one's going to push really fast. These are very slow burn team comps. We have so many agents that want to be taking their time. We don't have the jets. We don't have the Sovas. We don't have this amount of utility that will blow you onto a site. It's much more specific to where you're hitting and how you use it with the likes of with the likes of Breach, Omen, and then the double Sentinel on each team. And that's what slows it down, is you have a double Sentinel comp rather than a triple duelist or double duelist, which allows you to play those more aggressive positions.
Now, the flash was beautiful, but unfortunately, that actually gave away the position. Edelweiss turn on towards it. Petty Scale does pick up that frag. 4 versus 4, and yet again, look at where Fry is, sitting on the site. I think Edelweiss have to be fully aware that could be a real problem for them. They're going to invest the ultimate to try and make something happen here, but the showstopper finds nothing, and you can see that Fry is still waiting there. The res will come on through to try and keep some kind of advantage, but RCK brings it back down to very little. Titus is, and with Mikey finding that frag, that's site control, and Ricks are down to 2. This is a big opening for Edelweiss here. They seem to play off the fact that they have these advantages to smoke and try and get that.
No.
Metallion knows your tricks. He's an Omen player too, and he's not going to fall for that one.
You actually saw you saw the shadow step swirl appear before the smoke had fully visualized onto the site, and it just gives him a free kill. He knows exactly where the lineups are, and that operator has swiftly made its way to the B site so as not to waste 5,000 credits. But unfortunately, Autumn potentially made a too aggressive mistake and pushed up. Sage, they have the Resurrect on this Sage. I don't mind Sages playing aggressive like that when they have no Resurrect. But the fact that Rick's GG have access to Resurrect and they still choose to do these aggressive peaks, Autumn gets punished and killed, and then it's just a position where Edelweiss are able to utilize the ult orb, regenerate Omen, and then it's a 5v4 situation yet again, despite the trade out kill that came early. and it's just a horrible position for RixGG to be in, and they were punished accordingly for it by Advice. I'd like to see Autumn take a little bit more of a passive role in these rounds where the ultimate is available on Sage.
I think that's very true. Autumn is a little bit gung-ho, and we said we wanted to see him play that little bit more passive, and I actually think he has been doing a decent job at it, but sometimes just pushing up that little bit too much, for example, loving to push through that mid, when really you do need that res ready. And you can see so many ultimates very close to being ready for RixGG, so they have a lot of strength in the coming rounds, but Edelweiss had forced out a lot earlier on in this half, so right now, the power is definitely very much in their hands. Metellion could make a big play here with this ultimate if they can find maybe this opening pick onto A, but doesn't want to just commit it.
Yeah, but Lazar is peeking up this angle with the operator at the ready, trying to find some early picks. The Boombot's going to go down. They know where some of the, well, at least one player is right now. It depends on how aggressive the Edelweiss team want to push with zero information, but Matallin's already up the top of ramp, using the shadow step to get up on the cover of smoke, but the spam's going to come through. I'm going to try and locate where this player is.
Metellion peering through that smoke, hoping it will surrender its mysteries, but all it surrenders is a good old flash to the face. Edelweiss going to be able to get some of that info as they peek up, but getting caught by that dart means the trade is back. Gatch just pushes on through, takes down RCK, and that's a nice one to be able to pick up, but not a lot of time left. Position given away. Gatch exactly where he is, and waiting in that position is the Sage. He's going to jump on up, take down Gatch, and Autumn very happy with that one. No such confidence to really push forward for Edelweiss here. They do obviously have that ability from the Omen, but it's not very helpful when you have this kind of control. No opportunity for a res, and Autumn can't even get into the position for it here. Petite Skell shuts him right on down, and now Edelweiss just these more passive angles as Latex completely giving up his position with those shots coming on through, maneuvering around, trying to catch these flanks, but Petite Skell is very much aware of the kind of shenanigans that RixGG like to get on up to. This right in the wings here should be an easy frag, but Latex just rolls on through, takes him down, and RixGG are now 3 versus 3. The paranoia allows them to clear out a major part of this push. They don't have a lot of time. They find that frag, they take him down, but Lazo falls. Titus holds strong, and it's 1 versus 2 to finish it off, but Fry cannot find an opening. Edelweiss pick up their 3rd round, and RixGG, I think they still have a bye, but they're starting to reach the end of that cache.
I would have preferred Autumn to have taken the opportunity to use the Resurrect. They have sat with this Resurrect now for about 3 or 4 rounds straight. They picked it up so early and have yet to be able to use it. And it was the decision there to take the passive route and go to side without resurrecting RCK when they were in the same location. I think potentially was a mistake that Edelweiss were able to capitalise on and use the numbers advantage to push the site, get in a good position. Even though Petty Scale went down, they already got the early trade kill onto Autumn, and it just doesn't allow RixGG back into the game. And I feel that if you're going to be picking up this Sage if you're in the side of Autumn, you need to be much more proactive with use of the ultimate. But this could be a perfect flank to find the first kill. He's not going to confirm the kill, and Gatch manages to win the trade of the Sages. Again, Autumn in an aggressive position, not able to have the Resurrect yet again.
Yeah, big mistakes here. Really shouldn't be playing that far forward. That is the kind of thing a Yoru does, not a Sage. You need to play that slightly slower pace for your team. Position given up. They're trying to land some of these shots. RixGG opted to go with Buckies and Sheriffs for this round so that they can buy up in the next. They could have bought on a couple of players, but I think it's very sensible that they're playing for a more unified economy.
Yeah, not a good look here for the side of RixGG in these last couple of rounds. They've kind of thrown away a lot of the advantage they had. They were 6-1 at one point. 2 back-to-back rounds now from the side of Advice, although Fry is going to get a beautiful kill. And see if he can find the second one, but down to 65 health, even with the Sheriff. We've seen what the damage the Sheriff can do. Those clean headshots, being able to take some kills down. It looks like the spike is already on its way to the B-side site, and there's no one there to receive it. The players are already still at A.
Yeah, Omen going to be there just about in time to hear the plant sound, but very unlikely he's going to be able to find any openings here. Might push on through once he hears that plant sound. Latex is going to give himself up here. The smoke goes on through, and I think you can tell where that is from the time it took to get there. Wall goes down as they kill RCK, and Mikey is going to be able to easily get that down, expecting maybe the flank here. The Bucky, it hits the body shot, but doesn't quite finish things off. Gatch is likely going to find that frag to a 4K for the Sage here. They've been on a bit of a tear. I think Fry very sensibly just kind of sitting here going, do I even commit towards this? I don't have the most in terms of weaponry, so I think I just do here.
I think they need some sort of benefit out of this round. So it's about to go to 6-4. There are 2 rounds left in this game. And I think that they need to find something to stop the Idlevice, because we saw this in map 1. Idlevice were able to get on this really long tear of rounds, as we're now seeing 3 back-to-back rounds confirmed here for the side of Idlevice. And for the side of RixGG, it's not a good position to be in right now. Gatch is going off looking for their ace, but they're not going to find it in time. Fight down and the seconds have gone out. And unfortunately for Autumn, deciding to play that really aggressive stage position, potentially with the wrong weapon, may have been better with a Bucky or a Judge instead. They weren't able to get the kill, and it was just a runaway round for the Sage at that point on the side of Idlevice. Able to pick up 4 clean kills, and the spike goes down, and another round in the books with 2 rounds to go in this half. Round 11 on its way. Buyout from every player on both sides. But the side of RixGG, if they lose this one, it's going to be a forced buy final round, and that's not the position you want to be in.
And they have so many ultimates here. They could really invest those to try and win this out. 4 and 1 away from the 5th. RixGG have lots of options here. They just need to properly utilize them. So far, they've been a little bit more passive in some of their things, and also just too gung-ho when they have ultimates to use. It's... You got to spend ultimates and money to make money and to pick up these rounds. That's something you always got to keep in mind, and RixGG seem reluctant to do at least the first thing. They've obviously been buying up, but it's kind of difficult here. Fry getting caught out by the nanostorm takes a lot of damage, but does survive, all importantly here. There it comes, tries to get on through, goes down. Fry manages to trade at least 1 for 1 here, but Metellian just pushing on in, takes down 2. And RixGG find themselves yet again at a huge deficit. No opportunity for the res, and RixGG yet again look rather foolish in this opportunity. Autumn is going to try and push on out and catch some of these players. Spots one out, but gives away his position wide out in the open. Petty Scale just swings on through, and RixGG down to so very little here. Some good nades to get a bit of damage, but quite finish them off. Lazza trying to hold this out, trying to take that 1 versus 4. Finds the first. Just a couple of headshots could easily end things. He's getting flanked, but wasn't actually expecting, just pushes on through, but loses the duel to Mikey there. Edelweiss are looking to just take this path to even Stevens after what was a monstrous start from RixGG.
Yeah, and it's been back-to-back games where we've seen that. RixGG off to these incredible starts, 6-1 in this one, but Edelweiss just able to find their footing, find their pace, and get themselves back into it. We're seeing a very close game now, 6-5 in the favour of RixGG, but it is a forced buy of light armor on some of these rifles to try and close out the rest of this game. And if you're on the side of RixGG, you've got to be wondering, what went wrong? We have 4 ultimates available, and they need to make the best use of them now because they've not been able to use them. They're also giving up mid for free, which I think has punished them a little bit in these last few rounds, because Gatch has always wanted to push into these aggressive positions within mid. So Wall's going to go out, they're going to get a bit high up, they're not going to find anyone on spray downs, but a nice idea there from the side of RixGG. The Boombot's not going to find anything at the moment. Or the paranoia and the flash. RCK is going to get rid of the main man in Gatch. They trade down by Mikey before they can do much damage onto Autumn. And the Resurrect is down again, and it's even the final round that they're giving up these rounds for free for no reason. RCK is going to use a kill to get through. He's going to get killed out by the Rolling Thunder in return. And I'm not quite sure what Autumn's decision making is in this one, but they put themselves always in a position that they cannot use this Resurrect ultimate at the right time.
Sprays through a little bit. Latex backs off, doesn't want to get caught out, and happy to play towards this mid in a more passive capacity. Edelweiss rotating away, knowing they have lots of different opportunities and where they can play, but if they push towards the B side, this is perfect for this raise here. Lazza can easily find that. A lot of info. Waiting for it. There's the nade. Try and buy that little bit of time to kill Joy. Putting that lockdown in, and here it comes, the rocket. Will it land? Doesn't take down the Killjoy, but at least takes out Mikey. Leaves that lockdown up 2 to boot. Metellian starting to look for that opportunity to make their move, but the lockdown doesn't buy them, well, I think enough space here. Metellian is going to be able to re-smoke this, but with Cyber Cage, you don't know if that push is coming. They're going to be able to take that Heaven control, and even with the turret, Metellian does deny that push in from Fry. No. This is going disastrously. RixGG had this round in the bag, and it's all started to fall apart. Lazza on the flank looking for it if they can get this frag, this opening frag. This is a double kill here, easy peasy. And RixGG pick it up, taking it to 7-5, but as you said, not investing any of those ultimates. That Sage ultimate went like 5 rounds unused. RixGG need to be able to use what's on front of them.
In the time that Edelweiss used 2 Sage Resurrects, RixGG have used exactly 0 resurrections from the Sage. As soon as they got the ultimate, it's been sat in inventory, and the fact that they then lined up for Luzzer to close out this round was so unfortunate for Advice. They'd worked themselves into such a winning position, and it just didn't come to fruition. Unfortunately, it all fell apart at the end. And it just feels like Edelweiss are playing better as a team than the side of RixGG are. RixGG are just being obviously fortunate with some individual god plays from the likes of Fry and Luzzer. But I really hope that on this attack, Ottom is able to find much more usage of this Sage, because at the moment we've seen the utility usage, but without the Resurrects coming in either, then it's a bit of a wasted pick that could have been used on something like a Skye, for example. Again, Skye has the ability to heal up, and Sketch is going to lose most of their health, although being a Sage, you're going to get it back. Tidus is going to get a kill straight out instantly by RCK. And it's even Stevens as the walls are going to go out, and the heal is already on the Sages.
Greedy Sages, but they are going to be healing themselves back up. They did have a lot of damage taken, so it makes sense here. Mikey is trying to duel this out, but wins it. Luzzer, you had the ghost. That should have been freebie there. The Gatch sprays him on down as Fry looks for that refrag, and Edelweiss now have that player advantage, but they've completely ceded site control here. I think you're looking at this, and as Gatch, you're very confused as to how this even happened. They completely gave up mid control, and now will be Heaven finally in hand for Edelweiss, but how do they even push out here? Petty Skell have to back off that little bit. RixGG trying to buy time wherever they darn well can. CK waiting in the wings. Ottom just being that main player to try and bait out shots with. Doesn't want to get caught. The flashes will find it. RCK even takes down Metallian, who was sticking out like a sore thumb there, and Petty Skell can't even find the frag. The first round, the pistol round of this half, goes over to RixGG.
And a really clean round there from RixGG, able to go in 2v3, take the site, and then get rid of Gatch as the first player as the wall went up. And they just had the positioning there to go through. And although the paranoia did hit RCK in that corner, obviously Ottom took all of the attention away. Admittedly, RCK then full flashed Ottom, but it just didn't matter because both the other players from the enemy team of ADW were also then flashed, and it was just clean-up duty there for the team. But we're going to see the full buy coming out from the side of RixGG, Heavy Armor and Spectre, and the Force coming out from EDW. They don't want to give away any more rounds than they absolutely have to right now.
RixGG looking to play for that mid control again, and Ottom seemingly just always that player who's going to be trying to strike down first. Not a usual job for a Sage, and that nade might make things a little bit difficult. Gatch is just holding around this corner with a Judge. If they push through too cheekily here, they could easily get punished. Very sensibly, Rips not committing all too hard to this yet. I'm trying to bait out some of these players. Info Latex putting something out here. I love the patience.
They don't know where Sage is.
Yeah, Gatch is just waiting and still is there. RixGG looking like they won't commit towards it. So you see that spike all the way over on B now. And maybe Gatch looking for the opportunity to move, trying to catch them off guard even with the paranoia. But RixGG opt not to do it. And even though they tilled out a wall, it's going to be easy ways to push on in here. Latex gets caught from behind. However, Metallian comes up big, but Luzzer does not allow them to get too far away with things until Gatch shuts him down. 2 versus 3 yet again for Rix, but they have that side control and they are pushing up aggressively. However, they lose that all-important first duel, and Fry, he's on a little bit of a journey. He's trying to find something special. Yeah, spray comes on in there. Oh, that was a little bit suspect there, but Fry, he's solid with the Spectre. He can find these next couple of kills. The issue is the position of this spike makes things a little bit more difficult. Takes down the first, but the second is too much for him. Edelweiss pick up that round, and the Force does wonders for them.
Yeah, they've managed to make it work for the first time in these 2 maps. They bought out, they made it work. The judge positioning from Gatch just stood in a corner, was never found, never pushed up, and was then able to flank in behind the players as they pushed in through that mid-fence area, and it just meant that it was too much. And unfortunately, Fry not able to land the shots onto Breach at that position, and that would have potentially given them the in. If they can get rid of Mikey, it's a 1v2. Gatch is at an incredibly low health and has no weaponry available, but we're going to see Force into Force here on the side of RixGG. They're going to buy out their Spectres back again. They're not going to go for the saver round to go for the full buyout of their rifles, and this is a really interesting decision that they've decided to make from RixGG. EDW on the other side have kept a lot of the weapons they had in the last round, and they're going to start saving up their money as well. Paranoia's in, he's going to try and make a quick push onto site. The Razor's already in the back lines, but he's going to get fully flashed out and punished by Tidus.
Yeah, Luz overextending there, and this is an easy spray down for Edelweiss here. RixGG pushed on through, tried to get something special. Italian, a little bit confused about what went on there, as RCK did manage to catch him off guard a little bit, but it's only one frag for RixGG in their entirety. And Edelweiss starting to string together a good couple of rounds here. Reminder that this defensive half is so strong here on Split.
And I somehow feel that by accident, Luzzer got flashed out by their own breach. Because he went around the corner and then got fully blinded out of no expectation of it. So, unfortunately, an unfortunate force buy out there on the side of RixGG, and we're probably going to see them go back to this more standard saver buy to then go into rifles. But if you're on the side of EDW, this is going perfectly so far. You're back to 8-7, you're likely to be at 8-8. And you can't ask for anything more in a position where you were really struggling in the first instance. But the judge is not going to do enough. Ottom's going to get caught out because Ottom's going to catch out Gatch as the fault line comes in and removes it completely and the push comes into the B sides.
Mikey. Titus catches Luzzer there. He's looking for something with the showstopper, trying to find an opening, but no one's too close. RixGG aware that they have site control. Why would they play for the long position here? The judge finds the shot, but it's just again that Edelweiss have too many angles to attack from, and RixGG cannot deal with it effectively. Well played by Edelweiss, shutting down yet another force, and well, now it's 8-8.
Yeah, and it now comes into the rounds where the gun's going to come out for the side of RixGG. EDW are just going to stick with their saver round weapons at the moment, try and build up their monetary value where they can. They might as well make the most of these weapons. It's 8-8. There's plenty more rounds in this game, and they want to be able to save now to buy later. Whereas on the side of RixGG, it's buy now and hopefully start to make it work. It's not been a good last few rounds. It's been a little bit scrappy, a little bit rough around the edges, and they just need to try and iron out those issues and try and get back to the team that we saw close out some of these clutch rounds, and especially at the beginning of this match, and try and pull this match away towards the 2-0 I'm sure they're wanting to achieve. I don't think they want to be going to a set as a final match. The Chach on that sniper has absolutely nailed Latex, and that's all the smoke's gone for the side of RixGG. It's going to be so much harder to hit any of these sites.
Yeah, impressive performance here from Edelweiss as they are just locking down these first frags. RixGG constantly trying to find those openings, but just not managing to get it to work. I think they need to maybe play around this breach a little more. It's obviously very simple as a concept, but it's sometimes hard to do. Ottom gets caught out there, and another important player to have on your board, especially for those post spawns, falls again. EDW just forced him down to 2, and RCK is trying to make the play happen, but as soon as he moves there, Utility is ready to respond, and RixGG are completely locked out of pretty much all of control of this map.
And we see the Rolling Thunder available, and they decided to split default across the map rather than try and group around this breach to make the use of this Rolling Thunder ultimate. And I think that was potentially the mistake that's cost them this round. They've been picked apart bit by bit. I think as well on this game, they haven't allowed the utility that they've put down to land fully before they're pushing. They've not put any smokes down. They've not allowed then the smokes to fully form. So Gatch completely punishes out Omen as they push through that mid area, and it just puts Latex in a position where he's out of the game and there's no more smokes available. And with 12 seconds to go, it looks like they're going to be saving up these last couple of weapons, knowing that they're going to have to buy in their teammates into this next round as they don't want to fall too much further behind. And another fantastic round for EDW, taking it to 9-8. And I know we've spoken about this as being their home map, but at the same time, they're playing this map so well. But Mikey's gonna fight RCK, and an unfortunate position there means that we have another player going down.
Yeah, the operator also sitting very comfortably in the hands of Gatch here. Gatch has been so strong in this map, and in the last as well. Been very impressed with their play, and on this stage just seems very, very solid. I'm loving it so far.
Yeah, I think Gatch and Fry have really stood out as the two players on both of these teams that have been just solid, consistent players that have dragged them through. I mean, unfortunately for Latex is having a horror show of a match at 2-13-2. Not the one you want to be doing, but as long as the smokes are going down and you're able to get your team in the right positions, we're going to see the push coming in here. The fault line's going to go in. We haven't seen the Rolling Thunder yet, but here comes the rotate from Titus. Barcelona's ready, but he's not going to find anyone with that paranoid, but he's also not going to see the player already on site. Can they capitalize on this one against the frags on the corner? Matan's already got 2. Luz is going to trade it out for 2 more.
3-3. Scout position given away here, but they just take down 1. Luzzer at least manages to capitalize on that and find something here, but XGG for the most part, they can't get the spike down. It's out in the middle of the open. They've got to contest this high ground for something here, but that's an easy kill for Mike. Knows exactly how they're going to push on in there, and that should just be a freebie. Loza is able to get the spike at the very least, but from here, this is going to be a very difficult part of the round. Like, he'll go down.
Sorry, I was going to say, but Showstopper's available. Rolling Thunder's in, and the ultimate's going to come out, see if they can trade these back as quick as possible.
Oh, it was a nice try there. Loza was looking for it, but very well played. Back steps to bait it out, and Gatch was just waiting in that side part to be able to find that frag, and Rick's GG. Now at a 2-round deficit, as they started off strong in this defensive half, picking up that pistol round, but from there it's just kind of been a bit of a meh.
Yeah, and they were able to get the first couple of kills, but Petty Skell, again, ever so consistent on these Sentinels on site, and this kill from Mikey was beautiful and right. He manages to clean house on that one in a 1v2 situation. The Showstopper came out, but it wasn't able to do the damage that was needed to bring Rick's GG to 9-9. So we're seeing EDW taking a 10-8 lead. They're ahead for, I think, potentially the first time this game. They've normally been behind in this map, but they're showing the quality they have, the confidence they have within this game, and they're now just trying to close out what's left of this match.
Yeah. Starting off with some nades to try and buy some time, buy some damage, buy some space. But Rick's GG. Looking for these cheeky kills with the Sheriff here. It's in the right angle and even gets that frag and manages to get out of there. Metallian, however, will just push him forward and capitalize on that. As much as they found those frags, disaster in the middle. You can see that Mikey is just hitting those shots left, right, and center. The backup comes on through and Edelweiss shut it down. It looked nice with that first frag coming through, but the disaster in the mid and the fact that there was someone buddying with this Killjoy just meant it was curtains for them in that round. Such a strong performance from Edelweiss so far.
I think Petty Skell might be going to, might be saying to Matalan, why did you let me die? Because unfortunately the paranoia came out a little bit too late. Fry was able to pick up 1 kill before getting obviously killed out from there. But just look at the money that is on the side of EDW right now. We have a Sage capped on money. It just shows you how many rounds they've won back to back. Whereas now we're seeing the full buyout from Rick's GG. But they need to win this one, otherwise they're going to be at match point down, and it's not a position you want to be in versus this EDW team who are determined to take this to map 3.
Pretty hard, Tom. Trying to find something there, but I love that Edelweiss have just been that little bit more measured than we've seen from Rick's GG, and it's worked wonders for them. Let Rick's GG push you, and they've not been playing well around their entry players. Good frag there from RCK, just a raw peek into an operator wins the duel. And Edelweiss now at a deficit, but look at what these defensive players are playing, just constantly in these ambush angles. And Rick's GG pretty much have to check everything.
Yeah, and it's taken them a lot of time to get there. 50 seconds to go on the round is still a lot of time, but they're going to wall off the position as they go into B. It might have stopped them actually getting over the top of it, unfortunately. Especially if they have player advantage from the Shadows, ultimate available on Breach in the Rolling Thunder, the Neural Theft, and the Resurrect available. The Killjoy lockdown could be the definer of this map if they're able to get themselves back into this, but they're going to lock off the push in from mid. The Paranoia's out, and now the fight begins.
Italian trying to hold from behind, defending Killjoy coming through the lockdown to try and maybe buy something there. Latex trades out. Tom goes down and is continuing to look for that flank. They take down the breach in the end, but this Killjoy is going to be an absolute disaster. There it is, the easy frag coming through. Petty Skell knows where this player is, but knows if they try and peek, it should be an easy frag. Gives the time over, and Latex be able to get their gun back on out position, giving away. Push is coming on through. Petty Skell very sensibly playing passive, and now they're on match point. Latex with a bit of a disaster there, trying to push on through and getting caught by that lockdown. Not how they wanted to find themselves here, and you can see it. Metallian trades out 1 for 1, which is more than enough, honestly. The fact that Petty Skell wins this duel, that's what really sealed the deal for Rick's GG there, because then Petty Skell can just hightail it out of there.
It was the decision for Latex not to use the From the Shadows to get out of that ultimate, which would have saved them. They could have ulted out, let it fully go through, and then cancel back into the same position. So they're in position to take the crossfire there with RCK. Instead, it's a 1v1, and Petty Skell, as we have seen so many times today, wins out that 1v1 and puts Edelweiss to match point. Not something we wanted to be saying in this one, but it's match point now, 8-12, and Rick's GG now have to win back-to-back rounds if they want to get themselves back into this game.
Split has been such a difficult map for them. We expected that, and good play from Latex there does find them a frag. Rich GG, we said they were going to have their work cut out for them here. And, well, they're finding that frag. Expecting the rotate from Titus here. Position given away of Otom, but if they commit towards this A site, it'll be interesting. There are two players waiting.
From the shadows went to the wrong bomb site. They're from the shadows to the B bomb site. They're making the run all the way back. Now it's a 4v1 if they want to make this attack onto the bomb site. But they're so scared of where the Omen went, they're taking their time to take the decision to go on the site.
Yeah, and Rix GG haven't actually made that move yet. Edelweiss with their Killjoy just sitting in the back of screens here, waiting for the cross. They've got the utility, they've got everything. They know how this push is going to happen, and Rix GG, they're just going through that time. The smoke comes on in the execute, likely soon to follow. Petty Scale can't make those sprays happen, cannot see anyone. Is going to try and do it. Italian will shoot on through, expecting the cross. Autumn takes down Petty Scale, and now the two remaining players are trying to deal with the aggression of Rix GG here, but Italian can't find that opening. He's backing off a little bit and waiting for that backup to come. Mikey. Cage is constantly taking these fights. Fry is backing up their teammate there, so it's now 3 versus 1. Italian, if they can slip on through here, takes down Latex. Can't quite make it through that position again. Actually does slip through the wall there. I thought they were blocked out, but they're still in for a difficult position. Italian will be able to get smoke on down to buy some time, but weren't expecting Fry to be waiting in that corner. Good stuff from Rix GG to be able to pick up a round, and they're not quite out yet, though they do have their backs up against the wall.
Yeah, but EDW made that round so expensive for Rix GG. You saw the money on Fry, 300 credits available. They're not going to be able to full buy out in this round. And it's so hard now because they're at match point down and they need to be winning every single round. And although Fry's able to pick it up, they lost 3 players. And although they're able to buy back in, it's now with light armor and rifles. And they're still struggling because obviously if they lose this round, then they lose the match. But it's just putting so much pressure on them to pick up these rounds clean with very few players going down. The more players you lose, the more players you have to buy back in, and the harder it is to generate the income you need to maintain this buy-in for all of your players. But they're going to make the aggressive push up now. Not sure why Autumn is always making these aggressive pushes up when they have the Resurrect available, but again, we spoke about this in the Defenders half. I don't want to harp on about it too much more. But again, have to see if they can make it work. Defensive positions on the side of EDW, ambush corners at the ready. Have to see where Rix GG decide to go on this attack.
Looks like they're going to try and push through vents here, but Titus is watching for it. Pose shown. Titus, frag acquired, but Luzza is waiting in there, backing up their teammate, finds that shot now. Rix GG can start playing towards it. However, Gatch's on the flank as well. They've got to be wary of that. He constantly finds those good plays, those big plays. Italian is waiting, trying to line the perfect timing for that utility. Mikey barely makes it out with their life, and 40 seconds on the clock. The Rolling Thunder coming on through to try and buy some time here and maybe catch them off guard, but no one to push Rix GG in this situation. The rest of Edelweiss is still all caught up in that one position. Rix GG, though, themselves starting to barrel on through as a squad. They're looking for this beat play. I love this call right here. They're making the rotate. They don't have a lot of time, but if they can deal with Mikey effectively, that's not too much of a problem. Flash isn't going to come through at all. There's the spray, finds 2. That is the disaster. That's what we didn't need to happen here. And with position given away, they do at least have something to work with. Tries to get the spike, is going to try and get that one, but the bait is there. There is Edelweiss picking up 13-9, a dominant performance on this map on Split here, their own choice. And it was just constant playing of these angles and great defensive utility.
Again, it was Bottom taking the contact with EDW on a Sage with Resurrect available. Imagine it was the other side where Luzza is the one that takes that contact and is traded out by Autumn, and then Autumn can resurrect Luzza, and they're at a 5v4 advantage. And although we see Autumn top fragging, I just feel that potentially Autumn should have been playing almost any other agent than Sage, because they played in such a way that it just didn't allow them to play out this round in the way they wanted to. We've seen... I don't remember Autumn ever using the Sage Resurrect, and I don't want to keep harping back on about it, but it is a real bad thing to have on a Sage when you have your ultimate available and you're never able to find the opportunity to use it. And I think it just put Rix GG at a disadvantage that, say, he was on a Sky using the Seeker's ultimate at aggressive points. You just put yourself in a much better place as a team while still having the healer around. And I think if they do make it through this, or they're into the lower brackets, wherever they end up after this match, if they decide to take that Sage back into it, they need to be playing around that Resurrect a lot harder.
it just wasn't just a Sage as well. They weren't investing a lot of those ultimates, and playing around the utility effectively was a real problem for them. They were constantly dry peeking corners, and they got punished time and again. Edelweiss basically just leveraging that super well. And it's obviously something that is very split heavy. You do expect to have to deal with a lot of corners, and they just weren't seemingly ready for it. It's not a map which Rick's GG have played a lot of, so it's not a huge surprise, but a little bit sad to see kind of something so fundamental being missed out by them there. But we do still have that third and final map. I'm trying to check exactly what it is. I can't remember off the top of my head. It is going to be Ascent, as you say, exactly. And I mean, that's going to be a little bit more interesting. Got that mid control and how these teams are going to play for it. Those operators will really come home to roost, and I think that's something to really keep an eye on for, because we saw a little bit of that coming out on Split. But unfortunately, that is all we have for now. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back after that with more Intel Epic32 Valorant action.
Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's Apex when you need him? Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's Apex when you need him?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Intel Epic32 Valorant tournament, brought to you by Overclockers, Epic.LAN, Intel, and Logitech GM Rook, joined by JP. And we have the third and final map of Rick's GG versus Edelweiss here. And, I mean, obviously, map one going the way of Rick's GG, and then over on Split, Edelweiss take it 13-9. An impressive performance from them.
Yeah, and I think EDW were able to pull through a lot of these rounds we didn't expect them to. They just had the consistency of play and pulled it together as a team. And RixGG had this fantastic start. They went 6-1 in the opening exchanges, but then they just weren't able to hold it together. I think there were individually, some of the players weren't able to have the best games. And I think on the side of RixGG, they really need to brush off the cobwebs of that one, take it as a bad loss, and then they pull it back. And I think the sort of players like Latex had, and unfortunately, I think that was their bad game for the tournament, or I hope it is, and this one's going to come back for it. And then I would expect to see a significant change in the agents that we're seeing. We're probably going to see Otom going back onto the more aggressive duelists rather than the more supportive Sage, although we saw the best impression of a battle Sage possible in that one. And I think that if you're on the side of EDW, you need to be scared of what's coming your way, because RixGG are not going to take this lying down. They're not going to take the thought of losing this one, and we're going to see people going back onto their agents they're comfortable with. Otom picking up Phoenix, RCK back on Sova, and Latex again going to this Omen. But Gatch again, they've played Sage in every single game. I'm hoping they're the Sage one trick. We hope they are, because they have been so good so far. Tidus going back on Raze, Matalane going back on their Omen, Petascale pulling out Killjoy, and Mickey going back to the Sova. So pretty standard team comps across the board. We're just waiting for Fry to lock in, most likely the Sentinel pick of choice. And this will be the biggest game. We're going to see the differences in. We have double Sentinel versus probably double Duelist. And it'll just be interesting to see how they make these picks work on the attack and the defense.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see in particular what that final pick for Fry is. I assume it'll be the Cypher. But we've seen teams kind of opting out in and out of these different opportunities. I think the Cypher is good, but I do believe that this is definitely a Killjoy map, in my opinion. So maybe he's trying to decide on that one. Does stick with the Cypher. And, I mean, pretty standard pickups for most of these guys. The only big difference is obviously that Raze, which is now missing on RixGG here. I think this map is obviously pretty strong for Jet here, and I'd be interested to see how it all works out. Otom, I'm so glad, is not on any sort of Sentinel now. A lot better on these duelists, and I'm excited to see some proper Phoenix gameplay.
Yeah, and Luzza has been proven to be very efficient on this Jet. And I think the thing for RixGG, they've definitely gone for, I would say, their comfort agents, rather than trying to play it more to the effectiveness of the map. We do know that Killjoy has a slight advantage on this map, specifically over Cypher, in the way that you're able to take your utility and pull up these retakes. But there's always something to be said for taking your comfort picks. We know Fry is incredibly good on Cypher, so why would you ever drop it for something else if you can make it work on this map? And I really want to see RixGG, again, come out the gate swinging like they have done in the last two maps, take the first few opening rounds, but then we need to see that consistency coming back in that we've seen in previous games, and able to try and close this one out, rather than, and means that EDW won't be able to pull off the reverse sweep, and we can hopefully have another close game on Ascent. But I'll let you take it away as we hit the first action of map number 3 of this upper bracket quarterfinal.
It goes on in here. Luzza still working this angle, doesn't actually get caught out. Takes a bit of damage, but I think it's a lot back onto Gats there. The problem is this is a Sage, and they're going to be right on back up towards that full health. So not a very valuable trade. In fact, you even waste that dash, which means you're going to be able to at least survive, but it means you can't do it again. It means you don't have many options to get all too aggressive. It's really going to be down to this potential flash here, but they round the corner. Fry tries to hold, does take down 2 with him. Jeez, it's a 2 versus 2, and Mickey gets picked up as they try and move on through here. CK with a nice shock dart, but sorry, a nice dart there, but unfortunately, the headshot is easily going to be able to come on through here. Latex is trying to push on in to catch these players off guard as well, but so much pressure going on in here. They can't take out Petascale in this angle. Not enough bullets, not enough firepower. Edelweiss take that first round.
Yeah, the big hold there on the side of Petascale with the triple kill. First pistol round in memory that they've won, and they were made to punish the side of RixGG on that round, and it just meant that they were able to close it out. And as an attacking side, you want to be taking this immediate advantage. You don't want to give this team composition that we know is good when they have a lead available to them in this first half, get ahead of the game at any point, and we're going to see RixGG go against what our EDW have done and not go for this force buy round. They're going to keep hold of their classics. We might see something go in. Note, which is going to be classics across the board versus the full buy on the side of EDW. But again, RixGG can make this work. Pistols are fine when you're in close quarter combat. We know the right click can even kill a fully armored player. So it's just making sure we pick up those different things.
It really is. Edelweiss Trying to exchange some shots early. Otum does get caught, but he's perfectly fine with that. Unfortunately, goes to the re-peek, and Gatch easily shuts that one down. Big mistakes being made as Rix now have the A site pretty darn open, and you can see the rotate's going to be here from Fry, but he's likely going to get caught out if he's not careful. Already in heaven, already exerting so much pressure, and Gatch is likely going to find that first frag, open everything up, and, well, now this is a disaster for Edelweiss as they're going to be... Well, they're stuck in there with them. RixGG trying to make the play. However, Gatch seems to be stuck in there with RixGG instead. However, it's 2 versus 2, and Edelweiss, sorry, 2 versus 4, and Edelweiss have a massive weapon advantage, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem for them. RCK with the Spectre here, trying to find that frag, and as much as he finds the headshot, Titus manages to clean things up, and Edelweiss do take that loss round.
Yeah, definitely one you'd expect them to take. Full weapon advantage on display, Classics versus Spectres there, but it does mean that we set up the bonus round for EDW, and RixGG now get to full buyout, but they need to. This is the round they have to win. This is one they cannot afford to give up on any position, because if you lose this round, you're back on your save round. You need to start building up the economy, and the weapon advantage again flips. We see this so time and time again, where the team will win the first 2, carry on the Spectres, and they go from weapon advantage into weapon disadvantage. But I love Otom's positioning here. They love this A position with his hot hands to stop any sort of push coming in. And it's just almost a free utility, because they get to regenerate them with 2 kills, brings that back up, and it's just a nice way to stop any aggression coming. You can start to run the time down, get yourself set up with your sentinels, as well as your smokes in place before any attacks are made.
You gotta be kind of careful here. Edelweiss looking like they're going to pile on into this A site, playing these longer angles. The Lazar has been pretty impressive with these rifles so far. Could easily deny a lot of that push. Has a bit of backup as well, as these 2 duelists both wait on this site. Like he's going to be able to spot at least... Well, I actually think they spot out both of them there, but that nano swarm buys a lot of space, a lot of control for Edelweiss. The only issue is that these smokes deny them from making the push right away. So they're going to cover their angles, check the flanks, and look for a push in via tree as well, as it seems to be a good call for them here. Tom, however, is waiting here, gets the spray, almost finds the second, but Petty Skell has been on top of things so far and does keep themselves very much in it. If Edelweiss had lost yet another, that could have been a real problem, but...
30 seconds left.
Still expecting this tree play as soon as those shots ring out. As soon as the push comes on in, that's an easy picking for them there. Edelweiss going to try and push on through, going to try and close that door. Kelly is moving on up. Damage being traded back and forth. Luzza going to likely try and open that door, but RCK gets caught off guard. These Spectres proving too formidable for RixGG as of yet. Latex still trying to find that info and push on through with the backup, but Fry gets picked off, and it seems like these rifles are to no avail here. 1 versus 2, and he's looking the wrong angle here. Could easily get caught off guard, but turns back towards it. The double peek is there, and Edelweiss take the bonus round all the way to the bank.
Yeah, if you want a disastrous round for RixGG, you have to look no further than this bonus round. A lovely start from Otom as he came in, but he was traded out too efficiently, and the Spectres just made it work. The players up in heaven just could not find anyone to use the weapon advantage to, and unfortunately, Luzza, although they'd had a fantastic start, they just weren't able to convert on any of the last 2 kills. A beautiful double peak from the remaining players of EDW, and they close out this round. A great start, 3-0 to the good. Now it's up to RixGG to work out the way back into this game.
RixGG, they don't have the rifles. I don't think they have much at all, if anything. And I think Edelweiss very sensibly just playing these slow rounds, knowing that if they play it as they are, RixGG will have to pull out something particularly spectacular to be able to pick up these rounds. Oh, Tom, waiting in these wings with these Sheriffs, and we've seen some magical play from these Deagles, but it's not going to be likely to happen here. Finds one, but with the refrag, it's nothing more than a trade, and that's always going to be attacker favorite here. Titus is even waiting here, takes down 2. And RixGG, they're looking for these openings, but Edelweiss, with the passivity and the very sensible plays, are able to just punish it left, right, and center. Just 1 player remaining. Spike completely in hand, and that's going to be a plant as well. It's going to have to be magic, literal magic, coming out here from this Jet.
Yeah, especially as the players are all pretty, apart from Titus on Wraith, they are all full health. And I think Luzza at this point needs to just try and get as much economic damage into Edelweiss as possible, because they're just starting to build up this economic advantage, which is going to be very hard to get rid of unless we see back-to-back rounds. But RixGG just have not yet been able to find a way into this game. They've been completely shut out in most of these rounds with a pretty clean closeout so far by EDW. And it looks like it's about to continue into the round 5 with a 4-0 lead already in the bank. And that's exactly what you want to be seeing. RixGG just need to find a way of stemming the bleeding at some point.
They really do. Edelweiss just continually find these openings to great effect. This is really aggressive from Loza here, and to no avail. I do appreciate that maybe you want to go down there so you can buy up as a team, but RixGG constantly stepping forward that little bit too much. It was good stuff from Otom here, but the problem is you can't play that angle, especially when utility is used to try and flush you out and not expect to get refrag. It was Tidus in this passive angle. It was really the one to drive the point home.
Yeah, and I feel unfortunate for Otom. They got tagged by the drone as it came around the corner, which meant that they could be spam shot through the wall. I think if the drone misses the shot and Otom isn't seen, then potentially they can get out in a position where they can do another kill, maybe use a curveball to get the flash out onto the Sova and take the fight back to them. So the operator is in Luz's hand, and that's what you want to see at this point. Probably the most powerful weapon in their arsenal and player attached to it as well that you could possibly want to see, as they need to start finding their way back into this game 4-0 down.
If they do. If they lose the operator, things will get worse and worse for them. Scale already making their move forward, trying to bait out that shot, trying to use that body to get the frag, but Laza doesn't land it and has to back up all the way down to this other angle. Position likely already known as well. Edelweiss know exactly what they need to be able to pick this one up, and there it is. Killjoy drops the lockdown, and it's really down to RixGG to be able to lock out this round in some way, shape, or form. Note that no, can't make it up there. Will get detained. This is often something you see. Normally it's the Sova sitting in the back and it's an easy frag there. That rocket doesn't hit anything either. Edelweiss don't even commit. Interestingly there, they invest the ultimate, but it's Gatch who's on this flank who delivers for them yet again. Pettiscale finds a frag in mid, and everything for RixGG is falling apart. They thought they'd survive. They thought the lockdown wasn't enough to take him out. But now they find themselves in an even more untenable situation. 2 versus 4, and complete side control for Edelweiss here. They get the spike down, and Otom has to be careful here. We'll be able to pick it up. Otom, let's get another, gets a 4th! Can he get the ace here? This could easily be RixGG's. They've completely turned this around. Just a flash down below. Baiting out, knows that the daggers are there, but Luzz will steal it away from him. It's going to be a round in the bag for RixGG, finally, here in the 5th round.
Otom carries them through, kicking and screaming, puts them in his backpack, whatever way you want to describe them, to get a 4K and admittedly potentially a stolen ace, but I think if you're Otom, you're not going to really complain about that. You're going to take the win. But it was just this flank here from Gatch again. They just cannot seem to get a track of exactly where this player's going to perch up, but Otom absolutely wrecks them apart, rips them apart as he comes through, and then the last kill picked up by on that Killjoy. That was such a beautiful kill. But I think the fact of one of the interesting things is, yes, the Killjoy ult did succeed in locking down Lura at the back of sight, but it was the decision from Otom to pop the run it back just completely stops the push through, because it's a free run in and you just get to fire for free into an enemy team that is going to be grouped up together coming in after it. And they decided that they didn't want to fight that, and EDW decided to take the decision, go away. And at the end of the day, it was Phoenix in the hands of Otom that just completely closed out that round.
It really was brilliantly done, and I'm so glad he's no longer on that stage. Good stuff from RixGG to be able to pick up their first round here, and well, here's to many more. Hopefully make this game as long as we possibly can. Love to see it when these teams are trading tit for tat. Latex punishes Gatch for trying to play up there. Seeing a lot more stages go for that one, and it feels a little bit like luster at times, especially when players are ready for it. Well done by RixGG to be able to find that one. And Edelweiss, well, they trade it back as Otom pushes that little bit through tree into mid. That is an opening yet again, as Edelweiss can just play for time and still decide where exactly it is they want to push.
The old solo queue tactic of walling up in that area to try and get the information, but the spam through's not going to work out. Mantelen's going to clear out Fry before he can do any damage to the information. Oh my goodness me, that is a disgusting shot from Pettiscale to give them the advantage in this round in a 1v5, 1v4, now 1v3. It's going to be very difficult to achieve with no Blade Storm available.
Yeah, easily cleaned up by Edelweiss, and RixGG, they find the round and instantly set back down to basically nothing. Well done by Edelweiss here to be able to punish that one. It was a good early frag from Latex, but it just really wasn't enough. Fry tries to get that spray, but just randomly through the smoke, Metellian gets a good spray back. Position given away by those shots, and, well, easy pickings. Battalion really showing up in that last round.
And the operator now in the hands of Gatch. We saw how good this player was in Split with this weapon. It can only be just as, if not more, formidable on this Ascent map. And we really need to, we'll see a quick pause here so we get to talk about it. But RixGG just cannot seem to piece anything together right now. They cannot seem to stem the tide that is EDW's attacked in this map. Edelweiss are absolutely ruling this roost. And this was a map that we felt RixGG had a good position to take the game with. We know Split was Edelweiss's preferred map, but it just seems to be that they've just managed to get their team coordination to now at a level where they're just not giving RixGG a way back in at the moment.
Yeah, it's been some stellar stuff, and again, this is on attack, not exactly the best side for this map. So RixGG picking that defense, were hoping for just that little bit more. Obviously, time will still tell. We saw, well, Edelweiss do very similar things where they dropped so many rounds in the early parts of the half only to bring it back with a pretty solid scoreline for themselves. So don't count RixGG out at all. Luzza with that Sheriff trying to find something, but for now, Edelweiss just mostly playing around mid, playing slowly and expecting that push to come from RixGG.
You can never count on RixGG. They showed themselves to be a very competent team. Just that Edelweiss have just had their number on the first one, but a decent chunk of damage is going to be done by that shock dart. Going to remove all the armor from Raze, but potentially only caught them on the periphery and didn't get the full chunk of damage in. But now the battle lines are going to be drawn, the flashes are going to come out, and Autumn's going to get the first kill beautifully onto Tidus.
Yeah, well played there. RixGG net their first frag, and it's very important to be able to pick that one up. However, with that, Edelweiss taking their remaining 35 seconds and running it up the mid. Trying to find some of these players, but Luzza was just waiting there, and that is the Sheriffs. You push into it, it can easily lead to a big frag, and an important frag here, because Edelweiss didn't invest, and RixGG didn't invest everything. They just gave a rifle over to Otom, and now from here, it should be easy stuff. Gatch still trying to hold down this angle. Petty Scale opens up a potential push here, but with no spike control, Edelweiss have their work very much cut out for them. Looks like they're just going to save this operator, and I think that's absolutely just the right call.
Yeah, I think with RixGG also knowing about the operator in the hands of EDW, I don't think you want to be pushing into this one. You take the thrifty win, get some weapons on there. Oh, they're going to make the aggressive play out, and Gatch is going to get one free kill on the way out. Potentially a little bit aggressive from the side of Rick. I probably wouldn't have made that decision myself, but some of these kills from Luzza and Otom were so nice, but just potentially a little bit too aggressive, trying to potentially get another weapon. It didn't quite work out for them, and they do fall down. But they have Operator back in the hands of Luzza, and we know how good they've been at previous times. They now just need to make this weapon pick work on this map.
Yeah, and as we said before, it's a strong map for the weapon. RixGG just need to start finding those opening frags and setting the pace against Edelweiss here. And it could be an easy half for them. They can still take an advantage here. Just need to properly utilize it here. Tidus trying to use that satchel pack for some info here. But nothing yet. Edelweiss have that ultimate advantage as well to try and invest. So even if they lose a player, the res is likely there, and they love to use it for tempo.
Yeah, really aggressive positioning here on the Jet as well. Getting up on the box, because you have the tailwind to get away, you can position in these more aggressive angles. But the decision's not yet been made by EDW when they want to activate this attack, but we're going to see the Owl drone that's probably going to signal the push in from Mikey through the dark cover. They're going to see players on site. They're not going to know their exact position, but the burst of the weapon goes in, and Gatch is going to pick up Latex on that beautiful operator shot as the Hunter's Fury comes through to try and get done. They're not going to tag anyone so far. So no damage done, but 5-4 on this attack, and Brits are in a bad position to take this like that.
Yeah, promptly deals with that there, and even has to run it back to go for a second opportunity here. RixGG getting rid of that wall early on here so that they can start to make their plays, but Otom moves out completely on their own there. I mean, it's RixGG down to a player deficit yet again. Edelweiss have been winning so many of these duels here, and Luzza's really going to struggle to push on through at all, honestly. With this operator, it could be super difficult, but as I say that, Mikey just exposes themselves and goes down pretty freely. Speaking freely, 5 falls, and RCK, oh, can't win out that all-important duel there. Goes down to Metellian, only gets that one, and Gatch doesn't hit the shot because they get caught out there, but Metellian with the rifle will be out the pistols, and Edelweiss yet again put another round on the board, and this attack is something so darn strong for them here. Otom does find that opening frag here to maybe make something happen and even things back on up, but in the end, it's just that they can't push in effectively because they didn't have enough utility for that retake.
Yeah, and just a fantastic hold in the post plant. It did look a little sketchy at times. EDW weren't quite, sorry, EDW, completely different game otherwise, weren't quite able to hold up those positions. And it was just one of those ones that you just felt that RixGG had the right strategy, had the right angles, but they couldn't quite get the kills to stick. The crossfire setup on the side of Edelweiss were just too strong. Seeing the operator perched up here to try and push out from Jet, and they aren't. Neither player's going to get the kill. A bit of chip damage done to the Sage, but it just isn't quite enough. But the Hunter's Fury is going to be brutal and take out Petty Scale straight away. The third shot's not going to tag anyone, but one player down without a trade is great for the defensive team right now.
It is both shock darts going out here, interestingly, from RCK to try and buy some damage, but don't think he landed either of them, especially not onto Mikey here. Yeah, just starting to push up with that operator, maybe expecting someone to be close by here, looking for that res. That's going to be a bit of a bait. That should be an easy frag coming through. Otom gets the spray down as well, as you can see Gatch tries to push on through. Otom will be able to get just getting so much out of there. Starting to push on, but Titus was just waiting in this smoke, and this is one of those things which is one of the reasons why people love to play this Omen over the brim. You can play around in those smokes, and if teams are ready for it, they're absolutely ready for it. However, wasn't ready for these pushes, and RixGG take the round. They're looking for an even Stevens, at least get something on the board here, and then have a strong attacking half of their own.
Yeah, this opening and the Hunter's Fury was so good, able to attack up Petty Scale. Even though they couldn't find another kill, Otom in a beautiful position to get rid of the resurrecting Sage alongside Fry, and it was just a nice closeout. Plus it gets another one there, with Matalan having the utility out, and then just a quick closeout of the remaining kills, and really confidence in boosting round for Rix. They were struggling to get back into it, and they just needed that confidence boost to get them into it, and I think that's a really good place to start. They just need to try and put another round together against not much weaponry on the side of EDW, and it's kind of the position now where they're going to be using their utility. We're probably going to see the Killjoy lockdown. We have the Showstopper available as well, and nothing on the side of Rix that's going to stop this going down, with the Hunter's Fury already being used last round.
Lockdown, costing a little bit of time to try. Won't get caught by it, just about barely. Doesn't get caught by the showstopper there either. Does know that that push is going to come on through, unless the player would have stuck around and got caught out. But Fry aware of exactly how Edelweiss want to be playing this game. Titus, close and personal with this Ghost. Get caught out. Tom, that's a flash. Trying to play for it, but mostly can't find their ways on in. Rix getting delayed a lot here. Double peek here, the paranoia is big. RCK takes that first, the spray down would have been there, but he does manage to get something. However, the last remaining players of RixGG will finish off the last couple of Edelweiss. It will be a round in the bag. 2 more rounds and a half. RixGG looking to keep it close at the very least here.
Yeah, and I think it was just good that they were able to make that round work. They didn't have to, obviously they still haven't expended the Neural Theft Ultimate, because obviously they knew all 5 players were on site. It was a 5v5 retake. But the main thing they were able to make the advantage was the paranoia that came through. They then flooded the site following it in, and they know that there's going to be a slight weapon disadvantage generally across the board for the side of the EDW team, because you can look at the money they have in their inventory. Now we're seeing the full buy come out there, but it was just the paranoia came across at a beautiful angle that allowed the players in heaven to drop down and catch the 3 players underneath them in a nice crossfire, and they were just able to close it out, use the weapon advantage on the last few players, and get themselves back in this position. 4-6 down, 2 rounds to go. It's going to be the critical one for the side of Edelweiss. If they lose this one, it could be another saver round that they're going to be going to, but they look like they're going to go for an B-side attack, but there's an operator ready for them round this corner.
Yeah, it's the first frag and loser. Sorry, Loza heavily leveraging the fact that he's playing Jet here. Good to see that this pick wasn't just completely irrelevant, that they are using it properly. Otherwise, I do feel like that raise would have been a lot more useful. But RixGG know how to play it. And looking for more frags, even expecting that potential push up, that wall that we see from Edelweiss so often here.
Yeah, no trade back out here and no resurrection anywhere near completion for Sage. They're going to pick up another one here for Gatch potentially. No, they're going to leave the ultimate orb there. They don't want to take the risk of an Odin being on that site ready to spam through that wall, and they're going to start to make their way back to mid. But mid has already been covered by multiple angles, especially with that camera, which is still looking at A. They know that there's no one in this A area, so they've got to assume they're in mid right now, and they need to play accordingly to not get caught out.
30 seconds left.
See some spam shots through, but they have the run it back available as well as the neural theft, but they're going to make the A attack, and I'll let you take through the action.
It is. Oh, Mikey instantly takes down Fry. You can see Otom trying to look for some sort of opportunity here. The run it back means that they could get a potential double spray down, but he's sent right back to his spawn point here, trying to leave that checkpoint up. Swings out wide, finds a 2K. Exactly what the squad needs at this time. Loza shuts down one as well and leaves RCK to clean on up. Rix GG keeping it ever so close. 1 round left in the half, and they could take it to 6-6 after what was a disastrous start.
Yeah, and you know what's better than a Sage heal? Going from 4 to 100 health with your ultimate. Despite only having 4 health, they pop the run it back. They don't get any kills, but they're pushed back to 100 health. And fortunately, they're covered by their player in Heaven, which means that they get a complete repeat for free with the attention all being taken up by those Heaven players. Beautiful coordination to cover Otom on that run it back ultimate. You could see the players running, sprinting into A to try and find the Phoenix respawn location, but really nice coordination with the players in Heaven, protected the run it back location, and they were able to then close out the round from there. But just a really nice heads up thought process there from Autumn to get those frags from the Phoenix.
RCK gandering for information with this drone early on here. Spot out too much. Does know that there's likely going to be someone playing down mid and even gets to tag them up there with some good spray. The heals there. Titus is still over on 113 HP. Edelweiss looking again like they're going to pile on into this A site. They're going to have to make sure that they deal with these corners effectively as the paranoia comes on in. Fully aware of how they're going to push on here. Hunter's Fury to try and tag someone up. Hasn't even hit anyone. Won't even chunk out the one remaining in Heaven. And I think Edelweiss very sensibly starting to rethink exactly how this is going to go. Tree push from Gatch here. Doesn't look like it's going to be working at all. And Edelweiss, they get pushed out. Battalion does finally find the frag onto Otom here, but at the cost of their teammate. They're down to play yet again. There is the neural theft ready, and Gatch tries to push up in one of those more open angles and is completely punished for Edelweiss. And then there were 2 versus 4 here. Rix GG just continue to hold down the 4. Utility is trying to find some sort of opening here, but Mikey is going to have to show some pretty spectacular aim. Does take down the first, but goes down to 31 HP in the meantime. Start to try and buy some time, but it just gives away his position. And Rix GG take it 6-6. And it feels like they're starting to get a bit more of a grasp on this game.
Yeah, they've just managed to get their things back together. I mean, Autumn almost messed it up for themselves. They chucked out the curveball too fast, but they were able to find the first kill, and they did a huge chunk of damage to McKellion's Omen. And it just meant that at that point, you've got two players at full, one at very little health. Luzzer is able to get a beautiful snipe onto Gatch, and then it's effectively 1.5 players versus the 4 remaining of Rix, and they're able to close out accordingly. Just a confidence-inspiring round if you're on the side of Rix. You're 6-6, you're back into the evenness of the pistol round, and you've got to feel that the ascendancy is with the Rix team. We saw EDW taking this huge priority in the early game, but being able to pull back 5 straight rounds on the side of Rix. The ascendancy will hopefully carry them to the result that they want. They just need to try and find some of these players and take the initiative back from the Edelweiss team that had originally ruled the roost at the beginning of this match.
Mid control here for Rix. They even managed to get opening one down, but a catch comes up big, finds the 2K here. A wall off, they have spike control. Loza is going to start to push on in here with the backup of their teammates. They're going to wait that little bit of time, but Otom gets picked off. Petty Scale comes up big, and well, now it's just one, and not even for very long. Rix GG lose out the round. Edelweiss with a brilliantly aggressive play. Punish Rix for being that little bit late on the push.
Yeah, we don't normally see flawless victories in pistol rounds, but a beautiful round there by Edelweiss. Just somehow allowed the split to come between the team of Rix and then just punish them for it. Gatch getting a beautiful spray down with the Frenzy, getting the 2 opening kills, and then Petty Scale clearing out the next 2 as they pushed in through mid and through the spawn area. And just a beautiful coordination play there on the side of Edelweiss, and the round that they needed to win to stop the snowball that had been coming in from Rix over the last sort of 4 or 5 rounds. An unfortunate arrow there is probably not going to... Well, he's going to tag one.
But only get that little bit of a tag. No control at all right now for Rex, even getting chunked out by a beautiful shock dart. Edelweiss, they know how to play defensively. We saw that in previous maps. And Rix GG need to be utilizing all of those flashes, all of those smokes to force them out of those positions. You can see already that Rix GG likely going to push out on into here and get completely caught up. Mikey invests the drone, interestingly here, very early. Position given away, the dash comes on in, tries to get the... Oh no, Luzza doesn't find it! And Otom can't even push on through there because of the backup, because of the other player pushing on through there. A good molly to force Gatch out, but the nade denies Otom that push at all. And it's an easy round here for Edelweiss as RCK finds one, but not enough to pick up the round.
Yeah, it was 1 kill, but it was always going to be a hard round. The amount of utility use, the fact that Luzza couldn't find the kill on Mikey there, being able to come out of their drone and get the weapon out and in time was critical. But it's full buy out for Rix now, and this is the round they need to make work. We're going to see another Sage Wall going up to stop these aggressive jet plays that we have seen in the past, and obviously using the elevation here with the Omen as well. It's hard to see how either of these teams completely close out a game that's been very back and forth so far. You can never pick a winner from it so far, but obviously Rix needs to make something work to come around, and there's a judge waiting close, but it's going to be found out straight away, and that's a big pick for Otom onto Gatch straight away, punishing that Sage playing over the other side of the wall in a defensive position as an aggressor, and it's 5-4 for the side of Rix.
Edelweiss, a big proponent of that slower gameplay they like to play, is already off the board. A big problem for them. Some good usage of the Nano Storm Salver to stop Rix GG from pushing on in as soon as that paranoia comes on through. Molly does mean that Otom could have pushed through, but completely stopped in their tracks by Petty Scale. And 2 very low health players for Edelweiss here, but Rix GG cannot find their way on in. Instead, they're going to commit towards the B site, and Mikey likely to be that first point of contact, that all-important player to deal with, but Titus catches the play there as they just overstep, and Rix GG yet again find themselves in a very difficult position. Mikey, he's still waiting here, hasn't been spotted out, and there's a lot of time for Rix GG to work with, but if they get caught out by Mikey here, it could all fall apart. Petty Scale finally falls, but the refrags come on in, and Mikey is now given up. They know where his position is, but can they find the frag? They do indeed. RCK 1 versus 2. Not a lot of health left on this Raze as well. Trying to bait out those shots. Hasn't planted the spike yet. Recon Dot to get some info here. Just sitting on the spike. Gonna get it down. Titus is already pushing. Gets paranoid by their own teammates, but with the push-in, with this utility, it's going to be easy pickings for RCK here. Just a little bit more will do it. RCK just about keeps Rix GG in this. If Edelweiss had picked that one up, it would have been so difficult for Rix to come back, but he's keeping their team close and not letting them fall too far behind here.
Beautiful counter-strafing picks there on the side of RCK, just dancing around that wall like he had ballerina shoes on to take down Matalane. He just couldn't land the shots onto RCK. Beautiful play there. Obviously, Titus had about 10 HP, so was always going to be the sacrificial lamb in that round, but just beautiful play by RCK, able to get the spike down and win out the round as well for his team, bringing it 7-8. And the round that they needed to win was weapons available now. They're going to see the aggressive pushing from Otom. He's going to put a curveball, maybe a curveball on the game itself, and they're going to make their way back towards mid. The spike lurking at the A area. It's going to be a hard way to push through the defense that's currently set up.
Titus invest a bit of utility there to try and slow down Rix, but they are only pushing up that far. Just about now going to have to contest this Sage who's just on the other side of the wall, but as the smokes dissipate, they feel investing too hard would be a huge mistake, and they're absolutely right. Just one more shot will do it. But RCK doesn't quite land that one. Not enough info to be able to pick it up. So Rix investing in ultimate to try and find that advantage early, and they don't quite get it. Edelweiss just happy to wait and play that slower game yet again.
Yeah, but it was able to tag one player, so put down the Omen to about 70 HP right now, which is a good position to be in the current situation of the game, but just if you're able to find that second kill, you open up the map. We'll probably see the Sage eventually heal Omen up back to full 100 HP. It's a very, very slow push here from Rix. They're using the Cypher camp to try and find where some of these players are. While Latex plays this very much lurker role alongside Otom, but they've decided they're going to go for the A side attack. They're going to make the hits coming in soon. The smokes are in, the utility's about to come out, and Jet's about to dash into sight.
Yeah, dash into the smoke, but as they give themselves up, Petty Scale doesn't find the frag, and with RCK just rocking on in, finding that. That's Rix GG yet again in a great spot to find the plant and even things back up. Edelweiss giving up lots of control on these fights and not winning those all-important duels that we've seen them do so much of. Good shock dart here. We'll at least try and find some damage, but doesn't quite finish off. It's not quite enough to be able to net them that kill. If they'd found that, maybe they could start to execute in 2v3 situation, but especially with the Sage not looking towards it, it looks like Edelweiss are just going to play that little bit more passive, not investing too much, and trying to keep these weapons for the next round.
Yeah, the money's not looking good, so they need to start making the most of these saves when they do go for them. But saving a judge is not exactly where you want to be. Although Gatch has played very well with the judge so far, it's going to be 8-8, and Rix are kind of back in the ascendancy. Not to the extent of going to be taking it to the victory, but a couple of rounds in the bag now. Economic advantage over the side of Edelweiss, and it's now going to be another save round. Just these beautiful abilities to win these 1v1s in sort of not normal sightlines. When you're coming out of smokes, being able to find the kills in a 1v1 trade against someone who's going to see you coming out of smoke was hugely impressive on the side of Rix. They were able to win those first two gun duels. Fry then trades out on the kill that's achieved by the player in heaven for EDW, and they are then able to play the advantage of 4v2 and not given even a sniff of Edelweiss to get back into that round. And now we're seeing the saver buy here for three of the players who weren't able to save guns, and it's the round that Rix needs to be picking up to go to 9-8.
Don't count Edelweiss out in this round. They have picked up off of very lacking weaponry, and the fact that they have some rifles to kind of leverage here could lead to something. As long as that point of contact is actually one of those with the weapons, especially that judge can wreak havoc if given the opportunity. But XGG playing that a little bit slower, so I'd like to see from them the adaptation. They were a little bit too gung-ho in previous maps and in previous parts of this map. And they've started to tame things out a little bit.
Yeah, it's a slow positioning from Rix. They want to make the most of this weaponry advantage that they do have against this Edelweiss team that are most likely not to be having the stuff. But there's a ghost only perched up in the position, but they need to try and find someone. The first player's going to be noted out. They're going to take down the recon dart. They know one player's there. But now they need to try and find some advantages to go in. But Otom's already up in mid. This could be huge if they're able to find Gash, but they decide not to go for it. Mikey's going to pick up two huge kills.
Yeah, Otom barely doesn't go down to Gatch there. I was very worried about that position, but with a self-flash, I believe there, Rix still need to know where they're going to commit towards. Petty Scale goes picked off, and it's just the one remaining player here, and with little to no weaponry, that's a 4K for Otom. Brilliantly done, and Rix GG punish Edelweiss for, well, just not having weaponry to really contest that. It's going to be a buy-up now, and Edelweiss should be able to contest a little bit more, but still, the economy's really solid for Rix GG, and they have two ultimates ready as well. Look at that run it back. Otom should be very happy to just invest it wherever.
Double the kills of the next player on their team. That is how good Otom has been, getting back on this trusty Phoenix and showing you the power of the pick. The curveball round completely catches Gatch out. They cannot hit any of the judge shots to take out the aggression. And it just means that they get the free run in. They're then able to pick up Sober as well. And we're already seeing Jet dashing in with the Blade Storm out. They're going to go up into heaven. They're going to get spammed through, but they're not going to go down, although there's not a lot of health left on Luzz's Jet at this point. Otom coming up in support. But Tidus is going to clear out that first player. Not a good start if you're on the side of Rix, but a great place if you're for Edelweiss.
Yeah, Otom fully able to punish that one. Gatch trying a little bit too hard to get some of these cheeky picks. If Edelweiss play a little bit more default, I genuinely think just a couple of these gunfights going their way and they can pick up the round. They don't need to overextend like that now. Well, as we said again, an important player off the board. They had that man advantage and they completely squandered it.
And Otom making good on there, just able to get the Pika's advantage onto Sage. Exactly what you want to see. And especially as we already have this lurk play from Friday, already up on this A site, and the run it back is going to get hit onto the site. They're going to try and find their way and see if they can find anyone, but there's going to be no one at home. They've already pulled back. It's going to be a free site given over to the side of Rix.
We'll be able to close down that door. Turret on the other side will go down. XGG not suffering that one in their house. They will play a little bit more passively here and just catch off these players as they push on in. Petty trying that a little bit too hard to make it happen. Titus getting tagged up a little bit here. As you can see, Metallion trying to, does drop down, takes out Otom. The recon dot is there. CEK is going to be able to finish off Metallion even with those darts coming back towards him. Needs another. The smoke dissipates. The spray is there. Just has to play for time here. Titus is happy to try and go for this. Wants to try and stick it. And RCK takes him down. They hit double digits. And Rex, after what was a rocky start, are very much in the lead right now.
This pick here from Otom opened up the round completely back to a 4v4. But the decision to play all players in A long and then spam through onto the spike that have been planted in an incredibly open position was genius by the side of Rix. It's not a usual plant position that people decide to do, but what it does allow you to do is use your smokes to protect yourselves from the spam coming through. You can know where it is on the map, and you have 2 shock darts that did so much damage to the side of EDW as they tried to defuse that spike.
Edelweiss. With this lacking weaponry, I think going for these cheeky picks is absolutely the right move. It's to be expected. Petty Skell has managed to slip on into mid. Those smokes, however, not giving them away yet. Latex, I think, saw the cross there. He should be able to lock down this player. It should be easy to deny Petty Skell any of these angles. However, Petty Skell's turret finishes off Otom there as Metallion does hit this shot. However, Latex with that weaponry able to take down, and with Lazar coming out with a big old 2 there. Rix GG pretty much rout Edelweiss there. Just 1 player left, and, well, should be an easy execute here. There is. Don't push it to Titus, please. Don't all get caught out. Just win the round, Rix.
How many times have you shouted that down the mic in your solo queue games? Like, why are you doing this? And the question to Rix was, why would you decide to make that play? You know the Raze is positioned on A, but they all decided to charge straight down the throat of Raze. They get punished for it, and it's now a 1v2. Admittedly, with a stinger and paint shells and a bit of a wing and a prayer, and it shouldn't be one that they can win, but it's still not an ideal position to be in. They are going to find it and close it out, but that could have been very risky for the side of Rix. A lovely double for the side of the Raze, but again, just very risky decision to play into Tidus.
Yeah, 4-1 that was kind of almost nigh upon impossible. Going down to that 2-1 does make you somewhat worried, but Rix GG, they do win an out, and now it's another rifle round, pretty much the rifle round to decide whether Rix GG just take it here. Edelweiss, they have 5 ultimates, the whole shebang. Can we have Gatch not get caught out in the same way here? Can we get that res off, utilize some of this, maybe the lockdown or something? The showstopper as well, Titus has been happy to invest those early. I need to see that again here, because they have to pull this one out.
Yeah, they're going to use the ultimate. It's not going to find anyone. Jet is not the target you want to be using. Oh, but Gatch is going to find Lazar, and that is a huge kill to pick up if you're on the side of EDW on that defensive position.
Cover going out.
EW for these pushes as well. Now that they have that player advantage, they're happy to make some of these more aggressive peaks, knowing that with 3 players, they're not likely to lose absolutely everything. They should be able to lock this one out pretty darn well if they just play a little bit more solidly. Mikey, you get an all-important dart through, so they're going to be able to get that info. It doesn't quite go where it's needed, and the push doesn't come through from Otom here either. Shock dart doesn't land. Edelweiss, again, happy to play those slow games. That is their forte. And right now, Rix are absolutely letting them play it. 35 seconds on the clock. They're all gathered in this one position. This could be a big spray down. They need to do something about it. There's the drone. They're just going to push on through. He's not watching the angle. The shot will come on through. Otom takes him down, and now Gatch completely caught off guard. Won't have an opportunity to use that ultimate. Tries to shoot their own teammate. The defending lockdown comes on in, but the sprays are there. Gatch gets full flash. Still takes down another and is still alive. The pistols aren't going to be enough. Unfortunately, they let them win the round. And that is even with the lockdown landing, Rix GG's round. 1 more in it, and the broken economy for EDW could be all she wrote.
Yeah, and Gatch played such a beautiful defensive position, but they just did not have the support of their teammates. The triple kill as the attackers came in, but it just wasn't enough. The right clicks on the Classic, just not enough to close it out. And the ultimate from Killjoy ending after the entirety of their team had already fallen. And a fantastic round to close out for Rix. It was a questionable round. It didn't look ideal for them when they first pushed in and they lost Jet in the early exchanges, but they made it work. They pushed it through and they managed to get the win on the round. It puts them to match points, and it's back with Luzza on this operator. And if you're on Rix GG's team, feeling this now, you are really in the ascendancy.
Luzza are even boosting up onto there to try and find that opening pick. They find something. Edelweiss could fall apart. This seems they have a res. They have a couple of rifles, actually. More than I thought they would, but still going to be ever so difficult. They know they don't want to be the one to go down to open themselves up. And everything looked so good at the start of this map. That was everything they needed. They were absolutely rolling on it with a stellar attacking half. Also misses the shot. Peeks back for more after investing that dash. Doesn't want to get caught out. The run it back for Rix GG here. Otom is just going to push on through, gets so much info. Doesn't know there's a player market, but knows there isn't anyone towards CT or anything. Titus gets caught out as well as they're covering the angle. The second push is likely to come here. Mikey tries to hold this, but the molly forces him off. Otom's even sneaking. They lose Metellian. This is disastrous here, and Otom is just waiting in the wings position, moving away by the null effect. He, however, is caught. They're going to turn back towards him. That's mid-control. The spike goes down on B. 3 versus 5 retake here. They get the res off Petty Skell, and Fry finds another. Is looking for the 4K in this round. The nade maybe buys something here. Maybe distracts that little bit. The spray is there, and now he's versus the last player. Mikey will shut him down, but it's 1 versus 4. Mikey needs an absolute miracle to pull this one back. Will Edelweiss be going down to the lower bracket? Rix GG with a dominating performance as they got into their zone, and Edelweiss just could not stop them. No way, Jose, as Otom finds the frag, locks it out 13-8 with a 2-1 victory in this series.
And Fry with the lurk of the tournament so far to pick up this beautiful 4K to close out the round. Although they do end up going down because they didn't have enough bullets left in the magazine, it just gave them a free pass to win, and Otom picking up the MVP of that map. 27, 13, and 5 is a monstrous performance, completely hulking out over the opponents and deservedly carrying them over the finish line. The duelists that Otom has been playing this tournament have been stellar, and I have to take off my cap to them. They pulled it themselves back from the split game that was a little bit dubious across multiple different elements, and they took the game back to EDW, and they managed to get the win 2-1, and they carry on to the next round of the upper brackets finals run. And I feel for EDW. They played incredibly well, but they just couldn't find the situations that would allow them to close out some of these games. And it was how many times did we look at this game? That one team would take advantage and one team would be behind, but the team that was behind would then pull it back with the beautiful combinations of plays, and they were able to do that, and Rick's able to stretch their legs at the end of the game to a 13-8 victory, which was hugely impressive, carried on the back of a stellar performance by Autumn.
Yeah, and it was sad as well to see the Sage for Edelweiss not perform to the same degree that we saw from them in the previous maps. That was a big part of it. Denied a lot of those angles, and it didn't feel quite as home here on Ascent. But unfortunately, Edelweiss going down to that lower bracket, they do still have an opportunity, and I think we'll likely be seeing them again later on in this tournament with impressive performances like this against Rix GG. So don't worry, if you're an Edelweiss fan, you've still got a real shot here. Thank you all very much for tuning into this match. We do have a couple more best of threes lined up today. We'll get to you who exactly that's going to be as soon as we possibly can. But for now, thank you all very much for watching. We'll be right back after a more extended break here at Intel Epic32 Valorant.
Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's epic when you need him? Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's epic when you need him?
Hello everyone and welcome back to Intel Epic32 Valorant, a tournament. I am Yingsu and massive apologies guys for not joining you a bit earlier, but I am here now and I will be here for the remainder of our last two best of threes today. But before I get ahead of myself, let me bring in your casters for these for this upper bracket semi-final. It is JP and the internal J. Guys, it feels so good to be back. I know both of you have already casted your games, but you know, I love the last tournament. The winners of the last tournament are now signed to Fnatic. So how exciting is this, Jay?
Very exciting indeed, you know, all about the prospects moving up in the world here. That's kind of what epic.LAN is all about, and it's great to see, obviously, them return to the roots, if you will, in the midst of the VCT and all, being able to, you know, to stack up their own positions and try to see if they can claim a trophy for a second time here. I believe their campaign may be well underway at this stage.
Sorry, my bad. I not have made that clear. I meant Fnatic as in Summon FC before they got signed to Fnatic.
Right,
of course,
okay.
they're not participating in this tournament because they suck. I'm just gonna say it. But JP, we've seen some great levels of competition so far at Epic32, but we're about to kick it up a notch because Team Vitality are about to make their stream debut, I believe. How excited are you to see them play?
For me, it's going to be the first time I get to cast Team Vitality. Normally being stuck around the university Valorant scene, you don't get the opportunity to cast these teams that are on the up and up in the professional scene. We've seen them once on stream last night in the final match of the best of three, where they took a 2-1 win. So they've been really made to work for these wins. And it's going to be great to see them up against another team that is really pushing the highest levels of the brackets here today to the absolute limits of what they're able to achieve.
Of course, they're going to be facing Voval Peak, and as you said, you know, Vitality have dropped a map, but they have won every single game they've played in, but they just had to work a little bit harder for that best of three they played earlier today. Whereas Voval Peak, a brand new team, this is their first tournament, at least to my knowledge. We've never seen this group of players play together officially, and they haven't dropped a single map. They've literally won all of their games in the group stages. They've sort of cruised through the upper bracket, but this is not going to be easy to go up against Team Vitality, of course, who have had a bit more time together as a team. There is a reason, though, that they are playing epic.LAN. They haven't been doing the best as they could in the VCT. And I think in scenarios where you are a new team, you need the experience. You need to play these tournaments where other good tier 2 and tier 1 teams are participating in. Let's just move on to the map vetoes because I know the players are ready, but I do want to let you guys know what maps they will be playing. As I can see here, Vitality banned out Ascent, the map that they did lose on, and Voval banned Haven, which is a great choice. They've done their homework. Vitality are very strong on Haven right now, which leaves Icebox, Split, and Bind, and those 3 maps will be played in that order. Now, Jay, are you a big fan of Icebox?
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't casted Icebox yet. I still haven't had an opportunity to watch an Icebox match.
Wow.
So for me, this is going to be a first. I'm still not sure how I feel about it. Like for me, it takes a very long time to formulate my opinions on a particular map, and I know that it's very hated across the community and across the pro scene. I know it was banned out pretty much wholesale during the best of ones in the group stage. But like, I feel like in the case of a lot of these maps and a new sort of like when it's introduced a brand new map into the environment, it can take a long time before people get used to how to play it. So for me, I'm looking at this thinking that, there might be an opportunity to try and sort of prove something right here, especially for Vitality, who have had a bit of a rough time here in epic.LAN. They were struggling in that group stage specifically, and of course losing a map in the playoffs. Things can get a bit dicey, I think, for them. So let's see if Icebox can sort of make a difference.
Yeah, we are heading into agent select now, so I'm going to leave this in the capable hands of you, JP, and Jay, and have fun with this one, Jay, because I am a very big fan of Icebox.
Yeah. I am very excited. I am very excited to see how well this one goes. JP, tell me a bit more about Icebox, and let's start talking a little bit more about what we could expect to see out of these 2 teams on this map.
Well, personally, I definitely prefer casting Icebox to playing in it in Valorant. Definitely it's the Marmite map at the moment, isn't it? It's taken over from Split as that very divisive map. It's a hard map to play, and the elevation changes make it a haven for the likes of Jett. But an interesting decision coming out from the side of the defenders. We're seeing them go away from your typical controllers and picking up the Viper for Matty. And this is something that we've started to see developing. People have theorized that this might be Viper's best map. So they're going to put it to the test. They're going to put the theory. We're also seeing the traditional pickups of Sovas on both sides. But interestingly enough, Reyna has been picked up. So despite the effects of the nerfs/buffs, both teams have decided that their carry players are going to bring out the age-old vampire to try and close this one out. But pretty much 100% identical team comps brought out. Viper, Reyna, Jett, Sova, and Stage on both. So not your typical control mages. It's going to be seeing how both of these teams make this Viper pick work. And we did see a little bit of it earlier. We've cast it ourselves earlier in the event. But Icebox is the first time we get to see. And this is the map that Viper needs to work on. Because if you can't make her work on this map, she's going to keep falling down that tier list of agents across the competitive scene.
Good to finally see you getting a Viper pick as well. I remember back, when I was first starting out to pick up Valorant as an esport, it's like no one wanted to pick Viper. So it's actually nice to see it come out. And again, we'll see how well it will play out in this first map up. One thing I did want to bring to the table, we didn't have a chance in the pregame, was to highlight Jisoo over on the Volvo Peak side. A very sort of like up and coming prospect that Yinsu was particularly high on before we got started today. So I think a lot of eyes are going to be on her. A very young player. A standout one in the context of epic.LAN. So I think that might be one of the players to watch on the Volvo Peak side. For Vitality, we saw a fair amount of them, but who do you think is going to be one of the MVPs of this matchup coming into it?
I think it's always going to be put on the back of these 2 duelists. The Jett and the Reyna really need to get these teams off to the best possible start. In a map like Icebox, where you have these really strange elevation changes and the way that the map is put together in terms of the attack positions, you need to be able to play on the aggression. We're already seeing 2 kills immediately picked up by Vitality, both going one onto the duelist, but also this Viper on the position able to put up, but the spike is going to go down as well in a 5v2 situation. It's not where you want to be if you're on the side of Volvo Peak immediately in the first round.
Valorant getting off one good pick back in a 4 versus 2 scenario. Vitality currently in full control and forcing the Volvo Peak defenders away. Valorant is still peeking up, but just not going to be able to get those shots in. Now Vac facing Kuba as the last player standing for the Volvo Peak side, and Vitality with a very quick B hit to get straight in, win that opening pistol round, and get things off on the right foot. Again, want to see a lot of momentum from these guys coming in. I remember yesterday in their group stage performances, they were really tested by a couple of lower tier squads, so definitely want to get the confidence going here.
Yeah, Fiku and Brams really picking up the slack left over by Vac in that position, able to get the early couple of kills, completely opened up the B bomb site, and Volvo Peak just potentially playing a little bit aggressively, taking the fights to the Vitality team, and now we're going to see the traditional buyout from a lot of the players, but we are seeing a force coming out from the side of Volvo Peak. They want to take this back to them. We're going to see a stack across to the B site. This is going to end in fireworks in a second as they come head-to-head in this B corridor.
Faces in these pistols and shotties. Matty coming up with one good frag, but Vitality still able to get the trades on the other teammates. Jesu standing by, close range in the corner, trying to catch off some sort of vision onto Vitality's side, but as Kuba goes down, just basically left back into this corner with not much he can do. Gets off one frag, but only one frag. Sender cleans it up, leaving Matty alone here in a 1 versus 3 scenario. Now seen by the pistols out of the Vitality side. Tagged low and forced away from position. So this should be a 2-0 start for the Vitality side. A good effort there from the shotguns, but just not enough this time.
Yeah, and I like the aggression from Volvo Peak to take the fight back. You just couldn't get the lines of sight in. The Viper wall was so good at dividing the team, and it just meant that Vitality were able to take the gunfights one at a time, able to isolate players and close out that round. And we're now seeing the full buy coming out from both teams. So despite the fact they had to force buy in, they were able to save enough money in the tanks for this full buyout now, and it's guns versus guns, and this is where we need to see Volvo Peak try and take back some of the initiative. Vitality have made 2 rushes on B, they've not tried to default any position, and they've made it work. So you need to see the defenders try and slow this down again, give themselves the time to set up, but already playing aggressively, trying to slow them down as we see the Viper's walls going up to try and give them some division of players as they do hit this site.
Aggression towards the A side this time of Vitality, Jesu forced away and immediately dealt with by Vac. That's a quick duel between the 2 players and a secondary kill coming in against Kuba. Nice and efficient for Vitality. One trade is found by Valorant, but needs a little bit more support from his teammates. Sender get the barrier orbs up to try block off entries to the site. The spike plant should be received here, and there will be no real entries to the Volvo Peak side. Tentative about taking these faces here to the entries and being very careful about really taking an over-aggressive position. Valorant will be the first facing individual, but can't see any of the attacking forces. Vitality are not going aggressive with this one. They don't want to hunt for these kills. They know that they can play the time from here. And Volvo Peak, as the time ticks by, they'll get less and less of a chance to go strike.
Yeah, you just got to watch this Viper coming all the way around into B to try and pick up any of these players that are deciding not to go on the push. Volvo Peak, they're going to trade out a kill, but it's not looking good for Volvo Peak. You don't want to be losing players like that. You want to be trying to keep as many guns alive. You've already sacrificed out a lot of your economy right now, and it's going to be interesting to see if we get a Viper face-off. Matty's going to try and find Brams as they push round. They might be able to, if they can take a gun off Brams, it would be ideal, but they're not. But they are going to pick up Machina as they push out after the bomb does go down. So a 3-0 start to Vitality as Brams does collect the Sage on the way out. That is exactly what you want on the side of Vitality. A nice clean win, nice clean bomb plant, as well as picking up some of these players on the exit as well. And your money is going to start to be in a great position economically wise. You're putting this team, this Volvo Peak team, this team of up-and-comers back onto this saver buy, but we know how powerful the Sheriffs can be. We've seen so many times today, players have got these eco kills on these thrifty rounds that have really made it difficult for the opposition.
We've got Vac getting aggressive here into the early control for Vitality. Again, super quick into this B play, leaving the Viper as the only thing standing on the defensive line. Just forced away by the poison walls. Vac will be able to boost above it and just be able to get access to the site. And how passively Volvo Peak want to play on this defensive, it will cost them, as Valorant is the first to fall. Sender's going to get up the barrier orb, get the spike plant in immediately, not taking any time at all, just getting straight into the site. Once again, the quick B play is going to work well, and Volvo Peak really don't have much of a chance to get themselves back into this one. They will start to fall like dominoes. And, well, 2 standing left in a 2v4 scenario, making it 1 as Vac picks up a triple. And, yeah, Kuba can only do so much.
Yeah, and Vac is running absolute rampant all over Volvo Peak right now, trying to show the dominance of the 2 Jet players, trying to really put themselves in this ideal position, and they're really making the most of these aggressive plays coming out of this. We do see Sender has access to the ultimate, but it's going to be a 4K picked up in the end for Vac, and they are just not giving Volvo Peak a look into this game. I was about to use the sort of giving them a peek of this game, but I thought it would be a little bit unfortunate to be doing already in the game to bring out the bad puns, but a great start if you're on the side of Vitality, and we're seeing Vac already, well, was going to go towards the operator, they've decided not to, but you can already see the scores on the doors. Vac 8-1-1, really asserting dominance on this game, and it's now going to be up to the side of Volvo Peak to try and find a way to shut down this Jet, because while they're free-flowing and free-firing like this, it's going to be hard for Volvo Peak to get that look in and try and get a round on the board. We know they have the capability. They have not dropped a map here today. So we know they're good. It's now just closing that out. So we can see a lot of damage go through. But Yezu's going to pick up one before being traded out, and the ultimate already in.
And one trade back as a res does come through. A 5 versus 3 for Vitality as a result of this Volvo peak. Not quite ready despite the Blade Storm coming out, getting a nice opening starting kill. Kuba falling to Vac next up, standing. 2 players remain for the Volvo peak side, and it's so far away from the A site is one of them. Valorant is already there at the back entrance, but got to do so much more to be able to find a way in from this Rafters angle. Does be able to find a Feku, but now Matty's got to come in from the other side of the site, back from Nest area, Nest and the attacker side spawn. So it doesn't seem like there will really be a retake on the cards here. Maybe they could find some exit frags again. That might be the best ability for the best scenario for Volvo Peak given the circumstances. But this will be 5-0 up for Vitality. If you want to talk about good starts, like this is probably one of the best we've seen from them all tournament so far.
Yeah, and for how they've managed to drag themselves through a lot of these games, this looks absolutely dominant, and a side they want to be showing, especially looking back into VCT going forward. The reason they're here is to get the time for the team to play together, and they're really showing that they're making the most of that opportunity. And so far, Volvo Peak have basically been blown out of the water. And this is the potential risk that both teams took by not having your traditional Sentinel, your Cypher, your Killjoy, is there is nothing stopping these attackers from hitting the site. We're seeing Matty trying to do these long flanks round, and it's just too late. The entire team was dead bar one player before Matty even got there. And now we're going to see the rotate over to the B site and another aggressive push from Vitality. Why change it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they're playing aggressive onto the side as well.
Yeah, running this exact same setup once again. I've got the operator on Jisu here. Let's try to see if she can counteract anything that's coming out here from the Vitality side. Are they going to drop into a position? They are moving slowly around this to try and get more hard cover up, and indeed the operator will fire away. Spam through the poison wall, and all the smoke's put up by the necessary defensive forces. And Jesu will be able to get 1 kill back. Machina will trade it for a 4 versus 4. They're going to move closer towards position. They've got a backstab coming in from Brams as well, but it won't stop the defenders from finally striking back against Vitality. Brams there with a trade on Ameloa, giving it all to 3 now on the Volvo Peak side, picking up those last couple of kills, denying the spike plant, and getting that first hit for Volvo Peak.
Yeah, and despite all the carnage of all the smokes and the Viper's walls, it was able for Volvo Peak to get a foothold in this match. It was just on the back of... It was on the back of Amowa. They're just able to get a couple of kills before Alorante was able to put another couple in the bag. Jesu was able to get that opening kill before being traded back, but they were able to save the operator. And I think that's a critical part of this game, keeping that weapon alive for Jesu on this jet, and the one you want to see carrying out the rest of these rounds. But Alorante has been such a stalwart part of this team so far and is really able to carry them through some of these rounds, and it was nice to see them get on the board for the first time.
Aggressively, the defensive side want to get here this time. Bit of an awkward angle from Ameloa. Takes only 1 frag for it. Swing back from Alorante. Can get the trades together. So 2 for 1. And Volvo Peak finally start to bite back against Vitality and start picking them apart. Vac next to full to Matty. So a 4 versus 2. Taking a bit of time to get swinging here in the starting point of this map up. But now that Vitality have started to get crushed, Volvo Peak have found the spring in their step, it feels like. Spike Plant can come through. Viper's Pit has been activated, though. Machina will end up falling, and Brams has just got to escape. A very difficult situation for him, but at least he does have that Viper's Pit available to try and deny position. Trying to peek around that corner, see something over the defensive side, but tagged through the smoke. 36 points of health now, operator in, and that's not a good shot, but Uber was there to clean it up regardless. The fuse will come through, and that'll be a second for the Volvo Peak side.
And Alorante and Amoa are holding this defensive position together. They are holding each other's hands and they are clapping back at Vitality right now. The beautiful opening kills they were able to find off the back of each other. They weren't able to find much on the other one. Vac was able to take out... They did get traded back by Vac, but the 2 players just in coordination were able to get the 2 trades, put them up in numbers advantage. Matty with a beautiful flank position, able to close out a couple of kills onto Sender and obviously onto Machina, and it was just the thing they needed to try and draw themselves back in. It was then Viper alone on site, and Viper's pits are great, but this site is so open to being spammed through, and they were eventually found, and Kuba was able to close out that round 2-5, and Volvo Peak have started to bite back, and it's what you want to see as the Viper's pit is dropped for the defenders.
A lot of great ultis that they have available for the Volvo Peak side. Early information will get gained here by the attacking side as that Aldra and tags Jisu twice here. Falls back to the back line of the B site, however, that's fine for the most part. I mean, they've got a little bit of contact, but the spike is all the way over at the A plate. Viper's Pit coming out for Matty in at this stage. It's Jusu that will be the first to fall. That Jet v Jet duel that we talked a little bit about. Obviously, Vac being a very established Jet player. And right now, things are a little bit slow for the moment. They've just got that first frag and no more than that.
But they do have the Resurrect available on Amawa at the moment, and it's going to be the decision: do they raise Jesu now so they have access to the operator again in a 5v5 situation to post plant? What they want to do is they want to work out where Vitality are, because if Vitality is still hiding on that B side, that is a risky Resurrect to do. But as soon as they see the attack coming in here, they might go and Resurrect. But Sage's going to cross the goal, but it's taken out by Matty. A beautiful position by the Viper player.
Hunter's Fury to get information, but nothing coming through for the attacking side. 2 casualties sustained, and the res has come through towards Jusu. So now 30 seconds to get back towards the site. Now ticking by to 20. Machina gets some information, but Shock Dart out to drive players away. Can they get that spike to plant? Apparently not. Kuba's in the corner. It's going to get dealt with. 2 kills from Machina, actually. Alorante will trade back on Bram. Spike plant will just about be secured in time. But a 3-on-2 retake, now making it 1. Last player standing all the way on the other side of the site. So many players facing him, and Alorante will clean house against Vac. Triple for him, and a third to the board of Volvo Peak. Really grinding back the streak here.
And it feels like all Alorante all the time. This beautiful Reyna play, able to get these uncontestable kills and following up on their teammates' position, always having the back of their teammates. We see a beautiful opening here by Matty, able to take out Sender as they go across on that zip wire. Cuba managed to pick up the second one, but then it started to go to pieces a little bit as Vac was able to collect a couple of kills, but Alorante had everyone's back. Beautiful trade kill onto Matty when they went down, and then obviously finishing it off as they take out Vac. And 3-5, Volvo Peak are pulling this back. They let a few go at the beginning of the round, but they're showing that despite this map being attacker favored, you can still win some very good games on the defense.
Oh, Hunter's Fury out from the defensive side very early into round 9. They can find information on the attacking side, do some early damage, potentially pick up a kill, but so far so unsuccessful. Putting a lot of abilities out here to this one position, in particular the slow and barrier orbs. That can still isolate Kuba, get a kill off to kick things off of Vitality. Volvo Peak putting so much behind that position and still coming out worse for wear for it.
Yeah, and that traditional position of getting Jet up on top of that tube is such a critical line of sight, and it just wasn't possible for Kuba to win. They had the line, they knew where they had gone. They could tell where Vac had gone, but Vac was just so good at doing the little shoulder peeks with the weapon. They were able to find the kill, and Alorante already down to 33 health. It's going to be hard to defend against this. They get taken down by FQ, and it's a 5v3 attack, even though it's traded back out by Amawa.
Trade on towards Amawa, leaving only 2 standing in Matty. Very far away from the site. I mean, both players are back here at the defensive spawn, and I don't think they're going to get much of a chance to really go for this retake. Have been spotted. Pings coming out from Vac, of course, just getting the information, knowing that they are there towards that main entrance. But they're backed off to save the weapons. There is no sense in throwing their lives away in this one. Vitality will have that 6th. Volvo Peak just getting a bit off, thrown off kilter. Again, it was all down to Vac's real entry positions and his sort of kills established into this early round. Now they just go for the hunt as Matty falls, and Jusu has just got to fall back and save the weapon. Even then, there's still got players close to her, so she's in a really dire spot, and with so much time left, Vitality probably going to hunt this player down.
Yeah, Matty is set up beautifully, but wasn't able to go down. They're going to look away from the Jet at the wrong time, hiding in this back area to try and save this operator. A big investment they cannot afford to lose. But it was this beautiful play up here by Vac, able to pick up Suba, do a lot of dink damage to Amawa on stage, and even though Alorante was able to get some kills, they just weren't enough defensive capabilities. And Vitality sometimes seem that when they can hit a site and put it all together, there is little that Volvo Peak can do to keep them out. And we did talk about it earlier in the game. It's that traditional Sentinel pick, the likes of your Cypher and your Killjoy obviously aren't present in this game, so it's much harder to stop these rush pushes in. Sage is only good to a number of extents, but it's a low-lying wall when you have access to those zip lines as well.
Once again, a lot of abilities being thrown out here to this mid-position contact area. And they do actually deal with Vac this time. Good kill from Amawa. First to fall in the Vitality camp. A good start for Volvo Peak. A lot of smoke's being thrown out here, though, so vision is very blind here for the defensive side. The Vitality that might aid them as they have just lost a player, but obviously the player advantage most definitively favors Volvo Peak, and from here they can actually work to win the round.
This will be potentially Brams versus Matty on this B area here. They're going to find Vegu with that recon dart, and Alorante is going to pick up Machina. That's a huge pick on that A site. It's going to push him across, and Matty's going to get another one. It's another massive kill, and he's going to get away as well. Can he avoid the Sage? He can in a 5v2 situation for Volvo Peak. is exactly where you want to be in this crucial round to try and pull themselves back to be close with this the 6 rounds already from the side of Vitality.
And Matty's ability placement was so perfect with the poison walls and everything being thrown down to just force the attacking side out of the B site and out of the mid position. Now send the last player standing and capture that ulti orb, because that might be the best thing he can get out of this position. Even a Reds coming through on rounds. Actually, they're going to go for the round win this time, but Valorant already on the backstab deals with the revive, and Sender, well, can't do much from there. 3 kills for Valorant on the backstab. And Volvo Peak are making this close, still can make it a 6th round to turn away the half. They've got 2 rounds left to make it happen, so yeah, not as attack-sided as most people put Icebox at this moment. Vitality are, they've been struggling in the last few.
Yeah, and this just shows you how important Valorant is to this team. This calming, steady presence, constantly able to get doubles, triples, even quadra kills on this Reyna, up to 13, 6, and 0 already. They have just allowed Volvo Peak to play around this game plan of this duo of Amoa and Alorante, of just this constant strength of defense, or just strength of team. Obviously, Amoa is going to get caught out straight away by FQ. One of the 2 duo that we've really seen that have taken the strength of this Vitality team away from them, and Volvo Peak now need to find something through, but Maddie's going to lose that to Brams. That is not a good position to be in if you want to lose that, and bring this back to 6-6, 5-3. Volvo Peak are down, and Vitality look like they're trying to make their way through mids, but the spike is still outside A.
You're going to get picked up by somebody out here. Alorante could actually deny it at this stage. Gets that 1 frag in and decides to fall back rather than sticking around, alongside Kuba following suit with a killer machina. Thank you, dealing with Kuba. So a 3 versus 2 scenario falling to the favor of Vitality. Volvo Peak still have 2 of their crucial elements though. Jusu in particular over on the B site, which is where that spike is getting planted towards. She'll be forward contact of the retake. Scoped in, sees a gun barrel, gets that shot off on Vac, wins the jet battle this time. Blade Storm coming out to try and go for the retake and the 1-on-2 as Alorante ends up caught off guard in the open, dashing into the wall. In fact, you will get a quadra in this round to get a 7 for the Vitality side and take the half for 7-4.
It just didn't feel like they knew exactly where Brams was hidden in that corner, and it allowed this beautiful crossfire to be set up. Brams hiding away as we see the Blade Storm come out, but FQ is able to put themselves beautifully in the mid, and a long-range headshot downrange takes out Yusu, and it was almost so there for Volvo Peak. They almost got restabilized, but just the confidence still of Vitality. They haven't taken these losses to heart yet, and FQ was able to pick up a beautiful quadra to bring them to this point where we're in the last round of the half, and the Blade Storms popped, and there's a lot of ultimates available for Vitality, including the Hunter's Fury.
Hunter's Fury coming out very early as a result. Vac takes his Blade Storm and actually makes it work. Alorante to 4. Vakana getting out the Blade Storm, trying to do some damage and seeing where players are coming from. Jusu is going to end up falling. Kuba will get 1 trade back, actually. And forced out of the wallbang, spraying through. Can't quite seem to find any more kills from this position. It will just be a 2-for-1 trade for now, as once again, B-site access is gained by Vitality.
Yeah, and we're seeing Brams here on a flank, using the Viper's wall to get in position. The Toxin wall's about to go down. They're going to find the first play, but he loses the trade to Amoa. That's a beautiful flick from the stage there, not allowing Brams to get any more advantage. The spike has yet to go down. 3v3, and it looks like they might be on their way back towards the A site. Sova is already there, but Vac still with the Blade Storm available, and the Empress pop from Raider. It may time out by the time they get there, but with Sova already there, it's going to be hard to make the push back, and the retake's going to be very much a 3-person push rather than relying on any one individual player.
Yeah, Machine is going to be in such a good backstab position back at the spawn area. As soon as the spike goes down, they'll have to respond towards him, and he'll be able just to clean house easy. Kuba spotted, still gets the kill somehow. Okay. Well, Vac's still out with Blade Storm, going to face towards him. See nothing over at the bridge position, all the way on the other side of the entries. And just now, the defensive side are starting to take presence and take heed and go for the rotations at the 2-player advantage. Now Kuba's going to try and look for info. That's Recon Dart's going to get popped out immediately, however. Vecchi standing by as Vac goes down. All left of this 1 rifle in the back of the site. Deals with 1 player coming in from the back lines of the rafters. How many more can he find? Second headshot for a 3K. This will be an ace for Vecchi here in the footsteps, lining them up, but not getting the kills. Good effort with so much pressure. The spike defuse should come through. And Volvo Peak will make it a 5th to close out the defensive half.
And Volvo being definitely good for the 7-5. They were definitely, those first few rounds, not accurate description of how good this team is able to play. And we saw at multiple points around that they were able to pull some of these kills back. And this was a 5v3 advantage to the side of Vitality. But a beautiful shot dart from Kuva and the Resurrect being held long enough for Amarwa to get back up. Yusu just gave them the numbers advantage. And even though FekU managed to get that double on site and it started to look a bit scary with the low health members, the two players peeking together were able to take down the Vitality member and bring it back to 5-7, and now Volvo P get to go on the attack. They get to chance their arm at this map. We'll have to see where they choose to go and how they choose to play it and how they can leverage this Viper within this map. I'm really looking forward to how Volvo P play this one. They had some unfortunate rounds, questionable rounds on that one, but they managed to hold it together on the back of Amarwa and Alorante, and we'll have to see how they push forward with this one as Bram's going to chuck out the first Molotov of the round.
Pistols out for the second half. Jusu going to push so far forward of the smokes put up there in the toxic walls and all. Smokes down, spike plant can be secured, and Jusu going a very aggressive sort of game out from here. Haven't seen too much of her getting too aggressive in the defensive half, but here on attack is the perfect opportunity to do so. Doing damage towards the player out wide, but still going down to Machina. 2 casualties sustained, Machina making it a double, potentially even a triple. Indeed he does. Quadra not quite found as Vac cleans up the last, and Vitality just as confident in the first pistol. Repeat performance in the second.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure exactly what went wrong for Volvo Peak. They planted the spike, they had a duo go push forward to try and take the advantage back on the 4v4. But unfortunately, Yusu just wasn't able to line up the shots in their back alley area. Machina was able to push through, gets a double, then gets the triple. At that point, it's just disadvantage to Volvo Peak, and Vitality just run across them. And it's hard because there are so many little fine lines that can dictate where these rounds go. And that round was on a knife edge, and Vitality just managed to push it far enough onto their side that they were then able to take control. They were able to find those individual kills, managed to set up these crossfires that then pinned the Volvo Peak players in place, and managed to pull them out to this 8-5 lead. And now they have the advantage of weaponry, although we're seeing some frenzies come out, and we have seen how effective this weapon can be in the hands of the right players on these aggressive pushes.
Oh, she's almost getting one off on Machina, but Matty and Alorante will be there for the trades back. 2 for 2 as FekU gets involved. They have gained access to the A site. Spike plant can be secured from here in 3-on-3, though. They need a bit more to work with, and indeed, 2 kills come back for the Vitality side. Kuba left alone with a pistol in hand. Does get that one shot off, but no more than that dealt with by Brams. And Vitality grinding up to the double digits, one away from doing so. The rifle should be back in play for Volvo Peak, though. Their chance to finally strike back. But they need to start getting some rounds on the board. Vitality are closing in on the win.
1 enemy remaining.
But it was expensive for Vitality. 3 players going down before they were able to clear out all of the side of Volvo Peak. And that's a lot of money that they may not have access to. You can see that with their buys. You have light armor and some rifles, but the money can range from 3,000 credits all the way down to 300 and 0. So although they did win that round, Volvo Peak were able to make it expensive enough for them that they go into this round in pretty equal footings, because whichever team loses this one is going to be at the disadvantage for yet another thrifty eco buy for themselves.
Once again, mid plays out aggressive from the defensive side, going to fall back passive as they see nothing of the Volvo Peak camp. We're going a very site-central hit and a very site-central default here. Jusu again trying to go for the wide facing. Didn't work out well for her in the last time they tried this on the B site, but maybe at the back there might be a bit more of an option here. Brams are going to get faced in and forced down to the second face, however, gets that kill. And Leah from FekU going to get a bit more out of this position. Still pushing forward towards the upper positions and takes out Amalwa. The secondary frag found as Volvo Peak just not ready for the face that Vitality were going to take.
No, and it all comes off the back of how good Vac has been in his central position. That is 2 rounds back-to-back that they've picked up the first kill, but Volvo Peak need to make something happen. They're not at massive weapon disadvantage, just simply numbers, and now they need to push in and try and find some of these players, but they're all low down. There's no one up top. Shock darts may help clear out some players as Alorante gets the first player down. And then a second one as well. 2v3, they're still winnable. The triple kill for the Rain has already been picked up.
30 seconds left.
Alorante, triple, very low HP. If he gets any more out of this, he's going to have to rely heavily on the Sova at this stage. Sender slowing orbs down. Kuba needs to win this kill as Alorante goes falling. 1v1 scenario. He might have done enough to set up Kuba for this opportunity. Location being revealed here. Spike plant going to come down in the last 10 seconds. And the shock dart does not reach out towards the right-hand side. However, does he have a clue? He's checking left and right positions, going up the stairs, but down he shall fall. Machina just clutching it with Vitality, but such a great effort from the backlines. Volvo Peak were out at a 5 versus 2. To get it to a 1v1 is a hell of a task and a hell of a credit for them.
It was all off the back of Alorante again on this Reyna with the triple kill, able to pull it back 2v5 here. You would expect them to maybe take the weapons and run, but they decide to fight it out. And these first few kills that they're able to pick up is great, but Alorante unfortunately loses the fight to Machina, but Kuba is able to pick it up, then just not. This is the problem with Icebox in this exact position. There are so many angles of attack that even when you planted the spike, you never know exactly where they're coming from. But now we're seeing a split buy out for Vitality, forced by coming out here on the side of Volvo Peak. They need to try and find their way back in because 10-5 down is starting to get a little bit to that point of no return. Hopefully they can pull up this round now.
5 rounds the difference. Volvo Peak are starting to lose control. Vitality just continuing to push up as Volvo Peak are forced to go so much more passive in this one. They're not ready for the Aldron to come through, and that's going to get a combo in with the ultis. Hunter's Fury getting off 1 kill. Amawon just not expecting it. Volvo Peak, even when they try to go passive to bait in Vitality to force forward, it's in the aggressive plays coming in, and they still just can't get any of the frags for it. Machina with 3 in this round, and Volvo Peak, they shut down before they've even held any sort of map control.
Yeah, and just great play there on the side of Vitality. Going down to 1 HP left on Machina's Sova, but it just shut them down completely. The Hunter's Fury only tagged on the last 2 shots, but it got the most critical player of all. It picked up Amowa's Sage, who did have the Resurrect available, and if it's any other player, then it's an even trade. But this long-range shot here from Machina was beautiful. AWS down the weapon, and they managed to pick it up, and Bram's just closing out the last 2 kills for the flawless round, and an 11-5 to the good. And Volvo Peak just don't seem to be able to find a way to break the back of Vitality's confidence. They're just playing in a way that you would expect to be playing in sort of a solo queue environment or against a much lower team than Volvo Peak. Volvo Peak are a good, really good, strong team, but Vitality are just playing with all the confidence in the world. You know, they're going to see this Jeff pop on high, they're going to spam through, try and find them, but it's still not going to matter as BQ covers them up. That gets the second one, and it's all falling apart again for Volvo Peak.
Oh, not quite getting the Blade Storm kill in for Vag, but it won't matter. BQ's right around the corner from him, 4 frags for him. And now map point for Vitality, and well, Icebox clearly was the right place to go for this team. I mean, talked a little bit about the you know, obviously the bans of Ascent and Haven making a lot of sense, but yeah, I was not sure what to expect from Vitality on Icebox, and it definitely looks like a much more confident affair from them, and definitely the Vitality that I was hoping to see in yesterday's group stage matches.
Yeah, and I think they've learned their lessons from that group stage. As you say, the confidence potentially wasn't there. They've not been having the best of results recently, but this would suggest to think that they're starting to get it back on track with where they want to be. They're going to be taking a trade into VAC with an operator, and it's not going to work out well for them. That's 2 down already. He's looking for a 3rd one.
VAC does get traded in the end. Brams will also fall, but the damage done to the Viper of Volvo Peak. A 3-on-2 situation. Once again, Matt is going to leave it to Kuba to try and do all the heavy lifting from here. Spike is on the back of Matty, but Kuba's so far away from him. Indeed, a kill found, leaves it all on 1, and a 1v3, not going to happen for Matty. Sender closes out the matchup, 13-5 for Vitality. The confidence was looking good, and perfectly played, I think, for the most part in that one. A couple of hiccups there from the Volvo Peak side, but Vitality just absolute decimation in map 1.
And you can see this triple from VAC, a bit of an example of how this game did end up for them. Multiple players able to step up to the plate on the side of Vitality. And it was VAC and BQ that were really able to carry this team through. Amawa and Alorante, as you can see alongside Kuba, were able to try and stem the bleeding, but it just wasn't enough. And at the end of the day, Vitality were just able to close out a clean victory. And it all came, I believe, from the fact that they just couldn't stop the aggression. The amount of times that VAC, were in their lines before they even knew what happened, especially on the attack. They were rushes that you don't normally see in professional play. There's normally that stability, there's the control, the information gathering. It's like, nope, out the window. We're going to hit you at home as fast as possible. And they made it work. And unfortunately for the side of Volvo Peak, they couldn't slow down the aggression. And even on the attack when it flipped over, Vac in that mid position was just ruling the roost against Volvo Peak. No one could challenge them in a lot of times. And I think 13-5 is potentially the scoreline we deserved out of that game. And I think that Volvo Peak now need to go away. They need to reset and they need to come back ready for the next map.
Indeed, that next map is coming up in a short couple of moments' time. It will be split as picked by the Volvo Peak side. So do not go anywhere as we return in a short few moments here at Epic32 with the Intel Valorant tournament. Stick with us.
Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's epic when you need him? Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's epic when you need him?
Well, welcome back to the Intel Valorant tournament here. Epic32 brought to you in part by Overclockers UK and Logitech G. We're into map 2 between Vitality and Volvo Peak. It wasn't exactly a great time for the Volvo side in this particular first map. Icebox went so swimmingly for Vitality at 13-5. Hoping for a bit more out of the underdogs as we head into our second map of Split and the agent picks are coming through. JP, like, what are you hoping to see change for this team as we move forward?
Well, firstly, I want to see Valorant back on this Reyna because that was a treat to see from the side of Volvo. That player really showing the quality of the team that's available around them, and almost carried the team across a lot. But the things I do expect to see: Sender going back to their fabled breach, seeing Vac picking up Raze rather than Jett, a bit of a well-known quantity as FQ is going on to the Cypher. So a big change up for the side of Vitality. Players going from Duelists back to Sentinels. Bram's going to pick up the controller again. Amawire also picking up the controller rather than Sage again. So it's going to be interesting to see what Kuba goes back for. This map not Sova favoured. Just with the way that the map fits together, it's very hard to get a lot of intel with your recon darts, and that's where the agent did its best. So it'll be interesting to see where it comes out. But Matty picking up the Cypher rather than, say, a Killjoy, so dueling Cyphers, and obviously Yusu picking up this Raze. Really hope to see a lot out of this Raze pick for Yusu in this game. Bit of a quiet game in the last one, so with a big stand-up performance in this one alongside Alorante on the two duelists, and just wait for Cuba to lock in their pick, and we'll have our 5 teams ready for this game.
Indeed, yes. Loving this setup as well from the Vitality side, one of their most picked compositions on this particular map, so let's see whether they can continue their win rate on it.
No, looks like we may have had.
It doesn't seem like we're going to have the chance to do that at this moment. Seeming like we might have a couple of issues with the private lobby, but it does mean that we get a bit more chance to talk about that because there was some standout elements, as you mentioned, over on that Volvo Peak side. For me, the guy who did the most damage for Vitality was Vac, like easily MVP of that particular map up. So to try and repeat performance, they're going to have to try and do a similar sort of thing here in this particular second map up. I think obviously his playstyle was so well positioned there on the Icebox. On Icebox, I believe we saw one split coming out from them over in the group stage, which didn't go all that well for Vitality. It was a very close affair against, I believe it was the No Namers, if memory serves me correctly. So seeing them jump into this one as well, like I can't remember if Vac was being a particularly proficient player, but it should be an expected sort of win condition, I think, for this Vitality side.
Yeah, I think Vac had a little bit of a not the most ideal split game in the first time. They got run very close by No Namers in a game we didn't expect to be as close as it was. So they really need to take what they learned from that game and try and reapply it against a team that should, in theory, be of a higher quality than No Namers was. But again, we didn't see what we hoped out of Volvo Peak in map 1. Icebox, we know how good Vitality are on that one, and they really flexed on the Volvo Peak team on that map. But now we're going to the choice of Volvo Peak. So you have to feel if you're picking split, you are confident in your ability to play this map. So a good starting point for Volvo Peak is they need to pick up at least the first 2 rounds. And I'm looking for them to pick up a minimum of 7 on this. To go 7-5 against Vitality would be a fantastic place to be because Vitality have shown some weaknesses. They've shown these fallibilities on this map. And Volvo Peak just need to be there to exploit it. They are going to be attacking. So I think that gives them the this good litmus test for how well this game is going to go and whether we're going to see map 3 or whether we're going to see the clean 2-0 from Vitality.
Into the pistol round, we'll see a default set in from the Volvo Peak side, not willing to go too overly aggressive into control. Not going too overly aggressive in towards the execution either, just out towards his mid position, initially looking for options first and foremost. Got to push very far forward to try and get access towards the A play in particular, and it'll be Alorante to start things off. Taking out Brams and getting a nice draw of first blood here, the Volvo Peak side dealing with the mid aggression from Vitality, and now getting access to A Heaven here, but Vac wants to try and respond. Gets 1 kill as Kubi responds back for a 2-for-1 trade.
He's going to check the angle as well. That's a big peak. Oh, they're going to get it as well. That's huge for Volvo Peak, putting themselves up 4 players to 2. But again, Alorante leading that charge with a beautiful kill onto Brams, and he gets rid of the smokes for the side of Vitality. So retaking these sites becomes a lot harder. But the spike is still not at a bomb site. It's on its way towards A very slowly. They're going to try and confuse Vitality where they want to go. But 4v2, there should be a lockout for Volvo Peak to take this first round. And this is what we want to see. We want to see the fight of these teams against these high-level professional teams.
Very quickly in from Volvo Peak into the Vitality A site. 2 players to defend against it. One in particular just rotating out from the Heaven position. Machine trying to see if he can make his way up from the main entrance as Frecchio onto the backlines. Takes 2 frags though. That might be a hell of an opening opportunity now. Getting some healing in for Machine as Frecchio. They actually bait in 1 player, take him down. Jusu to 4, and now Amawa, last one standing for Volvo Peak. 2 to find knows exactly where they're both at. Seeing the information, the second player peeking up, and still Machina gets the kill. That's a blunder from Volvo Peak. A 4-on-2, and offering yourselves up as you know they're attacking from two sides, falling for the baits and falling for the jewels. It's a pistol round of Vitality.
Yeah, and one that Vitality should never have even had a look in on. They lost so many players in this opening exchange. Beautifully played by Volvo Peak, but then the post-plant just fell apart for them. They allowed Vecgu to come through. They didn't check all the angles, and these are some beautiful long-range classic shots against superior weapon, Ghosts and Frenzies. And then they just got baited into that last player, as you say, and it was lights out at that point, and a really unfortunate blunder for Volvo Peak. So we're going to see the buys coming in on the side of Vitality, making the most of that they were able to pick up. And hopefully we'll have some use of these Sheriffs and Frenzies to try and do some economic damage on the side of Volvo Peak.
Further face from Alorante and Co. Jusu, Boombot out to get some information as to where that first player is at. Slow orbs will come through. Machina's not going to let them get too far forward of this. Let's further put it up to ensure that there will be no further contacts. No further face from Volvo Peak. A slow orb actually may catch one of the attacking players off. Machina is going to continue to push forward here, try and catch up one player, but no. Alorante punishes that over-aggression. Brams and Sender can trade it back, but maintain some semblance of control back here to the B site. And as Vac cleans up Kuba, it will now stand for 2 players on the Volvo Peak side.
And I had to do the huge intake of breath there because that would have looked so good. But Alorante covers off the Zusu on this raise, but it's just not looking good. The weaponry advantage just too much for the side of Vitality versus his Volvo Peak side. And one player left alive is never going to be in position. He does get one, so it is still an expensive round for Vitality to pick up. And Volvo Peak were on this value round where they now get to full buy, making it expensive. But this was so good by Alorante to get that trade kill before they go down under Machina's ability to just push out, play the advantage with the breach fault line. But again, it's now a weird position. We're now seeing the flip side of it. You're seeing Vitality, who are 2-0 up, forced onto this eco buy versus full rifles on the side of Volvo Peak. So yes, they lost, but my good lord, they made Vitality pay for it.
Volvo Peak up to these rifles now here for the first time in this particular game. Harrier orbs coming through from the forward-facing positions of the defensive side. Alorante will still find Vac, a very nice play in and a very nice shot. Kicking things off as the first player to fall is once again going to be Vac, and it was the first player to fall in the last round and everything. Nades in position, not going to get any kills landing off the back wall. Flashes forward, still Alorante gets that second kill. Triple up against Pakana, not quite actually. The shot he's come through, and the triple goes back the way of the Vitality side.
I'm fairly sure Volvo Peak likely didn't see much of that screen for about 40 seconds of the game. Flashpoint after flashpoint after flashpoint, and it was able to be picked up by the Bucky with Machina. That shouldn't have happened. They had the advantage of positioning, but they didn't push fast enough into that vents location. Brams is going to go down to 10 HP, but he's going to find one of them. The mind games with the Omen coming to bear, and Becky's going to close out the round. And one that should have probably not even been a close round turns into a disaster for the side of Volvo Peak.
Yeah, well, it felt like such a good confident take of the mid control as well. I mean, that's worked pretty well for them so far in this matchup, but obviously bottlenecking themselves in with this shotgun to do the damage that it did. As you mentioned, all those flashpoints coming through just forced them to be blind throughout the majority of that round.
Enemy remaining.
And yeah, not the best of starts here, despite the good potential being shown up by the Volvo Peak side. It's a 3-0 for Vitality, and it will continue to look that way. Don't think they've got a lot of weaponry as well that they can afford in this particular one. Looks like mostly pistols out for the Peak side. Small pause coming through here into this next phase of the game. I'm not sure what it's about per se, but I mean, right now, like, there needs to be some sort of adjustment for Volvo Peak. I think we can pretty much guarantee that much of a certainty here.
Yeah, and Alorante has been as good as they were in the last map. This player with this Reyna has been making it work, but unfortunately the team just hasn't been able to follow up properly and it's just crumbled around them. And Vitality's coordinated play around this breach and this Sage has just been able to close out a lot of these rounds. Just the difference, I think, has just been exacerbated in this macro play. We know Volvo Peak are good. We know they're accurate. All of these players are up at the very pinnacle of Valorant in Europe. But just the inter-team play from Vitality has been such a joy to watch in this game. And also in Icebox, they just always have each other's back. They have the confidence to make sure that no one is left to die. And for no reason, they're always trading out kills, even on weapon disadvantage, which we just saw. But they're already pushing up into mid-vents. They're going to make an aggressive playthrough, see if they can find Brams as they come through the smoke. He's going to run away before he even get a chance to find him.
What? Faces player down, but Paranoia will catch him blind. That's going to be a nice opening kill for the Vitality side as Volvo continue to try for this mid control. They've gone for this all 4 rounds so far in this matchup. And this time it has worked out relatively well to get the map control. But again, they've lost the opening player advantage, so Vitality are just happy to fall back out of that position, maintain control from the heaven positions of both A and B. Sender's ready with Flashpoint, of course, to try and stall them and allow Peak to come through. But for the most part, it's passive from Volvo Peak. Might try rotate into the B main position.
Yeah, and it's hard when you're at weapon disadvantage and now a player down. Brams teaming up beautifully with Sender on this breach. The fault line catching multiple players, just allowing the Omens to be traded out from each other. And Volvo Peak have had the rug swept out from underneath their feet this round. They were already disadvantaged money and weaponry-wise, but with 25 seconds to go, they need to make the push now. The wall's going to go up, first player's on site, but he's going to get shut down immediately by Vac.
Sherisap Valorant not landed the shots. Vac gets it a double match, takes some damage as well. Close range does manage to get that trade to a 4-on-2 scenario, but it's 4-on-2 favor the Vitality as well as a Cypher ultimate coming through to get information back on most of these defensive plays. It's not going to matter. 5 seconds man to get the spike plant in, and just too much to do there. Brams closes it down, and it will be a 4 for the board of Vitality. Questioning that Cypher roll, honestly. I'm pretty sure that was one thrown out by the attacking side, but it feels like it would have been a waste in the context of that particular round.
It was interesting because I couldn't quite determine. It may have been from the defense throwing that out. If we have a look at where Fake Use, no, so it was thrown out by the attackers. Matty chucked that one out. An interesting decision, as you say. I'm not sure 100% correct, but they do get to find these weapons. And it just feels that Vitality just have the confidence in each other as Volvo Peak do, but they just have that next level of ability to just play around where they are. We're not seeing any players standing out at the top of the leaderboard yet. 5 kills is the highest of any player, but it's the way that Vitality are able to spread out the carry performances. No one player is being left behind, and Volvo Peak need to find a way to break this confidence that Vitality are playing with, this free-flowing confidence that they're just completely blowing Volvo Peak away. But then they're going to get caught by the smoke timing, and Magna's going to take down Alorante with their back turned, and that's poor calculation timing on a smoke. You know how long it lasts for. They weren't counting long enough, and it means that they get punished for that, and they're already player down. And one of the hard carries for their team has already gone.
Oh, there's Jisoo with a kill back on Makina, at least getting some revenge on the opening frag that he had. Vac rotating out towards the B site, playing Sender's going to get dealt with on the B position, so that Spike can get rotated in. Great paranoia position as well. There'll be a quick showstopper coming out, wasted as no one goes down for it. Does not land to any of these 2 players that are out here. Teleport away from position, still got Jisoo up here in heaven. Vac still gets the kill, and now teleports top of the barrier orb as Kubik gets a frag back on Vac. It will now be low left towards Brams and one teammate behind him. Infecu. Spike plant secure, Volvo Peak setting up that post plant position. One player will back off away from site, giving away positions. Damage has been done, and a kill will come through for Brams. I think he believes that there's a player back over here. Once again, Paranoia in against one of the attacking forces. Akubi's just waiting for someone to round this corner. Gun barrel seen, tap through, back still turn. Brams does not get there. Can get a quick tap for Peku, however. 1v1 scenario, still spray back from Matty, who will connect towards the final and secure the round for Volvo Peak.
Critical for Volvo Peak to start to pick up some of these rounds, and they made the difference. Despite the fact that they got picked off early in the round, Yusu was able to go their way onto the A site and find these early kills, supported by Kuba, and no one ever hides in this box position. It's the first time we've seen them actually hit the bomb site fully on the side of Volvo Peak, and they made it work beautifully. And Fekyu is such a low health, it's a single bullet needs to hit, and Matty's able to win that trade out and bring them the first win. Not good still because the amount of money that they lost through that round, but it's a round on the board and some confidence in the team. Especially for Yusu, who has, as I said, been having a quiet game. That double kill, winning those gun duels, is so critical to bring a player back up, get them back in the game, push through. But this is Alorante. You cannot do that to them all the time.
Showstopper in for Yusu, not connecting for the Volvo Peak side, I should say. Sender will trade back onto her, though. And Amalwa So many players coming out to position, but still, Brams rounds the corner, gets that kill together, and continues extending. And now the Cypher roll here for the Vitality side is going to get the information of where they're at. Counter teleportation back towards the attacker's spawn. I think they realize what's coming as well. Bracketed in towards main. Volvo P can't really move without taking a face, and Vitality, despite losing the B site, gain it back just by sheer willpower.
Yeah, and it was an incredible start by the side of Volvo Peak. Alorante, again, from the front, gets the opening kill despite all the flashes coming through. But then Yusu just wasn't able to connect fully onto Makina, and he just survived, which meant that the trade came out. The only player on site in a crossfire position, he wasn't able to win out. And then Brams with a incredible... Oh my goodness me, thank you. What was that?
That was a lineup is what that was. Decimation onto the Volvo Peak side to cap off what this game has been so far. And, well, I mean, I'm starting to have my doubts now. I hope that, you know, Volvo Peak would be able to show that, you know, that momentum swinging that they've had for the rest of the playoffs position. Now, as we were mentioning in the pre-game, the team coming into this one that has not dropped a single map. Vitality are the ones that did. But number 3 seed in the tournament, and for good reason, and they're proving it right now against this Volvo Peak side. Got to be some serious turnaround with a half-bite coming through. Upgrade pistols for the attacking forces. But again, compared to the Vitality rifles, it's still going to be a tough ask to do much here.
Yeah, especially with all the utility stopping them coming through. They might just walk straight into Makina, but he is going to be found. He's going to get the first one traded back, though, so that's good. Play by the side of Volvo Peak. You want to make sure when you're at weapon disadvantage, you're sticking as a group. You want to trade out these kills on the superior weapons, try and get hold of some of these rifles. They don't know where it is. Oh, Matty not able to make it work against Vac, but they have locations on a couple of players. The spike is up towards B. They need to make a decision because they need to try and pick up some more of this economy back from Vitality.
Player advantage for the Vitality side. Again, winning out the fights against those pistols. The pistols can't do much here for Volvo Peak. They did go downstairs, but making their way back up the ropes into B Heaven. Jusu's going to be the one leading the charge, switching out to the Phantom. Slightly better rifle. Ammo what? Just going to put up here, I believe, smoke towards the entryway position. On the ropes. Oh, Brams does not see them as he crosses. Does see them now. Get that kill in. 30 seconds remaining. Now Sender can come back and strike back. Also gets involved from the other side. And that will be a 6-1 here for Vitality on the precipice of winning the half without letting them get too much further forward here. This Volvo Peak side have struggled consistently. I mean, that was a pistol round, of course. But now the rifles need to come out and they need to change the pace real quick.
Yeah, and Vitality just have the number of Volvo Peak at every single turn. They cannot force their way onto any of these sites as we see the operator coming out for Makina. And you just have to question, what can Volvo Peak do? They've already tried changing things up. They've attacked different bomb sites, but Vitality have just shut them out at every opportunity. They need to go. They probably need to go back to this aggressive play as they go as 5, use all their utility to get them in, as that's how they did manage to win the round. But they're about to run into this operator, and they need to make sure they don't get caught by that. The smokes needs to come out. We're going to see the Omen set up that now. There's another player.
Okay, back in the back corner.
Yeah.
They do deal with that Omen. Fortunately enough, it felt like for a second they weren't going to check it. And Jusu makes 2 frags in the entries. Now Volvo Peak, once again, having the B-site control. Last time they were in this position, though, Vitality just wide swung and were able to get the kills together. And Vecchi was starting things off fantastically, taking out Jusu and stalling the spike plant here. Why are they going to move from position? 60 seconds left. Vitality are just holding back in those back corners. No spike plant yet for Volvo Peak. Alorante covering off this player into the corner. The plant is finally going to be secured. 3v3 scenario, however, Paranoia is coming up to blind off players as all the smokes go down to counteract from the attacking side. Amawat does get Bram. Sender trades back Alorante with a secondary kill. It's all left to Fekku. Moving up position, sees them both. They almost line up, but Alorante makes it a 2K and secures the round for Volvo Peak. At long last, a follow-up coming through for the attacking side.
And who else would it be other than Alorante and Amalwa that get Volvo Peak in the position to close out this round? Yusu had the beautiful opening double, put them in a great position, but then it just felt like they couldn't quite get the traction in. But Alorante and Amalwa, just that constant stability within the team drags them into that finish line, and they get those last few kills. Beautiful positioning to get those, even though Fekku was able to get the kill onto Matty through the smoke. It just meant that they had the numbers and the positioning advantage. And sometimes it's not about numbers, it's about positioning. Oh, dearie me, Alorante. You have Bram's number every which way in this game, and the operator is going to go down on that position. A beautiful pickup to start, and a 5v4 for Volvo Peak, just the stuff they need to get this round going with no ultimates available for Vitality.
Yeah, that's a good start as well, again, just to take out one of the key players of the Vitality side and consistently gaining that mid-control time and time again for Volvo Peak. They don't do anything with it this time. They do draw some attention away now. There's 3 players up in the B positions. In particular, one player that's pushed out so far as to get towards the B-Link area. As Volvo play towards A instead, Vitality will realize that they may have made a big mistake out here towards the Heaven control, particularly as Vac takes face. Takes out Alorante at least, so does get it back to a 4 versus 4. And Juicy making her way onto the site, checking out the corners, going to realize that this is pretty much all done at this stage. Meanwhile, Vac moving forward, a resurrection will come through for Alorante to regain the player advantage, but Juicy will fall in trade. So there comes Amoa with a trade back of their own right. Cypher in the midst of the smoke, taking some damage, not going down. Spike is here, just getting to the site actually. It was just a bit too far close. If Sender took that kill, that could have been disastrous, and Amoa does end up falling.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and falling to the aftershock is not something you should ever be doing, and now the advantage is to Vitality. 3v2, 3v1, but Alorante is still alive in this Reina. We know what power they can do. And just as I cast the curse them, I will have to excuse myself from this game.
To be fair, who could have seen a wallbang coming in immediately behind the default box? Like, it's not very common you see that. I guess there's probably an information call, just a lucky sort of spray just to predict it well enough, but yeah, I mean, there was still a chance for Alorante. Like, I don't blame you for making that call because like, there's a good chance that actually the clutch could have come through, you know?
Definitely, and if one player on the side of Volvo Peak you would put your bets behind to complete that, it would be Alorante. They have consistently shown that they are the frag-out player for this Volvo Peak team in this match, and just unfortunately weren't able to pop the Empress ultimate potentially in time to allow them for that, but Volvo Peak, they're showing that they can do this. It's just then the positioning and closeout to stop the Vitality team from just rolling back into the site and taking over the retake from them.
Volvo Peak a bit more aggressive here towards this B site. We're playing a bit of a mid-control phase, and there's a lot of aggression up here in this Heaven position. Vitality so ready for the mid-control that they actually stacked a lot of players out here. Now we're ready to rotate back towards the B play. There's nothing else coming through, however. Just those first phases and a bit of baiting into the abilities here from the defensive side. And oh, they catch Brams below the barrier orb. Are you serious? That's cheeky. That's very, very cheeky.
But it's always the case. Brams keeps peeking into this mid area and just getting punished for it. Alorante, as we said, Alorante just has this player's number and they just cannot do anything about it. In fact, playing super safe against this showstopper that's going to get popped, but it's going to be answered by the Rolling Thunder. And not going to find anything. It goes straight into the pillar, the concussion pulling itself out there, giving back the free kill.
I know exactly.
Trades back from the attacking side though. Sender and Fecky trying to maintain control, and Sender will clean up Matty to get that 8th on the board for Vitality, and good effort there, but the whole setup felt like it was thrown off by that Rolling Thunder. And again, a good start from them to gain that mid-control, but when the execution came in, that things got real dicey. Good shooting from the attacking side, but just not to be in this particular case. 8-2. Vitality leading the charge in this half by 2 rounds, and well, I mean, there's got to be some sort of change up in Volvo Peak. We've been asking for it all game long so far, and still we've yet to really see it.
Yeah, and that round, imagine that round if you have rifles when you hit the site, because they got the site and they've only been able to access the site a couple of times, and it just happened that this time it was with pistols, not rifles, but this operator, oh, the trade-out is going to be there, although Alorante is going to come through and punish. Again, that ever-dependent player on the side of Volvo Peak is going to trade out, and now they have to make the decision to Spike is still in sewers, but Vac's going to clear out Alorante and basically close off this A-side site from the push from mid.
Good flashpoint through, Sender, sprays through on the Achilles heel of Amoa. Secondary flashpoint in as well, gets a secondary frag. Sender descending from the heavens. And Jusu falling to hell as a result. Kuba now left in hell, a 1v4 kind of hell, with no real chance of this one. This has got to be a 9 for Vitality. There should be no chance.
Yeah, I mean, the only way that could have been more flashy than it actually was if he had swan-dived off the top of the centre pillar of Split and knifed him in the back. But it was beautiful play by Centre to have the confidence to go in with the double flash. But this opening kill from Brams with no trade, probably incorrectly played by Volvo Peak to allow them to do that. But it was a beautiful shot. Yes, it was traded out and Valorant had the advantage, but they found no one in mid. Centre was able to play back and then shooting Aloha in the foot before a beautiful flashpoint to clear out Yosu. And it's just kind of been a game. This game is just another example of how good Vitality have been as a team. Look at the lowest player has 8, 7, and 2 as the lowest player on the team. They are sharing the carry performance between them, and 9-2. They are starting to run away with this game. And you have to hope that somewhere along the line, Volvo Peak find a bit more momentum to get some rounds back in this game. Whether that's on defense or attack, we need to see something more from them. We need to see that support for Valorant, who has been that hard carry so far for their team.
The aggression towards mid allows the face in towards the B position. Showstopper doesn't get a kill, but Sender and Brams are able to do so for Vitality as the defensive holds back on the site. And they're changing positions so often here towards B. So now all the defending, attacking players, I should say, end up falling. I mean, Spike's all on the other side of the map here for Jusu at a 1v5 and 27 points of health. It's impossible for her to make it happen. So this is going to be a 10th. Vitality, a dominant half to close it out against Volvo Peak, and well, I mean, we could be looking down the barrel of a very quick 2-0 the way this one's going.
Yeah, I'm stuttering with things to say because what can you say other than Vitality have completely shown up this best of 3? They're making Volvo Peak look incredibly ordinary. And 10-2 to the good, you have so much flexibility in your back to even put a few rounds down. And this was Volvo Peak's pick of map. And obviously, we understand that Haven was banned automatically as well as Ascent. But this is devastating. And for the side of Volvo Peak, it feels devastating. But for the side of Vitality and all Vitality fans, this is what you want to see. You want to see the team taking that step forward, because going back to VCT off the back of some dominant team performances can only set you up to succeed going forward in the future and get over the hump that they have been feeling as they do go on the attack as the wall goes up in mid. Get broken straight away, and Volvo Peak now need to make this defense work and try and find something special to bring it back against Vitality in map 2.
Pistols out, no casualties early. Machina is starting to aggress barrier orb to siphon off the Heaven players, and as well as that, some dark cover coming out as well, keeping them blind as the spike plant can be secured. Kill comes out as Machina continues to wide face take out Amoa. Yusu so back far passive, gonna have to take faces. They get aggressive, and Kuba gets that opening frag. Gonna fall back towards Heaven. Jusu still back. He does get a kill back on Sender, and actually Vitality may have gone a bit overly aggressive for this one. Brams still gets a return frag and a secondary kill with a straight headshot. Matty trades it to a 2 versus 2, however. So Volvo Peak still in it. And in the thick of it at this stage, with a backstab coming in from one of the players, however. Spike not planted for him. Brams are going to have to go falling, and it's all left to Machina. Sees them both, gonna wait for the headshot. Spun through as they both line up. And that is the ultimate level of patience to secure the pistol and most likely secure the map for Vitality.
And it looks so good for Volvo Peak. They got these beautiful kills, but at the end of the day, the Brams getting the double makes it 2-2 despite going down. This beautiful flank play from Machina was never picked up by anyone, and it puts it to 11-2. And Vitality playing with this flowing confidence that you just have to admit that at the moment, no one looks like they can stop them. Volvo Peak have played well in a number of instances, but Vitality have just been a different level, completely blown them away.
Now, this is always going to be a tough task for this team. Vitality, at least they're falling apart in this particular round. A couple of shots out for the Volvo Peak side. But still 2 casualties. Vitality have fought their way out of worse in the past, so let's see if they can do it again. Kuba facing, waiting for contact, missing the first shot. Does get a second face and the second kill on Ascender. Think you can trade it back. Matty waiting back. No, it doesn't matter. His teammates are going to get the kills together. As Volvo Peak will find a third, at the very least, probably chiming back in off the back of that pistol round. The conversion that goes their way, and maybe another survival opportunity. Maybe not match point just yet for Vitality.
And where's this been? And do you know the funny thing was, I was about to say before you got into full stride again, it was kind of like Vitality have completely blown this over and taken this over. Unless your name's Valorant, apparently, because he gets this beautiful stinger shot down range, completely takes apart Vitality's attack, while the rest of the team joins them. And Matty obviously getting the second kill in 5v3, and Vitality are on an eco bite, another round that Volvo Peak have to win. But Valorant just is putting this team on their back at the moment to try and get them over the finish line. Nice early pick up by Amoa. And I can't sing the praises of Valorant enough right now in this match against Vitality. This free-flowing Vitality team that wants to come here and take names whilst they're winning this tournament, they have really stepped up to the plate as a force to be reckoned with against these high-level teams and players.
Absolutely, like, no, I can't fault your discussion there. Like, Valorant has been the consistent bright spot for Volvo Peak throughout the course of this entire best of 3 so far. And even matching the top fraggers of the Vitality side versus the teammates who are down at like 7-8 kills at best at this stage. Well, at the very least, they're up against the pistols of the Vitality side, a basic sort of buy-up, so 4 to the board of Volvo Peak. I believe this should be the chance where they can rebuy the weapons back here for Vitality. I'm not sure where the economy completely lines up, so I might be mistaken in that.
Yeah, they should be able to. They decided to take the safer round here. Ammo were getting a couple. Alorante finishing off with the Phantom already, but it could be that Volvo Peak are forced to continue on safer round. No, so Vitality are going to fully buy up, but again, not fully bought up for everyone. And we're going to see Matty holding on to that Bulldog as the only weak weapon of both the teams, but the money is there now for Volvo Peak. Buy this round, buy next round, but they need to win this one again, get it to 11-5. Put the pressure back on the side of Vitality to win through some of these rounds. We've seen how good the defense has been, but how aggressive this team is on the defense as well might be able to take them out without realizing what's happened.
Offensive held in the passive positions. Vitality will slowly start to creep up the A ramp and A main positions. Up the position for Alorante as they fall back out position. Vitality being very careful about their positions and bad they're facing. A minute to the clock. Volvo Peak. We have one player back in this advanced position. Machina is going to go falling for it. Playing the position better than the previous defending player. Bram still gets 2 kills to return though, so his position held out here towards heaven allows the attack to ensue. All left to Matty in the back corner, can line up 3, but they spread out at the right moment, throwing the aim off and throwing the round down.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and Bram shutting down Alorante basically took the entirety of this game away from Vitality. 1 player left alive, going to teleport away. Probably try and save this weapon as I think this one might be over, apart from the lady singing. But it's just one of these things from Vitality. They get a grip of a game within this match, and they do not let Volvo Peak even have a sniff of getting back into it. And that's just another example of how good Vitality have been. They were 4v4, 4v5 down. Brams picks up a double, and the site just belongs to Vitality. There is no look in for the rotations from this Volvo Peak side.
12th back to the attackers board. Vitality finally do get to that map and match point here. The total of 8 rounds for Volvo Peak to bring it back to overtime. This will be a very tough little affair. And again, as you mentioned at the turn of the half, it was always going to be tough for this squad. But yeah, Vitality has shown a level of dominance in this second map that even like surpasses what they were doing on Icebox. You know, like this team looks so confident right now. Volvo Peak. Oh, one last shout into that good night. Matty's back on the operator. Let's see what they can do with it. They've got one final round to show what they can do.
Yeah, and we sort of the best description would be, have you ever tried to climb Mount Everest? It's doable, but it's a very hard challenge, and that's what Volvo Peak are up against right now. Is going to see an aggression out by Amoa. Again, the player loves to play this aggressive peak out of this B, but there are 4 players there, so they need to be careful not to be taken out too quickly and open up the B side site for free to the side of Vitality. As you know, if Vitality get it, they're not giving it back.
Stack up on the Vitality side here, outside of B main, 4 players, including that Spike. Flashpointing their way through and getting the kill on Amoa. That's the start. 2 more defending players of the Volvo Peak side, I should say, coming through. Showstopper even in as well for Jusu, hoping to use it on players that are out here, but not going to happen. Valorant instead got to get the trades out towards the mid control. Does get Machina to fall, pushing forward to the dark cover. No, doesn't actually have to do so. Instead of Reza have to come through an ammo to get them back to a 5-on-4 advantage for the Volvo Peak side. The Vitality pressing quickly into the A side. There's only one player in the back lines here. Matty dealt with away Brams. Does get one kill back, respond towards the 3 versus 3. Spike plant can come through. The operator so close towards it, but Kuba gets the trade. So now Volvo Peak have an opportunity here.
Player standing. Last player standing.
1v1, but Kuba's going to get it, sending Sender back to the grave and the map that they needed. They need to remember to defuse the spike, but they're going to pick up the operator first to hand that back to Matty. Was able to get the early kill before being traded out, and for Volvo Peak, it was expensive. It will be expensive, but it was necessary that they did to keep this game alive. But good round for Volvo Peak.
A good clutch there for the last one. It was a back and forth to a 2 versus 2. And again, kind of like down to that res, I think, is really what gave them the opportunity to win that round. Got to pull out all the stops. A 7-2 make up again. Still got a long way to get back to overtime for the Volvo Peak side. Vitality probably should be back up on the buy, I'd assume. Yeah, Vandals coming out, Phantoms and all. Still a little bit limited in a couple of cases for the Volvo Peak side. Once again, we have seeing Cuba in particular being the limited factor. Still doing a decent job with that weapon, but and not an ideal scenario for the Volvo Peak side. They need to pull out everything that they can possibly get here with that Bulldog in tow.
You see the spams through, just trying to remove this wall, trying to remove any sort of barrier to Vitality's victory in this one. A nice default position here on the side of Vitality, but we do have the operator sighted into this B garage area, and it could be painful. That spam through the smoke's going to take a lot of health off of both players, and Hamilton might be able to get the kill, but he's going to get killed by BakeU. Not one you want to be losing, especially in this position you're in now. But paint shell's going to go out. A lot of damage done.
Shooting shot, operator in hand. Oh, missing that flick. Machina takes her down. A good trade can come through from Cuba, but it's a 4 versus 3. Vitality once again at the advantage. BakeU does fall back to that Bulldog. Matty gets Machina to return to the player advantage. And now Vac responds up towards Heaven. 2-on-2 as Alorante drops. And now Vitality start to get some information against their name. They're seeing the positions of roughly both of these players, including that Showstopper straight fire back. Missing his kill. Nades back and Satchel's coming forward. Spray back from Vac. Somehow survives against Matty. And now Kuba's left alone to clutch it. Repositioning back here, 20 points of health to keep Volvo Peak alive in the upper bracket. And Sender watching out for position, ready for that drop to come through on the other side. He'll be spotted. And Sender takes that 13th Vitality. 2 dominant maps here in this best of 3 and a 2-0 best of 3 to make their way to the UB finals.
And it was looking so good for Volvo Peak in that last round, but Vitality hold strong. Vac getting a beautiful pick onto Alorante, probably the biggest kill of that round, and the fact that Matty was not able to confirm the kill on a free kill. Vac was probably just unfortunate in the situation. Too much pressure on the team, and Vitality come out with another dominant 13-5, but Alorante still topping the scoreboards alongside Vac tells you how much of an impact this player is having on this Volvo Peak team.
Yeah, again, and we mentioned it earlier, you know, like the bright spot, the consistent bright spot, I think, for this squad was down to Alorante. And it felt like, you know, he was the guy that really made the difference to really allow the opportunities that came through. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to really carry the team towards a decent scoreline. And again, against Vitality, it was always going to be a very tough sort of task for them, you know, and coming into this one, like we all had Vitality down as the overall favourites, our eyes on several different players, but in the end, it was the favourite team that came out on top. We're seeing these guys not do so well in the VCT, but here at epic.LAN, number 3 seed for a reason, and moving on to those UB finals, like right now, you couldn't have asked for a better position right now for this squad.
Yeah, definitely. And the confidence you'll build with a 2-0 over that team is always going to be impactful. But welcome back, Yinzu. I don't know what you thought of that one, but Jay, it was a bit of an unfortunate one, I think, for Volvo Peak. We hoped for a little bit more, some great performances, but not quite enough at the end of the day.
I mean, this is a brand new team. You know, this is their first tournament, and we do have to take into consideration just how good Vitality are. Like you said, you know, Jay, they haven't sort of like fulfilled their full potential at VCT. I think most people would agree that they've kind of underperformed given just how explosive and how impactful these players are. But you know, against these matches like this, I personally have zero worries going to this. Like you guys said, Vitality are the strong favorites. They took this seriously. They want to win. They are here to get that experience, which I think is what they kind of lacked going into VCT. But also with Vovo Peak, you know, they are a mix of guys. I don't know how long they've been together for, but certainly this is the first time they played officials together. I mean, looking at their stats and stuff, there are maps they have never even played together in officials, which just goes to show how new these guys are. But I think, given the circumstances and given the fact they have another chance in the lower bracket, I feel like we shouldn't write them off just yet. But of course, Vitality are the strong favorites. And I just want to say that how nice it is to have Machina back, because the last time I think he played Epic31, he was on that Purple Cobras roster. They came third, I believe. So it's just nice seeing these players sort of progress, and of course he's on a very, very good roster now, so it's great to see them. But guys, before we head into a break, just want to get your guys to pick a standout player. I guess I love doing MVPs, and I love sort of highlighting good things when people do well. So JP, anyone that you want to sort of put across as someone that you were really impressed with?
I mean, despite the results of the matches themselves, the biggest bright star for me had to be Alorante from the side of Volvo P. That player just put the team on their back in so many rounds, especially on split. They had Bram's number in so many rounds. You'd always see the kill feed. It would be lit up with first kill, Alorante, and it was just so consistent across, able to keep up with the likes of Vac and Fecu on the side of Vitality in terms of kills. So for me, a bright star for the future, and one for teams to really keep an eye out for, because this player is only going to get better. And I really hope that we get to see them again in the grand final and win their way through the lower bracket, because it's an exciting player, and I cannot wait to see what they can do in this game.
I'm agreeing. Yeah, I'm agreeing on that particular side of things, but just to contrast that a little bit, obviously I'll pick on the Vitality side. Vac was easily the best guy for me. Like he was just on point today, like hitting all his shots, correct positioning, correct reactions, correct reflexes, everything just played flawlessly to a T for the Vitality side, and you know, top fragger for a reason. I think probably the only player who actually outperformed Alorante in the server today. So you know, when it comes down to those two sides, those are my two bright sparks. For Vitality, it was the case that they were able to bolster themselves around Vac, which is ultimately what got them that star role. But he was pretty clinical towards their victory overall.
Yeah, no, Vac is always a great player. Before he joined Vitality, I was kind of angry that he didn't get picked up properly. And of course, with that No Penky roster, and now they formed this sort of super team with Vitality. I'm also very much looking forward to see how they are going to do. I do believe we're going to go into a break now, but when we come back, we will be showing you the upper bracket finals. Wave are currently playing Rix, and I believe Wave are one map up. So Vitality will basically play whichever team that comes out on top in that one. And JP, I believe we're going to say goodbye to you tonight, but you will be back tomorrow.
Yeah, potentially so, but I'll be on the early morning shift at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. But before we do get to go, I have just seen the stats come up. The fact that Alorante picked up 7 first bloods in that game, I think definitely justifies the decision for that one. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow morning. Can't wait for some more Valorant action, and good luck to the team taking you through the final game of the upper bracket finals, I believe.
Thank you so much, JP. And Jay and I will be back at, I believe, 8 o'clock GMT for the upper bracket finals. We'll see you then.
Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him? Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Intel Epic32 Valorant tournament, where it's time for the upper bracket finals between Team Vitality and Wave. I'm Yingsu and I'm honored to introduce to you guys our casters for the last BO3 of the night. It is the Eternal J, of course, and the man with just the right number of sofas. It's Brooke, who is making a return after that last game. I really just wanted to say that because Brooke, you had a nap on one of your sofas in the break, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, that one right there. It's big, it's comfy. Why not?
Honestly, like, if Rook doesn't get sponsored by like a sofa company in his
DFS.
casting career, yeah, DFS, then it's just a missed opportunity. So like any furniture stores that happen to be watching this, yeah, get in touch. Who knows? You could be the next sponsor for Epic33, especially if we get Rook back. But anyway, we do have a very, very exciting game coming up. It is Team Vitality versus Wave. They both won their upper bracket semi-final game, which means they are going to be going into the finals of the upper bracket. Well, Jay, you were on the Vitality game just before the break, and they are having a lot of momentum. How scary do you think they look right now?
I mean, very scary. You saw how easily they were able to dismantle Volvo Peak, like just such dominant scorelines of their own right. Like it feels like they've found their rhythm here. You know, in the group stage, we're talking a lot about how they were having some difficult times, and yeah, they went undefeated in that group, but they had some very close matches against some teams that really shouldn't have had a right to do anything against a team like Vitality. So to have them right now in this position to, you know, yeah, they've lost a couple of maps over the course of their run throughout the playoffs, but now being here in the grand finals, looking like they've regained their form, looking like they are one of the best teams in show here at epic.LAN. Like it does feel like that they're in prime position to sort of like see if they can take over the control of this series. But you know, Wave are in a similar sort of position because they themselves have not lost a series so far today.
You know, well, Rook, if going into this tournament, I told you that it was going to be Vitality versus Wave in the upper bracket finals, would you have been surprised at all by that?
Not particularly. Obviously, the second seed was Ippon Team Horizon Reapers, but I still thought that Wave versus Vitality, it sounded like the obvious choice at the very least. I think I said that on day one. If you asked me to say who we're going to see there, there's two very obvious answers, two pretty darn strong teams. It's not a surprise at all to see them here.
I mean, just in terms of that seeding, actually, I think some were slightly inflated by their VCT performances, I would say. But I agree with you. I think Vitality and Wave were sort of the two natural ones that should have made it this far. But who knows? In a best of three, you could always get an upset. You could always have a team to come through. So, you know, this is the upper bracket finals. This is not the grand finals. So whichever team sort of loses tonight will have a second chance tomorrow. But that doesn't guarantee their spot to come back into the grand final. So Jay, how important do you think this best of three is right now?
Very important, because as you mentioned, they've got to fight for that lower bracket, and yeah, it's a second lifeline, but that's easy for you to be eliminated from the lower bracket position. So, like, just one bad best of three would cost you so much here in the upper bracket position. As well as that, if you win, you gain a massive advantage above all else, because the only match you have to play from then on out is the grand finals in tomorrow's proceeding. So you'd have all that time to, get rested, get warmed up, get your research into all the teams that are grinding through that lower bracket, start to find out the intricacies, try and figure out, how you're going to be able to approach the grand finals against whoever it might be. So, like, there's all that preparation time, there's all that, like, extra bonus when it comes down to rest periods for whoever wins this next series. So, like, a lot of the time in double elimination brackets, especially across the days at epic.LAN, like, it can become such a very important victory for both Wave and Vitality. So a lot riding on this one, like, so much riding on it.
Well, in terms of the narrative as well, Rook, these two teams are both at the top of their game, of course. But if we take a look at the rest of the scene and how they've done in VCT, is a slightly different story because, Wave managed to sort of go all the way through from week 1 of VCT. Week 2, they they didn't manage to win that important Masters qualification game, but they don't have to play against through the qualifiers again. So maybe they are here to sort of try out their new roster because they did make a roster swap over the last 5 or 6 days. Whereas, Vitality are still trying to push through at the VCT level. So do you feel like maybe there's less pressure on Wave right now?
I think there absolutely is. Vitality dropping, in fact, to a team who's, at least in some sense, are kind of busted out of this. Ippon Team Horizon Reapers took them 2-1 down in their last VCT match that they got out of any kind of repute. It's very much on them. I think they're trying to get some kind of really solid stage, obviously not main like LAN stage practice, but at least some kind of proper competitive experience in here. And as a team, they've played a decent number of games together, but it's always good to get that little bit more on your side.
Yeah, for sure. We do have some of the map vetoes coming in, and I'm very excited about this because these two teams have played against each other before. One time at the Red Bull home ground when Vitality were known as Frenzy Go Kill. And for those of you who didn't watch that, a best of 3, Vitality came out on top and they actually managed to 13-0 Wave on Haven. So I am curious to see if they sort of want to redeem themselves, Wave as in, or they're just going to ban out Haven because they know Vitality are very, very good on this map. So I'm just going to take a look at my my map vetoes on my computer right now. And ooh. I mean, Wave had first pick map and they picked Haven. So they banned Ascent, which is not massively surprising for this team. Vitality banned Bind. They usually ban Ascent, so banning Bind again, not a huge surprise, but Wave have gone and picked that Haven. Jake, how big of a statement is this that Wave want to pick Haven against the team that 13-0'd them just about a month ago?
That's a pretty big balls statement right there. Like, that's them slapping it on the table, just like, okay, we've done some work in the last month and a bit or so. So, like, as you mentioned, Haven went 13-0. Like, you on the normal circumstances, you'd avoid that map like the plague. So picking into it does indicate that maybe they might have made a couple of adjustments in their game plan. Maybe they've had the chance to go back over that video. Maybe they've had a chance to go over that VOD and try and figure out what Vitality were doing so right to them, because you have to be doing something right to get that excellent of a performance there. I was not expecting that at all. I would have thought they would have left it to a third map probably to sort of like just rest on it, trying to get that 2-0 in, especially if they could get Bind out. But yeah, like I didn't see that coming whatsoever. I don't think any of us would have seen that coming whatsoever.
Well, Rook, even if you do lose 13-0, you probably learn a lot about your team, right? Like, you need to go through those kind of experiences to know what you need to fix and to improve. And like I said, they do have a roster change. So this is not the same 5 players that played against that Frenzy Go Kill roster. So maybe they are coming into this with something in their pocket, Rook.
I think they absolutely are. And I mean, yes, they lost 13-0 on Haven. They also lost 13-2 on Ascent in that same series. And that's why we see the Ascent ban come on out here. I actually think sticking with Haven is not a bad idea from them. I understand why you would want to ban it away. It is kind of pointedly scary, that 13-0, but at the same time, you look at it, 33-7 is the record for Wave on Haven. It's not like it's a bad map for them. I think maybe it was some issues on the day. Maybe it was getting read too hard by Vitality. This time they can come back to it and attack it and maybe try and figure out exactly what they did wrong if they didn't get it right that first time. They've still got a lot of maps which I think are pretty darn solid for them, considering they were able to take Ascent off the board.
Well, just to talk about the other map picks real quick before we head into Haven. I believe that Vitality have picked Icebox. They also picked Icebox against Volvo Peak, if I'm remembering correctly. And of course, they won that map with ease, which they played about an hour ago, if that. And I guess that leaves a split open, and that will be the decider. Again, a map that both of them are comfortable on. Jay, you know, with the map vetoes in mind, which team do you think has the edge going into this best of 3?
I'm going to say the Vitality side, like they've proven themselves already on Haven, and we just saw what they could do on Icebox. Like it wasn't just a case of them like schooling on a team that was definitive underdogs. Like for them going into that particular matchup, like Icebox was so flawlessly played from particularly Vac as the main leader of the frag counts, but as well as that from everybody else who chimed in and sort of like kept it together. So like just those two maps off the basis of history in the past series that we've seen, and of course the series earlier today, like it does indicate that Vitality would have a significant advantage of this. But Wave is Wave. We've seen what they could do. And as you mentioned, their maps can be particularly proficient, and I'm hoping that they're coming into Haven with a bit of a game plan. I think that's where they're going to have to win and lose this series here. I think if they can take that one, then they could be in with a chance of this, but I think the veto kind of does favor the Vitality side.
Well, I also have to mention that Wave did also beat Fnatic on Haven as well. So it's definitely not a case of wanting being like a massive underdog, or it would be an upset if it goes either way. But Rook, I'll throw it to you as well. Who do you feel like is going to take this series?
I think kind of recency in terms of their strength, Wave have looked absolutely fantastic. Their win against Fnatic is a great kind of statement for them. I think Haven, maybe that was just a blip on the radar. It's hard to discount a 13-0, but I think Wave Esports are much better than a 13-0 scoreline against Vitality. I think we'll obviously get a lot of info from this first Haven map, but I think Wave will take it. I think Split has really favoured them, even though Vitality have a good kind of track record there. But I do think that middle map, that Icebox slipping through the bans, that's a little bit brutal. That is likely going to be a pretty easy win for Vitality.
Oh, I thought you were going to go for Wave there. I thought you were going to be like, oh, yeah, it's all good. But I think Wave is going to take it 2-0 or something.
Well, I do think they're going to take it 2-1.
Okay.
Wave's going to take it 2-1.
Okay, so 2-1 overall. I think it's definitely going to go to 3 maps, but I think I'm with Jay here. If Vitality can sort of just snatch Haven right off the board from the outset, I think it's going to be very difficult for Wave on that Icebox, you know, it being Vitality's pick as well. But like I said, this is a top tier matchup, and there's a lot on the line here because the winner will have some comfortability going into tomorrow's final. I think the players are ready, so I'm going to hand it over to you, Jay and Rook, for Agent Select, and I'll see you guys back here after the best of 3.
Well, seeming like we're on very polar opposites of the board here, Rook. It definitely feels like, oh wow, apparently opposite ends of the board, Jay. We decided to swap our names for this matchup. But no, like when you mentioned obviously the idea that it would be 2-1 for the likes of Wave, I can see where you come from with that. You know, like again, this is a team that have had a lot of great presence in recent history. They've had a lot of great results. It's just a case that I think it's going to be one of those two results. I can agree with you with the 2-1 position with the Icebox pick coming in, but it's like again, if they get Haven, then this is going to be a 2-0 for me for Vitality. So really, like those are the only two outcomes we can see, I think, from this particular series.
I completely agree with you. If it is a 2-0, if it is a Haven win, it is a 2-0 for Vitality. I don't think there's ifs or buts about that. I don't think Icebox is even remotely a map where Wave want to go. I think they have like 38 or lower percent win rate on that map, and you look over to Vitality, they absolutely love it. That's why they picked it up against Volvo Peak earlier. I do think that Haven is actually favoured Wave, even with that result. Recency bias, how well they played against Fnatic, all these things kind of add up to me and say, again, they are a strong team. We know they can win it. Unless Vitality have a fundamental understanding of how Wave play this map to a level where they can just obviously beat them out in that same way, I don't think it'll be too much of a problem.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a coin flip scenario. This is one of the two. These are two of the best teams in the entire tournament. You know, number 1 and number 3 seed, the highest seeds that made it out of the group stage. You know, these are probably, you know, you could argue was probably the favorites in the whole tournament outright. You know, Wave in particular with that recent sort of history. Like, there's just so much on the line here for this one, and it really could be either way. It could just swing either way. You could flip a coin and you have a better sort of prediction than we could come up with how down to the wire this one is. So we'll just jump straight in here onto Haven. Our first map, defensive side, will be taken by Vitality. And let's start talking about some of these agent picks. What are you thinking here, Rook?
Well, I'm just really happy to see Nico in this game because he consistently plays that Sky. I think it's absolutely fantastic. More and more teams are picking it up every day, and it provides so much utility to the team. Perfect supportive agent, if you ask me, and is absolutely stellar here. We see a pretty standard comp coming out from Vitality. Pretty much the exact comp you kind of expect to see. Maybe you swap around the Cypher for a Killjoy, but I actually think Cypher's much better here on Haven. Pretty much exactly what we expect. I love as well that Wave are willing to bring 2 of those duelists, but neither obviously having those flashes because you've got that support ready from the Sky who can kind of replace that breach in that capacity. So I really like what they're doing here and also kind of trying to change things up, try something different. And this has been a pretty standard comp for them so far, and it's worked wonders since they started using it.
Let's get into the pistol round here with Vitality and Wave of coin flip matchups. Let's see how well they will be able to contest this, as you like to see those standardized setups from the agent picks. Wave, let's see if they want to go default standards or try and play out a definitive site here. They're leaning towards the A site for the interim part of this particular matchup, and into the pistol round, looking like they want to play towards an A split initially. A couple of players that are going to get heavily aggressive in this early game and try to see if they can shut them down. Vitality were very good with pushing up towards that defensive aggression in their early semi-final series, so let's see if they can replicate here against Wave.
Well, it looks like Wave are all piling in towards that A site. Not a surprising thing. We often see these rushes in these pistol rounds, and oftentimes it can be very effective. If you get a good Sky Flash in there, can make a big difference. The Boombot as well going on through. They're really trying to catch him off guard here. Bit of info tells them that the player is here, and already Bram's starting to back on off Vitality. Want to take that first fight, but Wave getting kind of kept back. That's some good shot dart coming through.
And we'll block them off from the entries. A bit of damage being done, particularly to Carcass. He's going to get forced back to join the rest of the attacking forces. Where do they go from here? Back out towards that short and long positions. It's Brams that will start to swing up. He's running towards one player, sees that shoulder, takes that damage for it. Zip can't quite draw first blood. Will catch him with his back turn and finally opens up this matchup for the Wave ESP side now. Further aggression is back and they get spotted towards the back of the boxes. Flashed out blind. They're going to dash their way forward and eventually isolate this player to take that second kill of the round. One player up Pep on that sender, taking out Muri for one good frag back, but Spike Plant can be secured. He drops back in, looks towards Dark, and Carcass cleans him up. So a 4v2 in the post-plant positions, Wave at the advantage.
Yeah, he tries to get in, but plummets like a stone. FQ still looking for a way on in here, but Wave Esports just playing that little bit more passive. Maybe going for some of these jiggle peaks. They're out of a bit of utility, but Vitality not have much of their way on in here. Carcass cleans up BQ, and just a Vac left. 22 HP. This is not a round you're likely to win, so I think maybe looking to try and find a frag here, get some econ on the board, and look towards maybe a force in the next round. I think just one more. Actually, they could push on in here. They have the opportunity. They're going to dash on into the smoke. It's exactly what you see from most Jets, but trying to push on in. There are 2 angles, too many being held, and Wave Esports will pick up round 1.
Yeah, very late into that retake there for the Jets, so just not quite enough time there to get both those frags. I mean, maybe if they were both in a similar position, you could line them up and get the headshots in easy, but yeah, always going to be a tough task in that one, especially in the 1 versus 3. And good effort from Vac, of course, one of the MVPs, well, my MVP pick of the last matchup, so let's see whether he can, again, replicate performance into this one. Vitality, shotguns across the board here for the rebuy back, as you mentioned, getting the econ together. So plenty to be utilized here with plenty of buckies across the board.
Yeah, and, well, we know just how scary these Buckies can be. Very dynamic and absolutely terrifying when they are playing up in these angles you do not expect. Brams punctuates that start of the round, but unfortunately does get traded right on back, and Machina cannot find enough to put some damage onto Wave, especially with Vac getting cleaned up by Carcass as well.
The Spike Plant to be secured. Vitality going heavily aggressive towards that A site, unfortunately falling very quickly as a result. So these 2 Buckies left to try and backstab in here from the mid controllers. One player inbound. Feku's got really no options and no direct line in towards the A site. Zik is watching, expecting that backline player to be somewhere in position. I think the distance might be a bit too far to get a simple kill in.
Right there.
Maybe Sender might just wait for him to overextend, but yeah, Vitality, they're definitely locked out of this round. There's virtually no way back in for this. There's certainly no retake. Just the case again, getting exit frags, start to hurt the wave side, and get those 2 picks would be nice. But Zik knows exactly where Sender's at, sees his shoulder, gets his triple, and Fecky falls to Murray.
Yeah, pretty easy round there for Wave, kind of leveraging the fact that they've got those longer ranges, and as much as Vitality tried to get something special out of the Bucky Air, only the first frag, and the fact that we don't see a follow-up, especially from the player slightly further back in that short position, is the real disaster there, because then they start getting players down, and normally with a shotgun you're trading 1 for 1. And if you could trade 1 for 1 and then maybe get a little bit of a clutch out, it is pretty winnable. The problem is that Vitality just couldn't get through that kind of longer range.
Rifles out here for the Vitality side, Vandals and Phantoms. Start the Bulldog on 1 player, which might be a bit of a problem for them when it comes to firepower, but it's Rifles in the Vitality, and aggression once again here towards the A side. Just forcing 1 player away, doing damage, but not getting any kills in the early part of this wave. They've been doing a decent enough job of counteracting these positions as a result. Yes, they might be tagged up, but they get that first opening kill. Machina to fall, and they make their way out along. Sender's hiding behind smokes. May find a bit of an off angle here in the corner. No, Murray reads it, deals with it. Back comes up with 2, Zik comes up with 1, back makes it a triple on the site. Turn back towards Dark, forced to the reload now. 2 players, he dashes himself out of position. Carcass spotted as Vac takes him down for the quadra kill, and the round 1 for Vitality.
You were highlighting Vac before, absolutely fantastic on this aim. Wins nearly all these duels. Zik starts off with that good frag, but unfortunately, just look at this Vac. 1, 2, obviously ends up at 4 and was absolutely huge here. And Wave Esports, they actually started off really well. Those smokes started to go down, but they just didn't have a way to flush it back out of that position.
Yeah, nicely held there for Vitality. Again, Vac being one of the leading fraggers in the last series, and I'm expecting him to be a similar position in this one. You know, I'm expecting that Vitality would rest on him heavily to try and do a lot of damage with those rifles. And Wave, once again, leaning in towards this A side. This is the 4th round that we've seen them going up to the A play. I mean, credit to them, it's worked pretty well so far, but if they lose a second one towards Vitality, we might have to think about changing up the playbook here.
You get that bit of a spray, but backs off. Knows that utility is so difficult to play against. Sender does get 1, but there's the refrag, playing with the buddy system, and Wave already putting that pressure onto A, and then backing off. This is a haven. You can play around, you can change which sites you're really going to be attacking on, and that's always a big part of it. So far, we've only seen Wave really pile on in whenever they find that first frag, but I think realizing after that last round, you can't just go in like that. You'll eventually get fragged out, and it's all about not overextending now. They are actually going to push towards C, at least it seems like that. There is a camera on there. There's also, obviously, Vac nearby. That could spell disaster for them.
The back of those opening duels has slowed down for the Wave side. 2 for 1 trades mean that they're at the advantage for the moment here. Pushing up towards C long where there is no direct defensive. In fact, Murray will catch off one of the rotators from the B, and Vac will trade it. Sat here towards Garage. 2 players to find doing damage. Doesn't catch that nade, fortunately, so he stays alive for the most part past this door. And now they're back up for the Killjoy ult, trying to lock him down, trying to get him suppressed back here in this position. Makina's also going to have to back off a little bit further here. Spike plant can be secured, so Vitality in a 3-on-2 disadvantage for this retake. And yeah, with 1 player being detained, it's going to make it all the more difficult for the interim.
Interesting to see Vac just hang around and wait in that garage, get detained there. But no one to punish him, so it's not all bad. Vitality now looking for their chance to strike on through here. Vac already leading the charge. It's going to be difficult to play against these long positions, and you see it already. Vic claims that first frag. Murray is on the flank. It's easily wrapped on up. Good stuff there from Wave Esports, and they punish Vitality after they pick up their first rifle.
Yeah, when you thinned out that much on the defensive side, then you're going to have a severe struggle trying to defend 3 different sites. You know, that's the main sort of issue when it comes down to this map. You know, we talk a lot about how defensive sides are spread thin. You know, the problem worsens when you start to lose opening kills. So, very well placed there from the Wave side. 3-1 up at this stage, and well, not quite as one note as the A site hits seem to be coming in early from these guys. So, encouraging signs again, trying to see if they can take the fight back to Vitality.
Absolutely. I like that Wave are happy to play these more default positions as well, not necessarily greeding for those early picks, knowing that when sometimes you corner a rat, it'll try and bite you back. You catch him off guard, and well, then you can lose a player and easily find yourself behind, especially because you know they're going to be trying to force up in some regard. You heard the knives getting popped. Vitality have a way to try and strike you back down, and Wave playing a little bit careful, not wanting to lose the round too early on by finding themselves at a deficit. So just going to use that utility, try and find out some information, and then kind of play from there, as it looks like they're already toying around with the idea of pushing on into C here.
That nade's so well placed. It's going to be some damage done. Sprays through. Murray gets Feku to fall down in the C corner. Dealt with immediately to kick things off for the Wave side. Again, getting that opening frag, such an important one of that. They're not going to continue pressing up to the C side, though. They have options and they can rotate back. One player will push up towards mid in the sniper's nest. That's the Bladestorm as well. Vac coming out against Carcass. Carcass will be able to deal with it, so get it back to a 5-on-3. Wave are doing a real good job at shutting down these ultimates here. Continue the aggression, but there's a lack of defensive on the A side, which is now going to have to be the main concern. Sender stands alone. Flashpoint through the boxes. 2 players here on long. Will get caught by it. Pistols out. Not enough damage can be done, and they have the site now.
Kind of tries to find a spray through the smoke there, but can't find a thing, as Wave Esports just playing a little bit more safely now that they have the 3-player advantage. Why not? Why not just spray through some of these smokes and not really expose yourself in the same way? The turret's going to give away the position of Rams as well, and well, they're just peppering at that position full of a bullet as he peeks on out. There it is. Carcass takes him down. And a flawless round here for Wave as they consolidate their economy and start to cement this position. Great utility usage here. Happy to just play for those frags in and of themselves, and knowing that doesn't mean we push the site. It's not quite that one-dimensional. You can play around a little bit, play for something mid, play that little bit slower, and that has been a great part of it. This is the kind of patience we need to see that has sometimes been a problem for other squads in this tournament so far.
4-1 to the board. Wave looking like in a real good spot here. Things are definitively, they're definitively sort of like at the advantage at the moment. You know, Vitality are in a bit of an awkward spot here in the defensive line. Small tech pause as well. We saw a small production problem with our observer, so hopefully that shouldn't take too much longer to get back into the matchup. But yeah, no, I mean, right now it's a very good sign here for Wave. And you mentioned obviously them getting onto Haven. They need to win this map if they want to take it 2-1. You know, and right now Vitality, they are struggling in a way that they probably were not used to. You know, having that 13-0 now contrasted to a 4-1 lead, like Wave have set themselves up beautifully here.
Yeah, I'm also really glad because we've seen a lot of teams succeed on the defense recently on Haven, and I do still think it is attacker-sided. Really well played by Wave so far in kind of leveraging the exact reasons why I do feel it is attacker-favored. And obviously, Wave must be absolutely thrilled to be doing better than they did last time already by an absolute mile. Obviously, 13-0 was the last scoreline, so it's not exactly difficult, but starting off with a lot of rounds, as many as you can get on the board, and then, I mean, I think their comp, I don't think it's necessarily better on defense. I think there are some strengths to it, but they can make a lot of those aggressive plays on defense much easier. I do actually think the Sky is better for doing that than the Sova. So I think the kind of way they've been peeking for information, looking for aggressive frags, actually lends itself to be continued on onto that defense. So I think if we're looking at the breadth of this game, they are showing us exactly why they are one of these top teams in Europe and why that they can handle a team like Team Vitality. They're not going to lose to them in such a sad fashion again.
Yeah, and going back to that point you mentioned about how, you know, this is a bit more of traditionally supposed to be an attacker-sided map as opposed to a defender-sided. Vitality, they themselves have been losing a lot of opening picks, which really sort of brings out, I think, the problems in terms of how difficult it can be to play defensive side on this particular map, because you saw how thin they were spread across that line to the point where they had no players or just one player on a specific site, you know, in particular towards the A play when they went for the C default, wrap back around in the rotation, leaving a Sender as the lone player left. Like, so much looks so good from this Wave side to bait switch, take those opening kills, and throw Vitality off kilter. And they've looked so far off kilter so far on this defense. This small pause might be a chance to mentally reset and start to figure out where they go from here. But right now, like, Wave are playing a beautiful kind of a game, and Vitality, they need to try and find a new approach to this game.
They really do. They tried to leverage Vac in a couple of these rounds. Only in the third round did it actually work. He went absolutely off. But if that's what it requires for Vitality to be able to pick up a round, you have to be a little bit worried for them. They obviously do have an ultimate, but you look over at Wave, and because they've won so many rounds in a row, their economy, not only in terms of cash, but also in those ultimates, is absolutely booming. And there's a lot of ultimates here, especially, for example, the Sky one, which you could just pop and go with it. It's a really great ultimate to use for tempo, and those are the kind of ultimates I like. It's why I think Phoenix is particularly good here. So another reason why Skye is fantastic. You're in a situation where you're even or one behind, you pop that ultimate, you get so much info. It's not quite as good as Neural Theft can be, but it's a lot less conditional, so it's a bit easier to use there and can set you up for some good rounds. Now, you can already see that Murray is trying to flush out some of these players, knowing there's likely someone towards back. Showstopper comes on out, but it's empty.
Yeah, Cypher backing off immediately, seeing that camera get popped out and knowing that there's probably a massive attacking force down from C Long. Have got Rolling Thunder coming in, however, to try drive the attacking force away as Vitality try and deny the spike plant here. Murray is going to get that first frag. Makina can continues to wrap around the corner. C2 players, but getting dealt with. Sick Nico getting those kills together as Cedar secures the last frag there for the Wave side. Brown's just left alone coming in from the garage position, a 1v3 for him. And Wave dealt with that counter-attack so well.
Yeah, and I want to point out that they saw the popping of the ultimate from Skye here in response to that Rolling Thunder. So many players got hit. It was actually a really good usage from Sender there. The problem was that no one was in position to really capitalize off of it, especially when you've got those Seekers looking out for you, trying to hunt you down. You have to deal with those first, and it almost saved one of the Wave players, and then allowed them to also mount that counterattack and easily find an opening here. Rams is going to get a spree out here, but it's only one, and the push likely to come out very quickly if not for that Cyber Cage, which is going to slow him down and say, hey, Wave, you're not absolutely rolling with the tide.
Yeah, two ultis, one ulti I should say, used in this particular round here for the Wave side. The Bladestorm in particular coming out to get that opening kill. But the distraction coming through has allowed Mac to push so far up here, still being seen by Carcass, reading his position, knowing his playstyle and counteracting it so well here. One frag found, nice and easy. Smokes down as another set of the Blades ready to utilize here on the actual attacking force. And again, Vitality are spread thin. No one is on this B-side defense, which is not where Wave are going, admittedly, but playing up towards the C play means that if they can just isolate Feku, they're going to have virtually no more defensive to hold towards any of the other sides here. Rotations are already inbound. Raw dash forward, Sheriff out, dealt with. Bladestorm comes up with a triple kill for Carcass, and he is running riot here against Vitality.
Yeah, Makina's trying to find some of those shots, but at this long range, I don't know if you want to contest that ultimate, but pushes on through. Nico takes him down, and Wave with another great round in the back. They used a lot of ultimates over the last two rounds, so they are starting to be weak there, and Vitality, as a contrast, do have three ready, but Wave have been absolutely rocking it right now, and it's going to be very difficult for Vitality to be able to take this back, so they've got to do something different. And I love that they're bringing out this operator already to try and shift the tides.
Well, I did question this map pick, but very clearly it's worked pretty well so far for the Wave side. 6-1 Vitality. Not scored since round 3, and that's going to come back to bite them as time continues on. What is the adjustment? What is the change of approach? How are they going to be able to fix this up? Very carefully placed down middle on the B stack as the attacking force make their way through. Browns with one, Zik with another trade back for the Wave side. 4-on-4, Senders close range towards the corner. Oh, he unloads at the wrong moment. Zik comes up with that kill as a result. Makina and Muri back and forth. A 3-on-2 favors Wave. They have the spike making his way up to the C side though, so it could be a chance to deny it here with the operator in tow for back. But no opportunity, no vision. The plant can be secured. He gets that kill, but Nico stands alone.
That was disastrous, but Nico could have the opportunity. They tag him through the smoke. Can he find the strike? Needs to turn around and take down the other, but back. Quick scopes him, and yet again comes up big for Vitality to be able to clutch him out that round. It was looking a little bit confusing. Wave, through all the nades and all the explosions, all the smokes and everything, and Vitality were a little dumbfounded at the start there. But they come home to roost, they find the round, and have now bought themselves a little bit more time.
Yeah, it's a second round to the board as they try and get something back to an even standing to turn up this half. As you mentioned, buying a little bit of time. A little bit of breathing room as well. They're still going to have a bit of a broken buy. The operator is still in play for Vac, however, so that might start to become a pretty key element. He was mostly seen on the rifles in the semi-finals, but operator could make the difference here with these long corridors on this map up. How are Wave going to play this one? Back in towards the mid control, it seems. Probably another B play. I mean, this didn't work out well for them last time. They lost a lot of presence here, but Vitality, they're a bit light on B defense this time.
There they are, the flashes of us down there. No, oh, Sender does fall in the end with the investment of those paint pellets. Nico trying to dodge it out, but Cider gets caught as well. As Machina invests the ultimate to try and deny that push. Murray back in Gong here could play spoiler to what Vitality trying to do to deny this push, but for now, I think they're being very sensible. Vitality have assumed that there's going to be people in mid here, and they know exactly where that Gong player is. Fiku just playing more passively as they don't want to lose out a player to this flank.
And they know that a rotation must be inbound, right? Because there has been no spike plant at this stage. We're already going to get isolated, sandwiched in by two attacking players. Eventually, Browns will get that kill, but they have left the A site control, so a plant can be secured. Still a two-player advantage for Vitality, though, so Wave can be in a bit of a bad spot here, playing on site and back corner. Brams ready to peek in from heaven as a player coming in from the short control as well, just starting to wrap around that backstab and start to really pressurize what they've got going on here. Ready to counteract, I believe, a recon dart set to be set up here. The smoke's going down, and here come the Vitality side. Zik still waiting for someone to drop down from heaven in towards Dart. Dash comes forward, they see what's going on. Alarm bot's been triggered. One kill for Zik as his teammate falls. He's quick to follow suit, and Vitality will claim that third.
He was ready for the jet, but unfortunately there was someone right behind him. Vitality leveraging the numbers very well there, and Wave unable to really pick that up. They overinvested too much in B, proving a little bit of a hurdle for them like we saw in the round prior. So I think they obviously don't want to go back there. They have one more buy in the bank before they're really going to start to feel the effects of these couple of losses, as they are starting to get towards the tail end of it. Actually, maybe they're able to buy up as well. Their economy has been pretty solid so far.
Indeed it has, you know. Again, rifles back in tow. They still should have probably enough for another buyer, I'd assume, correct? Like, there's still a lot of cash available.
Counted.
Yeah, like, there's a lot available for the Wave side. Another reinvestment coming through, perhaps. I mean, so long as they can just win this round, then I'll have one regardless. But obviously, Vitality, they would love to reset them going into the final of the half. It's the operator out for back, finally getting that opening kill. Got a Phantom close towards it, and Muri's going to get both those players down, as Vac just couldn't escape from position, taken out for 2-for-1 trade, and Wave might just push off the A campaign as a result. They got short presence and long presence, and now 3 players rotating. They're going to gamble stack this site.
It was a very committal dash. Brand needs to find this, it gets flashed, but so does Cider, and that is just a free kill for Brams. Make it 2 as well. Murray does finish off Sender, but now it's 2 versus 2, and Brams has Spike. They're going to have to push him at some point here, and Carcass is not exactly geared up for it with this operator in tow. Fiku just playing that solid game, and Vitality know that it's really down to Wave to make the move here. Going to be peeking out Murray. Like 2 ships in the night. Fiku doesn't peek out, but moves out there. It's now 4 kills for Murray, looking for this ace, expecting to push it. Carcass is ready for it and gets the frag there. All good stuff from Wave, despite losing that fight in short.
I mean, good stuff all in all from the likes of Brams. He was the guy that really turned that round around for his side. But not to be in the end for Vitality. 7-3. Wave will win the half at this stage. You talk about money there for the Wave side. Not the same could be said for the sake of Vitality. They're on an SMG for Machina and just a pistol out of FQ. So this is a very broken buy scenario for them. They kind of needed that round to be able to maintain control. So yeah, not looking great. Once again, Vac's going to try and aggress forward with the operator, but this didn't work out well for them last time. They need to try and do a bit better with this. Flashes will come through, so at least he'll get the benefit of being able to get out of dodge before he gets taken down. And Brams will be the first casualty. Muri with that frag. Carcass deals with the operator duel, so a 5v3 has been gained.
Yeah, I think Sender just needs to hightail it out of here. That lockdown's going to be so problematic for them, and does actually manage to do it. Good stuff from them. Vitality can completely see the site. Wave are just going to set up for a perfect post plant. Their dream post plant here is they're going to be able to get that spike on down. I don't think anything Vitality can do to try and stop it. Maybe they could have Rolling Thundered, but I think that's a very over-aggressive investment here, especially with the weapons that they have in tow. Machina baits out a shot. But Fiku lands the headshot. That's the first thing they need to get. That's on their list, how to win this round.
There's still so much more to gain. Now the rifle's got to step up. Shock darts coming through will drive one player away. Allow that rifle to get in position, send the flash points forward, but Carcass and Muri have their numbers and they're dialing it in the phone book. 3 kills for Muri in particular and an 8th to the board of Wave. Vitality shut out of the defensive side here. They will be up for a swap in the next one, but of course this buy up for the final round of the half is going to look completely broken.
Absolutely is. Great stuff from Wave, and I want to actually highlight very quickly the dashes in particular from Vac here on that A long. We saw the first time they dashed into the corner to try and maintain that aggression. This time, Vac actually didn't. tried to play that a little bit more passive, but still went for the repeat, got caught out, and I think you need to give some more respect over to Wave here. They have been hitting these shots really well and utilizing teamwork to be able to flush you out of those positions and constantly pushing in like that. The Rolling Thunder does hit. Rams is trying to push on in, especially with Vax back up with these knives. Unfortunately, he misses everything. The Stinger has got to come up big here. They find one. The refrag hasn't even come on through. He's got the Vandal in tow as Murray has just slipped onto the site. And when the dust settles, it's Wave Esports who are absolutely out on top. Machina is going to have to come up huge. And he wasn't even expecting to still take down side of that. How does that even happen?
He had his knife out and everything. That should not have been a kill for him. Regardless, backstabbing players. Carcass has his Blade Storm out. Veku's going to fall. And it's all to Machina. 1 versus 3. Back's turned as well. Seen there by Carcass. Sneaking up slowly to get his own multi-frag round. And a 9th round to the board of Wave. A fantastic attacking half. And you mentioned now, yes, this is a traditionally attacking sort of map. It definitely feels like Wave have proven it, but Vitality now with their chance to strike. Can they end this bad run of form in the first half?
Absolutely. This is what I was saying as well. Vitality, yeah, they 13-0'd Wave the last time they met, but Wave are different now. They're playing with the big boys. They're taking down Fnatic. They're playing and taking Alliance to the very bitter end here on this map. I believe 17-15 was the scoreline, Alliance versus Wave, as much as Wave lost. They are proving themselves against some really strong squads, and Vitality might not cut it anymore. This is a pretty dominating performance in this first half, and it wasn't just aim, it was also really good coordination, good utilization of ultimates in a way that we haven't seen from some of the other teams in this tournament so far.
It's Pistols out for the Vitality attacking force. Got one player lurking into the short control, contrasting that to Wave's straight up A split set. One player in towards mid as they did play initial mid default. Vitality are starting to rotate back around position though. Machina give away some information to the Wave side for the moment. It's a slow creep in towards that short position and to that long area. No one is on the A side, but now with some of the traps being popped off here by Vac, it should allow an entry to come through. That spike plant can be secured with no casualties gained.
Got a lot of map control here. Wave planning to play that retake. It's pretty sensible decision here. They didn't have a way to try and contest in the mid early on the site, but Wave capitalize. Machina gets caught out, and now they have that player advantage. Utility ready here. Vitality is just looking for the triple. Almost the triple. Sorry, only a double from Vac, but still absolutely huge. However, these players pushing through. Vac are leveraging the fact that they have this man advantage. Fender just cannot land him. The right click almost there, but Cider with this ghost is going to clean things up, and Wave take that all-important first round here. Will actually survive through that util, and they've moved up to double digits already. They are leaving Vitality in the dust. And again, look at that. The coalesce on mid, taking down Machina, and then from there, just really clean executes. They get caught out. That happens. It happens to every player. But because they're working together as a team, they flush back out, take him down, and now Vitality, I think very sensibly trying to force up here. They need a string of good wins, and it has to come off of something that shouldn't necessarily happen if both teams are playing absolutely perfect.
Yeah, Vitality tried something risky in that last round with the pistol being flash pointed through the wall and around that corner towards the B-Link area. So, I mean, it was a ballsy play and one that, if it had worked, would have gotten them the advantage. But the fact they were able to get that one trade together is ultimately what won that round for Wave. If Vitality got that 3K, I think it would have been a very different story. But Spike Plant gets them relatively far. They're going to go for a very fast split in seems towards the C side. Zik has been spotted. Flashpoint once again coming through against his position. Spraying back. He's going to be back with that first kill. Zik lines up 2 though. Pistols out against the next player. Not going to be so lucky for the 3 versus 3 instead. Spike can make his way to the site. Will get planted down. Boombot will try to get some information, but it'll be retake mode for Wave.
Recon dart, no problem. Carcass using that Spectre at long range doesn't get very much damage as you kind of expect, but a good flash here means that maybe Murray can start to spring their attack here. Nico stops Machina from pushing all too hard. I think Fiku may be overextending here a little bit. They do manage to take him down, but now it's 2 versus 2 still, and Carcass is watching this angle, expecting that push. Will also get the spray and finish off Fiku. Dashes out for a little bit of added flair as Wave Esports move to 11 and crush Vitality's force.
But that was all down to the automatics in that last round. And Vitality got so close to finally securing one against the Wave side, but we could be looking at a flawless defensive half. Wave just need 2 more rounds to get them past the finish line and to win this map up outright. 11-3, Vitality. Their grand final position may be under threat at this stage. I've got the SMG out for Brams, a couple of upgrade pistols, but this is going to be more of an eco round to get them back on the main rifles here. Wave in such a good spot. Vitality are going to go a 9-round streak to overtime if they want to try to take this map up, and yeah, this is just not looking good for them.
Absolutely. Zik, waiting in the wings, expecting that push to come through from Vitality. The Frenzy trying to find something with that spray, but not able to get it. And, Murray just holds it down. Oh, Viku actually hits this shot there and does finish them off the back, baiting out all of those kind of spray downs coming on through. However, they weren't expecting Cider to look for that retake, and it's still a lot of map control for Wave here as Vitality try and invest a little bit too much. They are going to move towards this C site, and even going for the surround here. Zik has to be careful if they are going to go. Oh, yeah, broken.
Wow.
I thought that from the swap perspective that they were going to go down there, but Brams just absolutely holds strong, and now it's only 2 for Wave.
That's a big play for Vitality. Triple up for Brams as Cider falls next, and it's all left to Nico here. What can he do to try and bring this one back from position? He's got a Spectre in hand. They're going to try flank from a different position, but I think they're going to cover this one off. Yeah, straight Sheriff shot shuts him down, and that's a 4th for Vitality on a round that they shouldn't really have won, but they're going to take it back anyway. Wave caught off guard by that flanking from Garage, and it buys Vitality a lifeline.
It really is, but they don't have much left. They're going to be able to buy up here, but even look at that buy, and it's not very much. I'm surprised they haven't forced up the rifles because they need everything they can get. I think they're saying, hey, we have one more potential round in the bag, even if we lose. So giving themselves some cushioning more than anything.
And that cushion could turn into the springboard that they need here. It's not over till the fat lady sings, and I don't see her tuning up her voice right now. Vitality have a bit of fight left in this one, and they're starting to punish some of the aggressive faces from the Wave side. That first guy, I believe, came in over towards the B side, but that player pushing out from C long is going to get tagged up low. And now the A play looks to get centered up, and there's nothing here to try and deny them here. No traps, no cams, no nothing. Just straight up in towards the site. And Wave are going to have to rotate back for the retake in this one, so yeah, Vitality should be gifted a 5th. Bolster themselves back up here. The main issue is going to be when the real rifles come out. That's where things are going to start to get dicey. And still, Cider just takes back down through the smoke.
Note that the orbital strike is here. It could be some smokes coming on through, but does have that ultimate potentially leverage. Carcass wants to lead the charge, but obviously a lot of utility keeping them at bay. The paranoia almost buys them a frag, but very good with the dashback. Doesn't get caught. Machina, however, will punish Cider for trying to move on up here. Go caught the angle, and these headshots are coming out of plenty. 4-Wave Esports here. It's 2 versus 3 for Vitality. Goes down to 1. Can Brams hold it? There's not much time left. Find a quick headshot. It could end, but Brams holds down the 4, and Vitality just barely hold on to that round.
Not even a 4-buy from Wave, so Vitality, a lot of expense having to go into that round. A lot of it unnecessary expense, I would argue. They will still get the 4 rifles back out here, but obviously that cripples the economy state going into the next to the next round here. If Wave can win it, that'll be match point with a very broken buy from Vitality. Vandals and Phantoms across the entire board here. A bit of aggression will come through towards A long. Where do Vitality want to try and play this? Waver again going to try and play the aggressive positions and try and shut down Vitality early, or just put the smokes out and try and stop them from getting in towards this long position. That will allow them to take a lot of map control here, so this is a good call from Wave.
Going up super aggressive here. Ultimate into heaven. Rams is going to get a lot of info here, knowing that they're not there. Carcass falls as well. This is an execute onto way if I've ever seen one, especially if they get so much information off of the back of Neural Theft.
Here they go. Brams being spotted, taken out by C. The next 4 versus 4. Good trade back for the Wave side. Bursting through for Murray. Gets 2 players back in dark though. Back in Becky weren't ready for it. They're going to make their way in. Almost strike will force them back to the site. And Cider will get Mack and leaving it all to Sender. 3 kills to his name. 1 player low, 1 player high. And the high player is close. And now we'll take him for dead. 12 now to the board of the Wave side on for map point here on Haven.
I don't know if Vitality have enough to buy. They will, at least on some of their players. Vac not going to have anything and doesn't have that ultimate ready either. Wave have been absolutely stellar so far, and they just continue on with that. They have 2 ultimates on the board on either side. So how they're going to leverage these, I think, is going to be a key part of it. note that they're all very useful ultimates. Sometimes these ultimates can be hard to effectively use in some of these situations. Like sometimes the Omen ultimate can be pretty ineffective, but you've got the Showstopper, you've got the Lockdown, you've got Hunter's Fury, and also that Rolling Thunder, which can all absolutely destroy the preconceptions of a round. As Vac may be looking for first contact here.
Well, last chance for Vitality to dig deep. The ultimate's in tow. Rifles out against Zik. They will take him down. Sender starting things off. One player in the garage window. Makina's going to be able to deal with him. Cedar to fall and Murray back over the entrance. 5-on-3 being gained. Spike plant will come through. Where was this confidence from Vitality for the most of the attacking half? They're finally starting to look like a really confident take of the round is going to come through. Do Wave want to go for this here? It seems like with the 2 players backing off towards A site and spawn, maybe there's one lurker might look for X's, but other than that, this should be a 6th.
Yeah, I think it's a good call for Wave to save here. They have a decent number of ultimates. If they can get rifles in the next round, everything is peachy. Vitality not expecting Carcass to be waiting in their own spawn, so Makina does go down, and that's at least some damage. And Vitality, I mean, obviously they're going to win up, so their economy won't be all too bad, but their economy was pretty patchy prior to this.
Yeah, kind of need to recover this round to try and get it back into order, so Vitality, a big win. Obviously having to force the issue regardless because it was going to be a map victory if they lost it, so now within 6 of the lead. Rifles are plenty coming out. Seen very little of the operator in this half, especially from the Wave side. Does Carcass want to try and take another op Vatal? I don't think he does. Well, they can't have the cash for it at this stage, so just going to be the basic pistols out alongside these 2 Vandals that were saved. And another bonus round of Vitality, it seems like, will come through. So a little bit of an opportunity again to start get that cushion a bit more feathered up. Try to turn it into a springboard if possible against the Wave side. Aldrons, for information, playing out towards C long here. It's going to be Vac that takes that entry position. Only a couple players here. Realistically, they'll be able to take face. Have spotted out 2 players. The recon bolts will be able to reveal positions. Got a Bucky out here. Taps through from side and does not get that frag. Does not see any more of the players. Does find his way onto the central position of the Vitality side. Has forced that spike pump off a little bit as well. But yeah, kills should come through for the Vitality side. 100 Fury from the attacking forces. 1 defender left in the midst of the smoke. 4 HP for Carcass. All 5 alive for Vitality.
Yeah, they do invest that Hunter's Fury, so there is something off the board for Vitality with a pretty clean round and fixing the holes that they had economically. Obviously, they got to just keep on running away with this. One slip up and it could spell doom. Wave, happy to chillax. They've got a lot of time to work with, and that's why their economy is so perfectly fine here. Murray is going to be a little bit lacking in terms of that armor, but that's going to be enough for Wave to put a proper threat on the board. And that's always something to keep in mind. Eventually, one of these threats is going to find their way on through, especially with the way that Wave have been playing and with this showstopper already, which could make a bit of a splash.
Well, see a long take here for Vitality. This time they have got Murray here to try and defend against it. Backed up by a secondary player. Spray through actually catches that first headshot, but Makina's there to tag and take him down. So, 4-on-4 situation. The turret will go down at Zik's part. Smoke to his position, so he won't be able to press forward of it. He'll try to, though, catch a bit of a corner position. Amidst the dark cover, however, there is a player that's lurking pretty close towards it. Makina will start the plant now. And it will be a retake again for the Wave side. As Cider falls, that will start to harm their potential a little bit further here. Vac knows that the player somewhere firing close towards the heads, but not catching Zik. When this smoke clears, maybe in with a bit of a task and a half here. Flashbang in, takes out Vac for 1 good frag. Turn up on Nico for the secondary kill. 2 players, 1 player standing for Vitality. Fetu gets a triple, and now a 1v1. Both players tagged extremely low. The spike in position here, in vision of this last individual. Face back from Nico, gets the kill. And I don't know if he's got time with a spike defuse. I think I've lagged out a little bit. But either way, Wave, a great retake here.
Yeah, brilliantly done. I assume that was the round win. I love that fake flash coming out from Nico. You see it sometimes from these Sky players, and it was absolutely stellar. Huge stuff coming on through, and a dominant performance here from Wave. That was looking really close. Vitality, it looked like they had things on lock, but it just all came to a head, and Wave won out those duels consecutively, beautifully played off of a single flash. This is the coordination that we're talking about, and this is why that Sky can be so darn good.
Well, I'm getting official confirmation that yes, they were able to defuse the spike there in that particular context. So, hell of a 1v1 to close it out at that stage, Rook. I wish we got to see it, but yeah, technical issues will be able to get away, get away and take us back. But you know, that's a bit of a problem there. Either way, though, talking about Haven, 13-6, like what a result for the Wave side, and again to take this map back to return. You were right on the money, Rook. You were correct. You thought this would be a map for them. You thinking a 2-1 victory maybe on the table, and I'm thinking right now that maybe if I could change my prediction, I probably would at this stage.
Yeah, honestly, the way I was looking at it is, yeah, Vitality are good, but they've been playing against a lot of the kind of teams which are maybe in the top 32 and things like that. You look towards this Wave team, and they've been taking on that top squad. This is the new Wave, and honestly, it's sink or swim for Vitality here in this next map. Icebox has to be theirs. It's a map which Wave don't like playing, frankly, very few teams do, and it's one that Vitality have got a lot of practice on. They've got to prove that they're up to the task, and I think they absolutely are. Vac had a couple of suspect moments in that, but in general, he's just one hell of a fragger and brings so much to the board for this squad. I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do here.
Indeed, he was the MVP of Icebox in the semi-final series against Volvo Pete. Now let's see if he can become the same thing to recover Vitality's position in our upper bracket finals. We're going to go to a short break and come back with Icebox after it. So do not go anywhere. The Intel Valorant tournament will continue after this.
Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him? Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him?
Welcome back to the Epic32 Intel Valorant tournament, brought to you in part by Overclockers UK and Logitech G. We're getting into our second map of Icebox between Vitality and Wave. Wave have turned around the previous disaster that could have been described as their open qualifier match against the Vitality side. They had lost 13-0 previously, turned it around to 13-7 in their favor this time, and now it goes to the Vitality pick of Icebox. Rook, we saw quite a performance from those guys on the attacking side, but now this is the chance for Vitality to pick one back in a series.
Yeah, Wave redeeming their Red Bull performance, but as we kind of mentioned before we moved on over to the break, this is going to be super duper difficult for Wave to pick on up. Vitality's basically home ground. No one else really plays too much of Icebox. A couple of teams here and there over many of the different regions, but not many at all. Vitality are absolutely one of them, and it's a map which they had a lot of success on. Wave are really going to need to kick it up a gear if they're going to be able to take this 2-0, and frankly, with the strategies that Vitality have to bring out with things like the Viper, bringing out the post-re kind of changes Reyna as well, and even bringing out a Sage here, nothing like the Cypher, nor any of that Killjoy, just sitting with these very defensive operators, absolutely, in the Sage and the Viper, but also able to maneuver around a little bit more and place that pressure more dynamically.
Oh, I got my first chance to cast some Icebox in the semi-finals when Vitality were playing, and this will be my second opportunity to do so, hopefully in a bit more of a competitive environment. So this will really sort of like stress what this map is capable of in the competitive scene for me. We'll get to see exactly what they can do with it. Wave looking to post up a hell of a task here up on the defensive line to kick things off. And, well, they need to get a good defensive side, I feel like. This one can be pretty attacker-sided, so Vitality in with a great advantage here to start. And if they can get a good half in, then this could very, very easily fall to their favor here. Again, their map pick, their favorite, their home ground. And Wave could be taking us to a third map in the series.
Yeah, Vitality expecting to give Wave a very cold reception here, and, well, start off with some big frags. It's generally what Vitality like to do here. That's why they're happy to bring the Reyna, bringing the Jet without any breach, something we don't see too much of recently, obviously with the changes to operators a long time ago. Jet isn't quite so good standalone. I think she's still very serviceable, to be sure, but we often see her supported by some kind of support agent that can bring those flashes. Obviously here, that's not going to quite be the case. It'll be interesting to see how she maneuvers a lot of the terrain that's here in Icebox. It's very vertically challenging. You have to dash around a lot, and there are a lot of these different angles which you're going to have to deal with. And I think that's a reason why we often see this Jet getting brought here alongside things like the Omen. So I like that they're doing it, and you can look over towards Wave. They're kind of in a very similar position. They're bringing with the Jet, they're bringing the Raze as well, who can also get up there. And this is actually one of the first times in a long time that I've seen Reyna on both sides. Both sides bringing the Reyna and Viper, and it feels like it does kind of fit the map, to be sure, because there's lots of different angles. It's quite big. It's easy to split up, and you can take those 1v1s or the 1vx's that sometimes Reyna can really pull off. There's a lot of angles to play around, so I do think it's very strong here. And Viper, I feel, only accentuates that with her ability to really sculpt the map to her own design.
Seemingly the most competitive, the most viable map here for a Viper to be in play here is Icebox, so both teams taking that advantage as is appropriate. Zik tries to start things off against the attacking forces, suppressing them here with poison and more walls putting up here to try and siphon them off from the actual site itself. They are playing towards the B site very early on here. Vitality tapping through the wall back and now doing some damage towards Zik. Tagged to 31, all information getting gained. Toxins are low though, so got to fall back out position. Might allow the spike plant to come through early.
They are quite close to it, but that wall does make things a little bit difficult. It will run out, and now they'll start to be able to make their move. You can see that Wave are trying to circle around, get a couple of the distant flanks and play from those different angles. Nade onto the wall to try and break it open, but not actually planting in default here. Interesting positioning from Sender, and they even find that frag into Zik, who is in that back corner. Wave are trying to come to their aid, but there it is! These ghosts making light work of these frags. However, Sender turns around, takes down 2, and it's Cider versus his remaining 2. Was absolutely fantastic on the Brimstone. Now they've got a lot more options to take these duels. This could be absolutely huge. Sender's going to be waiting in the wings, gets the shots in here alongside Brams, and they do finish things off as Vitality pick up that all-important pistol round.
Yeah, good pistol shooting as well, the headshots in particular from the Ghosts, as you mentioned, but as well as that, this drive-by from Sender to really turn things back to the tide of the Vitality cap. And good kills found all around, pistol round being secured by Vitality, definitely a positive start for them. You mentioned obviously the you know, the limitations of the Jets in this particular matchup, but Vac was one of the MVP players when he was playing on Icebox. He's currently playing on that Jet for good reason. His movement can be particularly proficient, I think, for the Vitality side. So let's see whether that will continue into this one. Wasn't a standout man of the pistol round, but the conversion will come through. Wave will once again be up against the Vitality side, pressing into that B play so early on here.
Fiku, again, trying to lead the charge, scouting out any info. Wave just piling on through A. If they can catch this Viper off guard, they will be able to spot them out. Those headshots are coming through thick and fast. However, eventually, the masked guns will deal with them, and Vitality now know exactly where those last 3 players are likely to be coming from. And they'll make a move of their own. Machina already starting to round the corner and put the pressure onto these players to slip into tube unnoticed, but it's still going to be a very difficult opportunity for them to pick up the round.
Yeah, I mean, just the pistols versus the upgrades, it's not going to be easy for this Wave side. Vitality will clean up house, get that first frag in for Vac. Not quite that second, as you see that just take him down. So damage will be done to Muri, will not be in the best position to do much here, and Machina's going to be able to get that kill back. See, that's still tagging up with the Sheriff, not able to make it a third. Sender closes it down, but a lot of damage done to Vitality. For pistols out, Wave can be happy with that round.
Yeah, I think they're pretty happy completely. They found so much value, just kind of walked on through, found a bunch of kills, and got some money in the bank. They're really looking to just die up on this third round here.
Yeah, cash in hand, and rifles will come out. Let's see what they can do with what they've with the damage that they've done. Of course, you're seeing the Bulldog come through from Machina, which was in that last round previously, so more of a bonus weapon, but there's still players down to no credits in the case of Vac, so a heavy investment's got to come through to readjust for the pistol damage that they did. Wave, this time now have to contest against the A play. 2 fast hits in towards B now. Vitality going to try and go similar pacing in towards the A site. Not wasting any time whatsoever. The Owl drone will go back out to try and see if they can secure some information. Seeing 1 player to the back line and a 2nd player spotted as well. Tons of info now. They're going to try and counteract them here. Ahead of the smoke is going to be Carcass. Dealt with immediately. 2 for nothing trade as a res that's come through from Sender trying to take down Snyder as well. And Muri in the back line does get a 3 versus 3 situation. And the Nico coming in towards Machina. We'll get it back to an even standing once again, getting the trades together for the defensive side. Vitality struggling to establish themselves here on the A side.
Flashes come on in. You can see the Viper is trying to get that flank on off. Nico's just waiting, biding their time, hoping that the rest of their squad doesn't get caught off guard. Zeke starting to make their move now. I don't know if they're expecting this. Like, they do have someone watching. They do know it's coming. Nico's starting to make their move on out here. Looking for it. Well, oh, couldn't see them in the bottom right there. Vac does fall. Will it be the ace for Sender here to try and clutch out the round? The smoke gets popped, tries to bait on it. This will likely be a touch and go situation as Sender. He's just trying to go for this, trying to bait on it still. Sender needs to drop one down, make something happen, was expecting it. With the drop, they can try and spray him, but Sender just buying so much time, finds the ace as well. The spike will go off, and that is a W for Vitality there. They invested the ultimate, but luckily, it actually won them the round.
Yeah, super risky from Sender, diving into the midst of that smoke there, that poison cloud that tagged him up to about 60-50 or so. But coming out good for it. And of course, getting the ace. So well held for Sender on the entries and the defensive. Vitality resting on him to get a 3-0 start for them here on this attacking side. And Waves kind of shut out of the round as a result of it here. A great retake setting for them, and again, the trades have been particularly good here for this defensive side. So there are opportunities, there are picks available, there are, you know, some things that they can do to try and counteract Vitality in this first half. Just the case that Vitality just that one little step ahead that seems to turn things over their favor overall. Back to the pistols for the Wave side, so shouldn't expect to see a first buck on the board for this one. Vitality should be securing a 4-0 by all accounts.
Pretty sure Fiku's trying to slip on through here yet again. Looking for something, but I think Wave very sensibly playing these longer angles with these Deagles, but unfortunately Fiku just finds that frag. Get that spray on through, but again just getting caught out here, and now with Wave trying to push on in, this makes their job a lot harder. They couldn't deny that spike plant, and they do find an opening frag at the very least to bring it down to 4, but there's still a play disadvantage and a massive weapon disadvantage to make that even more, as Fiku just finds these shots, and it's just completely routing them with a spray on down there from Brams. Vitality with a very good round on the whole.
Yeah, nice and efficient, nice and quick. Those big quick plays have been so deadly a lot of the time. Like, they've just been flawless there from the Vitality side. We saw that in the semi-finals as well, just how quickly they want to play in towards that B position. Just wrap back over, go towards backside, clear it out, get the spike plant in, not waste any time. And while Wave are struggling to deal with it, probably the biggest struggle we've seen from them so far in this series has been dealing with those B site hits. Vitality are going to lean towards the A site for this next round though, so it might be a bit of a different pace here on the cards.
Yeah, and Wave brought it very close the last time there was a push towards this A site. Vitality certainly could struggle if we see these frags come through like this and the dismiss and, well, everything else in the bag as well. Sender does find something to keep it even and even pumps in that res as those frags allow them to get on up to that ultimate. Carcass does get spotted out because Shuri comes on through to try and pick them off, but Sender is the one to take him down here and finding so much absolutely necessary for this squad as they are leading everyone in, and it's just one left in Nico.
Wow, Sender doing so much for his side. Nico is going to be able to respond towards him though, take him down. Info call out of the second player, but still a 1-on-2 scenario. His rifle out. The recon dart's not going to catch vision onto him. Will not be able to get the information back for the Vitality side. 50 seconds left. Spike plant needs to come through relatively soon. He's out in the open. I think he knows about it. Seen there, spray back. Nico takes the double, but not the triple. Machina there with a quick response back. But just contrast that A hit to that B hit there for Vitality. How confident it was on B, and then they had to rely on Sender getting a good spray down and a res to keep them back in the round.
Yeah, Sender honestly really saving this team, doing exactly what a good Sage should, and keeping everyone alive, keeping the push on going, and making sure you do not lose that momentum. Vitality 5-0 now off the back of that, and Wave kind of going, we need to find an opening here. Maybe we should force up a little bit. And I think that's exactly what they're going to be doing. They're going to be using the ultimate for Carcass. If they can step up like they did in the previous map, there's definitely a chance to pick up a round here. But if this is going to be that B push again, I don't know how successful that's going to be at all, because it has been stifling how much Vitality have put onto this B side.
They're going to go back there once again. Oh, Muri does line up a couple of players, though. Take out Sender, at least that's a start. Nades out, trying to force them away. Carcass gets the blade storm together, gets back to full, and he's tucked down to get Beku as well. Is he going to push forward a bit? He's going to get above the wall position, and Machina will take him down. Swing back on the second player. First two does not work out. Brams can finish the job on Zicht, but now needs to get a 1 versus 4 in. He's found that first kill, and needs to find a whole lot more from here. This one has fallen apart as Wave finally find a way to counter Vitality.
Absolutely massive there from Wave. They invest the ultimate. They have pretty ramshackle buy, to be completely honest with you. But these Guardians, well, as long as you're hitting that first headshot, they're absolutely good as a Vandal. A little bit more consistent as well than that Sheriff in these kind of spamming scenarios where you're trying to land a couple of shots to the body. So has actually allowed them to get more than enough. Sider will now communicate that Brams is no longer on that long angle. And with the wall going up, he's trying to find some sort of opening, but position will be given away by that flash. They know exactly where Brams is now. Going to try and look for that spike and try and bait out some info here. But on the other side of that wall, the spray doesn't quite give away their position. They're going to have to reset it here. Wave still don't know. They're going to push on in. The flag is there, but in the reload, Nice punishes them. And Weave Esports find their first round off of a pretty patchwork situation.
Well, 2 players stayed alive. Browns made it expensive. But I don't even think they had major rifles in this round, so Wave can be pretty happy with that one. I'm surprised he actually managed to get that third kill in. But yeah, stacked up. Muri finally finding the main staple sort of opening frag there of that round and just tapping through with the blade storm of Carcass, and just that great combination position. Carcass, I don't know how he managed to sneak so far up towards the attacking side line. Vitality were caught so far off guard with that. Wave, as a result, get there first to the defensive board. Vitality, however, as you mentioned, they were looking so good, so patchwork required to get that first to that board. And if it's going to stay that way, then we might be seeing a few more troubles up ahead.
Flashes to try and find that information early. Wave looking to see exactly where Vitality are making that push happen, and this time they're shifting things up quite a bit with what looks like a mid push towards that B side. The wall goes in, and as much as they're going to be able to break it open, too many slip by. Back even with the running, takes down Muri, and with Zeke falling as well, Wave are now going to be looking for that retake here.
Some of these shots from Vitality are ridiculous. Through smokes, dive down, transfers of the spray, close range up, popping through windows, taking kills off doors. And Brams and Sender, the next couple players to get those frags together, leaving Carcass in a 1 versus 5 with the Operators. Got no chance at that one. And that is the confidence and vitality that you need to fear if you're Wave. Yes, they had a bit of a misstep in that last round, but that was just the perfect example of what you have to do if you let your guard down. Just the poison wall up, drive-by straight in from that. I don't know how he hits that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, really well done as well for Vitality to just clean house afterwards. Wave Esports not able to find their way on in there, try and capitalize off the back of that one round they have picked up so far, and it really looks like Vitality are rolling them here. This is a flashback to the last time they met, albeit on a more comfortable map for Vitality, and Wave obviously proving they haven't done enough practice here. Not many teams were expecting to have to play it, and I think they should have done their research. They should have been ready for it when you're looking at those bans. You can do the research. Vitality love it. Take it away. Ascent is going to go much better than this for you. Cider finds an opening frag, which means Wave do have a way on through here, but they seed yet another player as they try and push up way too aggressively.
One casualty for either side, and Vitality back up a little bit, trying to utilize those poison walls up to try and see if they can find an angle to work against the Wave side. They will get Muri to fall. Nico, however, left in the backlines up at the rafters, sees one player coming up, taps through, gets that kill back on Brams. Semi-automatic's doing well enough to get the Vandals back in play. 3 versus 3 standing up for the retake here. A couple of gliding lights thrown out there. We'll try and blind off these players to look for information back here, knowing that there's 2 in the backlines below the rafters entrance. And Cedar will try and take the aggressive face from the backlines. As a result, Nico is going to fall, as is Zik. And Cedar left alone here, leering his way back out. Needs to find those next couple of players. Vitality have repositioned to try playing Ring of Roses, but their backs turned towards this individual. Tap through, sprays up, gets it to a 1 versus 1. Now last player standing, but Vecchio shuts it down and takes that 7th for Vitality. Again, down to the wire, and I'm just going to shut. They keep playing towards this A site when they just consistently keep losing. You know, I don't know what it is about this A site, but Wave are doing such a great job of defending against it. They're getting these rounds within like a touching distance of winning them.
Yeah, it is so tragic to see. Cider has been absolutely fantastic on Duelist so far, and I'd love to see more of this, but it's not quite enough to take them over the line, even with that 3K there. Peeks out wide, Vecchio was expecting it and does take him down. It is, I do think, more than anything, the experience on this map. Vitality know what they're doing here, and Wave just do not have that same comfort, even though Cider is 7-7.
Well, 7-1 to that board here. Vitality are the ones that overall are leading the charge. And much more passive this time, trying to play towards the A side. And they're trying to bait in the Wave side to get a bit aggressive. I mean, they'd be right to assume that, but it's in the wrong side of the map here. Cedar will go dropping in the end as he overextends by a tiny amount. Sender drops him. And now the Viper over on the B side is just going to fall back for the Wave side. Go back to a standard defensive position as Wave now need to spread out a bit more thinly. 3 players on the A side defense, so I think they've got in for the Vitality here.
And they know they've got to try something cheeky here. That's why he's that far up, to try and find some kind of edge, because Vitality, if you don't take a lot away from them, are just going to win these rounds out through nickel and dime or clutch situation after clutch situation. That shot just barely whiffs at the head, and Vac is looking for that little bit more to make a little bit more of an advantage for Wave right now. Karkas takes down Brams, and that means that now Vitality are not quite in the position they want to find themselves in. They should be able to get the spike on down, but for the most part, Wave are not going to be able to contest enough, at least so I believe. It's back down to 2 versus 2 as the operator finds another victim.
Couple of good trades back here, and now Nico drops, leaving it all towards Zik. Vecchio will be able to deal with him all the same. So a moment there where it did look like Wave were going to contest towards this B site, but again, Vitality able to get those last couple of trades together for an 8th round to the attacking board here. These rounds are very expensive for them, unfortunately, though, so it still could be a bit of a difficult prospect going forward. It only really takes 1 good round for Wave to reset them, but it's just a case of getting that round, you know?
It really is. And it's mostly just been that in the rounds where we've seen Vitality perform to a great degree, it's been just a complete steamroll. And the other rounds, it's been just a really gut-wrenching loss, honestly, for Wave. They haven't been able to use a lot of their utility in a lot of these situations, and they're often losing players early on. That's a key part of it. Trying to find one of those shots there, but it's nigh upon impossible to be able to deal with those players because they just come sprinting around the corner. Hitting a sheriff shot like that is really difficult on a moving target. I think we're all fully aware of that position. Sender's going to be able to get the spike on down. Look at the Viper pit. Vitality are just investing everything into this round. They know they're going to put Wave yet another round behind, even though they found that frag.
Well, first kill has come through onto the Wave side, so Vitality are a player down in this one. Zik, however, tagged heavily against his line. Bladestorm coming through, Lear dealt with. Vecchio, I should say, will be able to get Zik, however, doubling up on towards Cedar as Brams gets involved. Marshall back here for Carcass, can't land his shots. Nico can, they'll get into a 3 versus 2, and now 1 as Vecchio finds his Quadra. Sender with the res onto Mackin to make it a little bit less expensive with Vitality, but still 9-1. All those ultis used against them, and once again, Wave just couldn't contest.
Yeah, and these ultimates being invested, so happy to try and hold down these angles. What can you really do, especially when you just don't have the firepower to try and deny any of these angles? Vecchio just coming up massive, and it's just been highlight reel after highlight reel for a lot of these Vitality players. Just really solid stuff. They're going to be back on rifles now, our Wave. They just need to find something, anything, to try and open up a 2K, a 1K. The 1Ks just don't seem to be enough, right?
Yeah, you know, like they need a little bit more is the problem. And I think they've needed a little bit more for a very long time here on this side. Vitality just way too strong. Like it's just not gonna. It's just the basic plays that they're pulling out right now is not going to be enough. Even though they've got it real close, but they just need that little bit extra, or maybe to punish a few more mistakes from Vitality because they have been making a few. You know, these rounds aren't this close just exclusively because of the Wave sort of like fantastic plays. Some of it is coming down to Vitality making a couple of smaller mistakes here and there, but not that many. This side has still looked very solid on attack.
Carcass hunting for these frags, trying to find some kind of opening here. Hunter Suri goes down to try and find something through the smoke, takes down Brubs, takes down Machina. This could be what we asked for. Maybe it's too little too late, but at least it's something here. Wave starting to find that footing, and Carcass cleans things up. A clean round here finally on the board. But even if they take the next one with that kind of aplomb, that's only 3-9-1/2. They are going to have to go on an absolute tear on this attacking side.
One Blade Storm was enough, to say the least. Carcass dropping carcasses across the entire map there with his blades. And again, like that's the kind of play we need to see, you know, something a bit more from Wave, and well, that is a bit more right there. Well, last round of the half, Vitality still with a majority of rounds. The best Wave can get is 3 to close out the defensive side and start getting towards that attack force. If Vitality make it 10-2, though, it could be a very different scenario. Vac is flashed out position. Wave is trying to push forward on this one. Carcass will be able to get Vac at least. Zik pushes forward, sees one player at the back lines, gets that shot on Vecchio. So 5-on-3. Sender can respond towards one frag back at the spawn, but he's so suppressed in spawn. Needs to get a bit more together in this one. The attacking forces of Vitality been left lackluster here in this round.
Absolutely brilliant stuff from Wave pushing them back. I always find these defaults on Icebox to be absolutely hilarious because you got people still sitting in spawn because it's such an open spawn area. Zik just trying to hold down this angle, obviously using that Viper's Pit to put that pressure onto Vitality to deny them this push. Info's going to go over. They might spot out that player, but pushing on through. Oh no! Zik, that was free. He was 1 HP, and Wave Esports are now back down to 3 versus 3, and they have little to no control here. Cider manages to rectify the situation for now.
Spike plan will be secured. Bram's going to try and cover off his backup. Turning away towards that backup position at the spawn position. Machina getting caught, stunned now, but still Brams bails his teammate out. There comes the showstopper from Muri, getting that player to fall. Nades back to the back lines. Brams is going to try and avoid it, play around the spike plant position. Does not see anybody wide facing. Can't get that headshot, takes some damages, some back out. But the second player's right there. Brams gets a headshot. Muri will get the trade, and Wave will be able to secure that third. Back and forth kind of around, a lot of drama involved, but it does work out to the defensive side. It might not have been the cleanest half, but at least they can close it out on a high note.
A sigh of relief, honestly, for Wave, but it really ain't over yet. Cider getting this frag was so pivotal to the round, and now from that they were able to just about clutch it out, but it came way too close for comfort. That rocket finding Machina there, absolutely massive, and well, it's going to be hard for Wave to bring this back, but if they don't, it's going to be that third and final game. They're going over to split, but I think they'll have a lot better footing there. They just need to get warmed up, try and maybe get some habits out of Vitality here. That's something to really focus on, because even if you're not necessarily winning the game, there's so much information in these maps.
In the second half, we will look to go. Vitality with all the momentum, all the firepower, all the lead currently in their control. And Wave try and start to take an advantage here on the attacking side, straight in towards the A play on the pistol round, not even wasting any time. Backup's being set here, however. The backstab coming in from the Vitality side could throw off the Wave side if they're not really careful about this. And Vac leaning in past the poison wall. What will he be able to find ahead of this? They're going to push right forward. They've got not a clue! And that's 4 kills back to back to back to back. Nick will get a trade, but he doesn't last long. And the backstab was everything for Vitality.
They were not expecting that. Vac just has the patience, lets them both pass through. Easy pickings there. They were trying to get a little bit too aggressive. They committed too much, weren't watching the flank. That's something you got to keep in mind. If you're not playing these more standard Sentinels, like the Cypher, like the Killjoy, you cannot cover those flanks with just utility. You have to be watching it. And Vitality go, well, you know, you don't have it. We're going to walk on up and take you on down Wave. They had the momentum after those last 2 rounds, but they completely threw it away there.
And that's double digits for Vitality here. Very similar position to where the Wave side were at when they were up at the advantage on the first map. Now towards this second. Backed up by a sniper in the backline. That's Machina there. Cleaning house against the pistols. Not even a challenge to deal with the anti-eco Wave. To force the issue right back and get back into control. Because they're 2 away from the win now. Vitality looking so solid even on the defensive side.
It's just been absolutely fantastic for them, and they lost map 1, sure, but what a quick response from Vitality here. They have been absolutely in control of this map from start to finish. They lost a couple of rounds here and there, but it's just been absolutely stellar stuff. They've even got the ultimate ready for Vac if he's looking to really set up that dominance, because he's been absolutely fantastic. He's going to pop it here and just absolutely hunt for these kills. Wave this time, playing a little bit slower, expecting the push to come on through. Should be able to shut it down if it comes. They've got these players with rifles. Watching these angles, Vac is still waiting for that time to shine.
Slowly but surely they'll push forward and catch off Brams. Vac turning up his ulti already. Blaze Storm straight in on Zix. Cedar's going to be able to get Sender to drop back to a 4 versus 3. Favored to the attacking side as Nico and Carcass catch some very aggressive Vitality players in this one. They pushed so far forward in that, and they just got shut down so quickly. Shut down at that. Vac alone still got Blaze Storm in play. Does get another good headshot back, but anything from more from this should be a difficult sort of prospect, I think. Oh, say that. Oh, God. Oh, sweet God, not like this.
Sweet mercy, Vac is looking for it right now. 1 versus 5, just needs 2 more kills here.
30 seconds.
Not quite. The shots still can't connect those heads together. 30 seconds.
Spike planted.
Are they going to play this around? Spike plant will go down. Swing on the right. Oh, Cedar going to get that final frag. And Wave forcing the issue on that last play for Vitality, just shutting down that clutch. Okay, that was very dicey from Vac, though. How many kills he got in that position? You could have thought the clutch was right on there.
3.
I was honestly terrified for Wave there. That would have been a real kicker right at the end of this map to lose like that. But now they have a chance to try and even things back on up. They don't have the best buy. Obviously, they're lacking a little bit in terms of the armor. But they have rifles on everybody. They're looking towards these ultimates. 4 on absolutely everyone. Very even, perfectly balanced as all things should be. But Vitality, for the most part, are going to just really take control of this round if they can utilize this operator heavily. But Carcass pushes on through. Nice Brams. And Vitality are now going to have to look for that retake.
Yeah, Spike plant secured. Still catching off with the flashbang. Forcing them away. Plant going down. Vitality up for the retake here. Back with the operator. Connects 1. Only 1 though. Trades are good and Wave are coming back in here. Vitality, they may have been fantastic on that B hit. Less so for the B defensive. A 3 versus 2 situation here. And well, players just forced right back out of this position here for the Wave side. Vitality pressing forward, but so many crossfire angles to check. They've got to try and break this whole defensive, and they can only go so far as to take 1 player back out. Cedar with 3, Wave with a 5th.
Wave starting to mount that comeback. If they can find frags like this consistently, they really could be looking to pick this one up. But there's a long time between that. It's early days still, and Vitality have so much breathing room to work with. They could just play this slower, take some of these non-full buys, and look towards these rifle rounds to really find that one opening and pounce on it massively. We know they absolutely can, and frags from pretty much everyone on the board right now has been really impactful. Shout again to Sender and just how strong they've been. They're on the Sage, they're a Sentinel, they're not supposed to be necessarily pushing, and they found a decent number of first kills and have been constantly fighting at basically every single angle. It's been absolutely stellar from them.
Well, Murray will start things off in this round as Wave once again press towards the A site offensive, and Vitality, only one player there to defend against this, so they've just got to go ahead and rotate back to position. Only got pistols in play for a couple of different players, so guess to land those headshots, and Carcass deals with one. Feku will get down Cedar for a trade, so 4 versus 3, making it 2, making it 1. Carcass running riot here, leaving it all down to Brams on the Viper and well, with the Bucky in tow. Maybe if they had a bit of a defensive basis here, but for a retake, this is impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult. Bucky maybe finds a frag, but because of the way Wave are kind of positioning themselves, Brams just has little to no. Okay, I'm going to be a bit extra. I'll say normally as a cast, you don't like to say a round is over, but it really just is. They're holding so far back. They have no weaponry and no utility as well. I think Brams is just maybe looking to save this up, even debating, should I go in here? Should I die? Should I miss out on that save to obviously not get the save penalty at the same time? It really is just looking at it one way or another. It does go down to the bomb here, and that means that Vitality are going to still be able to buy up in this next round, which is obviously going to be very impactful.
They're still only a couple of rounds away from winning the map outright here, but Wave are starting to make some serious ground, and they're starting to look just as on form as Vitality were during their attacking half, which is starting to make me sweat a little bit. I'm not sure whether Vitality can keep this going. Obviously, we'll need to break out the big guns here to try and close this one down. They've got the Operator out for the part of Vac here. Carcass pressing straight into position here with the Blade Storm, not wasting any time. Is going to get caught in some poison, straight far forward. Tapstoon takes out Machina. In fact, Muri is the one to take that frag back. Back can return towards a trade on the 4 versus 4. And again, trying to force forward. Carcass will get on the attack back, caught back into the corner, sprayed through from Cedar, leaving it all to 2 players on the defensive line. Again, the execution from Wave towards the site has left them in tatters on the Vitality side.
This is exactly where Wave want to be finding themselves round after round, taken again and again. It's been some good executes. Even that Operator from Vac wasn't enough to really properly shut them down. Carcass is going to likely flick on up here, but doesn't quite hit the shot. Brams is able to force them off, but as that happens, it just denies Sender that attempted push, and Vitality yet again find themselves on the back foot on this defensive half, and it just have to hightail it out of there, try and save this rifle, and Brams just cannot do it.
Yeah, again, just no options in the matter. You never want to call around before it's over, as you mentioned in the last one here, Rook, but I just think this one's definitely over. But Wave have made up some serious ground. In fact, Brand actually goes down just after the timer runs up, so that's going to be damage done. No rifles that Vitality can save into the next one. That might harm the buy, but coming back to the point I was making, 7 to the board of Wave. They have made up some serious ground. They're only within 4 of the lead here for Vitality. It's time to really start sweating it and start getting yourself back together, because you could lose this such defined sort of 9-3 lead that you had at the turn of the half, and if you lose it from there, that's a 2-0 for Wave. I don't think any of us expected to a 2-0 for Wave.
I really didn't. I mean, I was the person voting for Wave to win this entire series 2-1, but in my mind, it never even crossed that it could be a 2-0 here, and they really are pushing the envelope on that with some really strong attacking rounds. Sender tries that little bit too hard to try and find the pick, but already Wave very sensibly watching for the flank this time. Look at where that Viper is, very aware that they could easily lose things if things go wrong, if they get caught out. That backstab, as to rightly point out, comes to fruition here. Ready for it, gets the spray, Back tries, but it's not enough. Zik is going to shut down this frag as well. The wall comes up and Carcass backs him up. Wave are only 3 behind now.
Honestly, so well played from Zik right there. Recognizing what was coming his way, prepared so well for it. It was down to a lucky good missed shot there from Vac that didn't connect, but still perfectly lined up to get that headshot, that spray on the second player and all. Zik probably the MVP of that particular round, the most, or at least the most impactful player in particular. And now the rifles come back out for Vitality, Vandals in tow. They've got a lot more ultis to work with for the wave side though, so the execution comes through. They're going to continue just absolutely destroying Vitality. Again, these hits, these very sort of fast sort of executed plays that have just come straight in towards the B site may still work out. Back gets that first shot in. Hunter's Fury from the defensive line. Can't quite seem to line up any kills or information being gained. A 1-for-1 trade leaves Vitality a little bit worse for wear on the B site position. One player's rotating back and Wave not stopping with the execution.
Indeed, they make sure no one's playing around yellow side or even covers Brams, who was trying to play towards that A site. He's just completely throwing them for a loop. I don't think they were expecting this play at all. They're going to have to still try and flush out that Reyna, or so they believe. The execute? It still hasn't gone anywhere. Wave are keeping that spike solidly in spawn here. Flash goes in. There is someone there, and they're fully aware of that. Cider takes another for the freebie, but Sender will finally put an end to their reign of terror on this A site. And Wave Esports is still looking for this A site execute, and they have a lot of time to play with.
Yeah, they had to rely a lot on Cedar being able to just hold that position on the site and allow that rotation to come in from the initial B default. The Sender's going to be left alone, sees the head of Nico, gets shut down for it, and now it's all left to Feku. Pushing up from the mid control, and now a lot more work to be done here. Viper's Pit will be put up here towards the A side to try and block off any chance for the retake. A well-placed position of that. With only one player to go for this and everything, this is going to be very tough for him, and he'll try his hand at it. Will not see any of the attacking players, and again, they're all lurking this to the smoke, so very far away from the site. His back will be turned towards the one player playing the off angle. Actually going to go ahead and wrap around for the backstab rotation, deal with that player, but Feku, I think he just missed vision on towards one individual. Either way, he's wasted so much time. He can't get towards the spike defuse and get all three of these players at the same time.
No, it does take down Carcass for good measure, but unfortunately that's all he's going to get, only one body there. So Wave pick up another and only two behind here, so close to that double digits. Vitality have not been able to get a word in edgeways. Wave just absolutely riding the momentum right now. And it's just been absolutely stellar stuff, constantly playing off those flashes, some beautiful frags as well as Carcass and Cider just constantly find basically solo kills. Cider does go down here, but what it doesn't show you, what our replay doesn't show you, is that Cider walked onto the site and got a random frag out of completely nowhere, solo, and took control of it, forced the rotate from Vitality all the way over there, when, I mean, Wave did eventually end up playing that A site, but they easily could have executed on B because it was completely empty.
Yeah, you know, I mean, like they wore down a lot of the default positions set there by the Wave side. Vitality, again, they've struggled on this defense quite significantly a lot of the time. And this has led to this position where we are now 11-9 up for the defenders. What was, I believe, an 11-4, 11-5 at one point has turned to a 2-round difference. Definitively 9-3 at the turn of the half, so Vitality's lead has most certainly shrunk. And for Wave, this is huge, because not only are they grinding back to, you know, equalize against this team, they're not even grinding back to go towards the overtime position. They could very easily overtake and win the map from Vitality if this keeps up.
It really is. And it just has been keeping up, right? It's 6 straight rounds. Wave only need a couple more to really take it, and what's a couple of rounds between strong teams? Wave Esports has been really just leveraging that fragging power, and Vitality don't seem to know how to deal effectively with this utility. A couple of ultimates apiece, both having that Empress, but the res for Vitality has been generally pretty good. If they can use it to maintain tempo, maybe this is a round which they could potentially pick up if they find some good cheeky frags with these Sheriffs. But the first frag goes down, and Machina, well, maybe finds a little bit of damage here. Can't do all too much, and look at that surfing spray! Almost comes through. Murray almost goes down, but almost isn't good enough here. Sender will confirm it. One left on the board, and it's Vac. Doesn't have the ultimate this time. Won't be doing anything quite so spectacular, but looking to try and find these frags, trying to find a way on in, and if they can catch Cider here, maybe there's something still going.
It's still going to be a 1 versus 4, however. Like, even if they do get Cider, this is still going to be such a difficult prospect, I think, for Vac. It's backed up here towards the under the site exit entry position. Cider catches his player, takes him down, triple up. And 1 round is the difference. Wave. About to drown Vitality the way that this has gone right here. Such great sequence from Muri, of course, to get things started, but, I mean, just such little that they could do on the Vitality side. And just look at the number of rounds they've had in a row. 7 in a row for this Wave side. Things are really looking up for them. And again, on to overtake it. They're within one of just gaining the position, gaining back onto a tied up scoreline. With all the rifles out, you can imagine the way the Wave have been playing, this is probably going to happen.
And he is. They've just been so on point, effectively working together. Seeker's popped already, and Piku is not going to be able to hide much longer up there. Back position given up as well, away as well. There's the easy headshot for Cider. They push on through that wall, but it's just so free here. Carcass gets the flank, and Sender completely cut off from the rest of their team. 2 versus 4 Vitality need to try and drag this back, kicking and screaming.
Where have they gone? Where was this confident Icebox side we saw in the first half? Nowhere to be seen on defense. What do? Do they go for the retake? Well, it seems like they will. Sender's going to get some opportunity back here. Revive back to a 3 versus 3. That might be the opportunity to get them back into this one, but time is limited, and Sender knows about this. They're on the defuse, sticking it on the spike. One player in the back line, that's going to be it to get that frag together. They get halfway through that defuse, but if that falls, Brams is quick to follow, and Wave have done it. They're equalized, they're all squared, 11 all. And now 1 away to overtake Vitality, set them on the warpath to victory.
They've got to be quaking in their boots right now. Vitality have to be so worried. This is a map they should be taking. This is theirs. They don't lose very often on this map. And Wave, they lose all the time. It really just does seem to be a difference in their class if Wave can bring this back. And, I mean, even if you pick this up, Vitality have to be worried for split. I was saying about 8 rounds ago that Wave should be looking forward to the split, try and get some more information out of Vitality, rob them for all their worth. And honestly, it is daylight robbery. They're taking round after round after round. Vac has to find this right, and he does. This is an opening, and Fiku backs them up.
One trade back from Nico though. Carcass is a known entity towards the site, and Wave decide to back off. Vac is still pressing forward, pistol in hand. To find a lot more out of this position as Carcass continues to extend past the poison wall. They see one player spray through, does not get that frag, not even much damage done to the defensive line. Good tag up, Carcass will still get that frag back to a 3 versus 3. Vac is dealt with, and now Machina alongside another here to the back lines, here towards the main entrance. And Vitality are backing off. Wave are backing off as well. They're going to go ahead and rotate out of position. There's one player up towards the mid control that might end up being the casual lurk.
Yeah, Sender is in a perfect position here. If you see Wave push through that mid position, it could all fall apart. Just 1 round of Vitality can take it at least to that overtime. Looks like they might be slipping through towards B. They might even be going back towards A. Maybe this is just a bait in its entirety. Doesn't hear anything and is communicating that, but still expecting that maybe that shift will kind of come through. Vitality don't know that this execute's going to come through here. Brams is ready and waiting.
Got the perfect angle in the back corner to watch off both the entryways. Information to come through from the recon dart. I think it may have... No, it hasn't seen anybody at all. Poison wall's up, one player spotted, one player on a zipline. Machina gets that kill. Brams in a second, and Machina doubles up. A huge round for Vitality at this stage to take the map point back here on Icebox. Nearly losing everything towards the Wave side, but they're denied at the very last hurdle here.
Gasping for air. Vitality pick up an all-important round. They've made it. They're at least guaranteed to go to overtime here, but Wave are still looking to equalize, bring it back up to that 12-12, and wash them out of the competition completely and into that lower bracket completely. But still, Wave have looked so strong. It's a 1-round blip. Can they keep this up? Can they take Icebox, their opponent's map choice?
You can imagine it could still be a possibility at this stage. Viper's pit used to extend into the A site position, used by the defensive force, I believe. Stopping the Wave side from really making their way forward to this angle. It will stall for a lot of time at this stage. Vitality pulling out all the stops here, but the Wave default is just set. They're looking for the opening kill.
Get out of my way.
The Viper's Pit really does deny the push, which Wave Esports have relied on heavily so far in this game. It allows Vitality to put 3 players on towards that B side. If Vac gets this opening frag, it could all be curtains for Wave here on this map. I don't think quite caught the sight of their backside. They are quite well hidden. But Carcass is starting to make their move, and Vac is looking out.
Rifle up top, and Carcass gets the frag. Bladestorm beats out on the jet fight. Feku needs to get something more out of this, but Carcass gets a secondary kill, and Bladestorm continues around the corner, looking through the poison wall, but can't see anything coming through. Finally, a trade comes back on Sender, a secondary frag, a third kill so far for the stacking force. Machina with 2, but no more than that. Zix trades him, and it's all left the Browns from the same alleyway, from the same angle entry towards the site, caught on the reload. Sender wins out the fight and takes us to overtime. Vitality may have picked one back for Wave. They're not ready to die.
Never say die. That is Wave right now. They are so close. 12-12. We're going to overtime. Will they be able to bring it back? It seems like they mature like a fine wine so far. They've been absolutely stellar as this game has wound up, and the defensive side is where they're going to be starting. They likely have to pick up this round to be able to close it out here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, MR1, is that what you call it in Valorant? I forget what the what the rule set is, or what the official technical term is for the overtime rule set. But yeah, 2 rounds in a row and you got it. 1 round apiece, and well, we continue to play on until someone breaks that stalemate. So, lot resting on this first of OT. How do they play this one out? How do they approach this particular scenario? It's very passive again from the Wave side. They are bunched up towards the mid control. And now pressing on towards the B site once again. They love this B hit, and it looks like it's going to try work out again for them here.
Yeah, Vac is already playing and using this verticality to their advantage. Murray does find one, but with the backup of Carcass, at least it isn't a 1-for-1. They still have that advantage. 3 players of Vitality, and Vac is going to have to make something happen here. Sender does bring it down to even Stevens, but Nico, aware of where that player is going to be, they managed to take down Carcass and trade out for Sender. It's still 2 versus 2, and Vac is still in this position.
Player standing.
And now he goes down, Nico, to trade it, all left to Machina, hoping for an overextension. Instead, the Lear comes out, forces his player out of position. Do they peek onto him? No, they don't. That's a headshot tapped straight through. Flash trying to see if he can catch him off. Tap through! Oh! Machina! 3 kills with that flick back to Nico. And that's a huge round for Vitality to take.
I'm so shocked that he got this just tap after tap. You barely even see this one, just watch it back. The flash doesn't hit, he peeks back over, and he moves, he stops, and he just keeps on going. Beautiful stuff from Machina there. Really is a machine. But now Wave are back on that attack, and that's where both of these teams have had the majority of their success.
Unbelievable shot there. And again, that's Vitality taking that lead, maintaining their position above the Wave side here at overtime. And now as Wave go off to the attacking side, they move closer to position. It's Vac to open things up though, Cedar to fall, Zik to fall to Feku over on the A site. Defense and Wave going for early aggression, Vitality responding in kind, and they're getting so much more success out of it. Carcass, the next casualty, and a 5-on-2 scenario for Vitality. I think we might be seeing the beginning of the end of Icebox now.
But Wave Esports brought it back so close. Vitality were almost taken down on their home map here. You have to be looking at Split and feeling so darn uncomfortable. Vitality are going to have to pull it all out of the bag. And this isn't even isn't even grand finals yet. It's going to be so darn difficult to see how this is going to get better, how this is going to get closer, and more high stakes.
Wave not quite out of it just yet, but slowly but surely they're getting picked apart. 1 more casualty to the back line, leaving it all on Muri, the last one standing. Spike in defensive control. Brams creeps around. Muri will be able to get that frag to return, but needs so much more. Attackers, defenders are closing in position. It's Feku to close it down, get that 14th Vitality to win it in OT, and take us to map 3.
Brilliant stuff by Vitality to just about close it down, considering how much Wave were starting to reach the crest of their play. Unfortunately, it all came crashing down in the very last moments there. Brilliant performance from both Cider and Carcass, but they got gutted at the start of those overtimes, and that was the real problem there. They weren't able to have their massive fragging potential and wanting to deliver when the team needed them to.
Absolutely, but what a brawl, man. What a brawl at the end of that one. Like, I honestly thought we were going to take it 2-0 with that comeback coming through. Vitality had a real choker moment in the midst of that matchup with how down to the wire it got, with how many rounds we've got in a row. It was like something like 8 rounds in a row in that second half. Like, they really brought it back to such an even standing. When they were down by 9-3 at the turn of the half, I believe 11-3 at one point as well. Like, just so much of a graft put in by the Wave side. I honestly thought that they were going to take this one. And again, we had no 2-0 down at all for this side. So for them to get that close, I think it is encouraging going into Split, our third and final map of this series and of the day, as we head towards a short break. Do not go anywhere. It's after said break we decide who's our first team to the grand finals.
Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's epic when you need him? Hello, overclockers, and welcome. Oh, screw this. Where's epic when you need him?
It was a breath of life from Vitality, more a smoker's breath to get them past that final hurdle in that last map of Icebox. 14-12 on their own map pick. Wave damn near took it 2-0, but we will go to Split to close out the day here at Epic.LAN. And, well, if that last map is anything to go off of here, I think Wave might just have this.
Yeah, looking haggard like me running to go pick up my Uber Eats, but it's really disappointing to see them not show up like that. They are going to have to step up massively as they come on in here to Split. They've had a lot of success in Split. historically, but on the flip side, you look back over to Wave, and they have too. They showed an outstanding performance over on Icebox. They really stepped their game up and proved that they are a cut above the rest. Now they just need to cement that and set it in stone. The last time they took on Vitality, they got reverse swept. They can't let that happen again. And I think that with these setups, we're not seeing them try anything too fancy, not going for the Sage, not nothing. They're going for that Cypher more standardly and going for a pretty all-round composition, and I like to see that from Wave here.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to go standardized, I think, against this Vitality side here. This is a map that I think they can overtake pretty well. We saw them struggle in it during the group stage, but that was that back then yesterday. Right now, this Vitality side, we're looking pretty geared up, but Wave have had their number so many times over the course of this series, so again, I'm back in Wave from here. Having seen what we've seen in those first couple of maps, I can look at this and confidently say it's all them right now. You know, I think Vitality had to take this 2-0, and they didn't do that. Wave geared up to take this final map of the day and take their spot in the grand finals. Vitality have had plenty of time to adjust against this as we get set for the pistol round here on Split. Our final map up between these two teams in the upper bracket finals. Vitality will be on the attacking side to kick things off, going for very early mid control.
Yeah, Sender already trying to get this pre-fire. He was absolutely stellar on the Sage in that previous map, and a key part of how that push was coming on in. It was fantastic to see them fragging out, and they're looking to do that a little bit more. A good nade to deny Brams as they do get that headshot, but Vitality don't get any major advantages yet.
A 4-on-4 scenario with that 1-for-1 trade out to that mid position, just one casualty per side. Most of the majority of the Vitality forces start pressing in towards the A main control. Seeing one player in the back lines dealing with Cedar, but Zik still on ramp, hearing 3 sets of footsteps. When is he going to strike? Go to the backstab? Not towards Heaven. 3 players were watching that position, and nobody is watching the main entrance. Zik could be in with a hell of a task. Hearing that rotator, catching them off. Machina will fall. 3-on-3 as the spike plant comes through. Wave closing in from all angles here for the retake.
Yeah, okay, we'll cover the cross. But Carcass just barely survives, even with the flash coming in the concussion. Means that Nico is in a little bit of a difficult position, does go down to the paint pellets, and back with a right like that, just headshots Carcass at range. Sender finishes off Sick as well, and Vitality pick up that pistol round. Now we need to see them keeping up this momentum if they're going to bring this back. They're the underdogs now, but they've certainly proven that they can at least take one map. Why not a second?
Shooting in this series has been absolutely unreal. Just perfect headshots lined up, drive-bys on pistols and rifles. And absolutely insane stuff for Vitality to get them started here. Pistol going their way on the attacking forces. Wave kind of caught off guard there with the massive wraparounds coming through. It was a shame that backstab didn't do much more there. I would have thought that Cypher would have been enough to sort of hold back position and again go for the 2-pronged attack, but not to be in this particular case. Vitality up on the automatics, taking face against the pistols, but there's a large stack coming through towards his mid control. Zik will get that one frag, traded back initially. 4 versus 4 scenario, still those pistols face, and still they find kills. That's a 2-for-1 for the Wave side. Bram suddenly looking a little bit outnumbered here, and he's going to fall the same.
Yeah, this is disastrous for Vitality here. They're losing against these classics in mid, and nothing at all is working here. Both players put up that cyber cage. In fact, he tries to do a little bit of sweeping on the streets, but back on this flank is going to be the one who's going to really do all the cleaning up. There we see it. Bombody comes on out. Nico is still waiting for vision. They're not going to be expecting it. That's an easy frag, and now it's 2 versus 1 yet again. DQ does not know where these remaining players are. Spike is out in the open. If you try and step up to that opportunity, it should be easy pickings. Nico isn't holding it anymore. They completely give up spike control, and now VQ is still well within a chance to pick up this round. They have one of the strongest weapons on the map right now.
Now, 1-on-2 situation, however, still outnumbered. Not leaning into any of the defensive forces, and such a well-placed position there from the Wave side to get those pistols. They're going to stack straight forward into the mid control. And one bait and switch play that leaves Vitality at the player disadvantage. There's no defensive here on that B side, so the spike plant can come through, but the moment it goes down, it's going to be a signal, a smoke signal, a flare, whatever you want to call it here for Feku. Come and get me, boys. It's time for the retake.
Spike planted.
You have woken the Horde. The concussion comes on in, and 2 players are starting to move towards, not quite a Horde, but at least some kind of threat, which he's going to have to deal with here. However, walks out into the open, tag down to 63, can still take this with a good spray. Only needs to deal with these 2, but Cider, who has been so strong so far, was on the duelist in the last, back to one of these more supportive agents, but still can hit those shots like nobody's business.
great effort there from the last player of the Vitality side, but the whole round really fell apart here to that mid position. Just so many pistols stacking up, and although Vat was able to stick back behind them again, this boombot being off angle was what really sealed the deal there. Simple shots from Nico. Vak had no idea that there was a wave player back in that corner, and for Feku, even though he had a weapon, it was just too much to handle. So nice conversion from Wave, back in at evens 1-1, shutting down the economy state of Vitality. Only one rifle being in tow with the upgrade pistols around it.
Wave bringing that back means that they really are looking to try and control this round. Is still defender-sided, even with the changes, as everyone's always been saying, but there are very much opportunities for the attackers to be able to find pushes on through, and high-tempo gameplay is a key part of that. You can't let Wave reconfigure their defense, or, well, any team reconfigure their defense, otherwise it's easily going to leave you stuck and stranded.
Wow, passive from position here again for Vitality, just wanting to play out these defaults, isolate and open and kill. No one's giving up the ghost here for Wave. Vitality, you've got to push a little bit further forward to catch off that opener. You can see Brams is considering it back here towards the ramp control. Carcass in the back lines of the A site. Dark cover up here towards the heaven entrance. Cedar knows what's going on. We'll see nades towards his position, try and see if he can siphon them off. But Flashpoint straight through the wall. Carcass knows what's going on. Sees two players, sprays on towards one, takes a secondary kill. No, Cedar's going to come in and clean up Machina. Gets a double and a triple as he pushes forward at the smoke, leaving the spike planter back, the last player left. And Nico cleans house for Wave.
Yeah, brilliantly done. Wave clean it out, and, well, good round for them, considering they did have that rifle advantage. They kind of needed to find themselves in this position. They only see one player, so pretty clean on the whole. Gonna still have a lot of economy in the bank and generating those ultimates over time. Very close to a couple now of very impactful ones as well. And I like as well that they were happy to just hold back further on the site, play those more passive angles, because that's always a key thing here on Split. You can be aggressive towards mid, but in some of these other angles, you got to be that little bit more careful. There's some sort of shenanigans in B garage, but you have to make sure that you have supportive utility as a backup here. Sender starts things off with a message, takes down Carcass, and they're already posing towards this A site.
Yeah, kicking things off fantastically right there for the Vitality side. To get a bit more momentum back in their favor. Still two defenders to deal with here. One player caught off in the midst of smoke. Cedar and Zik still able to get a couple of players though, so 2-for-1 trades and still plenty of presence here towards the A side. Spike making his way up, will get Cedar to drop but not checking elbow. That's where Zik's holding from. Not expecting his second player out in the open, needs to get back up. Cyber Cage up, forcing forward. Cinder still gets that kill to return. I think he may have had that gun barrel poking just ahead of the wall, so all left to the Rays of the Wave side. 1 versus 2 clutch.
Murray's still waiting for that spike sound for the committal. They're going to go for it now. Vitality will be able to get it down, and, well, Murray is going to be trying for it. Some low health at least one low health member, so they do have something to work with. Not quite sure how much utility they have left on them, and that could be a key decider of how this is going to go. But expecting that push, playing with the time that they have available, knowing their outs right now, as Wave still are within a massive shot this round. Murray has been clutch as hell in a lot of these rounds.
Nades onto the back line's not going to flush out any of the attacking players. Got to check down Dark, sees nothing, turns towards elbow instead, wins that fight, and a swing out from Brams will secure it there. Vitality setting the pace for this matchup, 2 all blow for blow between both the Wave and Vitality sides, so this could be a brawl of the final map to close out today.
Akin to that map on Icebox, it absolutely was a bare knuckle boxing of a match, but Sender really has controlled a lot of these rounds. Has been so important in a lot of these frags and providing a lot of utility at the same time as well, and the amount that they provide to this Vitality squad cannot be understated. A key part of that round, and has the Rolling Thunder as well here. They could just drop it and go straight on into this A side.
Oh, here we go. Showstopper out for Vat, puts it down to the back lines, does not connect towards anybody, but still gets the kill on Cedar into that back corner. The Showstopper might have been a bit off position, but still able to find that frag. Now Carcass has Blade Storm out. 2 players to find back here towards A main. Here on ramp, they'll bait in positions. Taps through, gets that frag. Second player is still back there though. Are they going to isolate? Well, Aftershock will try and force them out of position, and Carcass gets that double up kill. 2 players elbow, 1 player dark. Oh, that's a triple for Carcass. And now a 3-on-2 as he's hunting for even more. Continuing the face around the corner, seeing that 1 player. That's Muri with that frag instead. Back to the rifle for Machina in a 1 versus 3. Carcass makes it a 4K and a massive round for Wave.
tit for tat and all the way back. Wave Esports take the round off the back of some stellar play from Carcass here. Absolutely dominating here with these knives. The Blade Storm, so massive when you have someone who really knows how to play this jet and their aim is on point. Carcass reaps the rewards of that ultimate investment, and now it's back to the drawing board for Vitality. They thought they were going to be able to be running away with a massive weapon advantage, but Wave shut them down and say, no way, Jose.
Wave is able to defend the lead, but it's skin of their teeth, but still a lot of work to be doing if they want to try and put some distance between them and Vitality. Vitality have kept this one at a, again, a very back and forth kind of pacing here on the attacking side. Press up here towards that mid control. You can see the defensive forces are the ones that are going to press forward here. Boombot trying to get some info. One player seen. Nice flick back from Muri. Catches that frag, and now him and Carcass can rotate out of position. Despite that, Vac does find a trade back here. So 4 versus 4, and satcheling his way in towards the heaven position. But still, the defensive side just decide to vacate. They don't want to challenge these guys in mid.
Every bit of utility there into heaven to try and deny it. Rolling Thunder comes on through Vac. Spawning one. Yeah, in fact, Nico denies them as they try and push on through there. Rams does get a spray through the smoke. Carcass was way too low from those earlier exchanges. However, Cider does manage to get Sender. It's going to be Zeke covering the angle alongside the remaining couple of players. Brams, as the spike has Spectre, why not just go for this plant on the A site? And that's absolutely what they're going to do. Shoots at the camera, but their position is given away. And, well, he's there in time. He catches it. Good stuff for Zeke. And now Wave Esports, they can be heading up to 4 and starting to solidify the control that they have in this hub, that they need to have in this hub, right?
Yeah, would have loved to have seen Brams take a bit more time to try and get back behind some hard cover. I think he would have had just enough time to get back over towards the elbow entrance or towards the back of the central site. But in the end, still going to be a spike plant for them. And given the 1v3 scenario he was in, there was always going to be a very difficult sort of scenario to win out. So, yeah, a quick defuse coming through. A 4th to the board of the Wave side. An opportunity again to try and put some distance between them and the Vitality camp. Of course, there were, I think, mostly pistols out for them, if memory serves me correctly. So, can't expect a round victory coming in from them. But now the rifles can come through and Vitality can start to put some decent rounds back on the board to equalize only 2 rounds of difference here.
Just coming on through, the showstopper looking to finish things off here, but the wall just about raised in time to deny that. Concussion goes through as they're trying to make a play, trying to deny this control that Wave have. And I was saying, maybe you can get some sort of shenanigans towards mid to be aggressive, but this is one of the few places you can really actuate it. And even then, you have to be ever so careful. Carcass does at least get the trade back, so Murray isn't wasted for nothing, but I think Wave getting a little bit overzealous there, and especially with that ultimate coming on through, so many positions given away, and I think Cider will just about be able to get out of dodge, and Brams even overextends and gets caught out here.
Yeah, despite the info for Vitality, they still lose a player past the Cypher ult, so 4 versus 3. Coming up to that mid-control, Feku's going to lead that charge. Checking out B Heaven, is that where they want to go? Or they rather extend and rotate towards A? Either way, they're going to have to deal with 2 defenders on whichever side they decide here. It's Nico watching the Heaven entrance, all 3 players stacked up to his position. He has not got any backup. He's got to catch up on his rotations. They could sneak past him and then go for a backstab in towards the A main area. Or rather the defensive sort of entrance to the A site, or wrap towards B entrance. Either way, they've got so much to work with and so little time at this stage. It's just the map control and the backstab advantage. They won't be expecting this. And still Nico turns around, gets only damage done for it. See the can drop, the spike needs that secondary kill, but no. Sender takes him down, so 2v2 retake.
They're already heading up to Heaven, both playing from that very same angle. These longer distances, it's much harder to get sprayed down, so it can be more effective here. This is starting to make that move position given away by the cam. I don't know if they spotted out Zeke, though. That's something to keep in mind. Spray through, they get some damage. They know he's there. They finish him off. Sender was out in the open after that one, and Feku was easily able to follow. Carcass gets those 4K. Now Wave are moving up to 5. They've really started to cement their position, and now with a decent economy, even if they lose a round, they won't be back down to nothing.
Okay, now the momentum's going here for the Wave side here. Take a bit of time, obviously, with Vitality picking rounds back and forth, but now 3 definitive ones in the lead. Even when Vitality had this ridiculous sort of backstab in from the defender entrance, still it was Carcass able to isolate these kills on very low HP players as well for the Vitality side. And Wave with a fantastic retake on the defensive. That one player in particular held back towards the default plant position. If he was unable to get that trade on the first entry, the raise, then that would have been a much more difficult situation for Wave to win.
Really would have been. I love as well that Wave used their Raze ultimate, not for the rocket necessarily, but also for the fact that when you press that button, you get so much space around you. Everyone's like, okay, get cover, let's not get rocketed here. It does provide you so much. So they're able to take control of mid. This time, they're not quite able to do it in the same way. Instead, more leaving it alone, playing more towards their sights and those solos. Back is already headed up into heaven, however. There's no one there to really contest them. You can already see the rotate coming on in here from Murray.
Flushing on the heaven position, only one player out there, and Vac still swings to take Muri down. Two more players to find, one elbow, one still up on the rafters, however. Are they going to check the position? Turned away, two players to find, and only one kill goes the way of Carcass. Zik still holding for face, but Cedar is going to go down on the site itself. So 3v2, Vitality in the advantage here. Spike plant will be secured, or at least tapped once, forced back in a second. Zik is hunting past this barrier orb, but we're not getting an angle to work with. They can't enter from here. Rolling Thunder is going to be required to get the assistance together.
Yeah, Cam taken out. Where Zik trying to push on in, takes down one, but Machina with that slow field is way too much for him to be able to deal with. Turns away, and also the backup is there from VQ. Vitality win out the round already, investing the ultimate there of Machina for that economy. They know that otherwise they're going to find themselves at such a disadvantage, even though they picked up the round.
And a big third for Vitality at this one. Obviously, as you mentioned, keeping most of the players intact. That red's coming through, so 3 players stay in play. No need to reinvest those rifles. So right now, the money is the main concern for this side. They have broken it on the back of the Wave side, so that's an opening for Vitality to work off of here. They get this next rifle round, and they could end up breaking them down to an eco status. And again, we'll go back to evens of 5-all. With how even this match has been so far, Vitality would love to hold an even standing. And it's Carcass in with Bladestorm, looking to try and change their fortunes for the Wave side. Sees that one player, taps through, takes out Brams. Doesn't get that second kill. Cedar is going to be to fall instead. Carcass does grab the rifle, though, trying to back off and reposition.
Vac is trying to clear out, trying to get them some sort of control in that position, but Carcass now with a rifle, which they've managed to net off their teammate's dead body, but VQ just walks on out, and it seems like these duels are starting to be won by Vitality. They're finding their way on in, just opening up the site again and again and again. Murray already getting rid of a lot of that utility. That nade, I don't know if it's going to be able to stop it, but we'll find a little bit of damage on the very least, and he peeks out, gets caught, and Nico versus the world. 1 versus 3 flash comes on in, does turn away just about in time, but still going to have a real trouble to push on in here. Machina trying to bait out a lot of these shots, and instead just playing more passively, knowing that Nico has to come to that.
Yeah, just got to back off at this stage, probably save the weapon. There's no sense in throwing his life away. Again, Wave's economy is in tatters. Vitality will force them back to eco this one. At least they'll have a rifle to work with. Maybe he could drop something for somebody else as well. Few options available by saving this weapon, which is the main concern here for the Wave side. Buying options against Vitality because, like I said, get a full eco, get 5 to 5. That's what the Vitality side are hoping for the most out of this one, so try and do everything you can to deny it from here. Forward to the board for the time being, however. And again, this one will be just as close as the series has ended up so far.
Has been a real nail-biter. Bar that first map where Wave made their dominant, well, pretty self-evident. Vitality have been able to keep up with them in a lot of these rounds, and I mean, to their detriment over in Icebox, but in Split here, it's a good look. I mean, they've been able to keep up with a defender-sided map, where Wave have actually been doing some pretty solid stuff, and even then Vitality have managed to find openings here and there, utilize those ultimates effectively, and just open up sites again and again and again. And you'd think that Wave would have had a way to deal with this A site, because that's where it seemingly goes every single time.
Rolling Thunder in from the attacking side. Going to try flush players off position. It's Zik and Vac to go back and forth here with the kills. Cedar's going to teleport to the back lines, deal with one player. FQ tried to account for it, but it's not going to be. 4v3 instead. Wave in control, getting another good kill back on Brams. Muri is forcing forward as the last 2 players are left here towards the site. Back and Sender. Good flash in, 1 dash away. Trying to focus on that one individual, but it's not going to happen for him. In fact, also going to be just as unsuccessful. Wave with the lack of the weapons still coming up good for a 6-4 score.
An important one to pick up. If Vitality had taken that, it would have been again a reset for Wave. Their economy would have started to look very lackluster, but Zeke hitting that shot onto Machina in the face of danger, remaining ice cold. Does get caught in the end, but it sets up for the rest of the round. Easy stuff for Wave to be able to pick that one back. Now, Vitality, they're a little bit lacking. They're going to be able to pick up those Guardians and go down to lower armor counts in some places. But, I mean, we've seen what these Guardians can do. Wave has utilized them heavily in some of these cheaper rounds and to great effect.
Dark cover early here for Cena. Going to try to block them from making their way forward. The Cyber Cage, however, is going to allow them to cross regardless. Trying to get that advantage with the lower position, giving a one-way opportunity for him to catch any players. But no such presence will be felt there again. Wave, simple counter to that position for Vitality. Put that Cyber Cage up. Now Karga's going to try to rotate back in. No one's rotated back from the underpass position. So maybe there could be an opportunity, but Vitality acting way too quick for them to put it into effect. It'll have to be a retake position instead. Could swing back and deny Brams in the open, but Spike Plant will be secure with no casualties and no contact.
Contact is all Carcass is about, however, as he takes down 2. It means that now Vitality are stuck pretty much on site, completely cut off in the most part from any sort of escape, any sort of extra angles which they could play. Cider does deny that one, and as much as VQ pushes on forward and finds that initial frag, there are too many players from too many different angles, and Wave take the round, only ceding 1 life in total. Vitality back down to nothing, as Wave looking like they might be able to close this out 8-4.
It's definitely a possibility. I'd say a likelihood given the circumstances here for the Wave side. Yeah, that'd be a hell of a way to turn away what was a back-and-forth brawl to start off this particular half. But yeah, what confidence to get Feku at a 1 versus 5. You know, like, Wave are in such a good spot as a result of it. 7 of 4. And the rifles out, of course. A couple of Spectres coming through from the Vitality camp. So they're definitely not on the best of buys here. Going in for this A site take. I mean, it's been kind of one of their most confident sort of site positions so far in this map up, but again, just need that little bit more to actually turn it to their favor. They need a 5th round to try and make this as close as possible. Go into their defensive half with a slight advantage above Wave.
Looking again like it might be this A push. Vitality have constantly been looking for frags here. Going to pop down both of those Cyber Cages, and again, Vac is looking to get into that site as quick as they possibly can. Trying to push on up, but that paranoia makes it kind of difficult. They don't have any information about sound. The Boombot will have to do all the work for them, and it gets shot out. They don't know exactly where the player is, and instead going to try and nade it. The spray from Cider there is absolutely huge. Vitality, however, are trying to push on in, and Murray completely denies them here.
In 4v2 scenario, flashpoint through, Sender's going to try to isolate these 2 players, can't take them down! Veku's going to get 1 trade back, but that's as far as it goes. And Sender, if he got those 2 kills at the entry, then maybe that could have been a chance there for Vitality to take that 5th, but as it stands, the 8-4 scoreline will come through for Wave to close out their defensive half. 4 rounds in the lead above Vitality.
Absolutely massive. Vitality looked like they were going to be coming back in this half, but it wasn't quite enough. They dropped one of those all-important rifle rounds and it went back down the hole. It started to all fall apart again. Vitality now on that defense, they're on that stronger side. They need to prove to us that there's a reason why they go to this map. There's a reason they're comfortable here. With a strong defense, this could be exactly what they need to do. Wave, not necessarily going towards this A site early on, which we've seen so much from Vitality. It'd be nice to have a little bit of a change of pace.
Yeah, gone very heavy towards that A-side position, so nice to see if it will work better for the B-side play for Wave. The pistol round gets set up for this attacking force. Vitality in with their last chance to close the gap between them and the Wave side here. And he pushes forward here with the frenzy. I'm going to pop out some cams, but immediately as that reaction comes through from the defensive line, Machina gets Muri boosted up on top of the barrier orb. First frag of the half being found here by the Vitality side.
Carcass snooping in mid here. Looking to try and gain some control for Wave here, but there it is, the pistols. When there's too many of them, it's just not enough for Wave to try and hide around those corners. Cider can't even win the duel against Machina there. The ghost comes to full fruition, and Zeke is now versus 4 with nades flying his way, with shots whistling past his head, and a player looking to flank them already. Zeke is not exactly in the best of states. They don't even have Spike here. Vitality should be able to lock this one up pretty darn easily. And Zeke is mostly just looking to try and find extra money, extra ult charge, wherever they can, unless they're finding shots like these. Almost takes him down, but will get caught off guard. Doesn't expect Rams to have pushed through Garage there. And it means that Vitality pick up the all-important pistol round. They need to continue to make statements like this to be able to bring it back. We saw a splendid set of plays from Wave to roll across with that economy at the start of the last half. We need to see the same from Vitality.
Well, Zick, a decent effort on those two players in the mid control. If he got that second headshot off on the other player, then maybe that could have been a 1v1 that he could win, but not to be in this particular case. Vitality. All-important pistol again. Their main opportunity to bring things back to within evens, or at least within close. 3 rounds the difference as Wave go to their follow-up eco round, a straight eco across the board. I think only classics in for most players out here. They've got some abilities that they can utilize at this stage, and they will push forward. One player paranoid in towards the heaven entrance. Flashpoints through, keeping those players blind, and the nades up from Vat will take Muri down. So starting things off well enough for Vitality. And waiting in the midst of dark cover to catch off even more players. Zik will take down Machina, and now Bat's going to be forced to push forward. But you won't see any more of the attacking forces. They've rotated back towards the A play.
Yeah, Wave are just going to absolutely get away with that. They've got a 3 frag in the bank and looking to try and gain site control here. FQ, however, with Brams is just going to hopefully hold this one on down. The Ghost doesn't quite claim another victim until he pushes on through, but there it is. Vitality pick up the round, and Wave, they find that opening frag, which looked all great, but when it came down to it, the upgraded weapons from Vitality make all the difference.
Yeah, again, straight pistols across the board there for the Wave side, so I wasn't going to do much here. It does mean that they can bolster themselves up here. Straight rifles across the board. You can't say the same thing for the Vitality side. Still rocking Spectres for the most part here. Probably playing a bit more of a bonus round as opposed to a full-blown rifle, but let's see what they can do. Mackin is still sitting with the Ghost, though. I imagine he might not bother with the investment, especially when they can get full-blown rifles into the next round. Here come the Wave side. Cyber Cage is up. Counter Cyber Cage from the defensive line. Still, they make their way in. And Carcass deals with the first. Pushing ahead of that smoke as his teammate satchels around the corner into the site itself. And a spike plant can be secured early.
5 players spread out here, not all on site. They could easily be cut off if they're not careful. So I love that Nico is happy to invest the utility to keep the rest of their team in the game, in their positions here. Spray comes on in. They won't expect another player to be there, but they did catch him as they tried to get the rotate. That, however, will get this easy spray because of that flash. But they still got to spend a lot of time to get there. They do deal with Carcass, who was waiting in an off angle. Machina knew it. They'd seen it coming. And Vitality route Wave there. Take it back, and they're looking to even things up in a flash.
Machina dropping off the rafters, somehow getting that kill at elbow. That was a ridiculous play. And again, one that secures it even when the best of the weapons were coming through. Vitality surviving against Wave in that round. You can watch this one more time for him. Those 2 entries here from Machina secured him the round. Awkward spray for Muri as well. And we're within 1. Vitality, pistol conversion, rifle, and now back to more pistol. Sheriffs across all players here for the Wave side, so this probably could be 8-8.
I was asking for Vitality to step it up, to play these rounds with the kind of strength we saw from Wave there and on their defensive half, and we absolutely have some good nades to try and deny this wall, but bad timing means it actually doesn't find a lot of damage onto that wall. However, the satchel charge will finish things off, and well, Carcass just gets an easy spray on in there. Not what you'd expect to see, but he is getting away with all sort of dodges and dives.
Starting things off on and off for Wave, but Vac having a showstopper misses the player at the back of the ramp, so quick duck away, realizing what's going on and getting the hell out of dodge for it. Now Zik presses forward with his Sheriff, checking the back corner. It's back towards elbow. Entrance takes that 1 frag, only that 1 frag. Zik makes it 2 headshots, and now gets some info out for his teammate. Cypher ult coming through. Rez from Machina can get a 3rd player back in play, so getting Vitality their best bet in this 4v3 scenario. The spike plant is coming through, but Carcass around the back lines dealt with by Sender.
Good clearing of these key positions from Vitality here. Still goes on through, but the crossfire is way too much. Sender tries to just hold down that left click and hold down the fort, but it's too much for them to be able to deal with. Zik comes up big again, and Wave Esports stop Vitality from equalizing just yet. That is very big for Wave. They're going to be able to have rifles in the bag now, and that was off of a pretty uneven buy from themselves. They only had these pistols and also a couple of SMGs to make this work, and they absolutely did just that. A thrifty win is exactly what the doctor ordered.
And one that defends the lead here for Wave. Vitality were knocking on the back door. I'm going to catch off that 8-8 scoreline again to turn up. Even standing. Here we go. Carcass out of the gates here in this particular round. Going to try and force very far forward. Was paranoid for a moment as well. Makes his way straight in, but back turn towards Brams. Allows that kill to come through. Secondary frag not quite found. Nico turns it back to a 4v4. Spike is on site. One player gets tagged in the back position. So Vitality having some more information to what we're going into this retake. Trying to deal with Cider though. McKenna finally gets that kill together. And a 2-for-1 makes it a 3 versus 2 situation. Where's Cedar going? Ultimate into the B side to get that spike plant, but again, it's a 1v3 scenario.
I do believe he can do it. Cider has been absolutely massive so far in this game and in this series. There are so many opportunities, and he's playing just so far back. Knows that he has a lot of opportunities to play around here. Gets tagged. That is a disaster. Position completely given away here. And now he doesn't know how he's going to do this. The teleport comes on through, but he manages to survive here. That's a screen out, but no! Vac hits the shot. And Vitality will pick up the round. Is a little bit close for comfort, but Wave Esports, off the back of that win, are not able to convert it into something more like they needed to.
Imagine if he lined up the spray though, because both players were checking the back corner. That could have been something else there. The potential in that round was so huge, but it's a bit of a shame it doesn't actually come to fruition there for Cedar. Alas, alas. And back for the Vitality side, back on the hype train. It may have been stalled for a second, but it's not being derailed. Rifles. And for both sides one more time. Again, Vitality knocking on the front door. Back up to a single round deficit. Wave have been struggling throughout the course of a couple of these attack forces. Currently in the lead by the war of attrition basis. So if they can continue to take round after round back and forth, they can push past the finish line first.
PQ is looking to start things off with a quick shot, but Murray manages to just about dodge it. Only takes a little bit of damage there and doesn't go down. Playing these defaults, this is what we saw from Wave on Haven, and they had a lot of success with it. The problem is Split is obviously an entirely different beast. How you play defaults, how you play for opening frags as well is entirely different, and with Vitality putting 4 players over to this B site already, that is a read and a half, and Wave are in for a world of hurt if they make this execute happen. There's the Rolling Thunder, they've got to be quick.
Do drive players away from position. One player held towards the corner. Muri struggling to deal with him. Flashpoint through the wall. Sender does get one player on towards Carcass. Brams follows suit, and a counter Rolling Thunder from the defensive line into that corner. Muri suppressed, and Vitality clean up everybody from Wave. A great effort there to drive the defensive forces away, but one player in one corner threw off the entire attacking force. Brams will get 3 to close it, and Vitality finally gonna equalize.
Yeah, great stuff from Vitality there, utilising the ultimate as well to make that push back on through. And Brams just absolutely huge. You did not expect it if you're Wave here. And Zeke was just way too far away at that point. They were expecting to be able to get that site control off the back of that Rolling Thunder. And when these ultimates go wrong, the team just crumbles because they're expecting the kind of outcome from those ultimates. And if they don't get it, well, you're left out to dry. And Brams easily able to wipe you up with that one. So great stuff from Vitality. It's going to be the Sheriffs and the Guardians again from Wave. It's an interesting buy, but it really does seem to work out for them.
Question from Makina. Trying to get ourselves that mid control, but the only player who's really facing is the Omen of the other side. Vac with a tight angle to hold, takes that frag, so Carcass falls as well. Muri trying to trade it. Indeed, he does take Brams back for a 2-for-1. But Wave again struggling to get those entries together, unable to maintain the player advantage as they fall back out position. We do see a player making his way downstairs though. Can make his way back up from heaven. Vac has creeped forward, and Muri on 5 points of health lands that headshot and gets it back to a 3-on-3. Trying to bait in and catch off players' positions will nade back the back of the entrance, but it's the back of the site he's got to be concerned about. Sender straight here for the headshot, takes the man advantage back for Vitality.
Yeah, and it just falls straight back into their lap. Machina even denies that push from Zeke there, wins out the duel, and Vitality are in the double digits first. They, well, rightfully are in complete control of this defensive half. This is where they should be. And it seems like they're going to be able to net round after round, and it's like Wave can't find an opening here. They had an 8-4 defensive half, but this attack just seems to escape them.
And now the lead escapes them as well. 1 round since we switched sides for the Wave cap, and Vitality on for double digits. Now 3 away from the win here in our final map of the day, and if they can do that, well, we had 2 0s for Vitality, 2 1s for Wave. We didn't see 2-1 for Vitality coming through from these guys, and maybe they could just pull it off right here. It's how the operator to that mid-control. Brams are trying to get that opening frag. It's actually Machina that gets spotted first, so Carcass gets that kill, and they don't face on the other side of the mid-control, so that operator not allowed to get any kills in.
Yeah, I love this from the attacking side. Wave don't want to commit too much, don't want to get caught out, but this is happening. Brams, he's not expecting this. Might even get sprayed down there. Yeah! No, okay, sorry. I thought that was Brams going down, but it's Cider instead. Carcass doesn't catch the cross. It's 4 versus 3, and he's going to be rounding the corner right behind this Omen on the operator. This should be an easy frag. He's going to check it, but unfortunately with the operator out and no scope down, they have 0 control of that site now. They've just got that breach waiting in the corner, waiting for the rest of Wave to push on in, but that's not where the push is coming. Because they got that frag there, they're going to shift over towards A. They'll feel a lot more comfortable. Murray's pushing it alone and even finds that frag. Fiku just completely thrown for a loop, does not know where he needs to be going. And Wave find their 3rd for Murray and bring it back to even Stevens. 10-10, both teams in double digits. Wave don't want to let go of this map.
What a response. Carcass in particular playing so patient down to that mid-control, and well, it was Murray with these frags here on the site. So well placed to position to deal with both of the players that are out here. The rotations bought so well because they knew that they had that presence in heaven, and from all accounts, that setup should indicate a split in towards the B play, but smart from Wave. Even if they did lose those players onto that side of the map, they were going to go for the A plant regardless. So, 10 all. And Vitality may have taken a lead. It's quickly snatched back, though, as Wave contest it and try and take the lead of their own right. Sprays through aggressive from the attacking forces. The defensive trying to push up through B main, but they opt just to put the boombot back there and don't aggress any further than this.
Vitality have 2 ultimates to work with. If they can get Neural Theft down, they can easily pin Wave Esports. They've done it before. When they've got the information, this team is absolutely stellar. The problem is that it can be really difficult to find on split here. Brams starts off, takes down Cider, and already is out of that position. Knows they don't want to stick around for too long, otherwise Carcass will come a hunt.
Flashpoint through, Carcass dashing straight forward of it. I'm going to catch off that opening kill. Opening kill for the Wave side, at least the trade kill overall in this round. But nothing being seen. Vitality vacating the mid-control. Wave slowly creeping up. 3 players total to deal with here towards this side. Flashpoint through. That's Machina's chance to strike. And indeed, Carcass will fall. Slow orbs. That spike plant is not allowed to get here. Forcing back Murray out position. Caught by the sender man. Rocket straight through down towards this B main angle. Can't get any frags. Wave are going to evade it, but lean towards this A play. Tracking dart's got to get removed as Murray getting caught up by the right full. Machina gets that frag. Will fall down low HP towards the nade, but now 10 seconds remaining. They've got to get to the A plant. Spike up at elbow, and Brams lands them both. Operator shots connecting, and Vitality defend themselves.
Wave, they're trying so hard to try and find these openings, but Machina constantly playing just that little bit back. The operator has been a real thorn on their side, and this Sage is just constantly finding these openings as soon as they push away in, and they decide, okay, there's nothing here. We've got to retreat, not lose any players. He's waiting. He strikes, and Vitality find themselves 1 round up again, and Wave are going to need to pull everything out of the bag here. They're on the weaker side. They're down ultimates. Their economy is interesting.
An appropriate word for it, interesting, as is this shot from Brams, kicking things off. Flashpoint through towards B main, blinding off Wave as they lose that opening frag. And we've seen how little they've been able to turn those opening frags being lost against their favor. We've seen how few times they've been able to convert it into a round. Vitality on a fantastic start against the Wave camp, and Well, that could grind themselves to that map and series point here in the upper bracket finals. All 4 players of Wave sticking together as they press up through mid and into the sniper's nest. Flashpoint through slow warp, Outcast dashes forward, sees both players, takes that one, trying to jump face, but then Ada Vac gets that trade together, so it's 2 for 1.
Here, Wave find themselves a player down, but easily pick up Sender, who is just waiting, allowing them an easy frag on out here. With Paranoia to try and stop Rams from wreaking havoc as they push on in. The neural theft takes away the position, and well, they don't even seem to need it here as they're going to push on through there. You see it? PQ completely aware of where they are, especially with that spike going down. The camera gives away the position and trying to play above there. It's ill-advised, especially with 2 players looking directly at you for that frag. And with longer angles, the duo peak comes out.
Lovely.
And Wave bring it back to 11. Tip for tat, we could be having another overtime.
I just want to give a special shout out to that camera angle right there that highlighted exactly what was able to close it down for Wave. Rather than facing 1 by 1 and giving the opportunity to the Heaven player to be able to secure the round like just on the basis of 1v1 duels, you can see they both face together and like, right, even if one of us dies, there's a very unlikely chance that he gets that spray transfer against the second player. So wonderfully done there from Wave. 2 players alive and 11 all. Rook. We went blow for blow at the start of the map. It seems like we'll go blow for blow to close it out as well.
Back deciding to not push too far, doesn't want to get caught out, knows just how tense this situation is to be. No one wants to be that player to die and throw away the game. Cider jumps on in and Zeke finds that first frag. Cider's in the smoke as well. They don't necessarily expect this. Marie is going to start to try and move through vent to try and find some sort of hold as the rotate is likely to come on in. Cider's backing up, but no one's pushed yet. Vitality maybe expecting a more default push here as B-Site's in complete control of Wave, and they're going to have to push on into it. Despite we obviously know is nowhere nearby, but Zender all too happy to invest, to go aggressive for that play. The spike has rotated over now. They haven't put it towards that mid where we've seen a lot of the control for Wave Esports.
Now, 1 casualty sustained by that Wave side, 1 casualty for Vitality, but they have got a player that's also been tagged low. So, all in all, it does favour the Wave side. Bit of aggression into that mid position from the Omen of the defensive line. Is going to try and watch for info in case Wave want to go for a wraparound, but they are focused entirely on this A play. There are no defenders out here. Spy cams will see what's going on, see players making their way up, spray through. Q can't get the shots together. Muri will trade it. Nico follows suit on Vac, so 2 versus 3. Vitality teetering on the edge of losing this lead once again. Wave up to get to match point. Will Vitality force forward? Will they take the risk? Or will they try to go for the weapons to save for overtime? I think it's going to go for risk here.
The ultimate here to get info. They know it's coming. The Rolling Thunder buys them the time they need. Thunder still finds the frag through the utility there. It's 2 versus 2, but getting forced back here out in the open. Now they're trying to push on through. Zeke is watching for it. 6 HP. Can Nico find it? He finds the frag. Wave Esports are on match point, and there's only 1 in it, and Vitality need that 1 round to take it to overtime. They're on the defense, but they keep on losing rounds like this in these last couple when Wave are just pushing on in, taking so much dynamic control of the map.
You would have thought for a second when that player stabilized off the back of the Rolling Thunder to get that kill, that maybe they were still in it, but Vitality just not to be. And let's take a look at the buy here. There's not a lot of cash to work with. 1 player's got to go Spectre in this. 2 players got to go Spectre in this, actually. Only 3 rifles for Vitality. What will be a very difficult round for this. They're going to try push forward into B main. Forced back by the nades, put down by the Wave side. But this is a very, very aggressive play. That Boombot should spot 1. And here comes the Rockets. Showstopper in for Muri. Gets that 1 frag. Playstorm also coming through. But Muri gets 2. Machina trades it. Nico responds. And 2 are left standing for Vitality. Spike plant incoming. Heaven control. Not established by the attacking side of Vitality. They're still suppressed. They've got no way in.
Wave have opened it. It's 2 versus 4 for Vitality. They are going to need something magical here. VQ are pushing forward, but there's going to be 2 in this angle. He's not going to expect it, and he's likely going to get shotgunned by the Blade Storm here. And there's also someone down that long. The spray comes on in. He takes him out. And, well, as much as Brams finishes Carcass, the flash there, with everything trying to happen, they've got such a player advantage. Wave will win it out. finally in this series, 13-11, no overtime, no need for it, as Wave closed things out 2-1. It got a little bit close for comfort, but they do finish out here on Split.
And it was all down to Muri in this round to get the showstopper and the secondary kill. Nico following up, and then from there, everything was just too much for Brams to handle. And there it is, 13-11, an effort and a half for the Wave side, but they do come out on top for it, as Vitality got so close to taking that final map, but it was just not enough today. Rook, you were dead on with your predictions in this one. You said it would be 2-1 in the end. Honestly, there were points where I thought Vitality flustered, you know. They stumbled a lot on Icebox. I thought that they would have had that map easy. Even this one was very, very close down to the wire today.
Yeah, it was way too close. I am so shocked to see it quite go like that. We thought after how Icebox was going, Split was going to be a doozy, honestly.
Well, I'm back, lads. Wasn't sure if you were informed of that, but hello, everybody, again. I just came back to congratulate Rook for being the superior analyst. Yeah, never doubted you for a second.
Yeah. So, sorry, you're muted in Discord.
Oh! Great. It happens. It happens. This is the peak of online production. But I'm sorry, I was muted. And Rook, you'd be sad to hear that I was muted because I said a bunch of nice things about how you're the superior analyst. Yeah.
I'm really touched by that, honestly. I mean, you normally absolutely trounce me in these predictions, but this time I did believe that Wave are going to pull it out. They've looked like a really strong team recently.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But, you know, Jay, just on that point, what do you think was the reason that Wave were able to edge it out in the end? Because Vitality gave them a hell of a fight.
I mean, I'd say Wave gave Vitality a hell of a fight at certain times as well. You know, even when they were the clear favorites, obviously that Icebox performance was a perfect example of that. Wave just knew how to play the strength sides. You know, they knew how to play defensive. They knew how to play offensive on Icebox especially. And in that last map right there, they knew how to play the offensive line as well. It was one final execution that was able to push them over the finish line and get a very close map win on the board. Vitality did throw up a fight, but again, we mentioned the excellence from Wave, the recent form in other tournaments like the VCT as well. Like, these guys were just looking like they were on point today against the Vitality side, and they, like I mentioned a lot of times that they had their number over the course of this series. It definitely felt like they were just constantly on speed dial every single time. Vitality had some serious struggles against the hits coming in from the Wave side, and that's what really, I think, made the difference.
Well, Rook, you know, just on the point that Jay was talking about on the T side performances, I feel like both teams had very, very good T side performances on the two maps that were very competitive. What did you make of that, and what do you think of this meta we're heading into, where the T side on several maps are the sort of strong favorite side?
It's actually a real surprise to me, to be completely honest with you, because obviously Split is a map that is actually pretty defender favored, but I think it's a lot of the ways that these executes come on through. That's something I think you really need to keep in mind, is that they're going to be able to find those initial frags and kind of work from there. And then because you're defending and it's much more difficult to attack when you've got so many players on site to deal with, and they still have a lot of great post-plant utility. That's one of the things in Valorant. For example, in Counter-Strike is a really great example, is everybody has flashes and smokes, but you're often using them to make the execute. The utility that you use to execute and the utility that you use to defend a post-plant situation is actually sometimes different in Valorant, and I think that's something really key to keep in mind, is it's very difficult to make that play back.
And Jay, I asked you this in the last best of three we saw that Vitality played, but who do you think stood out to you in this series? I guess unofficial MVP.
Oh, that's a tough one, because I think it was really a big team effort from the guys over on the Wave side. Like, there were a lot of contenders for this, a lot of contenders. But I think Cedar was the guy that had the most impact for me. You know, like, it wasn't. I don't think he was always the top fragger at certain points, but definitely when it came down to the highlight moments, he was the guy that was getting those really important kills that made the differences in a lot of those rounds. But again, there are so many contenders and so many angles you could take with this matchup. Like, it really was a team effort.
Of course, you know, he is the new player Wave have brought in. I don't know if it's going to be a permanent move or it's just a trial at the moment, but of course they made that roster swap very recently. But he has teamed with Carcass and Zeke before, so, you know, the natural chemistry is obviously there. And Rook, who would be your sort of unofficial MVP for this one?
I have to say, as much as I loved how Cedar was playing, they had some great supportive play and also some great fragging alongside it. you know, sometimes the kind of impact that a Jet is going to have on the game is absolutely massive, and Carcass on those duelists was absolutely huge, constantly providing rounds off the back of that Blade Storm. Kind of that clutch factor really comes in for me, because they were what allowed them to pick up those small couple of rounds which really tipped them over the edge over Vitality, because, I mean, you saw the matches, they were oh so close in those second two.
I found that as well, you know, even just in the wider times that they've played their games, whenever Carcass is making those impact and Carcass is having a good game, they tend to do pretty well. And I don't know, I don't think at least that is a coincidence. You know, just moving on and looking ahead to tomorrow, because congratulations to Wave for making it to the grand finals. I do believe it's going to be a best of 5, which will be super, super interesting. But for Vitality, do you guys see a world where they don't sort of come back up into the grand final? Because surely, Jay, they're going to be the ones to beat in that lower bracket.
Well, just taking a look at who we have in the lower bracket, it definitely feels like Vitality are the ones that stand out above the rest. Maybe you could see an upset run coming in from Rix, but I think that might be the only example where you could see Vitality not making it through. You know, they've definitely had like such a dominant sort of force in this particular tournament. You know, they were one of the 2 top teams that I think were favored to win the whole thing, alongside the likes of Wave. You know, I think the most likely scenario is going to be Wave versus Vitality grand final, and if it is, what a grand final that would be. I think that if we had to play all 5 maps, like those 2 teams, it would just be a bloodbath, you know, like that's what it would be between these 2 sides. So yeah, for me, like, I think it's the most likely situation for Vitality. My only condition is if Rix go absolutely ham in tomorrow's matches.
Would you agree, Brooke?
Yeah, pretty much same word for word. I do think that we will be seeing Vitality in that. I don't think Rix are going to necessarily be able to do it. They'll have to step up. I'd love to see the British boys do it, but it's going to be a difficult situation for themselves. They've obviously got to take down, keep your skill, and then obviously progress into those losers finals before they can get anywhere near it, and a lot of tough competition to really deal with. I think they will actually make it to those to the lower consolidation match, but I think Vitality really will be those gatekeepers, and I'd be very happy, honestly, to have a rematch of this, because this was an absolute banger.
Honestly, I mean, anything can happen right now in the European scene. But having said that, the way Vitality have played today in both of those BO3s, I would be surprised if there is an upset, although I always welcome it. We love those kind of upsets in the scene. But like you said, Rook, I'm not going to complain if it's going to be a Vitality Wave in the finals, because that's going to be absolutely amazing. But I think that is all the time we have tonight. So you guys can get some rest, because tomorrow is going to be absolutely huge. I think you're both back on tomorrow, right? So this is not the like a goodbye from the both of you.
Yeah. I should hope not. I really hope not. I mean, you never know what can happen in the short space of time. But we will be back tomorrow. You know, that's on the schedule. So that's that's as close as we can get.
That is incredibly morbid from you, Jay. You're like, you never know, I might not be here tomorrow. Who knows? But on that note, thank you very much, Jay and Rook. That was an absolutely amazing match. And of course, thank you to all of the other casters that casted our games today. Have to also say a big thank you to Logitech G, Overclockers, Noble Chairs, and Blue, and of course Intel for giving us the name Intel Epic32 Valorant Tournament. Thank you to everybody for tuning in at home, and we will be back here tomorrow nice and early at 10 a.m. GMT for the lower bracket semi-finals. We'll see you then.
Hello, Overclockers. Welcome. screw this. Where's A-Tuck when you need him?